In Seoul, South Korea, something has just happened. In this current time, Seoul has entrusted its future to only one person, a piece of new information, yet one that leaves many asking why. No one knows his true purpose. The scene shifts unexpectedly, revealing a young man with white hair, covered in wounds, kneeling beneath a rocky cliff. He is actually the guildmaster of the Joint Guild. Standing before him, facing him, is someone else. That young man, clad in black, stands tall and imposing. The people standing around are completely stunned, unable to believe it. The Joint Guild has, the young man sneers. He stares intently at his opponent and speaks. Finally, it's just the two of us. You and I are the only ones left. That makes you the enemy of the entire world, Shin Kang Hu. His opponent clutches his arm, struggling to stand. He lashes out in fury. Because of this meaningless war you started, everyone is suffering. His shout tears through his throat. All because of a monster like you. Shin Kang Hu lets out a mocking laugh after hearing his opponent's nonsense. Hilarious. Who do you think you are? The embodiment of justice? His sarcastic remarks make his opponent's eyes widen in shock. His rage reaches its breaking point. Gritting his teeth, he pours all his power into his ultimate move. Shin Kang Hu, how dare you speak of justice? He screams in desperation. I fight in the name of everyone, yet you're always blocking my path. The onlookers are terrified by the chaotic scene. His words fill the children with fear. If you're not a monster, then what are you? In an instant, the crowd begins to chant, Jang Si Gwan, Jang Si Gwan. He calmly accepts their cheers. Jang Si Gwan, Jang Si Gwan. He strikes calmly amidst the applause, for everyone is rooting for him. Jang Si Gwan swings his arm, launching an attack as he declares, I will never fall. Facing such a massive strike, Shin Kang Hu seems frozen. His eyes widen in utter disbelief. A thunderous explosion echoes across the battlefield. Everyone watching is caught in the shockwave. Shin Kang Hu is severely wounded, unable to dodge the lethal blow. He collapses, gasping for air as blood streams down constantly. His opponent stands calmly before Shin Kang Hu, watching him, unable to fight back. Shin Kang Hu falls, his face covered in blood, while dust billows up from the explosion, momentarily engulfing the area. The crowd is stunned by the display of power, then cheers erupt. We believe in you. Jang Si Gwan, finish that bastard off. The crowd goes wild, all raising their hands and shouting, kill him. Thousands of arms reach up, cheering for the power they just witnessed. Kill him. Kill him. Jang Si Gwan calmly asserts, no one wants you to live. Then, he slowly opens his hand, and powerful purple ripples appear, ready to strike. Realizing Jang Si Gwan is attacking, Shin Kang Hu can no longer remain calm. He grinds his teeth, struggling helplessly. At that very moment, an earth-shattering explosion erupts, tearing through the silence of the battlefield, the final end for him. He painfully spits out a mouthful of fresh blood. The terrifying blow hits Shin Kang Hu, sending him flying dozens of meters. His opponent's silhouette reappears in the distance, and Jang Si Gwan jumps up lightly. He throws his head back and laughs loudly. His laughter echoes everywhere as he speaks slowly to the crowd. Everyone, our preparations have finally borne fruit. Now, the perfect freedom shall be bestowed upon this land. The crowd is lost in worshipful awe. Some are even moved to tears. Their eyes are fixed on him, as if they are looking at a god. Finally, Jang Si Gwan begins to sing. Every note escaping his lips carries a strange allure that the crowd cannot resist. The sky is stained a terrifying crimson. Dark clouds swirl as if torn apart by an invisible force, covering the entire space. A flash of red light erupts, opening a giant circle in the sky. At the heart of the crimson circle, space begins to fracture. A colossal hand slowly reaches out, fingers spreading as if to cover the entire sky. The crowd falls silent in awe as they witness the giant hand appearing in the heavens. Terror is etched onto every face, while the corners of Jang Si Gwan's mouth slowly curl into a satisfied smile, as if the destruction before him is exactly what he has been waiting for. The hand tears through the sky, slowly descending toward the crowd. A sense of hopelessness takes over, and everyone screams in terror, running away in a frenzy. Get out of here! A thought flashes through his mind. Just as I thought, when possessing someone's body, it feels like all of Shin Kang Hu's memories and experiences are my own. A full status window appears. Class, Assassin. Constellation, None. Short jump. Level 1. Teleportation Level 1. Shin Kang Hu thinks to himself, though I am still at this level. He suddenly collapses, causing the blonde man to turn around in surprise. Shin Kang Hu grits his teeth, his heart filled with regret. Damn it, my stamina is too low. I shouldn't have set the weakness of innate mana sensitivity just because he's a villain. Picking up the diamond, the thoughts keep racing through his mind. Just as I thought, this is the only way. The blonde man runs over and calls out, Shin Kang Hu. He asks with concern, are you okay? Shin Kang Hu calmly replies, it's nothing. Don't worry. The blonde man is still worried. I'll go ask them to let you rest. Suddenly, Shin Kang Hu sneers with contempt. If they were the type to let you rest, they wouldn't have brought us here in the first place. In the center of this detention camp, created by the Eclipse Criminal Organization, a towering wall blocks all vision. A shield and 3 swords appear. Shin Kang Hu seems to understand the situation all too well. Rookie hunters capable of using mana are forced into slavery to mine mana stones. These are the authorities exploiting the power of disposable slaves. After thinking this through, Shin Kang Hu says, don't worry about me, just go mine the stones. The blonde man remains silent for a few seconds, his expression changing as if he just realized something important. Then he looks at him and asks, Shin Kang Hu, are you? Shin Kang Hu calmly speaks, thinking about escaping, but before he can finish, he is cut off. Forget it, go back to work, or the guards will beat you, and don't do anything reckless. Hearing that, the blonde man responds awkwardly, all right. Shin Kang Hu goes back to his work. Thoughts keep swirling in his mind. I've warned him and done what I could. He's just a character I created based on a cliché. I can't change the novel. To escape, he drives his sickle into the ground with great force. His mind won't stop thinking about everything. This prison setting is controlled by guards everywhere. Slaves work without rest. Doing as he must, Shin Kang Hu is also struggling through this. A shout suddenly reached his ears. He glanced over and saw the blonde guy who had been talking to Shin Kang Hu earlier. The jailer cursed in annoyance. While the guards were distracted by the newcomer, some jerk had tried to escape. Watch yourselves, the jailer threatened casually, making him tremble with fear. The jailer swung his sword high, shouting, you'll pay for that insane stunt. He lunged forward, and blood sprayed everywhere. All the slaves witnessed the scene. It happened so fast that they were all horrified. The jailer was furious, his eyes wide and his face twisted with rage. He was so brutal that even the watching slaves had to look away. Blood kept gushing out. Shin Kang Hu trembled, gritting his teeth. Blood continued to spray from the sword until it finally stopped, and the blonde guy lay there silently, lifeless. Standing before the body, Shin Kang Hu scolded himself. You stupid idiot, I told you not to do anything reckless. He stood there silently for a moment, speechless. The jailer walked over, smirking triumphantly. Why aren't you stepping up like you did last time? No one's stopping you now, so I'm going to finish you off too. In response to the jailer's arrogance, Shin Kang Hu calmly replied, I don't care if you kill me or not. That remark successfully fueled the jailer's rage. The jailer frowned and glared. Suddenly, Shin Kang Hu turned sharply and said, more importantly, I need to use the toilet, catching the jailer off guard. What? The jailer's mouth curled into a mocking smirk. You pathetic bastard. You want to go alone? Fine. Follow me. The jailer spoke with hidden intent, wearing a savage grin. Shin Kang Hu followed his back, seemingly hiding a plan of his own. Once they arrived, the jailer gave a warning. I'll give you 1 minute. If you take any longer, this place will be your grave. He gnashed his teeth and watched Shin Kang Hu walk away. Opening the door, Shin Kang Hu was met with a room full of corpses that had been tortured and beaten brutally. He walked around, searching for something. It should have been around here, but he kept walking and found nothing. Outside, the jailer was silently counting down, watching for any movement. 54, 53. A moment later, Shin Kang Hu found what he needed. I knew it. He cut his hand on a piece of stone. Amidst the countdown, 50-49, Shin Kang Hu quickly gathered his blood and drew a large circle. Time was running out. The jailer kept counting. 40, 39, all the way down to 18. The composure of the jailer and the urgency of Shin Kang Hu created a tense, contrasting scene. 14, 13. The final seal was complete. It was drawn in Shin Kang Hu's own blood and began to glow. Shin Kang Hu spoke calmly. I know you're watching me. I know you're driven mad by tragedy, suffering, and despair. The seal reacted strongly to his words. From outside, the jailer's shout echoed. You've got 10 seconds left, you bastard. Stop peeing and pull your pants up. Ignoring the warning, he continued speaking to the seal. Aren't you curious why someone as low level as me would summon you? In his mind, he thought, if I stay here any longer, just like in the novel, he will appear. Shin Kang Hu's face filled with shock. That image flashed before him, and his apprehension grew. If I hesitate for even one more day, the hope and the world I'm seeking will be even further out of reach. I can't let things spiral out of control. Is that what you'd say to convince me? Returning to the present, Shin Kang Hu disregarded everything, implicitly accepting it in his thoughts. Answer my summons. I will become the entertainment you've been waiting for. He smirked and said to the seal, I am the one who can make the most efficient use of your power. Shin Kang Hu asserted with a crazy smile, I knew you would appear. What I want is the constellation that established a contract with Shin Kang Hu in the novel. Shin Kang Hu shouted out, Constellation of space robbers. The seal manifested. It ordered Shin Kang Hu, what a cocky little brat. Since you've caught my attention, I'll lend you my power for a while. Prove yourself, he replied calmly. Just sit back and watch. The deal is done. Lines of text and images of Shin Kang Hu appeared on the information screen. A loud boom echoed as the jailer slammed his hand against the door, pushing it open and shouting, Are you messing with me? Seeing the smoke and dust everywhere, he sensed something was wrong. The jailer stepped inside, one step at a time. Through the haze, a dark shadow began to emerge. His eyes widened, realizing something was strange. First, all skills would be maintained at their highest proficiency. These were all the skills Shin Kang Hu possessed. He quickly approached the jailer at an incredible speed, his eyes glowing with a strange blue power. As he flickered in and out of sight, the jailer realized there was no one in front of him. He scanned his surroundings, hoping to find Shin Kang Hu, though he was beginning to feel afraid. The area behind him was deathly silent. Nothing appeared. The jailer realized with horror that he wasn't there. His anxiety surged. Right behind him, Shin Kang Hu held his weapon and struck the jailer. The jailer groaned in pain, spitting blood. He gritted his teeth and cursed Shin Kang Hu, even with the weapon buried in his neck. You bastard! He tried to speak, despite the trembling. Before the jailer could finish, Shin Kang Hu pulled the weapon out forcefully, sending blood spraying everywhere. The jailer collapsed, gasping for air. As he lay there bleeding, Shin Kang Hu spoke calmly, Thanks. With an unwavering gaze, he looked down at the man before him, without a hint of emotion. Thanks to you, I've made up my mind to leave this place today. He glanced at the jailer's corpse with a sense of satisfaction. How interesting. The contract is complete. Shin Kang Hu let out a relieved sigh. He dropped the knife to the ground, whispering to himself, With this, I've taken revenge for you. He picked up a sword, strapped it to his side, and a notification appeared. System notification. A weapon has been registered. Shin Kang Hu firmly declared that from now on, he would never look back. Under the moonlight, the scene flashed again. The jailer lay collapsed on the ground, taken down by Shin Kang Hu. The cap of a gas canister on the ground was open. He picked it up and poured it all around. Shin Kang Hu pondered while searching through his pockets. There were many steps to take to escape. The first step was to acquire a guard's uniform. Shin Kang Hu took out a lighter and flicked it on. He calculated the plan in his head, then set the fire to cause a distraction. He threw the lighter to the ground. Shin Kang Hu walked away, leaving the raging fire behind, thinking, Finally, the escape. I just need to avoid detection. In an instant, flames engulfed the area. The prison guards screamed in panic as fire broke out in front of Building 18. Everyone rushed to act, but terror was written all over their faces. Why hasn't the fire department been called yet? The guards were running around in chaos. One guard regained his composure, jumped into the vehicle, and shouted instructions to everyone. Everyone, stay calm and follow the firefighters' orders. Send someone to the detention camp to check the situation over there. He slammed the door shut. Hurry up, the guard urged. The driver replied immediately, Yes, sir. The guard's gaze flickered to the back as he called out. And you, guard, why did you have to go out today? Did you swap shifts with someone? From the back, Shin Kang Hu replied coldly, Yes, I had some business to take care of. Someone escaped from Building 18 earlier. The driver looked astonished, his eyes wide with surprise. What? How? He continued to explain. He escaped through the north building and headed northwest toward the temporary detention camp. That's what we've gathered. Shin Kang Hu. Shouldn't we have started moving by now? Seeing the urgency, the driver yelled, All right, we're leaving now. Shin Kang Hu sat quietly, calculating. That northwest route leads to Mount Jungmyeong. It seems like a perfect escape route for those who don't know it well. It has many dark corners, complex paths, and few guards. But it's also quite dangerous because of the traps set by the eclipse. Since I have prior information, I'll use that to my advantage. Shin Kang Hu muttered to himself. It seems he took this path, but we haven't found any traces yet. He sounded gloomy. He fled toward Mount Jungmyeong. It'll be harder to search there. If we can't catch him alive, we'll have to bring his corpse back. The driver replied without a hint of doubt. I understand. As they reached the gate, the guards were on high alert. They exchanged the password to pass the checkpoint. A guard signaled for them to proceed. Finally, Shin Kang Hu's cold, sharp gaze appeared. He was quite satisfied. They had made it past the prison fence. Despite all the hardships, the first step had succeeded. The road stretched out, surrounded by trees. Only their vehicle was driving through the night sky. The driver started a conversation. "You must be exhausted tonight, having to chase after that escapee from Building 18. He clicked his tongue, trying to stay composed. "Yeah, those scumbags are stubborn. It'd be better to just wipe them out than go through all this trouble." The driver laughed in agreement. "True, they're just a bunch of idiots. They have the title of hunters but can't do anything." The person in the front seat muttered to himself. "These guys really do discriminate against prisoners. They treat them like they're nothing." Then he probed. "So, guard, have you been working at Building 18 for long?" Realizing he was being watched, Shin Kang Hu's eyes grew cold. He replied indifferently, "I only started working there yesterday." The guard realized something and asked, "So, you must be in Unit 9 of Building 18, then?" Shin Kang Hu confirmed firmly, "That's right." That answer made the guard suspicious. Unit 9. His question made Shin Kang Hu jump. That unit doesn't exist in that building. Was it just established yesterday? The car continued to speed forward, ignoring the trouble about to unfold. Shin Kang Hu smirked in agreement. "Exactly," he said, reaching for the sword at his waist. "This is my job." He swung the sword with astonishing speed. The strike was straight, without a hint of hesitation. Shin Kang Hu calmly uttered a line after decapitating him. "Simple. I'm just here to eliminate scum like you." The sword stroke sent blood splattering everywhere, and the car swerved out of control. Shin Kang Hu tried to grab the two seats to keep from falling. The other two were thrown out, and shards of glass flew everywhere. The guard lay there, cold. The driver finally screamed, his hands glowing with magic power. "You bastard!" His attack lunged forward, but Shin Kang Hu tilted his body and avoided it by a hair's breadth. The attack grazed Shin Kang Hu and struck the back of the vehicle, instantly igniting a fire. He just glanced at it briefly. In a flash, Shin Kang Hu launched himself into the air, stunning the guard. He yelled in fury, "You dare deceive us?" His attack was heavy as a hammer, and a cloud of smoke erupted in the air. A triumphant smile appeared on the driver's face. That guy is done for. It was as if victory was already in his hands. But then he froze, looking into the mirror with a confused expression. It was just an image of Shin Kang Hu kneeling on the ground. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished completely, so fast that only a cloud of dust remained where Shin Kang Hu had just stood. In an instant, his sword flashed, piercing straight through the car toward the driver's seat. Before he could recover, the blade burst through the window, spraying blood everywhere. The driver was struck, his whole body trembling, his face twisted in pain. Without waiting for him to collect himself, Shin Kang Hu drew his sword in a flash. He kicked the driver's body out of the car without mercy. Suddenly, a sharp pain hit him, causing Shin Kang Hu to turn pale. He clutched his head, breathing heavily. "This isn't good. I used too much mana, and now I'm feeling dizzy." Just then, a loud, thunderous sound made Shin Kang Hu stop and look up. In the mirror, an image of another vehicle was reflected, heading toward him. Shin Kang Hu sighed helplessly. He hadn't expected to miss such an important detail. "Are there patrol soldiers on this road too? I didn't account for this. This is quite a nuisance." With no other choice, Shin Kang Hu didn't hesitate to throw himself off the cliff. He stretched out his legs to slow his descent, sliding a long distance, but his face remained unmoved. After the jump, he landed lightly at the bottom of the ravine. A voice rang out, "I never thought you'd be able to take down two guards and escape like this." A foot stepped forward from the distance. The hunter, carrying an axe on his shoulder, sneered, "You low-level piece of trash." Shin Kang Hu silently assessed him. A red mark appeared above his head. He was a hunter who had formed a contract with a constellation. He cautiously watched the man's shadow, always on guard, not knowing what his power was. Information about him appeared above his head. Skilled connection, neutral constellation. Power. Ability to track the mana signatures of others. Shin Kang Hu calculated silently. Tracking mana signatures? So that's how he found me so quickly. A triumphant smile appeared on his lips. "That's interesting." The man frowned, not understanding, and asked, "What?" Shin Kang Hu's eyes brightened. A triumphant smile spread across his lips. "Not bad." The man frowned, confused, and asked, "What do you mean?" Shin Kang Hu's eyes brightened. "As a notification, I realize I can see the star contract on this guy. There's a red mark on his head, and for some reason, I'm able to see it." A status window pops up in front of Shin Kang Hu. By defeating another hunter, you can seize the victim's star contract. Across from me, the hunter just smirks, looking incredibly confident. A blue notification screen appears before him. It reads, "You can seize the power of this star." Seeing this, Shin Kang Hu is beyond satisfied. "This is my first time using Nebula Seizure." Shin Kang Hu calculates carefully since he has a star contract. His level must be at least 100. Because of that, I need to be careful. I can't face him head on. With that thought, he stomps his foot hard into the ground and dashes off. As Shin Kang Hu runs, he thinks about using the terrain and his own experience to get close and take him down. The hunter just scoffs with disdain. What a pathetic low-level tower trash. Shin Kang Hu immediately changes direction, his figure quickly vanishing into the bushes. The guy raises his hand, scanning the area and saying, "Go ahead and hide. I'll find you soon enough." The hunter's eyes turn a deep shade of blue. He stands there, staring at the bushes, thinking about how his star contract lets him see everything. The hunter slowly scans his surroundings with a confident expression, searching for where Shin Kang Hu is hiding. He glances to the left. Where could he have gone? Then, the hunter shifts his gaze to the right. The deep blue light in his eyes flares up, and his vision quickly sweeps across the entire area. His gaze locks onto an unusual tree trunk that is emitting a brilliant, golden-orange glow. The hunter laughs excitedly. "All right, found you." Without a second of hesitation, he hurls his axe toward the tree with immense force, shouting, "You bastard." The attack destroys everything in its path, but Shin Kang Hu is nowhere to be seen. That catches him off guard. Huh? Where did he disappear to again? In the blink of an eye, something streaks through the air and embeds itself directly into his throat. Nobody expected that blade to be Shin Kang Hu's real attack. His eyes go wide with shock. He had absolutely no time to react. Shin Kang Hu stands his ground, holding his sword, and speaks up. "You really were too arrogant with that tracking skill. Now, you're going to pay the price." At that moment, the guy can only stare wide-eyed, his previous composure completely shattered. Shin Kang Hu swings his blade and decapitates the hunter for daring to look down on him. The guy finally loses his footing, his body collapsing onto the cold ground. The system notification chimes. "You have defeated the target and stolen the Mastery Connection skill. Mastery Connection is now owned by the Space Raider. This contract cannot be lost." Meanwhile, Shin Kang Hu pants heavily, the exhaustion showing clearly on his face after taking down his enemy. A series of notifications pop up one after another. All skills for Mastery Connection have been successfully learned. Shin Kang Hu stands there, not rushing to react. He gently wipes away the remaining sweat, catching his breath. Then, Shin Kang Hu slowly raises his hand to tap the notification screen and selects the option appearing before him. 2 skills have been added: Mana Tracking, Max Level, and Night Vision, Max Level. Shin Kang Hu breathes heavily, feeling amazed that he actually pulled it off. His eyes reflect the status window. As he glances around, everything seems to be perfectly clear to him now. Through this skill, it looks like there isn't a single hunter following me anymore. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through him. Shin Kang Hu doesn't have time to react and quickly covers his mouth. He can't stand steadily. He collapses to his knees. His hand grips his sword, driving it into the ground like a cane to support himself. Blood drips down, forming large red stains, and his face turns deathly pale. Shin Kang Hu grits his teeth in pain. "I pushed myself too hard in this fight." Amidst the agony, memories of the recent battle suddenly flood back into Shin Kang Hu's mind. To hide my aura while being tracked, I lowered my mana output to the bare minimum, then funneled all that mana into the mana absorption stone. This was necessary. If I had let my mana circulate normally, the fluctuations would have been detected, and he would have found me. Therefore, masking the mana flow and transferring it into the absorption stone was the only way. Finally, after concealing my aura, I tossed the mana stone somewhere else. The mana stone wedged itself firmly into the tree nearby. The hunter immediately took the bait and attacked. That bastard Hu calculated everything. He only sensed the strongest mana fluctuations nearby, and because of that, he was tricked, which is how I was able to take him down. But to get close enough for the kill, I had to use the short leap technique to close the distance. Shin Kang Hu holds his head in pain. With all those actions, this new body hasn't adapted yet, which is why I'm so exhausted. He takes a small step forward, realizing the severity of the situation. If I have to fight like this again, I'll probably drop dead right here. I'm not kidding. It's okay for now. I need to find a safe spot. It's already starting to get light out, and a thought flashes through his mind like lightning. There it is. Shin Kang Hu calculates silently. That sand-hauling truck will help hide my aura. He dashes off at full speed, his feet pushing hard against the ground before he springs forward. Flying through the air, Shin Kang Hu lands on his feet, knees slightly bent to cushion the impact. He looks up at the sky and releases a slow, weary sigh. Shin Kang Hu lies exhausted on the sand, reflecting on how he's taken down 3 guards in a row today while on the run. None of this was in the original novel I wrote. He wonders wearily if the future is going to change because of this. But no matter what, I need to get stronger. I'll achieve that using everything I already know from this novel. He glances away, feeling a bit helpless. But with this weak body, even knowing so much, I have to try my hardest to change this shitty future where I die in misery at the end of the book. Lying on the sand truck as it trundles forward, Shin Kang Hu leans against the side, feeling surprisingly comfortable. I never thought this place could be so beautiful and peaceful. He looks at the scenery ahead, exclaiming to himself. The scene shifts to a building, where a voice keeps echoing. The job of catching those low-level, bottom-tier trash who mine stones. Don't worry about it. It's nothing difficult at all. Someone replies, Understood. Dong-hun smirks, muttering that he's actually quite clever. He speaks calmly, praising his ability to perform multiple actions to create distractions before escaping the prison camp via a transport truck. At this moment, Shin Kang Hu is leaning against a roadside phone booth. This is bad. I've used way too much mana. I can't even walk now. This much mana won't recover quickly. He raises his hand and dials the numbers on the booth to make a call. Inside the office, Dong-hun asks, sounding a bit tired, Haven't you found that level 10 assassin yet? He took down 2 level 45 and 55 guards and a hunter with a constellation contract. Yes, cutting to the scene where Shin Kang Hu is on the phone. Hello, this is Shin Kang Hu. The person on the other end replied, Is that you, Shin Kang Hu? He announced he was in front of the subway station. Leaning against the glass door, Shin Kang Hu began, Can I ask you for a favor? At the same time, at the office, Dong-hun marveled. Those two are interesting. This will make the hunt much more exciting. Shin Kang Hu suppressed the pain and whispered, Thank you. Han So-yeon glanced at the white bandages wrapped around his body. She asked anxiously, Brother, what happened? Did you go to the battlefield? Shin Kang Hu didn't hide it. The eclipse had captured him. Hearing this, Han So-yeon trembled violently. What? She asked with tears in her eyes. Did you go to the mana mine? Those people specialize in capturing hunters to work there. He nodded, making no attempt to hide it. In the mana mine, the mana is so concentrated that low-level hunters like you can only become prey for others. But a thought crossed his mind. Even so, he still trusted Han So-yeon and reached out to her. Han So-yeon hugged him, shivering. Brother, I'm sorry. He glanced back at her silhouette and sighed, because she was still protecting him. Han So-yeon was blaming herself. If she had been by his side more often after that incident, he wouldn't have ended up in there. Shin Kang Hu said nothing. It was all just silent thought. When they parted ways, she was just a newly awakened hunter. Now, she was level 150 and had a constellation contract. If she had still been with him back then, she would have been dragged into the Youngmi-eung detention center. Thinking of this, Shin Kang Hu shook his head and moved to stand up. You've done enough. Anything involving me now won't end well. The eclipse will take notice of you. She gently helped him up. Brother, I'm level 150 now. I'm not someone who loses to an average hunter, but he firmly refused. You don't need to worry about me. Before leaving, Shin Kang Hu told her to be careful. Just use that power to protect yourself. Han So-yeon even helped him pack his things. Here is yours. I put some money and a phone in there. It can't be tracked. Shin Kang Hu sighed and asked, Looks like your guild isn't simple, huh? That's right. Both then and now, a guild like that has always been the right fit for me. She clasped her hands together, eyes brimming with tears, and asked for his opinion. Brother, do you want to join our guild, like we used to? But Shin Kang Hu cut her off immediately. Han So-yeon, don't get stuck in the past. She seemed frozen for a moment. Han So-yeon smiled, letting tears roll down her cheeks. She truly conceded. You're right, that's what I was thinking. I'll listen to you. I have a friend who is a guild leader. Looking at the information on the phone, Han So-yeon looked at him full of hope. Take care and live well. Shin Kang Hu nodded and smiled back. Thank you. You take care too. Outside, a taxi was already waiting. Driver, take me to the subway station. The man glanced at his gestures and asked loudly, Do you mind if I turn on the radio? Shin Kang Hu looked out the window, indifferent. Go ahead. As the man tapped the screen, the speaker blared the latest news. Breaking news. The Chunghwa Guild has attacked the White Rose mercenary group. After the Judgment Day, based on the White Rose headquarters within the protection zone, criminal syndicates are increasing rapidly in Gangnam. Judgment Day had arrived, suddenly and silently. Inside a car, a man began to sound suspicious. It's a bit strange today. It's the weekend, but there are so few cars. The car smells like death, doesn't it, honey? But when he turned to face his lover, she was nothing but a dried-up corpse. He jumped back, panicking and screaming, "What the hell, honey?" Just then, a hooded figure appeared, wielding a scythe to finish him off. The group of people in black began hunting the citizens. This was the rooftop of a building in Gangnam, Seoul. As everyone can see, the sky has turned purple. According to a report, this area has the host couldn't finish before a monster lunged out to attack. Monsters suddenly appeared, and dungeons were everywhere. Amidst the chaos, those who received power were called hunters. However, there were many inexplicable events. Those things caused people to lose faith in God. Hunters who used to hunt monsters began hunting other players. They did so to obtain more items. But later, they were condemned by the entire hunter community. Just as everyone thought the end of the world had arrived, a girl backed into a corner, knelt down to beg. "Don't." The man with the sword sneered. "Someone might think I'm bullying you. Don't worry." Saying that, he swung his sword forward enthusiastically. "Just a little bit, and it won't hurt anymore." Suddenly, an arm blocked the sharp blade, blood spurting out uncontrollably. The savior of the world. Jang Si Gwan smiled kindly, looking back at her. "Are you okay?" Jang Si Gwan had appeared, starting from Seoul. He had created help, protection, and healing for everyone. The Chunghwa Guild, everything that just happened was his plan. That is why everyone wants to come to Seoul. The White Rose Group was confirmed by Hunter Jang Si Gwan to be the group responsible for the terrorism in Gangnam, Seoul. The White Rose is not a terrorist organization, but the driver in front cheered loudly, "Destroy all the terrorist groups," just as expected from Jang Si Gwan. Of course, the terrorist attack wasn't done by them either. The driver even praised him. "Isn't he the best hunter in Korea?" But Shin Kang Hu saw through the situation. It was all Jang Si Gwan's performance. The driver was still busy telling stories. "My son just awakened, and his dream is to join Jang Si Gwan's guild. But he wanted to go against the grain. If he planned to oppose Jang Si Gwan by exposing his actions, he would turn him into a criminal. Kill him, kill him." The conclusion was as clear as day. He sighed. That was why he wanted to join a mercenary group, because the other guilds were all under his control. The taxi finally came to a stop. "We're here." Shin Kang Hu stepped out of the car, glanced at the skyscraper. Becoming a collaborator for a mercenary group was the best fit for him. Someone was already waiting outside. "Hello, I've heard about you from Han So-yeon," she introduced herself. "My name is Lee Jae-in." Shin Kang Hu glanced at the woman, thinking to himself that it wasn't time to reveal his identity yet, then coldly made up a name. "My name is Shin Kang Hu." Lee Jae-in smiled and replied, "Nice to meet you." As soon as they met, she wanted to hand over a new job. "I have a good job for you." But he directly refused and brushed it off. "I want something with a better reward. You can give me something harder if you want." Lee Jae-in was startled and glanced at the other person. "What? But I just heard your level." He didn't hide it and admitted it. "That's right," and it actually made her laugh. Lee Jae-in laughed even harder, to the point where she was tearing up. "You're quite the character. People usually say that being too brave is just a death wish." But no sooner had the teasing stopped than Shin Kang Hu showed her exactly what he was capable of. "Are you looking for someone to clean up your corpse?" He smirked and retorted flatly. "Aren't mercenaries supposed to rely more on skill than their level?" Shin Kang Hu's gaze locked onto hers. It felt so surreal to meet a character he had spent so much time crafting himself. The notification screen immediately displayed Lee Jae-in's information, the Observer of Chaos, a neutral constellation capable of distorting and obstructing an opponent's vision. Lee Jae-in, a mage with support skills who had signed a contract with an intermediate constellation, a character he had created specifically to counter the 13 stars. Thinking of this, a sudden urge gripped him. He had to earn her trust. At that moment, Shin Kang Hu replied nonchalantly, "You only need someone with high skills, not someone with a high level, right? Isn't that the whole point of a mercenary guild?" But Lee Jae-in just sighed and reminded him, "Shin Kang Hu, reality and ambition are two very different things." Yet, he stepped past her and coolly countered, "Prejudice and the truth are also very different things." Lee Jae-in suddenly smiled. She found this guy to be quite interesting. "All right then, let's see what those skills are made of." They both took their stances. Lee Jae-in smirked, channeling her magic power. "I'm only going to judge one thing, and that judgment will be based on whether or not you can dodge my skill." Shin Kang Hu let out an "oh" of realization. "So, you just want to see if I can protect myself?" She gave a mocking smile. "Exactly. If you can dodge, that means you can create an opening to attack." Very quickly, he felt the magical energy that Lee Jae-in was generating, using bones to create a puppet that can track my location, even from a distance. The Fog Seeker. Shin Kang Hu began to assess the situation. This isn't an attack skill, so I won't die even if I get hit. But if I can't dodge it, I'll be marked. If that happened, the test would end immediately. But that wasn't going to break his resolve. Let's start. Li Jia-in replied enthusiastically. I'm starting now. With that, she commanded the fog seeker to fly toward him. It lunged at its opponent. Shin Kang Hu stood perfectly still, waiting for the right moment. Then, a thick cloud of smoke erupted, making it impossible for Li Jia-in to see what was happening inside. She looked around, confused. But as she tilted her head back, her eyes widened in pure horror. No way! Shin Kang Hu was using parkour on the building so skillfully that even Li Jia-in hadn't anticipated it. Impossible at his level, even jumping 1 meter should be difficult. But she began to have a bold thought. He seems very proficient in basic assassin skills. Short step, blink, Li Jia-in was stunned by this display. So, you've got some real skills, huh? Because of that, she decided to use a higher level technique this time. Let's see if you can dodge this one. Li Jia-in switched up her tactics. This time, she repeatedly fired rings of magical energy. The fog seeker targeted him once again, tailing him closely. Even so, Shin Kang Hu wasn't the least bit worried. The fog seeker thought it held the upper hand, but just as it fired its move, Shin Kang Hu turned his head and flashed a sinister smile. As the fog seeker unleashed its powerful blow, Shin Kang Hu nimbly dodged to the left. Li Jia-in looked up in shock. She truly couldn't believe it and stepped back. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. He dodged it again? Not to mention, that was a teleportation skill. While Li Jia-in was distracted, Shin Kang Hu appeared behind her, drew his blade, and held it to her throat. His voice echoed calmly in her ear. Let's end the test here. But Li Jia-in just smiled, dodging the blade with precise grace. This was something even Shin Kang Hu had to admit. She was faster than he'd thought. No wonder she's a mercenary commander. Done. Tell me, Li Jia-in, have you ever had any training? He shook his head. None. She laughed, gently touching the edge of the blade as she appraised him. Liar. A level 10 couldn't possibly have moves like that. But he didn't care much about that. So, did I pass the test? Li Jia-in nodded with a smile. Yes. I think I'll be able to hire you once you reach level 50. That was a number Shin Kang Hu could accept. Good. The white truck sped away down the road. Looking in the rearview mirror, Li Jia-in suddenly asked him, Are you interested in bulletproof glass? A gunman has been pestering me lately, so I installed it in all my cars. Shin Kang Hu stared blankly out the window. A gunman. Mentioning this made her giggle sheepishly. Yeah, I'm quite loved by those heavenly bastards, but in Shin Kang Hu's eyes, it's just a turf war. Saying that, Li Jia-in pulled out a stack of papers. This is a commission contract, a mission to track down a wanted criminal. I'm the commissioner, and this authorization paper will be very useful for you. Kim Muk-hun, level 50. Dungeon Ruins. The mage is requesting the return of a grade 3 item, Vatazat's boots. Shin Kang Hu looked at the paper and asked, Do I need to bring him back alive? Li Jia-in gave a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. You can kill him. Too many innocent people have already died at Kim Muk-hun's hands. You can execute him right there. The National Hunter Security Agency would be quite pleased, too. Hearing that, he felt even more motivated to show off his skills. Understood. I'll start immediately. Li Jia-in dropped him off at the worksite. Before leaving, Shin Kang Hu remembered Li Jia-in's warning. He's probably hiding somewhere. That wasn't going to be easy, as the area was huge. But that wasn't a major concern for Shin Kang Hu. To him, this was a decent area to start the hunt. This was a place Shin Kang Hu had used as a hideout in the novel, so he was quite familiar with the layout. There were also a few useful intermediate bosses here. He appeared in the middle of a ruined building, and immediately, several beasts with blood-red eyes emerged behind him. Shin Kang Hu glanced back and muttered, There they are. He casually used his blade to cut his own hand, letting the blood drip continuously. The fresh blood began to fall onto the ground. This acted as a stimulant for the monsters hiding behind the scattered rocks. Smelling the blood, many monsters bristled and prepared to attack. They charged out in packs. Shin Kang Hu faced them with precision. He used teleportation, followed by short steps. He quickly cycled between the two skills, moving instantly. These monsters were no match for him. He slashed left and right. With those short bursts of movement, a rare smile appeared on Shin Kang Hu's face. After taking down the monsters, he never looked back. Li Jia-in was already waiting eagerly to collect the entrusted items. All done. Do whatever you want now. High above, a black-clad assassin had witnessed everything, watching him from afar. Li Jia-in looked serious. What reward do you want then? The gaze of Baekdong Chol was filled with complexity. All I need is a dungeon raid permit. And second, steal the boss's skill. For places with many mid-tier bosses leading up to high-level ones, he didn't hesitate to charge in. This is the best place for me to acquire their skills. Just as Kang Hu replied, Lee Ja-in met the person he wanted. Nice to meet you. Ventus. A system message popped up. You can steal this target's skill. Ventus radiated a heavy aura of death. I will destroy you. But he didn't want to waste words with him. Stop standing there and babbling. As soon as he finished speaking, Ventus lunged to strike him down, but he agilely stepped backward. Ventus gripped his sword tightly and dove down from above. As he got within close range, Ventus thrust his sword forward. Kang Hu narrowed his eyes, anticipating the attack. Ventus surged toward him. Kang Hu could only step back, calculating his next move. The boss suddenly leaped, reappearing at a higher vantage point. Ventus's eyes flashed blood red. He timed a precise strike downwards, but he immediately used his teleportation skill. Kang Hu's eyes gleamed as he stared at his opponent. It looked like a simple feint. At this moment, he also drew his sword, but the real attack came from this side. Kang Hu leaped up, lunging forward. After a short jump, he seized the chance when the boss was distracted to stab him in the side. Ventus started gasping in pain, but that didn't discourage him. He swung his blade wildly, while Kang Hu remained completely unfazed. He used teleportation again. It's only a mid-tier boss in name. Through his intuition, he was objectively assessing that its direct combat style hadn't developed yet. As he thought this, Kang Hu kicked hard into the back of its legs. Ventus immediately bled and buckled. A sword quickly fell into his hands. A notification screen appeared. Now, you have equipped a weapon. He grabbed the long sword and thrust it straight down, aiming right at Ventus's throat. The boss no longer had the strength to resist and could only take the hit. But Kang Hu didn't stop. He drove the blade even deeper into the flesh. Ventus stumbled and collapsed to the ground by momentum. The system began updating the skills gained from him. A series of notifications appeared. You have stolen the illusion skill from the target. Kang Hu smiled. Behind the boss, a new item had been left behind. He turned his head to look at the glowing green spot, not far away, where a light was shining toward Kang Hu. They saw him clearly picking up the item and shouted excitedly, "That's a sedative, not just one, but two. He's giving them to Baekdong Cheol. Did you see that, boss? That's pretty rare, isn't it?" He frowned, confused. Who would have known he would strike Ventus's exact weak point? The girl walking beside him had met Kang Hu before. "Boss, I saw him at the market." At that time, she had already been paying attention to him. "Let me buy your items. Monster blood and sedatives. Buy the daggers from my stall too." The dagger inventory. It seemed he was planning to hunt monsters in the dungeon and do some farming. This only made Baekdong Cheol sink into deep thought. Sedatives, huh? He kept watching Kang Hu and muttered to himself in evaluation, "That guy seems quite proficient in assassination. I've never seen him before." The man's expression grew more pensive. With that level, he shouldn't be here. The girl saw the look on his face and laughed, trying to comfort him. "But he's still not a match for you. Boss, should we drag him here? If it were you, you could easily make him Neitzel." But he flatly refused. No need. Baekdong Cheol had a more sinister thought. "It would be easier if we just let him keep doing this, and then we'll finish him off later." The girl chirped back, full of anticipation. "That's my boss. We just need to stick close to him and wait for him to exhaust himself." The system screen still showed the notification. "You are level 16. The next basic skill is at level 20. Kang Hu sighed and muttered, "I've put all my points into resilience. As long as I can manage this innate mana hypersensitivity, I don't need to put points into mana anymore. Now I'll put everything into stamina. To get through this difficult stage first." After taking the sedative, he felt his body become much more comfortable. Finally, he felt a bit of vitality. Having sedatives, which have soothing and pain-relieving effects and inhibit mana hypersensitivity, is rare. They are hard to find in regular dungeons, and because they grow naturally, it is difficult to mass-produce them. However, there is only one person in this country who knows how to grow them, and that person is in Area 0. Kang Hu began to think long-term about the place known as the DMZ in the past. It was quite far away. I'll have to be prepared and buy as much as possible. If my hypersensitivity flares up during a fight, I'll die instantly. Thinking of this, he realized he had to focus on the immediate future first. To do that, he also needed a lot of money. Lee Ja-in's car began speeding down the road. She sat in the driver's seat, frowning. Just last year, the call quality wasn't this bad. It's getting worse and worse. On the call, the person at the other end spoke. "They are interfering with that. so there's nothing we can do. Especially since you are under the influence of the Heaven's Reach Guild and the Black Lion, things will only get worse. Lee Ja-in let out an "oh" sound. Maybe you're right. The man seemed worried about her. It seems like you're having a hard time after getting involved with those people from Heaven's Reach, huh? But Lee Ja-in was too used to this problem. It's fine. I'm used to having eyes on me. This has been going on for a long time. Just as she was focusing on driving, his voice rang out calmly. Can you recommend a hunter to me? The car immediately swerved and crashed into a pile of scrap metal ahead. The guy on the other end shared frankly, I've been so short-staffed lately. A hint of a smile appeared on Lee Ja-in's lips as the guy's voice continued. So, I had no choice but to contact you. Lee Ja-in shrugged, acting indifferent. I don't know. The person on the other end was none other than Jang Si Gwan. I'm not sure if I can introduce a hunter that would catch your eye. Mr. Jang Si Gwan, I thought you'd reject all of them right from the start. Well then, let's change the criteria a little. He sighed and changed his mind. Jang Si Gwan offered another condition. I want to properly cultivate low-level people first. She shared straightforwardly, there is one such hunter. The person on the other end was smiling and very happy. Really? But Lee Ja-in was hesitant. But I think he needs a little more time. I don't want to jump to conclusions too quickly. Si Kwan tightened his grip on the paper and nodded. I've never recommended the wrong person, Lee Ja-in. It's just because of some unfortunate incidents that we lost them. Although she felt a bit sad, Lee Ja-in sighed and acted relaxed. It's all in the past, so you don't need to worry. I'll keep an eye on him for a little longer. If he meets the standards, I'll let you know. Oh, right. Do you have any useful information? Si Kwan grunted in acknowledgement. I accidentally got my hands on some internal intel about a few criminal organizations. I'll send it to your secure email address soon. Hearing this, Lee Ja-in's face lit up with joy. I feel awkward saying it over and over, but I really have to thank you. He, on the other end of the line, smiled. It's nothing. Whenever you need this kind of information, I can always help you out. Our guild is really in desperate need of talented people. Inside a sealed room, a man was being tortured to the point of a mental breakdown. If you send someone capable, Si Kwan's eyes darkened. I'll treat them as well as I possibly can. She sighed. Good grief. After hanging up, Lee Ja-in blamed herself. No matter how high her expectations were, how could she have been thinking about someone like him, who had just taken on his first mission? Meanwhile, Kang Hu was still trying to focus on the battle. He maintained the upper hand, taking down mid-level bosses one after another, yet another one had its chest pierced by him. Yia glared with bloodshot eyes at the sword stuck near its feet. Right after the strike, he backed away to keep it from having a chance to counterattack. Yia flew into a rage, raising its sharp claws to charge again. He just tilted his head indifferently as the creature's sharp claws morphed and grew, preparing to swallow him whole. Capture. Kang Hu leaned slightly to lock onto the target. The claws touched his hand, but they passed through in a suspicious way. It was stunned, not knowing what was happening. In the end, the capture only resulted in a massive rock sitting squarely in its hand. He was exploiting this weakness to attack the illusion magic, the weakness of the capture skill. The attack sequence leaves a massive opening, and he was going to take advantage of it. Yia realized it had been played for a fool. It spun around instantly and threw the rock back at Kang Hu. He quickly ducked to the side and suddenly came to a complete stop. With a mere snap of his fingers, Kang Hu shattered the giant rock into hundreds of pieces, which rained down around him. Finally, only one human arm poked out from the rubble, but the very next second, that arm faded away like a blur. Illusion magic. Yia flinched and looked back. He had appeared right behind it. Using teleportation, Kang Hu drew his sharp longsword and struck at its weak point. Yia let out a painful scream before collapsing onto the cold ground. The notification screen appeared quickly. You have defeated a mid-level boss. You have leveled up. I'll dump all my stat points into endurance again. He sighed, thinking to himself that he also needed to save some solemn. The screen was confirming. Yia is dropping the skill. Capture. Skill proficiency. Max level. Can summon a target within a fixed radius in front of you. Kang Hu returned the sword to his item bag, then used the capture claw hand skill. Next, the creature's sword was also claimed by him. Kang Hu picked it up and examined it. So it can be used for items too, and if I use it well, it could even hinder an enemy's movements. Then, he practiced a few moves to get a feel for the new item. Through binoculars, they were truly horrified. Even though they had witnessed everything, they couldn't stop praising him. Look at him. He's got real guts. Baekdong Chul began to assess him. An assassin who took down Yia without taking a single hit? She observed for a while, also confused by his nonsensical movements. But what is he doing? She guessed. I don't know. Is he trying to raise his skill proficiency? Boss, should we go and beat that jerk up? But it took a second call of boss for him to snap out of his trance. Baekdong Chul got angry and started cussing. Shut up. I already said we should wait until he's tired. Then it'll be better to target him. His teammates were terrified and hurriedly obeyed. Over at the port, Kim Mook-hun was munching on some food, a stack of important documents in his hand. The Black Lion had accepted Kim Mook-hun into the organization with a few conditions. Keep feeding internal information about Lam Dong to the mercenary group managed by Lee Ja-in. He had just finished off a few guys, and was now sitting on his loot, celebrating this good news. Kim Mook-hun chuckled, feeling smug. Lee Ja-in is already worried and trying to catch me. I'm aiming for the eclipse, but the Black Lion isn't bad either. It's been a while since I could set foot in Daechun. Suddenly, he caught on to something ominous. Someone was standing and waiting outside the port. Kang Hu looked up and stared straight at him. Kim Mook-hun smirked. Here comes another one for me to rob. He began to tap on the wall repeatedly with an arrogant tone. Come on, boys. The cunning, death-filled wolves began to dash out. Dinner time. As soon as they heard that, they started drooling and rushed to the front line as if they were going to miss out on a treat. They burst out from the ground, each one opening its mouth ferociously to attack Kang Hu. But he just stood still, waiting for them all to fall into his trap. Up above, Kim Mook-hun began to panic. Huh? The wolves are acting tame around him instead of tearing him apart like I wanted. What is this? This species never eats normal food. Just when they weren't paying attention, he drew the sword he'd prepared. With one straight thrust, he took down one of them. The second one, then the third, were taken down one by one without any effort. Kim Mook-hun was stunned, his eyes wide. What the? He replied coolly. It's not for no reason that they like eating this. There's a reason for everything. I specially prepared some of this meat to suit their taste buds. Finally, on the ground, those wolves transformed. This time, Kang Hu gave a stern warning. I'm warning you, if you want to keep your life, be careful. He trembled and cursed the bastard, then issued a difficult challenge. If you're good enough, come up here. Kang Hu had never feared anyone. Fine, if that's what you want. Kim Mook-hun wore a crooked smile, muttering, You've prepared well, but you seem to have too much of a death wish. What kind of idiot charges straight into the enemy's den? I've already rigged the triggers. I'm going to blow you to pieces. Before jumping up, Kang Hu scanned the area. He began to detect the mana. He really had planted a lot of bombs. Even so, Kang Hu didn't hesitate to charge in. He used a short dash. Kim Mook-hun grew more fearful the closer he got. Wait, you bastard. But Kang Hu's movements didn't trigger a single trap. He jumped right over all the mana traps I set. He gritted his teeth in frustration. This time, Kim Mook-hun intended to strike more ruthlessly. Bastard, he hissed. Do you think I'm afraid of you? He glanced coldly at his enemy. Kim Mook-hun began channeling his magical power. The Chaos Fighter constellation, Ta Tin Van, disoriented his opponent, clouding their vision. As the one favored by the dark constellation, he sneered, I'll show you what hellish dark magic truly is. Facing the barrage of attacks, he fluidly used teleportation, followed by a short-range dash. Shin Kang Hu's eyes narrowed as he calculated. His opponent was around level 50, a mage supported by a constellation that specialized in sensory disruption. After mapping out his next move, he gripped his sword and sprinted forward. He already knew exactly what the guy was planning. Kim Mook-hun smirked dismissively. Don't even think about dodging this time. Inside the pitch-black void, the Stealer of Sight hesitated, freezing in place. Not yet, not yet, wait. His footsteps faltered for a few seconds. The moment he received the signal, Shin Kang Hu lunged inside. Kim Mook-hun was stunned. In the darkness, he shrieked in a frenzy. How do you know the only way to counter this move? Shin Kang Hu retorted with a cold, clear grin. Why wouldn't I? I created it. After all, he had finally locked onto his target. Even as Kim Mook-hun descended into panic, he shouted, What kind of nonsense are you babbling? Shin Kang Hu unleashed a sharp claw item, engulfing the man and restraining him. He screamed, unable to break free, no matter what he tried. What kind of monster skill is this? Casting without a stance, how is that even possible? He used a short dash to close the distance instantly. It's not that, he replied. I just streamlined the movement. As he spoke, a wound on the man's abdomen began to bleed profusely. Kim Mook-hun grew agitated, pouring out more mana. Damn it! Magic erupted, and the protagonist's movements seemed to slow as thick, hazy smoke filled the darkness. Kim Mook-hun chased him down after breaking free from the restraint item. I'll burn you to ashes, but first I have to make sure you can't run. He wasn't just firing fireballs continuously. They were coming at an abnormally fast rate. Was he using an item to boost his magic? Suddenly, Shin Kang Hu leaped out from his opponent's base. Furious, the man cursed, "Die, you miserable rat." Kim Muk-hun unleashed a massive surge of bizarre magical energy. At that moment, he dove through the air toward the ground with complete freedom. Kim Muk-hun smirked, mocking him. "How does a piece of trash like you dare to?" But it seemed to be a trap. Below him appeared a swarm of Shin Kang Hu clones, created by illusion magic. Kim Muk-hun fell into a panic, raining down horrific fireballs onto the ground one after another. "You bastard, show yourself." But no matter how hard he tried, the real Shin Kang Hu appeared unscathed, without a single scratch. Kim Muk-hun felt his mind slipping. What kind of ridiculous nonsense is this? Suddenly, a sharp pain struck. The real Shin Kang Hu had appeared from behind and stabbed him. "You bastard, you stabbed the same spot twice." He collapsed to the floor in agony, clutching his wound. "You dog, you tricked me." Shin Kang Hu just gave a cold laugh and shrugged calmly. "Yeah, that's my hobby. You were always going to fall for the trap. That's top-tier strategy." Just then, a notification appeared on the screen. "What's this?" "The Master of Blitzkrieg Constellation is praising your attack strategy, having consumed a small amount of nebula power. You received a minor EXP boost of 0.1%. Shin Kang Hu frowned, muttering, "I didn't expect to get sponsored." Even with countless constellations, donors who actually observe hunters are quite rare. The reason is that sponsoring consumes the constellation's own authority, or in other words, their nebula power. Just then, the system screen turned gold. It clearly read, "The Stealer of Space sponsors a pathetic, shameful amount from a low-level nebula, even lowering the dignity of their contractor me." He smirked in response. "Are you jealous? Don't worry, choosing me was your best decision. In return, I'll give it my all." The voice merely scolded him, calling him a lunatic. "Focus on the prey in front of you." Just as Kim Muk-hun tried to flee, Shin Kang Hu caught him. "Fine." The man roared in defiance. "You vicious bastard. Do you think catching a small fry like me changes anything? Do you think you'll actually accomplish anything?" The protagonist's gaze was filled with disdain. "If catching a piece of trash like you would turn this world around, I wouldn't need to be here, and I certainly wouldn't need to lift my sword to finish you off." He could only watch helplessly as his fate was sealed. The system screen immediately notified him. "You have eliminated the target and acquired his contract with the Chaos Warrior. The Chaos Warrior is now under the control of the Stealer of Space. There is no way to escape unless the contract is voided or terminated. All of the Chaos Warrior's abilities have been transferred to you." Shin Kang Hu clicked agree. "Stealer of Chaos, I've got it." He smiled at his defeated enemy, feeling conflicted. "Should I take his gear too? Even if I don't have a habit of stripping men, I'll just take his set." Shin Kang Hu stripped the guy of everything necessary. He must have had a ton of gear to think he was this stingy despite being level 50. Turns out he dumped all his money into items. He even found gloves. "I can link this mana chain with my dagger to improve my accuracy. Plus, this brand new armor, I'll convert this one to boost my durability. This ring on the index finger will strengthen my resistance. That stat is too important to waste. And this an amulet of a fallen god. It consumes 1 mana per second while in an awakened state, but it reduces skill casting time." Shin Kang Hu beamed at his haul. "This setup is optimal for me. I already took his clothes, so I'll sell off those tier 9 items. That should fetch a pretty penny." He was full of anticipation. "If I hit level 20, it'll be perfect. The bread and butter skills of an assassin are right in front of me." As he ventured deeper, he became puzzled. "Strange, why don't I see any monsters? Doesn't this place usually have thorny-legged rabbits?" Above him, 3 individuals were watching from a distance. Binoculars tracked his every move. She watched him excitedly, thinking, "Let's see how he handles this. Then finish him and steal his gear." Bakdong Cheol is so excited. "Should we?" His subordinates waited below for orders, eagerly watching for their leader's nod of approval. Once he received it, he gleefully prepared a secret sack. Having received the signal, they decided to toy with him. The rabbits began to smell the blood on him, baring their fangs and claws as they rushed forward. Luckily, Shin Kang Hu was waiting for them. "Finally, you showed up." He drew his sword and slashed once, sending the whole pack to the afterlife. Blood splattered onto the debris and the ground. The system pinged a congratulatory message. "You have leveled up and reached level 20. I've been waiting a long time for this notification. You have acquired the basic skills of the assassin class. Rapid Stab has been empowered by your Nebula's ability, and the skill has been upgraded to Bloody Stab. The Bloody Stab can continuously interfere with the target's blood loss metrics." Watching from above, she was left speechless, not expecting them to die so easily. But Baekdong Cheol just wore a sinister grin. "Not at all. This is my chance. He's letting his guard down. He jumped to the ground, and Yang Dao attacked him. Kang Hu realized the danger instantly. With a short dash, he stared coldly at his opponent, thinking, who is this bastard? Trying to rob me or something? If my reflexes were any slower, I would have been a goner. Baek Dong Chol infused magical power into his entire blade. Too weak, huh? This time, he intended to pour all his strength into it. Slash. This time, I won't miss your head. Kang Hu agilely dodged, crouching low to avoid the blade. He immediately countered with the skill he'd just acquired, the Bloody Stab. A notification popped up on the screen. Bloody Stab. Limits recovery capabilities. 10 charges. I need to use this a few more times. But something made Kang Hu almost freeze in place. Baek Dong Chol sneered with contempt. You call that an attack? It's useless. Boss is a berserker. The more we fight, the stronger I get. The blade swung toward Kang Hu's neck. He had to admit, the guy was definitely strong. It was a berserker after all. Kang Hu used his analysis skill, but the guy had massive blind spots. The man laughed loudly, showing off as much as possible, charging forward with everything he had. Kang Hu smiled to himself. Yeah, at least I still have 4 charges left. With that, he lunged forward to attack. Baek Dong Chol's face froze. Kang Hu was using his rapid dash technique. He gritted his teeth, feeling a bit panicked and internally rattled. What? Kang Hu was using the Bloody Stab, hitting his opponent repeatedly. Despite that, the man still refused to back down. Annoying, I didn't even notice those cuts. When it was over, Baek Dong Chol shouted mockingly, I see through you now. Are you done with your little tricks? But his whole body started to sway. Huh? Baek Dong Chol began to stumble. What's going on? This can't be, and those cheap cuts are draining my energy. On the other side, his lackeys started to panic. Boss, what's wrong? No way could it be. Sweat began to pour like a stream. No! Baek Dong Chol started denying everything. The more I get stabbed, the stronger I get. Just then, Kang Hu unleashed his special move's power. It was the perfect moment to finish him. Below, the sword was thrusting forward. A strike aimed straight at his chest. He sneered. Even if you have the berserker class, at the end of the day, you're still human. If you lose too much blood, you'll die. As the words left his lips, Baek Dong Chol collapsed to the ground, having suffered massive blood loss. The 2 remaining lackeys were terrified and scrambled to run away. Damn it, run. He's not normal. He didn't bother pursuing them. Those bastards were trying to escape, creating a scene at the Wushan National Hunter Security Agency. Just then, a notification appeared on his screen. You have eliminated the target and acquired his contract, the bloodthirsty one. Kang Hu looked at the system rewards. How is it? What does the bloodthirsty one taste like? In just one day, you've already obtained 2 contracts. You should really be sponsoring me, you know? Xingyun muttered, cursing him silently. What a madman. The system issued constant notifications. You have eliminated the target and seized the contract of the bloodthirsty one. Kang Hu stroked his chin, muttering to himself. I've already grabbed 2 constellations just today. As his thought ended, the system displayed the stats. Constellation. The bloodthirsty one. Constellation. The neutral one. The more strength you lose, the higher your chance to be immune to damage. He seemed quite satisfied with this constellation's trait. A constellation that can boost mental state is pretty good too. Kang Hu kicked the pile of items at his feet. You've collected a lot of useful loot. The opponent's items immediately became his. This precious magic-resistant anklet. These boots that increase speed too. Kang Hu examined his glowing hands, appraising the items, along with the gloves that increased physical strength. He carefully checked everything over and smiled in satisfaction. If I wear these gloves on one hand and the disposable ones on the other, it'll be perfect. After finishing his calculations, he left the scene, ignoring the corpse lying there. Might as well finish the rest of the mission, right? Kang Hu quickly returned to the city of Fengxingdun. Li Jia-in looked at the pile of loot he brought back, unable to take her eyes off it. She picked up the boots and waved them in front of Kang Hu. I can't believe you found these Vathao boots so quickly. He stayed silent, just waiting for her to continue. Thank you. Li Jia-in's smile couldn't be wider. To be honest, the first mission was just a small test. Only half of the people actually succeed. Hearing this, he thought to himself, so 50% die. Then, Kang Hu looked at her sitting straight in front of him and felt a chill down his spine. Everything was thanks to her cold-blooded, calculating brain that gave her such a high success rate in difficult missions. At that moment, Li Jia-in pushed a file folder toward him as promised. I'll authorize you to enter a dungeon with many mid-tier monsters. And here's the information about it. She slowly provided the details about this mid-tier dungeon. The Howling Wind at Gaga Pyong. There are 4 mid-tier monsters and 1 main boss. Kang Hu took the document and lowered his head to study it seriously. Li Jia-in looked at him and asked, "Do you like it?" He read through it, then looked up, his lips curling into a perfect arc as he thought, "There are 5 skills in that dungeon I can steal." He placed the information sheet back on the table and looked at her. "Book a spot for me tomorrow morning." After getting useful info, he took the opportunity to show her a surprise. "By the way, do you buy and sell items?" She looked at the pile of loot on the table and exclaimed, "Kim Moo-kun really took a lot. I'll give you a good price for them." Immediately after completing the trade, Kang Hu changed the subject to other missions. "So, let's move on to the next mission. Shall we?" He pointed at a picture of a person on the mission sheet. "Let's start with this guy. This is a National Security Agency escort mission." A series of details about the man were laid out. The criminal accused of stealing national assets and causing injury. Reward: 300 million won, and a free permit to a dungeon level 100 or below. Li Jia-in reviewed the mission and asked him, "Finding his base is quite difficult. Can you do it? Especially since you'll be spotted appearing near the Jiangtiong station, where no one usually goes." Kang Hu looked at her with a confident expression and nodded. "It's fine, I have a way to find him." Very quickly, he found himself on a deserted street, waiting for a call to connect while lost in thought. After selling the items I didn't need, I made 250 million won. He waited for the call, walking silently down the street. "Now that I've got the money, I need to create my own escape routes." Finally, the person on the other end answered. "Who's this?" Kang Hu quickly stated his purpose. "I want to buy 10 Solicium. Location: Dong San Station." The man seemed to understand the code and replied, "Who's that?" Shin Kang Hu quickly stated his purpose. "I want to buy 10 Soliciums. The meeting point is Dongsan Station." The man seemed to understand the code and replied, "Got it." He hung up immediately after getting his answer and looked up at the dark sky. There was still a bit of time left before the dungeon raid. In front of Kang Hu was a name illuminated by purple lights. He whispered to himself, deciding to grab a drink and gather some intel. "So, it seems this place is quite rowdy with a fight breaking out between 2 men. The long-haired guy was slashed by the other and started howling in pain. He collapsed instantly, while the opposite side cheered loudly in victory. Kang Hu walked into the bar and pulled up a stool in front of the bartender, ignoring the shouting behind him. "Bet it all, wipe him out." He placed his money on the counter, spreading his hand out to show all 5 fingers while staring at her, then ordered, 1 explosive Solicium. The bartender blinked, stunned, then repeated the name of the drink Kang Hu had just ordered. 1 explosive Solicium and 3 tender bennies. She happily took the money he offered and beamed at him. "I didn't expect anyone to order that. It has a pretty strange taste, you know," Kang Hu replied coldly, unmoved. "That's my preference." She winked at him and turned toward the back. "Wait a second." Meanwhile, Kang Hu was thinking to himself. Lately, in clubs like this, bartenders usually had plenty of useful information. He glanced around. Of course, that wasn't exactly verified intel. Kang Hu's eyes suddenly widened in surprise when a short, cropped hairstyle caught his attention. A girl with a hot body was sitting by herself, looking cold in a corner of the bar. What the hell was that woman doing here? Kang Hu seemed to have a lot of information, as he immediately recalled the pathetic face of Kang Dong-hun, the subordinate of the Eclipse Corporation's executive, Kang Dong-hun. That dog, Cha So-hee-hee, couldn't help but look toward her with concern. Has the Eclipse Corporation already started tracking my trail? Right at that moment, Benny slid the drink in front of Kang Hu. "What a shame. I've never seen anyone as handsome as you," she chatted excitedly. "It'll probably be hard to see you from now on." Kang Hu turned back to look at her with an unfriendly gaze and a cold voice. "Why?" Benny bowed her head low and started gossiping. "I've only heard rumors." She leaned a bit closer to him. "It seems like the Eclipse Corporation is aiming to take over this club." A stream of information came out of her mouth quite naturally. Their plan is probably to round up the hunters here and drag them into the mines. That's the typical recruitment method of the Eclipse Corporation. Kang Hu listened in silence, staring at his drink. He turned his attention back to Cha So-hee, who was sitting with her legs crossed over there. "So, that's why Cha So-hee is here? Can't even have a drink in peace." Kang Hu finished his glass, stood up, and decided to leave quickly. But just at that moment, an incident occurred that startled both him and Benny. Kang Hu cursed under his breath, half amused, half annoyed. Damn it. At the entrance of the club, a group of men in black suits and sunglasses swaggered in with smug smiles on their faces. "I'm screwed," Kang Hu thought to himself. He and the others stood there, staring at the newcomers. Just then, a man with his hair tied back spoke up. "Eclipse." Benny had already scurried away, while someone else looked absolutely terrified, their face contorted in fear. You guys actually came all the way here. The leader of the Eclipse group didn't even acknowledge the people in the club. He just gave a command to his underlings. Proceed with caution. The underlings, hearing this, charged forward with high spirits. They're all good merchandise. Just like that, the guy was grabbed instantly. He didn't even have a chance to resist before he was beaten down. Another person tried to defend himself with an iron pipe, only for it to be sliced clean in two by one of the Eclipse members' blades. The leader's gaze suddenly noticed something unusual. He looked at Kang Hu, who was standing calmly, and asked arrogantly, "What are you looking at?" Without waiting for an answer, he swung his axe in a threatening manner. "You want to die?" But unfortunately, he had met his match. Kang Hu shifted behind his opponent's position, conveniently manifesting his blade. Instant movement, a sharp strike cut through the air, leaving his sentence unfinished. Damn it, why is it suddenly like this? Fresh blood splattered onto the floor. Both men collapsed, drawing the attention of the others. Cha So-hee, who had been quiet until now, showed some reaction to Kang Hu's actions. She smirked like a wild wolf spotting its prey. Cha So-hee lunged from her initial position, aiming straight for Kang Hu, who was standing near the bar. He immediately realized he was being targeted by a powerful opponent and braced himself. As she moved, Cha So-hee drew the dagger from her hip. Her movements were fluid and decisive as she launched the blade toward Kang Hu. He watched her flowing, water-like movements with tension, but the dagger didn't hit Kang Hu. Instead, it buried itself in the chest of the man behind him, leaving Kang Hu surprised as he turned around. That man had been closing in to ambush him, only to be stopped by Cha So-hee. She didn't hesitate for a second, and decisively pulled the dagger out of his chest. The man's eyes were filled with disbelief. "Why did you do that?" Cha So-hee didn't answer and simply kicked the man away. Kang Hu didn't understand why she did that either, so he decided to keep watching. He wondered, what is she planning to do? After taking the guy down, Cha So-hee turned to look at Kang Hu. "I've never seen you before, but I like you. Which guild do you belong to?" He was blunt. "I don't like being tied down." She smiled, looking even more interested. "Even better. Let's discuss business, shall we?" "Of course." Cha So-hee turned to face the armed Eclipse members who had shifted all their attention toward B's. This side. After leaving that spot, the other guys were all confused, whispering to each other, "What's going on? Did the plan change? Why is the spy attacking us?" Cha So-hee looked at them coldly. The whole group was stunned. Her lips moved, forming words. "Attack." The Eclipse members stood there, baffled, not understanding what was happening. But the whole group followed the command and rushed forward all at once. Kang Hu had already seen through this trick. Catch them. This is all part of her plan. He watched the people rushing toward them coldly, while she stepped forward, looking proud of her plan. "I'll help too." Kang Hu looked behind her, thinking, is she trying to test my ability? He suddenly smiled. "Fine, I'll just play along." And so, the two of them worked together to fight them off. Kang Hu's dagger plunged straight into the chest of the nearest man, terrifying his comrades. He turned to rally their morale. Now, he was attacking without a weapon. Kang Hu smiled and raised his empty hand. The dagger was instantly retrieved, as if an invisible hand was doing it for him. Just like that, the two of them decimated the group. His speed and decisiveness startled even Cha So-hee. She hadn't expected this person to have such a unique ability. Telekinesis. Cha So-hee stared intently at Kang Hu. He swung his blood-stained dagger and smiled at her. "To the emergency exit," he shouted, turning to sprint ahead. Shouts erupted behind them. He signaled for her to follow, and she took off right behind him. The lackeys roared, "Catch that bastard! Get him!" Both of them bolted toward the emergency exit, the pursuers hot on their heels. "Take care of the others in the lobby." Cha So-hee took advantage of the chase to probe for information. "Aren't you a professional assassin? Do you use magic too?" Kang Hu looked down at his gloved hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. Magic? If only. He silently focused on the thread at his fingertip. This would soon be connected to his dagger. Kang Hu shot her a dismissive, arrogant look. "Think whatever you want," he thought. "No need to reveal anything about myself just yet." He kicked the door wide open. His eyes swept the area, spotting the henchmen blocking the stairwell as they tumbled down. Just then, the club's announcement system blared a warning. "Attention customers. We have intruders from the Eclipse Guild. Fighting has broken out all over the club, causing quite a commotion. The individuals inside have..." The group currently controlling the club laughed gleefully. "You pathetic trash. Off to the detention center with you. Quit your yapping." The announcement continued to blare. Meanwhile, Kang Hu's battle raged on. The Eclipse members were trying to suppress them quickly. The one with the hammer swung it down toward him, but he dodged, causing the attacker to lose his balance and lunge forward. Kang Hu helped him move along by slashing his throat, finishing with a sharp elbow to the man's back. Suddenly, the system interface popped up, taking Kang Hu by surprise. He smiled at the new notification. The constellation, Disciple of Justice, has been moved by your act of punishment. Those you deem hypocrites are now fueling the constellation, increasing your power. Experience increased by 0.1%. Kang Hu murmured a silent thanks. Thanks, Justice. He ducked low to dodge another sword swing from the next attacker, thinking, what a joke. The man was quickly taken down by a dagger thrown straight between his eyes, making Kang Hu smirk as he looked back at such weakness. Cha So-hee offered him a conciliatory smile. They worked together seamlessly, both looking at the men running down the stairs. Can people like that really exist in this world? Kang Hu curled his lip in self-mockery. Who cares? He glared at the thugs ahead, ready to return the favor. One of them hurled an axe at him. Kang Hu leaned to the side, dodging it easily. The axe embedded itself deep into the concrete wall. He used the momentum to leap off the axe, vaulting over the heads of the three thugs in front of him. He gripped his dagger tighter, a single clean stroke cutting through all three at once. After his short leap, the constellation's disciple, Kang Hu, landed on the ground. Cha So-hee caught up, her heels clicking on the floor. She leaned over and pulled her dagger out of the man's forehead, then turned to look at the stairwell littered with bodies. Just as I thought. Cha So-hee glanced at Kang Hu, who was violently kicking a door open because he couldn't be bothered to use his hands. He turned and gestured for her to keep moving in that direction. She flashed a knowing smile. She had chosen the right person. Finally, they made it outside. The two paused for a moment. On the other side, the Eclipse group was shouting into their headsets, frantic. Search carefully. A chaotic crowd scrambled to find the two, who were hiding around a wall corner. Cha So-hee waited for the silence before asking, what do you think about working somewhere with more freedom than a guild? She boldly offered him a black card along with the invitation. The pay is decent, too. Kang Hu snatched the card and started walking away. I'll contact you after I take care of a few things. He coldly shoved his hands into his pockets and left her standing there. She walked toward the light, lifting her hair to reveal an earpiece. Yes, master. She walked over to the Eclipse group, who were guarding the newly captured victims. We're finished here. Cha So-hee spoke with a confident smile to the person on the other end. The investigation was easy. Just tell me the name. She listened to the name and chuckled, delighted. So, Kang Hu has become your target? The Jungmyeong detention center, right? Meanwhile, Kang Hu was enjoying his own little performance. These sponsorships are actually pretty good. Even the system was speechless at his antics. Space robber. Time passed quickly, and a new day began at the crowded subway station. He stepped off the train leisurely. Kang Hu scanned his surroundings, calculating in his head. Based on Cha So-hee's reaction, he wasn't a wanted man yet. Better be careful. But from now on, I should keep an eye on the Eclipse Guild. It was annoying how they were expanding their influence. Kang Hu didn't stop walking. They've been monitoring trains to Gion lately. He smiled at his own plan. Instead of going straight to Gion Station, I'll go through Dongsan Station. Kang Hu quickly retrieved what he needed. His eyes lit up at the blue object in his hand. That was delivered smoothly. Kang Hu turned around, stashed the box containing solarium into his inventory, and thought. In the novel, Kang Hu used a hidden space near the station to receive the solarium. Good thing I know how to get there. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. This is honestly the best part-time job ever. Some random guy was whispering into his phone. Just by acting a little, I can get to the gate. What was that? The man turned, saw Kang Hu staring, and got angry. What are you looking at? He quickly turned and hurried away, frantically explaining to the person on the other end. It's nothing. Just come to Dongsan Station. On the LED screen, a man was performing a fire dance. 2 long rows of people stood in formation, waiting for the gate to open. But behind that orderly arrangement lay 2 extremes. Some stood tall, radiating an aura of success. Others were ragged and exhausted, huddled in the corner. The place where the Eclipse Guild had seized control of the gate had become a safe, collateral asset. The entrance was always guarded carefully, and it served as the base for the National Security Agency. Kang Hu stood in front of a weapon stall, browsing. Ever since these large supermarkets had opened, he looked at the price tag with a dozen zeros on a short sword and scoffed. These prices are extortionate. But since the shopping experience here is 1.5 times better than other places, I guess it's not too bad. Kang Hu picked it up to test it. Lukai Choi. Level 5 weapon. Strength plus 50. I should probably practice using daggers more from now on. His other hand conjured a lump of hard rock. Let's see. As the rock formed in his hand, Kang Hu applied pressure. The entire chunk crumbled like a soft, flaky cookie. He satisfiedly dropped the dust. That's pretty strong. Kang Hu looked at the weapon again. Lu Kai Choi. When used in combat for 30 minutes, recovery speed and durability increase twofold. The secondary effects are pretty good too. The more he thought about it, the more he liked it. Unlike others, he didn't need to worry about mana, but using too much would put a strain on his body. Finally, Kang Hu decided that Min would take this one. He was walking down the main road with the weapon, when something suddenly made him stop in his tracks. How interesting. A happy family of 3 was walking by, holding hands, the child in the middle looking excited. "Mommy, let's have chicken again tonight." The beautiful mother dotingly looked at her son. "All right. Whatever you want soon." The father smiled as he watched them. "The National Security Agency and the Chunghwa Guild will keep us safe." Only Kang Hu bowed his head in silence. He passed by them, lost in thought. True blind faith. Huh? His thoughts were cut short when a piercing scream made him turn around to see what was happening. The father, who had just been smiling and trusting in their protection, was now sitting on the ground, holding his swollen cheek, watching as masked men grabbed his son. "Please, let my son go," the man threatened him. "Are you messing with me, old man?" He held the kid tightly, sneering. "If you want something, you'd better show some sincerity." The boy was terrified, tears streaming down his face as he looked to his father for help. "Daddy!" Passers-by were panicked. Someone suggested, "Someone call the National Security Agency, call Hen Saad." Only Kang Hu stood there, silently watching the thugs. They're really acting like this in broad daylight? He gripped his newly purchased weapon. What a bunch of idiots. I'll blow them away, and let Hen deal with the rest. Just as Kang Hu made up his mind, someone spoke up. "I'll show you what sincerity looks like." He was surprised once again by this person's arrival. The crowd recognized the man walking toward them, and began whispering, It's Che Guan Hung." He strode in arrogantly, leaving the bystanders in awe. It was the head of the Chunghwa Guild. Kang Hu glanced at Che Guan Hung's constellation info. Constellation Demon War God, an evil constellation specializing in swordsmanship and spatial manipulation. He was stunned to run into a colleague of Jang Si Gwan here. He didn't seem like the type to step in for something like this, did he? So why? Without waiting for him to think, Che Guan Hung waved his hand. The masked man who had grabbed the boy was sent flying. The thug looked down at the black substance on his hand in confusion. "What is this?" Che Guan Hung said generously. "Take as much money as you want. Just let the kid go." The two masked men signaled each other and dropped the boy. "Sweet." He shoved the boy toward Che Guan Hung and shouted for them to run. Che Guan Hung caught the child, safely securing him, before looking up at the group. The father scrambled over to check on his son. "Are you okay?" Suddenly, Che Guan Hung placed his hand on the ground, his fingers elongating into sharp, black claws. In a flash, Che Guan Hung vanished from his spot. Kang Hu was startled. He really was strong. He had already blocked the kidnapper's path. A swordsman who used space as his combat attribute. His expensive shoes tapped lightly against the ground, and the space surrounding the kidnappers turned pitch black. One of them curiously reached out to touch the black barrier. "What is this?" Before they could even realize what it was, Che Guan Hung lunged forward with his sword. A sharp, lethal strike cut across two of them simultaneously. The last one was struck by the blade's wind, tearing his mask off. Kang Hu suddenly realized this was the guy he had seen back at the station. The thug backed away in terror, looking at his fallen comrades. You're really going to kill us?" he pleaded frantically. "Let me go. I did what you said. You told us it was just an act." The onlookers could only see them talking, but couldn't hear a word. They looked at each other, puzzled. What are they saying? Someone guessed, maybe he's using a skill so we can't hear them? The thug tried to draw his sword, but he was fumbling, panic taking over. He screamed to summon his courage, but before he could even unsheath his blade, Che Guan Hung had decapitated him. Che Guan Hung smiled, and the black circle retracted. He walked toward the family of 3. "It's safe now." Kang Hu, knowing all his tricks, sighed. He watched as the ignorant crowd kept cheering for the man, while the guy used thugs to manufacture trust in the Chunghwa Guild. "Thank you so much, truly, the Chunghwa Guild is the best." They were creating a monopoly, and it all seemed so reasonable to them. Kang Hu turned and left, calculating his next move. "Enjoy it while you can. I'll take all your rights away soon. Elsewhere, I came myself, but I truly apologize." The man handed the documents to her timidly. "This is all the information we have. Here is the file on the runaway you mentioned." She flipped through the papers one by one. Her fingers dug into the white paper, whether on purpose or by accident, but she didn't say a word. Meanwhile, Kang Hu had arrived at the dungeon entrance alone. He spoke with the guards while someone else checked his info. "So, This is Shin Kang Hu? His photo and profile were displayed before her eyes. She smiled with interest, staring at the info. You look familiar. Kang Hu was currently talking to the guard at the dungeon entrance. I think it's time. Can I go in? The two guards looked at each other. The dungeon initialization is complete. The guard received a nod from his partner and looked at him coldly. He sized Kang Hu up. You said you're level 20. That's below the recommended level. He just listened silently until the guard finished his question. Will you be all right? Kang Hu thought to himself. If I want to seize the opportunity from these people, I have to level up. Che Guan Heng's arrogant face flashed in his mind. Constellation, evil spirit of war. An evil-leaning constellation specializing in swordsmanship and spatial manipulation. Level 25. Kang Hu made his decision and placed his hand on his system screen. If I go on like this, I won't just lose my chance. I'll be hunted down. My minimum target must be level 50. He tapped the screen. If I want to reach that level quickly, I have to at least be able to handle this. He looked up and smiled at the two guards. Of course, inside the dungeon, it was stormy. Kang Hu struggled to take a step in the thick sandstorm. He muttered, "It's so hard to see." He carefully looked back at the footprints he left behind. If he didn't track his path, he'd get lost. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The tip of Kang Hu's shoe had almost stepped into a deep abyss. He stopped and looked across, nearly falling. The path was blocked. Kang Hu turned around. Behind him, he didn't know when a pile of glowing red eyes had started following him. Lizards were crawling all over the ground. Claw lizards. Kang Hu was thrilled to see the first monsters appear and drew his weapon. If this goes smoothly, I'll hit my target sooner than expected. The claw lizards lunged at him, trying to take the initiative. Meanwhile, Cha So-hee was carefully reviewing the intel on Shin Kang Hu that had been reported to her. Even though we had tried to simulate how he escaped that pursuit, she only looked up at the man who had been standing there the whole time. What are the results? They suspect, the man replied, that he took us down with magic. He was incredibly lucky to trick a level 100 hunter. The man broke into a cold sweat, just remembering the scene of Shin Kang Hu taking down a level 100 hunter. However, he added, the illogical part is how he could predict every follow-up attack. That shouldn't be the ability of a level 10 player. Cha So-hee's finger paused on a page where a symbol was drawn in red ink. She closed the file and said softly, "Thank you." She handed it back to the man. To be honest, I met that escaped prisoner a few days ago. The man looked shocked. What? Her next words made his expression even more panicked. I predict he is at least level 100. Cha So-hee's father lit a flame, reducing the documents to ashes. Then what was all this about? You didn't even know his level. While Kang Hu was currently enjoying his hunt, swinging his sword, a pack of lizards rushed at him, but with a single strike, one of them flipped over. Kang Hu looked at the wound he had left on it and thought, just as I suspected, I aimed for its belly. But is that really all the damage I can do? If it's like this, how am I supposed to catch them all? His fingers twitched, and the thread tied to his fingertip pulled taut instantly. With his sword embedded in the lizard's belly, he pulled. Kang Hu swung his arm in an arc, using the sword to slice through the whole pack. He noticed their numbers. Only 2 were left unharmed, and with one swift sword strike, he took them both down. The lizards collapsed to the ground one by one, and he smirked, beckoning them with his fingers. Come on, all of you. The lizards growled at him and slowly crawled forward. Then, they all accelerated at once. Kang Hu silently calculated for a moment. There is one thing one must be careful about when hunting monsters: damage. He understood it all too well. No matter how many monsters you kill, if you can't prove you injured them, no one will recognize you as the one who hunted them. He looked at the lizards again. But what if I can injure the monster, even just a little bit? Kang Hu's toes dug in, and he turned to sprint, knowing everything would change. The lizards pursued him relentlessly. He leapt over to the other side of the ridge. With a short jump, the lizards he had wounded, oblivious to the danger, followed him. As soon as Kang Hu landed safely on the other side, he turned back to see the silly lizards, one by one falling down into the ravine. They plunged headfirst to their deaths. The system quickly appeared to calculate the experience points for Kang Hu. You have defeated a common monster. Next came a rain of lizards falling headfirst. The notifications from Kang Hu's system wouldn't stop, leaving him quite satisfied. To top off the fight, a level up notification appeared. You have leveled up rapidly. You have reached level 27. Kang Hu smiled. It was a success. Over at the prison, Cha So-hee's father stood looking at the cell marked with the same symbol she had seen in Shin Kang Hu's file. Is this really the mark of Kang Hu? She stared closely at the drawing on the ground, deep in thought. Why did he perform a blood ritual? Is he trying to summon a constellation? Just as she was busy pondering, her phone rang. Yes, master. Her master spoke on the other end. Have you finished the investigation yet? Cha So-hee turned and left Kang Hu's cell. I'm still investigating. That escaped prisoner is no ordinary man. The person on the phone replied coldly. I think so too. She walked down the long hallway and suggested, I need one more person. Her master was confused. For what? Cha So-hee felt annoyed at the memory of having to burn that man to death with her own hands. The captain was vague about the escapee, so I was annoyed and just finished him off. The sandstorm continued to howl through the rocky crevices outside. Kang Hu looked at the pile of lizards lying on the ground and wiped the sweat from his brow, eyeing the crystal he had just harvested. His gaze was sharp as he recalled his arduous past. He tossed the crystal into the air. Cha So-hee probably knows I'm the escaped prisoner by now. I can't let myself be caught that easily. As Kang Hu was talking to himself, a new creature wrapped in red flames appeared behind him. The glowing red beast marched toward him aggressively, and Kang Hu smiled, satisfied by its timely arrival. I've been waiting for this. I'll get my first skill right here. He faced the creature, unaware that someone was secretly watching him from afar. The watcher stealthily nocked an arrow, while Kang Hu quickly lured his fiery opponent into a pool of water, which hissed and steamed. He stood there, watching the huge mass in the water, waiting in silence for the system to speak. You have stolen a skill from the fire elemental target. Kang Hu smiled. You can upgrade skills based on a constellation's power. You can imbue fire element into all weapons. Meanwhile, the hidden watcher still didn't dare to act rashly, just keeping an eye on him. He watched the scene below in fear. He took down an intermediate boss that quickly? He remembered the battle from just a moment ago. His hunting skills are also highly refined. One sword strike launched and retrieved, and the boss was already wounded. The boss had been driven into a blind rage by Kang Hu. It followed his nimble footsteps, diving headlong in pursuit. First, he lured the fire elemental to the oasis. Then, he got hit by it. But it turned out to be nothing more than an illusion. He used an illusion spell to deceive it. So the boss ended up plunging straight into the water at the oasis. The watcher was anxious, seeing the boss throw itself into the lake. He doesn't look like a low-level player. No wonder the captain is interested in him. He recalled the mission Li Jia-in had given him. I want you to tail him. He looked at the tattered photo of Kang Hu, then held it up to examine it. That was when Li Jia-in spoke. His test results are excellent, but his level is so low that it worries me. She looked at him. Help him if he gets into danger. Li Jia-in smiled, giving him a final instruction. When the time comes, don't forget to list the benefits of joining our team. He watched the person who had so easily defeated an intermediate boss and thought to himself, he will definitely bring great benefits to Blue Copper if we help him level up. The watcher stood up, watching Kang Hu's silhouette as he headed deeper into the desert. I should follow him a little longer. His sword was launched again, but this time, it was deflected by a shield. The boss activated its defensive barrier just as Kang Hu recalled his sword. He gripped his hilt. Their defensive shields are quite sturdy indeed. The monsters were revealed one by one. Intermediate guard boss. Their bodies were white as bone. Intermediate center boss, fully equipped with a helmet and armor. Intermediate vanguard boss. The three bosses stood in a row. Are you guys trying to prove the meaning of three pillars standing together? Not yet seeing them huddle up to protect each other, Kang Hu couldn't help but recall Li Jia-in's words. The conversation he and Li Jia-in had that day flashed through his mind. I'll contact you after I finish dealing with the boar, he had said, but as he turned to leave, she stopped him. Wait a second, Li Jia-in said, looking at him. Taking on missions is fine, but have you considered working with us full-time? Dungeons aren't exactly easy to handle all on your own. Back then, he had simply tilted his head in silence. After a long moment, Kang Hu flashed an enigmatic smile and replied, I'll have to politely decline. I prefer to keep things to myself. Back in the dungeon, Kang Hu launched himself into action. With a short step, he shot forward like a bullet toward the three bosses, who were holding a solid defensive formation. Kang Hu zipped past the vanguard, catching it off guard. He then decisively struck. A blow against its shield. It rang out with a loud clang, but there wasn't much visible damage. Before the vanguard could even retaliate, he had already surged away. His next target was the center guard in the middle of the formation. He used instant Cha So-hee, and black smoke began to rise, startling the bosses. The dark mist quickly spread, engulfing nearly their entire shield formation. In an instant, the vision of all three was completely stolen by Kang Hu's ability. With the chaos unfolding, he backed away to keep his distance. Using short step, Kang Hu stared at the formation, which stood frozen due to his vision-stealing ability, and muttered to himself. Good. He tapped his toes, his mind racing with calculations. This distance was perfect, while the three mid-level bosses were still panicking from their lost sight. Kang Hu reached out to activate Grasp. The Vanguard was the first to feel his power. It was still blankly turning its head, trying to find Kang Hu's presence. But he had already shattered its shield and lunged in with incredible speed. Grasp forced it to turn back and forth, completely disoriented by Kang Hu's movements. But he had already zipped past its towering frame, slipping behind it. The goal was to split the three of them up and target the other two, who were also scrambling in confusion. Kang Hu said coldly, "This is exactly why I hate teamwork." The center guard heard his voice and frantically turned toward the sound. Such was the consequence of relying on others when you can't even handle yourself. He moved with supernatural agility to a new angle. Instant cha so heaved. The center guard sensed Kang Hu's position but couldn't pin him down, so it was left completely on the defensive, standing there like a statue. That supposedly unbreakable shield was shattered once again by Kang Hu. Using short step, he smirked and drove his sword straight into it, finishing his thought. "Don't you think?" The center guard was severely wounded and fell backward from the force of the strike, taking the rear guard down with it. The system notification chimed, recording Kang Hu's achievement. "You have defeated a mid-level boss." The vast space was now just him and the Vanguard, which was charging at him in a fury. Kang Hu stood there, waiting without a shred of hesitation. The Vanguard's eyes turned red with rage at how easily its comrades had been taken down. It let out a thunderous roar to intimidate him, but it had little effect. Kang Hu's expression remained perfectly calm. It swung its fist, and he simply lowered his center of gravity. A second later, the Vanguard was startled. The person who had been right in front of it had vanished, appearing behind it with instant cha so heaved. It whirled around, swinging its fist toward Kang Hu, but he had already deployed a shield around his body, and the punch passed right through his silhouette. "Just kidding. Illusion magic," Kang Hu mocked. "Dummy." His real body was to the Vanguard's right. One decisive strike, and it had no way to block it. The Vanguard's body trembled as it let out a pained roar. It collapsed with blood gushing from its wounds right in front of Kang Hu. The system continued its work. "You have defeated a mid-level boss. Experience points increased. You have leveled up and reached level 29. Kang Hu stepped onto the massive body to gain leverage as he pulled his sword out. Once done, he looked at the notification screen. "You have acquired the skills Center Guard, Rear Guard, and Vanguard. Combining these three skills creates the Protective Cha So Healed skill." He read the system info silently. Protective, Cha So Healed, a deployable shield that persists until it is shattered. His eyes scanned the notification screen, while his mouth kept munching on a bright green solium to replenish his energy. Interesting. It turns into a deployable type once it reaches max level. He stood with his arms crossed, watching the three mid-level bosses evaporate, while the observer behind him didn't know what to say. "This is definitely more useful," the observer thought, staring intensely. "He's even better than I imagined." After observing for a long time, he decided to stand up. Maybe he doesn't need a party after all. No, it's still too early to conclude that. His tall figure watched as Shin Kang Hu ventured deep into the desert. "I'll know for sure once he faces the boss." The weather in the dungeon shifted erratically. In the deeper sections, lightning appeared, along with a dark red sky, signaling that the difficulty had spiked. The boss of this floor had appeared, waiting with a sinister grin for Kang Hu to challenge it. The observer continued to tail him, watching from the shadows. He tried to keep his cool while tracking Kang Hu, who seemed remarkably at ease facing the boss ahead. "Finally found you," the boss chuckled, its mouth splitting wide as it saw the challenger approach. Kang Hu stared straight at it and boldly pointed a finger at its face, declaring, "You were my prey from the very beginning." The next second, it launched itself into the air and began raining down a flurry of magic orbs. It screeched non-stop. Every time it waved its hand, another orb tore through the air toward Shin Kang Hu. Yet, amidst the rain of magic, he remained calm, weaving through every single attack. Black fireball, short step, short step, short step. It quickly realized Kang Hu was closing the distance, and a surge of magic exploded around its body. Immediately after, it soared high into the air. But Kang Hu wasn't a beat slower, instantly accelerating to pursue it, using defensive magic. Short step. It waved its hands, creating hundreds of magic arrows, a rain of arrows. Kang Hu held a small charm in his mouth, carefully observing the opponent while calculating in his head. It's hard to find a good angle to attack. Kang Hu landed on the ground, skillfully dodging each wave of magic arrows, thinking about how the boss kept spamming skills right in front of him. He looked up at the small magic orb floating behind the boss and continued to assess it. The defensive magic is quite weak in the back. Then, Kang Hu risked it all and charged straight at it. Close quarters combat is the best way to take down a mage. I can take a few arrows to get in close. But he gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that he was sure he'd be hit by that guy's blood drain effect and signature skill. Meanwhile, Yi snapped his fingers, and a bloody scene instantly flashed through his mind, a sure kill. Thinking of this, he kept running and started changing his tactics. I need a way to get close to him. The skills he's used so far must be all he has. Shin Kang Hu watched the arrows flying toward him and muttered to himself, but I've only shown him my basic movement. He looked at Yi's twisted expression and let out a mocking laugh. He has no idea about the other skills I have. Meanwhile, behind a rock not far away, a masked man crouched down, observing the two of them. They can't land a killing blow on each other. I didn't think he'd take so long to find his opponent's weakness. The sight before him left him wide-eyed in astonishment. Yi screamed ferociously, unleashing two massive waves of power. It glared madly at Shin Kang Hu, but he just stood there, a calm, contemptuous smirk on his face. Starting to get annoyed. Are you? Shin Kang Hu watched the fireballs raining down like a storm and spoke coolly. I'll show you something unexpected right now. He swiftly dodged the attacks and charged straight at Yi. Shin Kang Hu smirked arrogantly, as if victory had been in his hands all along. Finally, he unleashed a binding spell. He couldn't help but feel pleased. The target was now within his range. Shin Kang Hu suddenly appeared in front of Yi and let out a taunting challenge. It immediately began casting magic. Seeing this, he sighed. He's still channeling? In a situation this dangerous? Then, a massive explosion erupted, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. While Yi was blindly firing magic forward, Shin Kang Hu had silently closed in from behind using instantaneous movement. You're done for. Yi noticed him quickly and chuckled gleefully as it saw its own fireball curving back toward his back. The fireball expanded as it gathered a massive amount of power. Shin Kang Hu raised his hand and sneered, "You've been far too careless." As the blast of magic descended, he quickly conjured a defensive shield. Shin Kang Hu tightened his grip on his dagger, imbuing it with fire elements, and swung down, delivering a critical strike to Yi. Shin Kang Hu whispered ignite, and flames instantly surged, engulfing its body. In the blink of an eye, Yi was reduced to ashes. He said excitedly, imbuing fire elements isn't half bad. At that same moment, the masked man peeked out to observe them, muttering in awe. He took out Yi all by himself at that level? The report to the leader has already been sent. Just then, the system status window popped up. You have stolen a skill from the target. Blood explosion. Shin Kang Hu read the notification and spoke with satisfaction. Mission accomplished, I got exactly what I came for. He glanced down at the pile of ashes and smirked. That guy is gone too. A series of other system notifications appeared. Your level has increased significantly. You have reached level 32. You have received a basic assassin skill. Acceleration. Shin Kang Hu nodded to himself. I'm leveling up pretty well. Following that were more notifications. Nebula, the master of blitz tactics, praises your strategy. They grant you a small gift of nebula power, increasing experience gain by 1.3%. Chewing on a twig, he muttered to himself. An unexpected bonus. I didn't know the sponsorship scale was this large, the system replied. The entity continues to provide gifts without hesitation. At that moment, a light flickered beneath Shin Kang Hu's feet. A small object appeared and fell to the ground. He looked down at it and shouted excitedly, "This will be useful." The scene shifted to an old building, where a clear voice echoed. "Yes, sir." Cha So-hee reported clearly over the phone. "I've found where Shin Kang Hu is staying." She stood in front of an apartment with her team and continued calmly. "Yes, it's locked, but I'll just burn it to ash." Cha So-hee lowered her voice, sounding determined. "I'm going in to find something that might serve as evidence." Meanwhile, a curly-haired man hiding behind the wooden door was silently observing them. His fingers typed rapidly on his phone screen. "Heaven's will has found your place. They're looking for traces of Shin Kang Hu." Through the peephole, the curly-haired man could clearly see Cha So-hee's back, but he guessed it was empty on the other end of the line. Dong-hoon listened to her report and laughed. Shin Kang Hu." His low, intrigued voice echoed. "He makes me want him even more." Cha So-hee was momentarily stunned. "I'm sorry?" Dong-hoon spoke in a deep tone. He didn't hesitate to move into a dangerous zone. He's both cautious and reckless. She glanced around the room and laughed in response. "I knew you'd like him." Suddenly, Cha So-hee froze when she heard his words. "His caution is a useful trait that you don't possess." Dong-hoon continued. "He would be an excellent competitor for your title if he came to work for me." Hearing that, she subconsciously tightened her grip on her phone. Competitor? Then, he softened his tone. So, did you find any traces? Cha So-hee looked at the stack of documents brought before her and answered immediately. Yes, I did. She glanced through the pages and smiled enigmatically. I think the owner of this house is a hunter. Meanwhile, Han So-yeon was hiding in a nearby building, frantically making phone calls to report the news. Since no one was picking up, she could only rush to send the message by text. Not long after, Cha So-hee led her people out of the apartment and spoke with satisfaction. You can be happy now, sir. I think we've found a lead. At the same time, Shin Kang Hu casually stepped out of the dimensional gate, silently calculating. Following Yi was really important. The blood explosion skill I stole is the main reward, but the loot isn't bad at all. He remembered the 2 items he had just received and started calculating how to use them. Selling the magic stone will get me quite a bit of money, 50 million credits. Shin Kang Hu pondered the book among the rewards, and he couldn't forget about the ring that upgraded blood drain effects. Most of all, I got the skill book. It's not for my class, but I have a way to use it. So that's how it is. A skill book helps you learn a skill. Thinking this, he paused for a moment, then shrugged his shoulders and walked away. Now that I'm far enough from the dungeon, my phone finally has a signal. As soon as he opened his phone, he was stunned by the flood of notifications pouring in like a storm. Messages from Han So-yeon keep popping up. I tried calling you, but you didn't pick up, so I'm leaving a message. Chan Tok has started investigating you. I think they're after you. After reading the messages, Shin Kang Hu smirked. Good thing he'd been warned. He recalled So-hee's expression and gave a slight nod. She's sharp, Cha So-hee. His heart sank a little. Han So-yeon. Shin Kang Hu thought about her and the organization, unable to shake his doubts. Is this the information power of the Flower Guild? Just as expected from a satellite guild of the Jung-O Guild, Shin Kang Hu tucked his phone into his pocket and sighed. If Cheon Tok is tracking him, they'll find Lee Ja-in soon enough. Lee Ja-in's image flashed in his mind. But to Lee Ja-in, he was just a business partner. She had no reason to protect him. After all, he had refused to join her, along with the tactical maps of the organizations. But the Blue Copper is currently in conflict with Cheon Tok over the Round D, so they have no reason to help them and hand over his information. Shin Kang Hu quietly stepped onto the subway, but he couldn't help feeling uneasy, as if the plan would force him to follow Heo Jung-tae. He frowned and calculated carefully. He needed some help for this. When he arrived, he should meet that person first. At the same time, Kang Dong-hun was standing beneath a building, looking up at the apartment high above. He kept sighing, ruffling his hair in frustration, wondering if he would ever catch Heo Jung-tae at this rate. The organization's instructions echoed in Dong-hun's ears. I understand you're so dedicated because this involves your fellow countrymen. The director rotated his cigarette and sighed wearily. But let it go, he emphasized sternly. The incident at the site is beyond our jurisdiction anyway. Kang Dong-hun frowned and hesitated. Here. He looked back and forth from the GPS device in his hand to the apartment. It was the last house on the file. Shortly after, Kang Dong-hun carefully climbed the stairs. He knocked on the door and politely asked, "Is anyone home?" A blond young man immediately opened the door. "Who is it?" Kang Dong-hun lowered his voice. "Is there anyone here named Heo Jung-tae?" The man frowned, confused. "Who's that?" the blond youth retorted irritably. "I live here alone." Just then, Kang Dong-hun's eyes landed on a pistol lying on the table. He narrowed his eyes and questioned him sharply. "Are you a hunter?" The man was momentarily stunned before looking back at the gun. "Are you talking about my gun?" The blond youth explained in a low voice. "I have it because this world is dangerous. I'm pretty sure everyone owns one." Right after that, Kang Dong-hun's deep, gravelly voice echoed in the quiet space. "My apologies." He bowed his head, checked his watch, and sighed helplessly. "Not here either." While Kang Dong-hun wasn't paying attention, the door behind him slowly creaked open. The blond youth pushed the door and stepped in, wielding a pistol in one hand. His lips curled into a cunning smile, and he immediately aimed the muzzle at Dong-hun. At that exact moment, he spun around and drew his sword from its sheath simultaneously. Without a second of hesitation, Kang Dong-hun swung his blade straight at the threat behind him. The sharp steel easily sliced through the gun and several of the blond youth's fingers, making him scream in agony. Kang Dong-hun glared coldly at his opponent and growled, "So, you're a gunner." He leisurely pushed the door open and stepped inside, offering a bit of advice. "You really should have added a silencer." Without delay, Kang Dong-hun delivered a powerful kick to the blond youth's back. The impact sent him staggering to the floor, a miserable scream escaping his lips. Immediately after, his 2 sharp blades plunged down, scaring the blond youth deathly pale. Kang Dong-hun subdued him and threatened him once more. "Tell me everything you know about Heo Jung-tae." Seeing he had no way out, The blonde youth scrambled to clarify. I only saw him once during a commission. He said he'd kill anyone who came looking for him. Each word only made Kang Dong-hun more furious. All I know is that he's hiding very well, and I don't know who it is, but he has someone quite terrifying backing him up. He spoke with deep suspicion. Someone backing him up? Soon after, the sky outside was as blue as ever. Kang Dong-hun stood before the building's gate, muttering about why the investigation into Jiang Ti had been halted. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached, making him freeze. Not far away, a group of security officers were marching toward Kang Dong-hun. He eyed them, whispering to himself in disbelief. What is the Soon National Security Agency doing here? Kang Dong-hun immediately hid behind a wall, thinking he couldn't turn back yet. He needed to avoid being spotted and return to his hideout. Suddenly, one of the security officers called out clearly in his direction. You said it was this way, right? Kang Dong-hun panicked slightly. Damn it, what do I do? Just then, Shin Kang Hu appeared, drawing their attention to him. Are you guys from the National Security Agency? Shin Kang Hu asked politely. I have some things I'd like to ask. The security officer responded awkwardly. We are on a mission. So, Shin Kang Hu immediately cut them off and continued to stall. Come on, don't be like that. A hunter robbed me on the main road over there. Taking advantage of the distraction, Dong-hun quietly slipped away while Shin Kang Hu bothered the security team. He quickly ducked into a nearby alley. Kang Dong-hun peeked back at them and sighed in relief. That was a close one. Seeing that he had escaped safely, Shin Kang Hu smirked in satisfaction. Time passed, and Kang Dong-hun reached for a book from the shelf. He stood silently before the shelves filled with books of all sizes. Kang Dong-hun looked at his old photos, unable to speak. In the photo, he and his old friend had their arms around each other, laughing brightly. Memories flooded his mind. Dong-hun, congratulations. You're getting ready to go to Soon, right? His old friend kept congratulating him before asking, Man, you actually did it. I hear they actually have a lot of power. Are you going to work with the Joint Guild as well? Back then, Kang Dong-hun just laughed heartily. Forget it. He laughed and teased. All right, just leave it to me. His old friend pointed to himself and said excitedly, I'll take responsibility here. Don't worry and just go. I'll be here. You'll be in Sun. His friend's words echoed in Kang Dong-hun's ears. Let's protect our justice in our own ways. Right then, a man suddenly walked in, startling him. Kang Dong-hun looked at Shin Kang Hu and breathed a sigh of relief. You're that guy from earlier, he asked sternly. How did you know about this place? At this, he calmly began to speak. Kang Dong-hun Shin Kang Hu marched aggressively toward Kang Dong-hun, reeling off his personal information. Estimated level 362, are you with the National Security Agency? Hearing this, Kang Dong-hun tensed up, his hand reflexively hovering over his sword. Did you dig into my background? Or are you with the agency too? He replied calmly. No, but I know why you're hunting Hyo Jung-tae. Kang Hu held out his hand seriously. What do you think? About working with me? Meanwhile, Lee Ja-in sat across from a young man, sighing with regret. It's a real shame you aren't interested in the mercenary guild. She looked at him and chuckled, but he was incredibly impressive for someone just taking a commission. Maybe after some time, I think I could introduce you to the guildmaster. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, cutting their conversation short. Shouting echoed from outside. How dare you come back here? Lee Ja-in frowned, annoyed. Why is it so loud out there? Just then, Cha So-hee pushed past the guards and stormed in. She held up a document in her hand and spoke arrogantly. I finally found you. The young man panicked instantly. Meanwhile, Lee Ja-in calmly stood up and lowered her voice. How dare you? She glared at Cha So-hee, her voice cold as ice. Give it here. Cha So-hee waved the stack of documents provokingly. No need to be so defensive. I didn't come here to cause trouble today. Cha So-hee slid the information about Kang Hu across and lowered her voice. You've seen this person before, haven't you? Lee Ja-in snatched the papers, a flicker of panic on her face. Kang Dong-hun cautiously placed a hand on his sword hilt. Did you investigate my past? Kang Hu confirmed it with unwavering confidence. No, but I know why you're looking for Hyo Jung-tae. He made a proposal. What do you think about teaming up with me? He frowned, suspicious. What do I gain from working with you? Kang Hu pointed out the issue bluntly. Do you think catching Hyo Jung-tae is the end of it? He analyzed the current situation in detail. It's hard enough for an average person to catch him. It'll be even harder for you because you work for the ESA. Kang Hu took the initiative. Just finding information about your colleagues there is difficult, isn't it? Indeed, Kang Dong-hun had previously been told he couldn't find the info because the target was outside his jurisdiction. He broke into a cold sweat. I heard it was because that information was outside my clearance. Kang Hu suddenly brought up another point. Then why is it such a coincidence that they appeared there? Kang Dong-hun was getting more confused by the second. What do you mean? He stated his point firmly. I'm saying Hee-ho Jung-tae has a backer. Kang Hu even concluded that it was someone so high-ranking that even the ESA was afraid of them. That's why Hee-ho Jung-tae can act so recklessly. Some people wouldn't dare talk even with a blade at their throat. His backer is a terrifying individual. But I don't know who that person is. The puzzle pieces were slowly coming together. After all, that matter was outside your jurisdiction anyway, right? Kang Dong-hun broke out in a cold sweat. Is that really true? He was anxious to know. Who is it? Just tell me. Kang Hu dropped the bombshell. The one backing him is one of the core members of the Chunghwa Guild. Kang Dong-hun felt the clues in his head spiraling into chaos. He brushed it off as a joke. Stop talking nonsense. He acted indifferent. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I don't care. Kang Hu's next sentence made him freeze. But one thing remains unchanged. Both you and I want to catch Heo Jung-tae. He added more intel. You can catch him at the plaza tomorrow at 6 p.m. Kang Hu, sensing his hesitation, added preemptively, it's not a trap. If you're suspicious, go ahead and investigate. He took the opportunity to make a request. In exchange, if what I said is true, I need you to cooperate with me on something. At the same time, Cha So-hee was interrogating Lee Ja-in arrogantly. You've met this person before, haven't you? Lee Ja-in stared at the file. Is this Shin Kang Hu? So his real name is Shin Kang Hu. She thought to herself, if they had already sent a hunter, the heavenly vision must be interested in him. Lee Ja-in claimed firmly. I don't know this person. She screamed in frustration. Don't play games with me. Someone confirmed that you were introduced to him. She pulled at her hair and retorted, someone did introduce me to him, but we weren't compatible, so we went our separate ways. Lee Ja-in glared, threatening her with a low voice. Get it? Now get out before this turns into a real fight. Cha So-hee bit her lip to control her anger. Her face darkened as she warned, if you're lying, you'll regret it. With that, Cha So-hee kicked the door open and left. She immediately ordered, send men to follow Cha So-hee. I need to keep an eye on her every move. Lee Ja-in wore a calculating smile. If I let Shin Kang Hu know about that crazy bee, the relationship between him and the Blue Copper Guild will improve, right? Not far away, in a dark alley, a tip was received. Someone is looking for Heo Jung-tae. Heo Jung-tae sneered, amused. Stupid fools, he thought, stepping leisurely into the light. I'm right under their noses and they can't even tell? But Heo Jung-tae didn't realize he was already being tracked. Kang Hu appeared just then, returning home at 3 a.m., his eyes fixed on the target like a hungry predator. Later than I expected. The system display flashed information. Dark Monk. Nebula Star increases combat ability when facing hunters serving the Nebula or related factions. Kang Hu locked onto his target, Heo Jung-tae. Heo Jung-tae panicked and hurriedly tried to deny it, but secretly used his short sight ability. Heo Jung-tae jumped back, keeping a safe distance. He slammed his foot into the ground, and in an instant, he became a mere afterimage. Heo Jung-tae quickly scrambled out of the danger zone. Kang Hu didn't even bother to move. To think he could dodge that short sight right in front of me. His magic resistance is pretty high, too. He frowned, tense. Is that the jerk who's been looking for me all day? He turned around lazily. Heo Jung-tae summoned several daggers. He already knows about my skills. He lunged quickly. I have to finish him. At the same time, a man was suddenly blown apart at the shoulder. He wept pitifully. I don't know anything, but Cha So-hee didn't bother listening. I don't know who Shin Kang Hu is. She burned the person in front of her to death. Cha So-hee's eyes were as cold as if looking at vermin. Kang Hu had said, I'll contact you after I finish these urgent matters, but he had stood her up. Not only did he not contact her, but he had also vanished for days. He must have recognized her from the start and had been hiding. Cha So-hee remembered it clearly. Besides, she received a phone call. If he came here to work for me, he would be a worthy opponent for you. The more Cha So-hee thought about it, the angrier she became. She muttered as if she had lost her mind. If he was planning to come and steal the love her master had for her, Cha So-hee's eyes overflowed with hatred. He was her enemy. She quickly gathered her focus. That's right. It's fine to make a mistake once in a while. Cha So-hee's father was filled with confidence, assuming her master would understand. Even if she had accidentally wiped out Shin Kang Hu, not far away, Heo Jung-tae was aiming for his life, but the hidden weapons were deflected by a defensive layer. He narrowed his eyes in caution as he saw that. A shield? Heo Jung-tae was both shocked and quickly moved. He was an assassin, after all. He took out 4 more hidden weapons, all of them aimed precisely at Shin Kang Hu. A sharp glint flickered in his blue eyes as he effortlessly dodged all the projectiles. He-ho Jung-tae gritted his teeth in frustration. His strength was truly something. He's keeping his distance. Could he be dodging while observing me? He slid to change his position. He-ho Jung-tae had regained his composure and decided to change tactics. He would switch to close-quarters combat to overwhelm him. But a moment later, He-ho Jung-tae's body was hit by a powerful shock, and he was stunned, unable to understand what had happened. What the? He-ho Jung-tae panicked, trying to dodge. How is this possible? Shin Kang Hu tightened his grip on the knife and lunged forward, easily landing a lethal blow. He calmly explained, I marked my mana in the places where I thought you might hide. The marks appeared clearly. Wherever there was a disturbance, that was where He-ho Jung-tae was. He thought he had hidden well, but Shin Kang Hu had grasped everything. No matter how many times you try to move, I can always track you. I can see your every path. Shin Kang Hu's gaze never left his opponent. He-ho Jung-tae writhed in pain from his wounds. He tried to crawl away to escape. Damn it, I have to retreat now. Shin Kang Hu lightly flicked his fingers. It's useless. The wound suddenly shifted. Shin Kang Hu used a skill that inflicted even more agony upon his opponent. He-ho Jung-tae rolled on the ground, screaming in pain from the blood burn. Damn you, he shouted, cursing and threatening. I'll tear you to pieces. Damn it, do you even know who's backing me? Shin Kang Hu calmly uttered a name. You mean Che Guan Hung from the Yunghua Guild? This time, it was He-ho Jung-tae's turn to be shocked. How do you know that? Shin Kang Hu waved his hand. Shut up. He took out a binding rope. Sleep tight. That evening, Kang Dong-hun arrived at the designated spot. He was still full of doubt. The previous evening, Shin Kang Hu had raised a question. Then why was your HSA colleague there? And why did you almost run into him? Kang Dong-hun was confused. What do you mean? Shin Kang Hu pointed out the clue directly. I heard the HSA handles a lot of business through their app, but you use that watch far too often for it to be just a keepsake. Shin Kang Hu reached a conclusion. Doesn't that mean your friend's account is still valid? He asserted that to delete that account, the NSA would have to declare his friend dead in the line of duty. But the person backing He-ho Jung-tae wouldn't want that. Shin Kang Hu offered a guess. They probably want to resolve this as quietly as possible. He continued to analyze the possibilities that the HSA in Sunan under pressure from their backers, had to choose to cover up this account instead of following procedure. Shin Kang Hu connected the events one by one, noting that only a few people who could log into that account could have read the investigation info and come to the villa. Finally, he offered the key condition. If I keep my promise, you have to cooperate with me by using that account. Currently, Kang Dong-hun was walking alone on the street. If what he said was true, then it really was the fault of the Yunghua Guild and the NSA. He thought tensely, if that's the case, what should I do? Shin Kang Hu spoke up. You're late, he said calmly. I've been waiting forever. Kang Dong-hun immediately questioned him. Where is He-ho Jung-tae? Shin Kang Hu reached behind him. Don't worry, he said, pulling him out by the head. I made sure to bring him along. Kang Dong-hun looked over, surprised. Stealth? So that was why it was so hard to find him. Shin Kang Hu had already calculated everything. I intentionally chose a crowded time like this. If you arrest him now, even their backers won't be able to do anything. He then added, but if you want to settle a personal score with He-ho Jung-tae, I won't stop you. Shin Kang Hu put the choice in his hands. What do you want to do? Kang Dong-hun involuntarily broke into a cold sweat. A short time later, the blond man arrived, parting the crowd. Please, make way. He looked like he had run in a hurry. Even though he was panting, he couldn't hide his excitement. Are you the one who contacted us about He-ho Jung-tae? Shin Kang Hu grabbed the guy by the head and presented him. Yes. The blond man was immediately overjoyed. Good. He boasted about his own stealth skills. So, how did you do it? The blond man quickly took out a device. Send us your hunter registration number so we can process the reward. He pressed a few buttons on it. Shin Kang Hu handed it back. Done. The man happily gathered his things to leave. Thanks for your cooperation. The blond man briefly announced, We've sent you 300 million, along with the dungeon lease contract. As the night grew late, Kang Dong-hun was leisurely enjoying the breeze, and Shin Kang Hu suddenly approached him to chat. It's surprising. You actually refused to take your revenge. Kang Dong-hun sighed in relief. If it were him, he wouldn't have wanted that to happen. Kang Dong-hun gazed up at the sky. Why? We both wanted a place to trust in a harsh world like this. He began to pour out his feelings. We hoped the NSA and the Yunghua Guild would be that place. Kang Dong-hun's eyes glinted with determination. That's why I want us to make them pay for their mistakes. And that was why he stated it firmly. If what you say is true, Then I can't just let the Zhenghua Guild and the NSA get away with this. Shin Kang Hu thought to himself. He's still going to follow the path from the book. He still remembered that detail clearly, just like Kang Dong-hun who led the uprising against Ye. Shin Kang Hu knew one thing for sure. In the novel, he was a villain and an enemy of the Zhenghua Guild. But, he reassured himself, he was caught by Che Guanheng in the Heojung-tae incident in the novel. But this time we didn't leave any traces, so it will be fine. Kang Dong-hun waved his left hand. Anyway, I was surprised. He held the watch at eye level. You actually did this for the reward. Shin Kang Hu confirmed nonchalantly. I'm not the type to do volunteer work. He laughed to himself, knowing that cutting off Che Guanheng's limbs was a huge reward. At the same time, the news reached Guanheng. Heojung-tae was captured with his hands tied? The blonde man reported in a hurry. Yes, he's near death, so we've taken him to the hospital. He impatiently threw all the paperwork away. He chuckled to himself. Cutting off Che Guanheng's limbs was a huge reward. At the same time, the news reached Guanheng. Heojung-tae was captured with his arms tied behind his back. The blonde man reported in a hurry. Yes, he's on the verge of death, so we've already taken him to the hospital. He impatiently threw away the papers. Fine. I don't need him anymore anyway. Che Guanheng's eyes glinted with bloodlust. Just tell me which bastard did this. He hurriedly opened the device. Understood. I got his hunter registration number. But, the blonde man's expression shifted instantly. Sir, look at this. He furrowed his brows. What is it? He scrambled to search, but the information was gone. The blonde man stammered. Another police account deleted the data. He tried to justify it, but it was a dead man's account. Something was definitely wrong here. Che Guanheng slammed his hand onto the table in a rage, emitting a terrifying pressure. How the hell am I supposed to believe that crap? Che Guanheng roared, and no one dared to lift their heads. What is the Soon police even doing? The man trembled in fear. We went to the Gwangju area in person, but since there were no suspicious individuals, we pulled out. He went to strike the man. What kind of nonsense? But someone suddenly intervened. Calm down. A massive magic circle appeared in the room. Jang Si Gwan stepped out of it like an angel. He wore a gentle smile and asked, What's going on? Elsewhere, Kang Dong-hun narrowed his eyes, stating calmly, I'll admit, I'm quite surprised. He scoffed, emphasizing with contempt, thinking that the reward was all he wanted. Kang Hu narrowed his eyes, smirking as he declared, I'm not the charity type. Energy flickered across his palm as he muttered inwardly. That's why I went to get the item from the wild boar. A stamina recovery item is a must. Kang Dong-hun raised his eyebrows and lowered his voice. But you're still helping me with the revenge plan. Kang Hu kept his arms crossed, his gaze icy. There's no better ally than the enemy of my enemy. He frowned, his voice full of suspicion. What? He kept his eyes fixed on Kang Dong-hun, explaining slowly but firmly. I need a sword to attack the guild, and helping you take revenge so I can gain an ally isn't a bad decision. Kang Dong-hun chuckled, unable to hide his excitement. The guild? You're like a protagonist in some novel. Kang Hu didn't answer, just narrowed his eyes, repeating coldly, Me? A protagonist? He caught a glimpse of Jang Si Gwan's radiant figure and smiled faintly. I'm not the hero. The villain Shin Kang Hu exists as the darkness, just to let Jang Si Gwan shine. Thinking this, Kang Hu paused, his lips pressed shut. Across from him, Kang Dong-hun nodded. Then, I'll head back to Soon. With that, he turned and left, while he stood there, watching the man's back. Deep down, Kang Hu sighed. Maybe everything he'd experienced since possessing the villain Shin Kang Hu. He shook his head quickly, bowing his head to optimistically console himself. Maybe this is exactly the character development I wanted to write in a novel. Over at Che Guanheng's, things were chaotic. His furious voice erupted. What the hell is this? Che Guanheng bellowed with rage. What have the Soon police been doing? He scowled, gritting his teeth. His eyes filled with angry worry. That was the area he'd scrubbed from the security cameras to hide the wild boar. Che Guanheng hissed. Which bastard was it? Just then, Jang Si Gwan appeared, shocking everyone. He urged gently. Calm down, Che Guanheng. He leisurely smirked, teasing. It seems like Che Guanheng isn't in a good mood. The soldiers saw Jang Si Gwan as their savior, calling out to him, surprised and excited. But he just glanced at them coldly and said, Get lost. The two soldiers looked hypnotized, their pupils dilating as if they were being controlled. The blond man grinned. Yes, sir. The one next to him slowly repeated the same. A moment later, Jang Si Gwan and Che Guanheng reached a clean lounge. They were silent for a long time until he finally broke the quiet. Jang Si Gwan raised an eyebrow, questioning flatly. What happened? He frowned, complaining in annoyance. The guy I used to scout for information is a mess. I think someone intentionally messed with him. Che Guanheng hissed with hatred. That bastard. He tapped his fingers on the chair to stop himself. Come on now. Jang Si Gwan sighed, lowering his voice. I've told you this before. He narrowed his eyes. What? He lowered his gaze, his voice chilling. Just stay calm. What's the problem? Che Guanheng went pale at that demeanor. Hearing Jang Si Gwan coldly emphasize, it doesn't matter if there are some flies buzzing around here. He offered an icy smile, declaring nonchalantly, every obstacle on the path to our dream will be reduced to ashes. At the same time, at the Buong Mountain suspension bridge, Kang Hu gently stroked the stone statue. He put his hands in his pockets, straightened up, and let out a breath. Here it is. Kang Hu recalled the original plot, muttering to himself. Even though this used to be a hidden dungeon in the novel, he pressed his lips together, his gaze devoid of warmth, thinking of the protagonist, Jiang Za, utilizing it. Kang Hu took a deep breath, stepped inside, and whispered, this time, I'll be the one to use it. He walked slowly, his feet carefully feeling the cold ground. Suddenly, Kang Hu raised his hand, silently manifesting a sharp sword. He stood outside the shop, his hand gripping the sword, calmly waiting for what was coming. It was the mid-level boss, Tran Dong, standing silently, watching Shin Kang Hu. He pursed his lips, his gaze intense. This guy was trouble, and particularly dangerous if it was lurking in the shadows waiting for its prey. Suddenly, both Kang Hu and Tran Dong crouched down, locking eyes and preparing to attack. The three eyes on its face lit up with chilling killing intent. Tran Dong clenched his fists. A clone, identical but giant, appeared, activating its shadow step. The giant clone leaned forward, its eyes cold as ice staring straight at its prey. A second later, the giant clone lunged forward at light speed. Tran Dong's clone moved like a bolt of lightning, rushing forward, but Kang Hu stood his ground, his face serious. Timing was everything. Across from him, the clones were still charging madly. The original Tran Dong followed with its sword, and only then did he slowly narrow his eyes, firmly pulling his sword back to gather momentum. Kang Hu swung his arm quickly, channeling energy into the sword throw. In that instant, the sword sliced through the dense formation of clones like a flash of lightning. He held the throwing stance, his eyes fixed on the sword's trajectory. Infused with power, the sharp blade pierced straight through Tran Dong's clones in a single line. Finally, after covering some distance, the majestic sword plunged straight into the ground. Opposite it stood its clones, and Tran Dong was still madly rushing toward Shin Kang Hu. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and tightened his grip on the newly created sword. Shin Kang Hu also stomped his foot, using his momentum to charge head-on at them. He skillfully dodged the clones, aiming straight for the original. Shin Kang Hu quickly engaged Tran Dong in a direct confrontation, swinging his sword with force. The target's eyes flickered slightly, hastily activating a swap. He slashed through the air, stunned to see Tran Dong had shifted elsewhere. Shin Kang Hu's expression stiffened, his pupils contracting as he cursed under his breath. Right behind him, the original Tran Dong shot forward like a fired arrow, tightening his fist to strike. Its three eyes were filled with chilling bloodlust. It threw a punch, but Shin Kang Hu was quick to activate his illusion magic. He reacted nimbly, simultaneously raising his hand to channel power. The sword that had been buried in the ground flew up in response. Tran Dong was instantly sent, spinning like a top, looking back in confusion. But Shin Kang Hu had vanished, leaving it frantically looking around. At that moment, he extended his finger, still controlling the sword with his power. The sharp blade flickered in and out of sight, quickly aiming straight for Tran Dong's head. In a split second, the sword viciously pierced through its head. Shin Kang Hu stood behind Tran Dong, watching it tremble in agonizing pain, and soon after, Tran Dong lost all strength and collapsed onto the good earth. He narrowed his eyes at the corpse, his face still holding a look of disbelief. He had taken him down. Shin Kang Hu recalled his sword-flying sequence, shocked to his core, thinking that the enemy wouldn't have guessed he would use illusions and hide nearby. Not to mention, he slightly curled his lip, his mind racing as he predicted he would follow the enemy's attack pattern and strike at the perfect moment. Shin Kang Hu slowly walked toward Tran Dong's corpse, watching the body gradually dissolve. At that very moment, a series of notifications popped up. You have defeated a mid-level boss. You have collected a skill from the target. Shadow Step, skill proficiency level max. Number of shadows increased to 5. You can instantly move to a designated shadow. No incantation required. Immediate deployment. If a shadow leaves a radius of 100 meters or is physically attacked, it will disappear immediately. The shadow, reflecting your subconscious, always exists passively when deployed. He raised an eyebrow, impressed. This skill was pretty broken. Behind him, the mechanical voice continued. Number of shadows increased. No incantation required for deployment. Shin Kang Hu nodded in satisfaction. Nice. He smirked, his eyes filled with excitement as he whispered, I'll make better use of it than you did. Another notification appeared. Your level has increased significantly. You have reached level 33. Shin Kang Hu retracted his sword, tilted his head, and let out a sigh. The first step had been completed smoothly. Meanwhile, over at Gwan Hung's side, he suddenly smirked and warned, Don't get cocky. Nothing is absolute. Jang Si Gwan, sitting nearby, remained calm and asked with interest, What exactly do you mean by that? A strange, murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he calmly called out to Gwan Hung. At this, Jang Si Gwan stood up, his overwhelming presence emphasizing, The whole world revolves around me. He leisurely curled his lip, declaring in a steady voice, I am perfect, I am justice, and I am the path. Back to Hu's location. Just as he was checking the notifications, another object appeared. It slowly coalesced into a faint silhouette of a person. But Shin Kang Hu quickly realized it was the main boss. He instantly assumed a defensive stance, gripping his sword while silently comparing them. This is just like in the novels, he thought. Over at Gwan Hung's side, after hearing Jang Si Gwan's arrogant declaration, he frowned and asked, Are you saying you're the protagonist? He smiled, his eyes cold like a venomous snake, confirming, Exactly, I am the protagonist. Back in Shin Kang Hu's area, his expression turned serious as he realized, A battle against another version of myself. Opposite him, the main boss had transformed into an exact copy of Shin Kang Hu. He let out a soft sigh. The main boss, please. Shin Kang Hu knelt slightly, his hand clutching his sword, preparing to rush into battle. Immediately after, he stomped his foot and launched himself forward, activating a short dash. Shin Kang Hu didn't flinch before the one who wore his own face. He slashed straight at the main boss, but the target effortlessly tilted his head to dodge. He pivoted his heel to change direction, his eyes remaining calm. His hand didn't tremble as he swung the sword, and immediately, the main boss also drew a similar sword to block his strike. Shin Kang Hu felt a slight tremor in his own sword as it clashed with his opponent's. Deep down, he sullenly wondered, a direct head-on confrontation? Various strategies flashed through his mind as he analyzed the situation with a clear head. If I use illusion magic, I'll be discovered by his magic detection skill. He pressed his lips together, his mind skipping to another possibility. And since both of them possessed predatory sight, both knew each other's weaknesses. Shin Kang Hu maintained his attack stance, his cold eyes continuing to calculate. If I combine the short dash with capture, it will be very hard to avoid. Ultimately, all usable skills required rational calculation. Right then, the main boss suddenly flicked his hand, knocking his hand away. Shin Kang Hu was startled and backed away, narrowing his eyes in surprise as he observed the boss while silently calculating. Right after, to the main boss's surprise, he skillfully used teleportation. Taking advantage of the opening, Shin Kang Hu quickly tightened his grip on his sword and rushed forward. He gracefully delivered a flurry of slashes, activating a blood stab. But those attacks had barely been launched before they were blocked by the main boss's defensive perimeter. Shin Kang Hu had anticipated this, sullenly curling his lip as he watched him use a protective shield. He silently channeled power into his short sword, activating flame infusion. Not bad, good reaction time. The tip of Shin Kang Hu's blade instantly flared with a terrifying orange-red flame. He chuckled coldly, muttering, Let's see how much you can take. After that, Shin Kang Hu gripped the blade tighter, waiting for his various clones to appear. Shin Kang Hu's clones surrounded the main boss because he had activated Shadow Step. The boss gritted his teeth, his expression annoyed and grave. It seemed he hadn't expected this move. Taking advantage of the moment the main boss was distracted, Shin Kang Hu flew forward and swung his blade at him. But the main boss smiled calmly, a triumphant glint in his eyes as if he had anticipated his every move. He quickly swung his sword at Shin Kang Hu, but he was quick to use Swap to teleport behind the main boss. Having been tricked painfully, the boss's face turned pale with fury. Elsewhere, Hu relaxed his grip, controlling the sword, which was now filled with smoke and fire. The main boss also raised his hand, channeling power to create a defensive shield. The two of them directly confronted each other, fire against ice, and he used the blood stab once more. However, Shin Kang Hu's strike was so powerful that it caused the main boss's shield to crack. Immediately after, it shattered into pieces, before the boss's stunned eyes. The boss had absolutely not expected this move. He gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on, but then decided to go all out, stomping his feet and charging forward like a madman. A chilling bloodlust flashed in the boss's eyes as he thrust his blade forward. The strike landed, but the person he stabbed was merely one of Shin Kang Hu's afterimages. Shin Kang Hu was smiling leisurely as he slipped away. The boss was stunned, his brows furrowed so tightly he could probably crush a mosquito. He whipped his head around just as Shin Kang Hu jumped in to attack from behind. The boss quickly managed to manifest a shield to block it, but that shield shattered instantly under the sheer force of Shin Kang Hu's strike. The boss decided to risk it all, gritting his teeth as he aimed his sword and stabbed wildly. Shin Kang Hu nimbly leaped into the air, causing the sword to pierce empty space. The boss had missed his mark entirely. With a look of shock, the boss glanced back to see Shin Kang Hu behind him. He spun around in a panic, setting his stance to slash again. The boss threw his dagger straight at him. It whistled through the air, piercing right through one of Shin Kang Hu's afterimages. The boss turned deathly pale, his pupils constricting in fear. He frantically looked behind him, his hands trembling as he tried to manifest a defensive earth barrier. Shin Kang Hu stood not far away with his knife, watching the boss struggle to hold on. A sick, excited glint flashed in Shin Kang Hu's eyes as he laughed out loud. "That's it, keep trying." The very next second, like a fired arrow, he lunged forward, shattering the defensive layer the boss had just put up. The boss was cornered. His eyes widened, scanning the pile of afterimages with extreme caution as his mind raced. He hurriedly reached out to channel his power, creating a new defensive shield, but it was faint and unstable. The boss groaned in pain, struggling to keep it up. Shin Kang Hu saw right through him and spoke in a mocking tone. "Looks like you've reached your limit." Shin Kang Hu moved like a gust of wind, his words cutting deep. "You're running out of mana to use those, aren't you?" He laughed sinisterly, watching the boss's face turn paler by the second. "You clearly can't copy my mana sensitivity." Without a moment's hesitation, Shin Kang Hu immediately unleashed a blood-piercing strike, landing a fatal blow on the boss. The boss took it head-on. He stumbled back, blood dripping onto the ground. The boss winced in pain, blood streaming down his chin as he struggled to breathe. But he wasn't about to give up. Gritting his teeth so hard they clicked, the boss quickly turned and leaped in another direction. Shin Kang Hu remained standing there, relaxed. He held up 2 fingers, then calmly snapped them with a resounding click. The boss, who was still mid-air, was instantly ripped apart as his own blood turned against him. Blood sprayed everywhere. The boss stood frozen, his body trembling, not a single part of him left intact. Moments later, the boss's agonizing screams finally faded into the silent forest. Watching the boss's form slowly dissipate, Shin Kang Hu spoke softly. "Thanks to you, I felt it for the first time." He stood near the remains. Hands on his hips, he looked at the notification board and felt a sense of relief. Mana sensitivity is actually pretty useful. A notification chimed. "You have received a one-time use enhancement skill." Shin Kang Hu calmly bit into a leaf and tapped the screen, muttering, "This is exactly why I came to this hidden dungeon." His finger quickly tapped an item on the notification screen. He whispered under his breath, "I'll choose this one." The item Shin Kang Hu selected immediately lit up, the screen flickering with light. The item he chose displayed the word Ultimate. Shin Kang Hu couldn't help but smile and nod in satisfaction. He finally had his first ultimate skill. After finishing everything, he looked up at the sky, which was slowly beginning to brighten. At that moment, the space around him began to glow and dissolve. Shin Kang Hu observed it all with pleasure, excited that he had managed to steal an opportunity from Jang Si Gwan by clearing this dungeon. This really was an excellent choice. With that thought, he looked at the red stone and the book in his hand, sighing as he pursed his lips. He never expected to get both a crimson stone and a skill book. The crimson stone was a rare material used for upgrading items or skills. Shin Kang Hu quickly tucked it away. He shook his head with a smile. "I would have been insanely jealous if Jang Si Gwan had gotten this, but now it's mine." He looked at the skill book in his hand and sighed lightly. "Let's use this first. Lucky, it's an exclusive skill book for assassins." Shin Kang Hu slowly flipped open the glowing pages of the book. A stream of energy drifted up from the pages as a notification appeared. "Warning. When attacking a target from behind, you will deal an additional 33% damage. You have completely mastered the skill book." He clenched his fist, telling himself he would test its effectiveness in the next battle. With that, he put the book away and slowly walked away. "Time to keep going. I need to handle the next request from Hyo Jung Tae." At the train station, Lee In sat with her legs crossed on a chair, waving a greeting. "I've never seen you outside of the dungeon before." He walked over slowly and sat down across from her, pressing his lips together in silence. Lee In shrugged, pulled out her phone, and made an announcement. "First, I have a question." She slid her money transfer screen toward him, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Why did you send 100 million won to my account? Shin Kang Hu thought of Cha So-hee's expression and spoke coldly. Cha So-hee's father must have come looking for me. She's very impatient. So if my information had been leaked, she would have appeared at the guild immediately. But I don't see her making any moves yet. Li Jia-in rested her chin on her hands, her eyes gleaming with interest as she shared a piece of news. I heard she's hunting for you and the other hunters involved with her. She gestured with her hands. She shrugged with a promise. Actually, protecting my client's information is no big deal for me. Having received that confirmation, he moved on to another topic. And one more thing. Without hesitation and looking mysterious, Shin Kang Hu dropped a bombshell. That's because I already caught Hiho Jungtae. Li Jia-in was stunned and asked, "What?" He clenched one hand on the table. With a serious expression, he explained, "I didn't tell you my identity for a reason. But at this rate, even if I complete the commission, the client won't be able to receive the reward money to transfer back to me." Shin Kang Hu let out a breath, muttering helplessly, "That's the price I have to pay." But she was focused on something else, her eyes wide as she wondered, did he really catch Hyo Jung-tae without leaving a single trace? Thinking about it, Li Jia-in rested her chin on her hand again, a curious smile playing at the corners of her eyes. He keeps surprising me. Just how capable is he? Really? She changed her posture, tilting her head playfully to ask, "By the way, what should I call you from now on?" He narrowed his eyes and asked cautiously, "What do you mean?" Li Jia-in didn't hide it and answered directly, "I accidentally found out your real name." Shin Kang Hu realized why, thinking to himself, it must have been from the payment receipt. He stared at her with a serious expression again, his voice steady as he replied, "For security reasons, just call me by my alias." Li Jia-in nodded in agreement, then pulled out a folder with a smile. "Sure thing, Shin Kang Hu. Let's go over the contract missions." She lowered her voice to inform him, "The client will take you to the mission site personally." She said she wanted to witness his skills. Shin Kang Hu quickly headed to the meeting point, where he saw Sang-mi waving in a friendly manner. "I'm Run Sang-mi. It's nice to meet you." Shun Kuiyu. He shoved his hands into his pockets and tilted his head slightly, responding politely, "Same here." Just then, a bus slowly rolled to a stop. One look was all it took for Shin Kang Hu to realize it wasn't just any bus. It was a transport vehicle for hunters, fully equipped with magical bullets for direct protection. Even though the operating costs were high, it ensured the safety of everyone on board. He followed the others onto the bus, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes with a sense of relief. He could get some rest until they reached UAN, but the bus had barely started moving before the space became filled with the sound of whispering. "Let's start slowly. Bodyguard, I tend to hunt in one go. You're quite knowledgeable." So, when I give the signal, Shin Kang Hu was so annoyed by the noise that he had to open his eyes, glaring at them in frustration. He thought to himself, what is this noisy atmosphere? Shouldn't a bodyguard be vigilant of the passengers too? His face clearly showed his irritation as he crossed his arms coldly and muttered, "I just wanted to rest." Immediately after that, Shin Kang Hu sat up, his hand slowly forming a short sword. He gripped the blade tightly, his eyes fixed on the reflection of the person approaching him in the steel. Shin Kang Hu's gaze was ice cold as he glanced behind him. Someone was slowly walking toward him with heavy, steady footsteps. A pink-haired hunter with a frigid expression, staring straight at Shin Kang Hu. He stood behind him, raising his gun and aiming it directly at Shin Kang Hu's head without a second thought. The hunter pulled the trigger, firing a blinding bolt of electricity that startled the person in the seat in front. But when the light faded, the hunter stared in shock, as if witnessing something impossible. What surprised the hunter most was that Hu had completely vanished. Where did he go? At that moment, he had used teleportation to skillfully circle behind the man. Without a hint of mercy, Shin Kang Hu plunged his sword into the hunter's back. A notification appeared. Warning. Attacking the target from behind deals 33% additional damage. He yanked the sword out, blood splattering everywhere, and muttered with interest, "This is pretty useful." As soon as Shin Kang Hu took down the hunter, the rest of the group stared in shock at the scene. Another blonde hunter immediately raised his gun and charged. Gritting his teeth, he yelled in anger, "You bastard!" Shin Kang Hu's eyes locked onto them, observing them carefully as he thought, "There's quite a lot of them." Just then, his eyes landed on the red star above the music genius. He sat in his seat, frowning, staring at something, and a notification message appeared. Music genius Tin Van, neutral when listening to music. Recovery speed increased 5-fold. Seeing this, Shin Kang Hu felt a spark of admiration deep down. That star sounds interesting. I'll be able to recover faster in battle. Meanwhile, Sang-mi had already taken a defensive stance, carefully observing her surroundings, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. ready to draw. Just then, the man standing next to him spoke slowly in an authoritative tone. "I'll handle this. Stay put. We might just get in each other's way." Hearing this, Sangmi's eyes brightened, her voice full of excitement. "That's a good idea. I can observe your abilities in the meantime." Shin Kang Hu stood his ground, not moving an inch, even as the assassins approached, with their guns pointed directly at him. A moment later, he discreetly used chaos vision, causing them to panic and cry out in pain. "Damn it, my eyes." Seizing the opportunity, he didn't show any fear, and quickly used Shadow Step to take down the remaining enemies. The blonde assassin aimed his gun in one direction and shouted angrily, "Damn it, where do you think you're messing around?" Amidst the chaos, the man stammered, "I see him." Shin Kang Hu remained calm, his sharp gaze cutting through the air as he lunged forward with his short sword, piercing straight through the assassin. He pressed his lips together, locking onto his next target, and quickly used swap. Shin Kang Hu's body nimbly shifted, causing the blonde hunter to fire into thin air. Like a streak of silk, he glided past the long-haired hunter. The man was slashed in the abdomen by Shin Kang Hu, blood spraying as he screamed, "Get away!" He continued to use swap, lunging at another enemy without a moment's hesitation. Shin Kang Hu swung his sword in a sharp arc, forcing the man to retreat in agony. The music genius gritted his teeth, his expression filled with fury. "This bastard doesn't know the meaning of fear." Immediately after, he pointed his gun and fired a shot directly at him. But Shin Kang Hu used swap to dodge it, then quickly gripped his sword and used swap again to slide in and approach the music genius from the side. A lethal killing intent flashed in Shin Kang Hu's eyes as he locked onto him. At the same time, he stomped his heel to gain momentum, aiming to deliver a sharp slash. Right after that, Shin Kang Hu skillfully used a short jump to land a strike on the music genius. A cry of pain echoed out. He crouched low to the ground and quickly used speed boost to engage the remaining hunters head-on. The music genius wiped a drop of blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice amused. "Impressive, but it's not enough. I'll return this to you tenfold." Shin Kang Hu's eyes flashed with excitement, a smile playing on his lips as he asked, "Not enough?" He opened his notification panel and clicked on a line of text. The words Shin Kang Hu clicked on lit up instantly, transforming into the word maximum. His gaze turned icy. He smirked and snapped his fingers in a provocative gesture. The hunters suddenly shrieked and groaned in agony as blood erupted from them like a geyser. He had used blood burn. A powerful wave of energy surged from the vehicle. The assassins were burned so badly they couldn't even stand, only able to shriek in pain. Their bones were shattered. They looked less like humans and more like monsters. The blonde assassin collapsed, his head slamming hard against the floor. They were sent to the afterlife. The bus looked like a battlefield, with assassins lying scattered everywhere, while the music genius knelt on one knee, bracing himself with his gun. Shin Kang Hu's gaze never left the assassins, his eyes fixed on them, especially the music genius. The faint music still played in the man's ears, his lips stained with blood, his breathing ragged, and his body drenched in sweat. Shin Kang Hu stood before the music genius, looking arrogant and smug, his voice full of provocation. "You like listening to music, huh?" The music genius's hand still gripped his gun, the faint music continuing to linger in the air. He suddenly let out a smug laugh and raised his gun, pointing the barrel straight at him. "That bastard, Che." As soon as he finished, the music genius stomped his feet to gain momentum. But coincidentally, he lunged straight toward where Shin Kang Hu had already aimed his sword. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the opportunity and thrust his sword through the music genius's throat, a strike that shook the three realms. The music genius was still dazed, his body trembling from the intense pain. But Shin Kang Hu's expression remained as calm as ever. He slowly withdrew his sword, the tip dripping with thick, seen blood. Sangmi had also quickly moved to subdue the driver. She glanced back at the battlefield behind them, her lips curling into a satisfied smile, her face glowing with delight. Sangmi gave a quick thumbs up and declared in a clear melodic voice, "You've met the conditions." After Hu took down the music genius, a notification appeared. "You have defeated the target and severed his contract with the constellation of music." He stood silently next to the body lying below, pondering something. The notification continued. Constellation of music. A neutral constellation. Recovery ability increases 5-fold when listening to classical music. Shin Kang Hu smirked, his sharp eyes narrowing as he muttered, "I should make a habit of listening to classical music in my spare time." He sat down next to where the music genius lay and searched his body as if looking for something. Another notification arrived. "The spatial thief. Your subordinate is quite useless." Shin Kang Hu quickly found a pair of gauntlets containing a powerful source of energy. He was delighted and feigned surprise. Awesome. This is a stamina-boosting item. It's perfect for my current level. Following that, Shin Kang Hu also found a pair of sturdy boots, which emitted energy. He praised them. They even increase agility. It's time for a gear upgrade. Shin Kang Hu glanced at the items on the other assassins, an idea popping into his head to sell the rest. He turned sharply to look at Sangmi, his face cool as he demanded, "Hey, aren't you going to compliment me?" She looked at Shin Kang Hu, pouting, and retorted, "I helped out quite a bit, you know." Right after that, Sangmi beamed, raising her thumb excitedly as she proposed, "I want to officially propose a partnership with you, as the president of Tai Hoa Jiang." Hearing Tai Hoa Jiang, he widened his eyes, lost in thought, and quietly repeated the name. Tai Hoa Jiang, huh? In his mind, Shin Kang Hu quickly recalled the details and let out a heavy sigh. The organizations in Ulsan, they belong to the side story, so I only mentioned their names and whether they survived the crisis or not. Tai Hoa Jiang is one of them, and Run Sang-mi is actually the president. Just then, she stood across from him, lollipop in hand, and suddenly dropped a bombshell. The bounty is 2.5 billion. At this, Sang-mi held out the lollipop, licked her lip, and declared, "Bring back the left arm of Gong Tae-soo, the leader of UAN." Shin Kang Hu rubbed his chin, his eyes thoughtful as he added, "I want an extra condition." She raised an eyebrow. "More?" He squinted, his voice flat as he promised something shocking. "I will help Tai Hoa Jiang dominate Ulsan." Shin Kang Hu smiled, reaching out as he calmly stated his terms for the trade. "In exchange, help me meet the president of ABIT." Sang-mi, still sucking on her lollipop, widened her eyes in disbelief. ABIT, among the forces of the Chunghwa Guild, they are the army with the strongest coordination and organizational skills. Although, according to the novel, ABIT collapsed due to internal strife. Shin Kang Hu pressed his lips together, his cold eyes deep in thought. I had already planned to get involved there anyway. To defeat the Chunghwa Guild, forces like them are crucial. He couldn't help but feel impressed that the opportunity had come so soon. Looking at Run Sang-mi's pensive expression, Shin Kang Hu calculated his next move carefully. Tai Hoa Jiang is under my command. I can approach ABIT through them. After a moment of consideration, she smiled brightly and nodded in agreement. That's an interesting condition. We'll discuss it after you finish the mission. With the deal sealed, the two of them slowly walked into the desolate area. The people along the road were all hulking, muscular figures, glaring at them with predatory eyes. They stopped in front of a certain place. Sang-mi reached out, excitedly introducing it. Gong Tae-soo frequently visits this dungeon. The place she pointed to was a ruined castle with a bizarre purple veil blocking the entrance. Shin Kang Hu cast a faint, cold glance at the crowd behind them, his tone dripping with sarcasm. They don't look like they're here to clear the dungeon. Are those guys also aiming for Gong Tae-soo? Sang-mi snapped her fingers, raised a finger and asked excitedly, "Exactly. Do you know about fireworks?" Hearing that term, he squinted as he repeated it. Fireworks. Shin Kang Hu silently rummaged through his memory, his heart darkening as he realized it was the code word used when many mercenaries cooperated to take down a stronger foe. The outcome was always death awaiting them. He slowly imagined the bloody scene, sighed, and muttered about the sacrifice of everyone involved. Shin Kang Hu coldly continued, "It paves the way for the survivors to complete the mission. If I hadn't joined, that's exactly how it would have played out." He quickly recalled the plot of the story, his lips curling slightly. Even though in the novel, Gong Tae-soo survived, I know his constellation and his combat habits perfectly. If I grasp that advantage, I can turn the tide. At this moment, Sang-mi pointed at the dungeon, her eyes wide as she announced, "He has many enemies. So the number of people hired to assassinate him is high, about 100 in total." Shin Kang Hu barely listened, just observing his surroundings and assessing the situation. The air is heating up already. He slowly recalled Gong Tae-soo's arrogant and wild demeanor. Deep down, he thought, the leader of the Red Blood, Gong Tae-soo, is a thorn in the side of so many people. In Ulsan criminal organizations, military, business partners, he wipes them all out. He's a total madman. That's where the name the Ulsan Butcher comes from. Sang-mi sighed, her tone frustrated as she lamented, "Because he's an outlaw, many are hired to kill him. But thanks to his level 200 item, no one has been able to touch him." As soon as she finished, a loud voice announced, "Gong Tae-soo is here." From a distance, Tae-soo's arrogant figure, escorted by his underlings, approached. The precious red stone on his gauntlet emitted a cold light under the sunlight. Wherever Tae-soo and his entourage went, they waved their hands, loudly chasing everyone away. Get out! Get them all out! Scram! All of you! Sang Mi stood quietly in the corner, lowering her voice to ask, Shin Kang Hu, did you notice his left hand? She leaned in toward him, whispering the critical intel without holding anything back. Gong Tae-soo relies on his left hand for 99% of his magic casting. That's why he values it even more than his own life. Sang Mi darted a glance at the surrounding crowd, her voice dropping to a sharp, intense whisper. That hand is the primary target for almost every mercenary here. They're all just waiting for a chance to snatch it. He cast a cold, detached glance elsewhere, his face stone cold as he listened to her. As soon as he stepped out of the dungeon, he paused briefly. Sang Mi clenched her fists, declaring with a surge of excitement, the fun is officially about to begin. As soon as she finished speaking, Shin Kang Hu turned and walked away without a word. Sang Mi put a hand on her hip, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Aren't you staying with me? Tai Hoa Gyang is waiting nearby. He waved his hand dismissively, a cold smirk playing on his lips. You go ahead. There's somewhere I need to be first. I'm not sticking around. Shin Kang Hu walked straight into a shop. He studied a dazzling ring in a display case and asked flatly, how much for this? The clerk bowed respectfully. 500 million coins, sir. No sooner had the clerk spoken than Shin Kang Hu opened his inventory. Scanning the endless list of items, he tilted his chin. I want to sell all of this. Name your price. Finally, after selling the stash, Shin Kang Hu managed to buy the ring he needed. Watching the ring glow in his palm, he couldn't help but let a satisfied smile curve his lips. Damage reduction and stamina boost. Huh. A tier 4 item like this is pretty rare. Shin Kang Hu quickly tucked the ring into his pocket. He briskly exited the shop. As he walked, he turned his head to scan the left side, thinking to himself, I need to find a way to make this useful. Shin Kang Hu looked to the right and sighed with regret, seeing nothing. He turned back, grimly recalling Gong Tae-soo's appearance earlier, his mind frantically analyzing the situation. Gong Tae-soo didn't have a constellation's blessing earlier, but his subordinates did. To go that far with an act, he must be plotting something. Thinking this, Shin Kang Hu looked around, frowning in confusion. Where are you really? He's definitely going to double-check everything before putting his plan into motion. Is he in another shop? Just then, a long-haired figure brushed past behind him. Shin Kang Hu's senses spiked, and he spun around in shock. A red constellation mark appeared above the figure's head, accompanied by a notification. Neutral constellation of the Sacred Palace. Increases magic and archery accuracy by 5 times. After reading it, Shin Kang Hu understood. A cold smirk tugged at his lips, his eyes glinting with excitement. Found you. Shin Kang Hu looked at the beautiful long-haired figure walking past, his keen eyes instantly spotting the imposter hidden within Gong Tae-soo. Gong Tae-soo didn't stop, hurrying toward the hunter's sector. He hid carefully in a corner, his lips curling into a smile as he observed his surroundings. Seeing nothing amiss, Gong Tae-soo moved on. Shin Kang Hu followed him discreetly from behind. He hid behind a wall, his eyes narrowing in assessment. With a disguise like that, high-quality gear alone just isn't enough. Shin Kang Hu silently watched him head toward the crowded bus station. He felt a secret sense of awe. If he hadn't seen the constellation's name, he would have missed him entirely. He glanced at the crowd and Gong Tae-soo's retreating figure, silently judging. These are all players who have signed contracts with constellations. He's got some pretty tight security. Once the bus Gong Tae-soo was waiting for pulled away, Shin Kang Hu stepped out from the shadows. He crouched slightly, his boots glowing with energy as he focused. If I can, I want to take him out all at once. Immediately, he used a short-range leap and soared high into the air. Shin Kang Hu's figure moved gracefully across the rooftops, his eyes locked on the moving bus. He sighed internally. He'll get suspicious if I keep following directly. Taking a detour is a pain, but I've got to do it. His eyes remained icy as he glanced at his prey below, silently hyping himself up in his mind. Pick up the pace. Shin Kang Hu never took his eyes off the bus, his heart coldly vowing, I will expose your schemes. The bus rolled down the road, arriving at its destination just as the sunset covered the city. Gong Tae-soo was still in disguise, raising an eyebrow with an amused, excited grin. He crossed his arms and laughed loudly. I'd love to see the look on those stupid mercenaries' faces. His subordinates chimed in eagerly. Those blockheads, probably never even in mine. Imagine they're the ones being hunted, right? One subordinate cheered excitedly. And with you pulling the strings, leader, they're totally doomed. But the moment those words left their mouths, Gong Tae-soo's expression shifted, twisting as if he'd realized something. A flash of killing intent sparked in his eyes as he pulled out his weapon and vanished in a blur of speed, leaving his men stunned. Leader, Gong Tae-soo used his ability to blink to another area, seeing nothing but a barren wasteland. His eyes regained their usual calm as he carefully observed his surroundings once more. Gong Tae-soo slowly scanned the area, and seeing nothing unusual, wondered, "Did I have a false premonition?" Meanwhile, Shin Kang Hu was hiding behind a wall, his heart racing in speculation. Is this how Gong Tae-soo survived those firework incidents in the original story? His subordinates caught up, asking in low voices, "Leader, is something wrong?" He shrugged, answering casually, "No. I just thought a rat ran past." He listened to everything, having escaped by the skin of his teeth, and crossed his arms with a smug smile. "Your movements are too predictable. I'm going to hunt you down just like that." As night fell, Sang-mi stood in the same spot, waiting for Shin Kang Hu. Seeing that he hadn't arrived yet, she couldn't help but bite her lip in doubt. "He's late. Where on earth did he go?" One of Sang-mi's subordinates hesitated before voicing his concern. "Boss, I'm quite worried about that guy. What if he's a spy from the Zhonghua Guild?" He recalled a previous tragedy, lowering his voice anxiously. The White Rose was wiped out. In a similar way, they were tracked and then assassinated. Saying this, the subordinate quickly suggested, "Maybe we should ask A. Biet for help?" But before he could finish, Sang-mi shook her head, smiling confidently as she reassured him. "Don't worry, I've already confirmed things with A. Biet." In her mind, a silhouette flashed, and she mused, "Blue eyes, guild leader Lija." And her reputation in the mercenary community is incredibly high. Instead of signing exclusively with one guild, their ability to maintain neutrality among the major guilds proves they possess true power and authority. Blue Eyes recommended him. Sang-mi smiled, recalling how Shin Kang Hu handled the musical genius, and thought, "And he definitely has the skills. So, waiting a little longer is worth it." A moment later, the phone in her pocket vibrated. Sang-mi pulled it out, her pupils instantly shrinking in shock. "This is an encrypted message." The more she read, the wider her eyes grew, losing her usual composure. Her subordinate, noticing the shift in Sang-mi, asked with concern, "Is it an emergency?" She didn't answer, instead turning on her heel and giving the order to assemble everyone. Sang-mi pointed urgently in one direction, her voice stern, "Let's move." Her group left quickly, but the others remained stationed by the bunker. A moment later, the sound of steady, measured footsteps approached. The crowd turned around in a hurry and saw Gong Tae-soo and his underlings walking toward them. Someone in the crowd shouted a warning. "It's Gong Tae-soo!" The crowd's eyes locked onto him. His voice echoed, "Gong Tae-soo is out." The group immediately drew their weapons, sneering coldly as they rushed to capture him. Gong Tae-soo's underlings scrambled to reach out, shouting to each other to protect their leader, but the hunters didn't flinch, charging in like a relentless army to finish him off. His underlings didn't stand still either. One quickly summoned a wooden mace, gripped the spiked handle tight, and swung it with fury. "Take this." The hunter directly facing him narrowed his eyes, glanced to the side, and without a second's hesitation, reached out and hoisted the man next to him up. The hunter callously pulled that person in front of him to block the attack. Gong Tae-soo's underling missed his target and gritted his teeth in pure rage. The assassin laughed with twisted delight and roared, "Taste some fireworks." Immediately, he tightened his grip, grabbing the back of the human shield's shirt. The hunter shoved the man aside while simultaneously thrusting his sword forward. "Coming for me?" Gong Tae-soo's underling was shocked, hissing in anger. That lunatic, he actually used his own man as a shield. The assassin laughed, his eyes wild as he slashed out. "Who gives a damn? As long as I survive." But just as he finished speaking, his hair suddenly burst into flames. Right after, a thunderous explosion went off, sending the underling stumbling back. He collapsed on the ground, staring at the arrogant assassin, now burned to a crisp. Gong Tae-soo, disguised as a woman in the corner, kept his hand raised in excitement, cheering, "Fireworks show." On the battlefield, a sword-wielding hunter stammered, "What the hell? Where did he come from?" Another laughed wildly. "It's starting." Just as he spoke, he turned around in panic. Gong Tae-soo's underlings had swarmed them, swinging their maces down. One of them threw a mace over his shoulder and jeered, "Hey, hunters." The swordsman realized in horror, crimson blood. Gong Tae-soo's underlings grinned coldly, asking mockingly, "Ready to watch the fireworks?" He gritted his teeth in fury, instantly realizing their intent. They had planned this from the very beginning. Before the words even left his lips, the swordsman froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. Countless streams of power were launched from nowhere, aiming straight at the hunters below. The energy surged and erupted in a blinding light. Endless screams of pain filled the air. The hunter, clutching his sword, collapsed to the ground, whispering in agony. How in the world? He stared at the surrounding flames, still filled with confusion. Where did those projectiles even come from? At that moment, a mysterious light flickered from a corner of a nearby abandoned building. It was Gong Tae-soo in disguise, attacking from the shadows. He laughed heartily. Right there! I could hit them with my eyes closed. Shin Kang Hu, hiding skillfully, watched and smirked in realization. So, since he signed a contract with the Holy Palace, he's definitely going to pull tricks like this. In his sight, Gong Tae-soo was still firing away at the targets below. Gong Tae-soo laughed with delight as a notification popped up. The Holy Palace's blessing will quintuple the accuracy of magic and archery attacks. He reached out, and a volley of fire arrows rained down. Gong Tae-soo raised his hands high, admiring the destruction he had caused with manic glee. Absolutely beautiful. Shin Kang Hu, watching closely, seized the moment. He's about to chant again. This was the moment. Shin Kang Hu reached out, and a giant hand formed of pure power surged forward, clamping tightly onto Gong Tae-soo's body. Seeing their leader surrounded by such power, the underlings screamed in panic. Leader! Shin Kang Hu lunged forward, simultaneously activating his capture skill. Gong Tae-soo furrowed his brows in suspicion upon seeing him. What? Who the hell are you? But Shin Kang Hu only smirked, his sharp gaze locked onto him. In a heartbeat, Shin Kang Hu's blade flashed across Gong Tae-soo's face. Gong Tae-soo witnessed this and couldn't help but be shocked. Before he could even react, the sword struck again, nearly hitting a vital spot. Suddenly, he vanished from that death-defying situation, leaving Shin Kang Hu stunned. Short-range teleportation? Relying on his sharp intuition, Shin Kang Hu surmised that he couldn't have gone far. He pivoted with a firm conclusion. Then the ideal place to hide is seeing Gong Tae-soo right in front of him. Shin Kang Hu knew his guess was correct. With a surge of determination, Shin Kang Hu lunged with a short dash, immediately unleashing a lethal strike, heart-piercing blood strike, sending stinging pain through his opponent. Gong Tae-soo writhed and groaned under Shin Kang Hu's cold gaze as the numbness set in. Gong Tae-soo, he struggled to choke out. Damn it! Suddenly, the villain used his last bit of strength to thrust his hands out right in front of Shin Kang Hu. In an instant, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, turning the entire battlefield into a sea of fire. Inside the building, flames raged, and intense heat spread everywhere. Through the inferno, Gong Tae-soo's figure loomed. On his side, Shin Kang Hu thought to himself that the man's fire magic was stronger than he'd imagined. Amidst the thick smoke, Gong Tae-soo gritted his teeth in agony. Behind him, Shin Kang Hu silently stepped forward with overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, Gong Tae-soo snapped, clutching his bloodied arm and shouting, "You bastard!" Shin Kang Hu didn't react wildly, simply speaking softly, "My condolences." With a snap of his fingers, he wore an arrogant expression. "You should be grateful, honestly." In a flash, the man's arm was ripped apart by the attack before his very eyes. Immediately, Gong Tae-soo let out a blood-curdling scream. Collapsing from the pain and exhaustion, he knelt and clutched his mangled, limp arm. Gong Tae-soo trembled as he hissed, "I will destroy you." He seemed pushed to his absolute limit. He screamed in fury, "I'll tear you apart with my own hands." But the moment he finished, Shin Kang Hu vanished without a trace. Gong Tae-soo searched frantically with wild eyes, shouting, "Where did that damn dog go? I need to cast my magic now." Suddenly, he wore a confused expression as he caught sight of something Gong Tae-soo's own arm, lying discarded on the cold floor. He was stunned. Before his hand could even react, a surge of spiritual energy had already seized his arm. Now, one of Gong Tae-soo's limbs was firmly held in Kang Hu's grasp. The creature screamed in terror once more. "What? Chasing me down like a wild beast?" Gong Tae-soo shouted in despair. "No, you bastard!" At this moment, Kang Hu twisted his body along with that arm, wearing a look of sheer amusement, as if he knew exactly what he would do next. The creature strained his face and roared, "I'm going to tear you apart!" Then, Gong Tae-soo desperately searched, his voice echoing, "Get out here right now!" His form was pathetic, yet he was still shouting loudly, "Show your face!" Suddenly, Gong Tae-soo caught sight of a few figures lurking in the shadows below. Without a second thought, he poured all his strength into his hand and shouted, "Think you can hide there and I won't notice? Get out here!" Suddenly, Gong Tae-soo's pupils contracted in pure terror, for before him lay countless corpses scattered everywhere. "You lot!" Amidst the chaos, a figure stepped out. It was Run Sung-mi, wearing a triumphant expression. Bino, the plan Shin Kang Hu had been orchestrating, was finally revealed. The Gong Tae-soo in the dungeon was a fake. He wanted to lure the mercenaries into one spot and wipe them out. He had also deduced that the real Gong Tae-soo would be hiding far away to support his lackeys. Shin Kang Hu had instructed Run Sang-mi to secretly head toward the building that was about to explode. Furthermore, he confirmed one thing for certain. There was a one-armed Gong Tae-soo with his left arm missing, going berserk over there. After all that, Run Sang-mi smiled and swung her sword, wondering, how did he know? With a single, graceful strike, she unleashed a fierce wave of power, blasting everyone away. These men were sent spinning through the air by the gale. Down below, a terrifying vortex of energy had manifested. Gong Tae-soo had no strength left to fight back and lay sprawled on the cold stone floor. Meanwhile, the fake Gong Tae-soo was locked in a fierce battle. Suddenly, he panicked and muttered, "Damn it, what's going on?" Looking at the ruined building that remained eerily silent, the fake Gong Tae-soo was filled with curiosity. Why did the boss stop supporting us? Just then, a sword pierced straight through his vitals. His enemies immediately cheered in joy. "Got him! I caught Gong Tae-soo," but that joy was quickly extinguished when they saw the fake Gong Tae-soo transforming. Now, the one lying there was just a nobody. An astonished voice rang out. "Just a body double?" In an instant, they were all stunned into silence. Behind them, Run Sang-mi rushed in frantically, clearing the path with wild excitement. With a look of pure thrill, she shouted, "Surround them." Without a moment's hesitation, Run Sang-mi lunged forward at lightning speed. Seeing this, the man beside her clicked his tongue in annoyance, all his frustration channeled into his sword hilt. The others also wore grim expressions, raising their weapons high. Following Run Sang-mi's lead, they all charged in with burning momentum. "We're joining in too." Now that things had calmed down, the man beside him grumbled, "The casualties are heavy. We almost fell into a trap." Just then, a notification sound chimed on Run Sang-mi's phone. The man continued, curious. But how did the boss know where Gong Tae-soo was hiding? On her phone, a message appeared. "Remember to keep your promise." Shin Kang Hu's voice echoed in her mind. "Help me meet the president of the A-Guild." Immediately, Run Sang-mi replied to the message. "Dealing with the stragglers is taking a bit of time. Once I'm done, I'll contact the A-Guild right away." Then, she sighed with regret. "Oh man, did he leave already? I should have at least said goodbye." From inside the glass door, Shin Kang Hu's voice drifted out. "Hello, Shin Kang Hu." It was Lee Je-in's voice, holding Gong Tae-soo's severed arm. "You did a good job, didn't you?" She happily remarked that seeing him again at the dun made her glad. Then he asked, "How is Cha So-hee doing?" Lee Je-in quickly replied, "She's at the site. I've already spread fake rumors." Suddenly, a calm smirk played on her lips. Then, Je-in excitedly spoke up. "Have you seen the news?" Facing Shin Kang Hu's grumpy expression, she announced that he had become a celebrity. Right now, news about Shin Kang Hu was spreading rapidly across social media, accompanied by Je-in's voice. "You've become a celebrity, even though no one knows who you are." Seeing this, he frowned and muttered to himself. Everything is starting to deviate from the original plot. Shin Kang Hu calculated that a side character like Gong Tae-soo was insignificant, but he had to be careful with plot points involving the main characters. Jang Si Gwan suddenly smiled and asked, "You're still going to cooperate with the Blue Eyes, right?" He smiled and replied, "Until I find something better, I suppose." Naturally. Hearing this teasing remark, Lee Je-in laughed. "You know how to joke." Then, she quickly got serious about the main issue. "Let's discuss the next mission." Lee Je-in calmly explained the situation. The target was Cho Gu-bin, a serial killer, the nightmare of children. Her tone suddenly became tense. The last time he was seen was on the top floor. Then, Je-in handed over a folder of information, believing it would be useful. At this, Shin Kang Hu smiled and thought to himself that he would have to arrive there earlier than planned. He happily told himself that he needed to prepare beforehand. In the luxurious room, a voice rang out. "I don't know who he is, but he's impressive." Following the mysterious news about Shin Kang Hu on TV, Jang Si Gwan softly muttered, "How interesting." Just then, the person on the other end of his phone spoke up. "Yes, this is the Strategic Information Team from the Junghwa Guild." Jang Si Gwan immediately ordered, "Investigate everything regarding Gong Tae-soo's death and help me." He was full of impatience and excitement, emphasizing, "Find out who took his left arm." Under the sunlight hitting the skyscrapers of the Absolute Guild, a sharp, irritated voice rang out from within an office. "I don't think we know each other." The voice belonged to the Dungeon Management Team lead, Manager Han Chung-wook. "I don't care who sent you. We don't issue dungeon access permits to outsiders, and we've never even met." Getting straight to the point, Shin Kang Hu quickly offered a deal. 1 billion. "I'll pay 1 billion for a permit to the Batman dungeon. Just one entry is enough. Faced with such a lucrative price, Han Chung-wook seemed moved truly. Material wealth dictates consciousness. In an instant, he welcomed him respectfully. Please, follow me this way. Seeing this, Shin Kang Hu chuckled. Did you just use a shadow step? Han Chung-wook thought to himself, gleefully and smugly. That cheap Batman dungeon is just leftover stock, you idiot. Have fun in there, you brainless fool. Then he gently added, let's go over there to discuss it further. Shin Kang Hu seemed to understand Han Chung-wook's intentions and smiled inwardly. Compared to what he would gain from inside, 1 billion was nothing. Over there, every demon charging at him was easily taken down by Shin Kang Hu, with cold eyes and fluid, masterful strikes. Just like that, the monsters were sent to their next reincarnation. Suddenly, the system notification chimed, level up. You have reached level 37. Hearing this, Shin Kang Hu muttered, nice, still pouring all points into strength. On the other side, a row of torches suddenly flickered to life. The flame ignited, blazing with immense raw energy. Suddenly, a stream of lava formed from within the fire. In the blink of an eye, a ferociously savage wolf appeared. The final boss, Batman, growled a threat. Stop wasting your time. Just go back. Batman glared at Kang Hu, loudly dismissing him as a miserable human. Facing that overwhelming pressure, he charged forward without a moment's hesitation. Seeing this, the creature unleashed its power and sneered. You've got guts, don't you? In an instant, the ground transformed into a raging fire, as Batman declared, I will burn you to ashes. Its massive fingers continued to spew endless flames. Behind him, a wave of lava, as if intent on swallowing everything, came crashing down. Kang Hu quickly sprinted, picking up speed. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with determination, and his soul and body seemed to separate. This was Kang Hu's technique, shadow step. Seeing him charging forward fearlessly, Batman drooled, smelling something savory. Then, it inhaled deeply with its massive lungs and quickly breathed out. A terrifying torrent of crimson fire straight at Kang Hu. He took the brunt of the scorching flames head-on. Pieces of Kang Hu's body seemed to dissolve into nothingness. With his spiritual energy, he merged into that river of fire, slowly being absorbed by it. Having finished, Batman licked its lips with its long tongue in satisfaction. Tasty meal. Seeing this, Kang Hu smiled and spoke up. Just as I thought, you'll eat whatever you burn. Facing this monster, he seemed to have a plan in mind. He lunged forward, adding, this time, I'll give you a super special treat. Deep down, Kang Hu whispered to himself, I've been saving this for this very moment. After defeating the bug Yia, that voice continued, having acquired its book. Finally, the voice sounded somewhat excited. I've waited so long for this day. Returning to reality, Kang Hu was charging madly at a terrifying speed, accelerating, a meaningful smirk playing on his lips. Kang Hu repeated his previous technique, but this time it was an upgraded version of Shadow Step. On the other side, Batman's nose gently sniffed out its opponent. Sensing the power in its hands, it excitedly exclaimed that there was more food. At this point, Batman inhaled deeply again and unleashed a terrifying blast of fire with all its might. In this moment, Kang Hu held a magical book and whispered to himself. Right then, with two clones in front, the real Kang Hu was gathering his strength for a fatal blow. In a flash, he hurled the book toward the two clones and Batman's raging flames. Kang Hu smiled smugly. How could I keep feeding you the same old thing? The creature's technique was still running smoothly. As it burned, he sarcastically remarked, taste this and wake up, buddy. Facing the angry wave of fire, one of Kang Hu's clones quickly changed direction. Together with the original, they created a solid pincer formation. Suddenly, he smirked, looking triumphant. Batman couldn't see a thing, still focused entirely on the flames in front of it. Now, as it pulled all the flames back into its body, it licked its lips, still tasting and remarking that it tasted strange. Batman glared at Kang Hu, saying deeply, how do you like this? Suddenly, a very strange book appeared above its head. Great Sunderer. Witnessing this phenomenon, Batman was dumbfounded. Its entire body began to disintegrate into particles of spiritual energy. Suddenly, a bright red warning display appeared right in front of it, with text stating that skills could not be used without a weapon. In an instant, dozens of similar warnings swarmed around Batman. It stood stunned by the hallucinations all around, unaware that Kang Hu had already set his trap. Batman roared frantically, you bastard! What did you do? Seeing this attitude, he happily replied, no point in knowing it's my skill, after all. At this moment, a terrifying vortex of firepower appeared above Batman's head. It gasped in shock. You're supposed to be the final boss, yet you let yourself get hit? Batman flew into a rage, launching fiery projectiles toward Kang Hu, screaming, "You lowly human!" Facing this gruesome attack, his expression remained unchanged. Now, a massive explosion erupted before its eyes, making it seem as if he had been defeated. Batman smiled triumphantly, thinking, "That's more like it." But when the smoke cleared, only dust remained, leaving it astonished. Batman cried out in shock. That little brat, where did he hide? At that very moment, Kang Hu was right behind it. Switch! He quickly unleashed his immense power. A surge of spiritual energy swiftly bound Batman, causing it to groan in pain. Batman instinctively turned back to look as Kang Hu calmly said, "I'm not going to finish you off just yet." At that, it glared, radiating fierce power with a grimace. Favor of fire, arrogant and erupting like a volcano, the crimson flames flared violently as Batman screamed, "I will burn you to death." Suddenly, it narrowed its eyes, revealing clear shock. For now, Kang Hu had created a protective layer against that searing heat. He whispered, "This shield will hold for a few more seconds." Barrier shield. Suddenly, Kang Hu offered a meaningful smile. But that's enough. Batman didn't stop, lunging once more with the surging aura and power of the favor of fire. Suddenly, a cry of pain cut through everything. Kang Hu had decisively pierced the blade straight through Batman's body. The screen slowly faded, its massive form involuntarily recoiled, and Kang Hu's eyes turned razor-sharp. Blood Forest piercing spear. He surged forward in another direction, not letting Batman steady itself. Seeing this, it yelled, "Don't you dare run!" A torrent of hot lava poured out like a waterfall, closing in on Kang Hu. He replied calmly, "I'm not running." In an instant, Batman's entire body was shredded into pieces by Kang Hu's blood-burn technique. Its form was now utterly miserable, with one side of its body severed. At this moment, Batman collapsed completely onto the cold ground. The system notification chimed. "You have defeated the final boss. You have leveled up, reached level 391 and obtained a skill from the Great Decapitator." Facing this update, Shin Kang Hu stared at the withering corpse without batting an eye. He raised an eyebrow, his tone calm. "This is exactly what I need." Just then, Shin Kang Hu's voice echoed softly as he collected the skill after defeating the monster. Even though the monster's level was higher than his own, he watched the Batman fade away, knowing there wouldn't be much of a penalty for him. The system prompt chimed in again. Obtained a skill from the Great Decapitator. Following the system's message, Shin Kang Hu thought to himself, having successfully acquired a basic skill, I've basically exploited a bug here. Now that I've got all these essential skills under my belt, things are going to be a whole lot easier. He suddenly spoke up, sounding excited. With this, Kang Hu's expression turned smug. Now he could finally reach the higher levels. The sunset began to bathe the city at Soon Station. As he blended into the bustling crowd, he thought to himself that his route had to go through soon. Looking at the footage of Jang Si Gwan on the screen, Kang Hu muttered in annoyance. "Man, this is so irritating." The program's voice blared from the display. Right then, the presidents of the Dujung-gu and Fortuna guilds had officially signed a partnership agreement. Seeing this, the crowd started buzzing with chatter. "Wow, that's amazing. Isn't Fortuna a huge deal in the States?" The excited murmurs just wouldn't stop. "They're going global now, huh?" Kang Hu whispered, hiding within the commotion. This moment was truly something else. Watching that friendly handshake, he thought to himself that it was only friendly because people didn't know the 13 stars were pulling the strings behind the scenes. Kang Hu's voice dropped to a low murmur. The 13 stars, 13 hunters who, in the original story, were hailed as absolute heroes. Jang Si Gwan and his fellow disciples were among them. His tone turned dark suddenly. Of course, in reality, those very people were the key culprits behind this world's destruction. Kang Hu thought with regret that what was even more terrifying was how their network spanned the entire globe. They could manipulate public opinion whenever they pleased. Above all, he knew one thing clearly. Once they teamed up, everyone would start worshipping them as the strongest hero squad. After all that, Kang Hu sighed heavily and muttered to himself, "I guess that's the karma I get for writing a novel like this." Just then, a voice called out. "Soon is pretty boring, don't you think?" He reflexively turned his head. It was the voice of Du Junggu. It kept going. "Prices are through the roof, and you need connections to do anything or go anywhere." At that moment, a pulse of her spiritual energy started spreading. "Don't you agree?" Seeing Du Junggu approach, Kang Hu instinctively became wary. He stared at those murky waves of spiritual energy, his guard raised even higher. Relying on his intuition, Kang Hu whispered, "Is this?" Along with the energy seeping into his mind, flashes of everyday life suddenly appeared. It was Du Zhonggu's sweet, almost dazed expression. Now, Kang Hu realized it was a mental-type skill. In a flash, an image of himself being bullied appeared, followed by scenes of chilling, lonely isolation. Then, the foolish sight of himself standing before a bloody corpse. Very quickly, Kang Hu returned to reality, breaking free from those bewitching illusions. Seeing this, Du Zhonggu was genuinely surprised. Did he just read my mind? She suddenly smiled, thinking, is his level higher than mine? At that, Kang Hu spoke up. Stop wasting your time. He glared at her sternly. My mind isn't something you can just read whenever you want. Then, Kang Hu mused internally that he knew for sure after looking at her constellation. A status window appeared clearly above Du Zhonggu's head. Gumiho's constellation. When there is no mental barrier, you can view the status window of those at a lower level. He then realized she was one of the 13 stars. Du Zhonggu. The information panel had changed. Silent Lady. The neutral constellation will not display any information about other constellations except for the 2 representative ones in any circumstance. Suddenly, a gleam of something indecipherable flickered in Kang Hu's eyes. Interesting. He felt genuinely excited. A world he couldn't see through, even though he didn't have a counter skill. There were still ways to temporarily block mental-type abilities. Then, Kang Hu calmly analyzed the trick he'd just encountered. The secret to this kind of attack lies in triggering pleasant memories to instantly make people lower their mental barriers. Now his expression was filled with caution. So, if I force myself to recall painful memories, I can temporarily negate its effects. Suddenly, Du Zhonggu spoke gently. I thought only Jang Si Gwan could do that here in Korea. You're quite interesting too. Then she added excitedly. I only give out my guild business card to people who can block my skill at least once. Du Zhonggu offered an invitation very smoothly. If you ever get bored working in the country or need help, come find me. Looking at the business card, Kang Hu thought, Jidu, a top 5 guild in China? He smiled meaningfully, thinking these people were not easy to deal with, and replied cheerfully, I'll take it. Just like that, Du Zhonggu turned and walked away with a goodbye. Now, as she faded into the distance, Kang Hu calculated quietly that to go up against the 13 stars, he would need allies. In this desolate, bone-chilling wilderness, a steady footstep suddenly appeared. It was Shin Kang Hu, standing in the middle of the vast, endless forest. He spoke up. Finally here. This place was the void level. Kang Hu suddenly pulled out a map and said, how about I hunt for some treasure before finishing the quest? Right then, a murderous intent appeared behind his back. A somewhat horrifying female shadow had formed, and a deep blue killing intent curled around Shin Kang Hu. Innate magic sensitivity. In his mind, he contemplated. Although my ability to sense and absorb magic is incredible, if I use too much magic beyond my limit, my body will overload. Kang Hu continued. A bone-crushing pain and several abnormal status effects will occur, causing my physical strength to drop significantly. If this happens while I'm fighting, the only thing waiting for me is death. Then he emphasized a point. The most important thing right now is to suppress this overload. My upcoming battles will be much fiercer and harder than this. Maybe I need some frenzied medicinal herbs for backup. As for the frenzied medicinal herbs in the novel, Shin Kang Hu had used this particular plant, which was many times more potent than normal herbs. By using it, he would temporarily stop his magic sensitivity from working for 30 minutes, so he wouldn't overload. Even though it had side effects, it was still very useful in battle. It was hard to pick, not just because it grew in dangerous areas, but also because it was guarded by frenzied beasts. Looking at the map, Kang Hu spoke quietly. There are 6 different zones. I've marked them with the numbers I usually use. Then he slowly rolled the map back up, happily saying, it's great to reach level 40. Now, Kang Hu's expression was full of excitement. I'll be able to unlock a new skill. At this moment, he was fighting these gruesome, plant-like beasts. In the blink of an eye, Kang Hu ripped off the head of one and tossed it away, and the system prompt appeared. You have defeated a common monster. As time passed, he gradually grew tired. Looking back at the battlefield, Shin Kang Hu exclaimed, too many monsters. Sector 0 is a dangerous place. Powerful mutated beasts lurk here. At that moment, Shin Kang Hu rushed forward. There were so many other mutated creatures here. Even a moment of carelessness could cost him his life. As he glided past a lifeless figure slumped by the rocks, Shin Kang Hu was secretly surprised. Strange. Even if the environment here slows down decomposition, my intuition tells me something is wrong, he pondered. A corpse shouldn't look this intact. Shin Kang Hu quickly used his God-given power to find the answer. Scanning for mana, A monster appeared in his vision. No wonder the corpse was emitting traces of mana. Looking at the pristine gun in the corpse's hand, Shin Kang Hu immediately understood the situation beneath the simple disguise. It was a dark trap designed to lure hunters with tempting items. If I touch it, a puppet will immediately latch onto me and track me, just like Li Jian's tracking frog, he mused. Trying to use bait to hunt, are we? Suddenly, memories of Shin Kang Hu's pathetic past resurfaced. Back then, he went by the name Bei Ming Chong. He had to struggle alone in a living hell, enduring harsh taunts, always wondering if anyone would secretly help Bei Ming Chong. The contempt and disdain never left his side back then. I'll mark him as the next target, he thought, as he returned to reality. As Shin Kang Hu closed his eyes to shake off the nostalgia, he quickly regained his focus and coldly glided past the corpse. While searching, he discovered a medicinal herb. Staring at the treasure, Shin Kang Hu calmly remarked, "Found my first flower." Suddenly, a creature began to rise, just as he told himself he would grab it quickly. Shin Kang Hu immediately stomped his foot to gain momentum, then used all his strength to leap high and pluck the herb. Suddenly, a stream of dark aura emerged from the withered branches, and a pair of eyes filled with malice snapped open. By now, Shin Kang Hu was gripping the herb in his hand. He thought he would pick it easily, but roots quickly held him back. Still, with determination, he decisively snatched the herb away. Looking at those withered roots digging deep into the barren rock, the roots quickly spread across the entire cliffside. Before Shin Kang Hu stood a massive tree demon. Its roots slithered through the crevices and suddenly lunged to attack Shin Kang Hu all at once. He kicked to push himself away, then unexpectedly used that as a springboard to jump high into the air. "Hello there." The tree demon immediately stretched out a dry wooden branch and launched a dangerous strike. He dodged it easily. Shin Kang Hu quickly slipped behind the demon, moving in an instant. Like that, a sharp blade lunged forward with flames erupting. "Fire strike!" He decisively plunged the blade into the demon's most vulnerable spot. Its entire body was quickly engulfed in flames. Suddenly, the system spoke. "Watch your back." When attacking enemies from behind, they received 33% extra damage. Even though he had defeated the monster, Shin Kang Hu's eyes showed clear surprise. Now, the flaming tree demon was falling into the abyss. Its appearance was truly terrifying. Shin Kang Hu stood above, watching with an expressionless face. As he looked at the corpse fading away, the system prompted, "You have defeated a normal monster." The voice continued without pause. "You have reached level 40. You have acquired a new basic skill for the assassin class. Evasion." Shin Kang Hu finally exclaimed, "Finally reached level 40. The system board continued. "Thanks to the power of your constellation, evasion has been upgraded to ultimate evasion." Seeing this, he smiled and remarked, "The system always has surprises for me." Suddenly, he turned his head toward the shadow and said, "Just got a new skill. I want to test it out." Shin Kang Hu muttered to himself, aiming at the uninvited guest. With that, he lunged toward the shadow with burning intensity. In a blink, Shin Kang Hu had closed the distance to the shadow with a chilling gaze. He glared and asked coldly, "Why are you following me?" At that moment, a fair face emerged from the shadow. It was Yoongdo-hee. Her tone was surprised. "How did you know?" Facing her, Shin Kang Hu frowned slightly and muttered. This girl Yoongdo-hee's face remained full of shock and confusion. In a flash, memories of the past resurfaced, involving someone who always seemed to observe everything. Jung Do-hee was the daughter of a successful businessman. She was a diligent and exemplary student. Although she was famous for being close to the student council vice president, Chae Gwan-hung, he abandoned her when her father's business shut down and their family assets plummeted. He even formed a faction to ostracize her to the extreme. Shin Kang Hu thought idly. So that's why she was written as a foil character in the novel. Always resentful of Chae Gwan-hung. But I never wrote much about this character. Just then, she whispered, "I'm sorry if my following you made you uncomfortable." Then Yoongdo-hee praised him brightly. "It's just that you are very skilled. You just reached the starting point, yet you already managed to evade the dark forces." Her voice continued, "And you were even able to defeat that frenzied monster." Suddenly, Shin Kang Hu gripped his sword, lunging forward with cold, murderous intent. Yoongdo-hee didn't resist. Reflexively, she only raised her hands to defend herself. Just as she was gripped by fear, a new sense of confusion took over. He was actually protecting her from a monster behind her. In that position, Shin Kang Hu's body pressed against hers, and he whispered, "There's a bug." Yoongdo-hee felt a flutter of emotion from this action. "Thank you." Then he stood up and said coldly, "Don't follow me anymore." Having said that, Shin Kang Hu immediately leaped away, leaving her all alone. Once he landed, he turned his back and walked away without a second glance. Young Do-hee watched, whispering longingly, "He's gone. I wanted to talk to him a bit more." Right now, under the twilight glow, next to the fading corpse of the demon, Shin Kang Hu's labored breathing fills the air. He quickly sheathes his blood-stained sword. Checking the system interface, he mutters, "I'm absolutely exhausted." Scrolling through the notifications on the screen, Shin Kang Hu adds, "I've done this 5 times already. At least now, I've cleared 6 zones." After fidgeting for a moment, he tells himself it's time to focus on the main quest. Just then, Shin Kang Hu suddenly spots several demons behind him. With their terrifying appearance and wings as soft as feathers, he immediately realized it was an angel-type monster. Still maintaining his composure, Shin Kang Hu walked away, his steps steady. As he strode along, he thought to himself, "Is there a territory nearby?" Just then, Shin Kang Hu stood before the floating corpse, lost in thought. His eyes suddenly flickered with light. He could see the beast hiding inside. Shin Kang Hu quietly noted that the puppet attached to this corpse wasn't too dangerous. Suddenly, he started fumbling around for something. Shin Kang Hu's voice continued, "The real danger here is the bastard pulling the strings." Regarding this, Shin Kang Hu understood clearly. The dark force was a collection of ghosts. Because they were pitch black and moved without a sound, it was hard to spot them at night. Even if you detected them and attacked, you couldn't use conventional methods to destroy them. That's why the senses of those caught in their grasp would gradually fade, causing their minds to spiral into chaos. Eventually, they would become so insane and lose their grip on reality that they would end their own lives in a fit of uncontrollable madness. Because of this, Shin Kang Hu silently resolved that he wouldn't let himself get trapped so easily. Immediately, he used his ability to probe, Shadow Step. As one of Shin Kang Hu's clones touched the corpse, the beast revealed itself. Following his plan, he grabbed the weapon from the soulless body's hand. Just as the beast tried to invade his body, Shin Kang Hu quickly used his technique with firm determination to swap places, using it to fight them off. Now, the sharp sword was firmly in his grasp. "You see, I need a weapon to counter you, too." On the other side, the beast suddenly let out a shrill, desperate shriek. Seemingly anticipating the next move, Shin Kang Hu had already dashed far away. He took a leaf into his mouth and spoke. "It's starting." Right now, behind Shin Kang Hu, streams of thick, black spiritual energy were desperately chasing him. A grudge spirit immediately spewed forth with horror. As he bit down on the leaf, he muttered, "Damn it. You guys are really persistent. I knew you'd suddenly pop up." At that moment, Shin Kang Hu poured all his power into his swift legs. He leaped from one side of the cliff to the other, but unfortunately, the grudge spirit cut him off. Just as it tried to pounce on Shin Kang Hu, he used his strength to bolt. Accelerating, his body kept moving without rest. The malicious spirit was right beside him. He had to catch his breath to keep running. Unfortunately, the leaf in Shin Kang Hu's mouth fell out. At this moment, the spirit was about to grab him. Facing this desperate situation, Shin Kang Hu couldn't help but be startled. Right then, he quickly used his move to leave a void in the spirit's grasp. Swap. Standing high above, Shin Kang Hu looked down at the spirit and spoke, "Hey dummy, I'm up here." Feeling mocked, the spirit's face turned as dark as coal. Now, the grudge spirit also had to face 2 angel-type monsters radiating murderous intent. They glared at him, their eyes glowing with evil. The Leisha-in creature showed a look of utter terror. In an instant, these angel monsters spread their wings, establishing absolute dominance. Shin Kang Hu stood above and whispered, "There are only 2 things that can destroy darkness." His voice echoed softly. First, the power representing darkness, similar to dark power or shadow power. His tone continued steadily. The other is a power opposite to shadow's the light of the sun. Now, Shin Kang Hu ignored everything else, turned away coldly, and muttered, "Holy technique. Since their territory was invaded by an opponent, they will attack one by one until every intruder is dead." He looked at the sword, gripped it tightly, smiled, and said, "Now, I'll take this." Shin Kang Hu returned to the soulless corpse, picked up the ID card in his hand, and pondered, "I've never seen this name before." Then Shin Kang Hu considered, "Even though he's dead, I can still bring him back to his loved ones." With that, he reached out with a silent promise. "Wait for me a little longer." The corpse's eyes gently closed. Now, Shin Kang Hu turned away with resolve. "I'll go settle the client's grudge first." As Shin Kang Hu walked away, a shadow flickered dimly behind a rock. It was Vi, secretly tailing him with an amused expression. Just then, the instructions from the past echoed. "The target's name is Cho Gu Bin, a murderer who often targets minors. Those words were Li Jia-in's, containing the information he needed. Back then, Shin Kang Hu had calmly replied, "This dossier is different from the usual ones." She immediately added, "That's right. It came from the client." The next words made his responsibility feel even heavier. It was collected by a victim's father. Back in reality, dawn was breaking over northern Korea. Starting point, please be careful. In the previous days, Lee Jia-in had been very cautious in her warning. This mission isn't just a simple assassination. I hope you follow the client's requirements. Recalling those words, Shin Kang Hu became thoughtful and profound. A flash of power sparked in his eyes as he probed the situation ahead. Immediately, the scene before him was sketched out like a mana-tracking blueprint. Shin Kang Hu couldn't help but softly whisper, "Found you." On the other side, a wild laugh rang out. It was Cho Gu-bin, having just killed another life with a look of pure pleasure. "There it is. This is how it should be. I knew this starting point would be a gold mine for me." At this moment, the system window appeared. "Crazy murderer, evil star cloud. You will receive experience points for killing people." He spoke with excitement. "Just one more and I can level up." Suddenly, Cho Gu-bin's eyes narrowed, as if he had detected something. Just then, a powerful stream of spiritual energy grabbed his hand. Cho Gu-bin quickly used his strength to swat the energy away, and immediately shifted into a defensive stance. Frost armor. Seeing Shin Kang Hu standing there so haughtily, Cho Gu-bin growled loudly, "Who the hell are you?" Hearing this, he replied indifferently, "You don't need to know." Witnessing Shin Kang Hu's arrogant attitude, Cho Gu-bin screamed, "You bastard!" With that, he formed sharp ice needles like thorns, and his feet were encased in ice armor. Then, the system window appeared. Frost Witch, neutral constellation. You have gained the Frostbone attribute. Skills with the Frostbone attribute will be enhanced. Facing such a savage enemy, Shin Kang Hu furrowed his brow, his expression unchanged. Just then, Cho Gu-bin spoke up. "If you don't want to open your mouth." At this moment, Shin Kang Hu rushed in without a moment's hesitation at the threat. "Then let me open it for you." Seeing him show off such skills, Cho Gu-bin just smirked. Now, he gracefully weaved through the freezing raindrops pouring down, fueled by his opponent's challenge. "Let's see how long you can dance around." Speed boost. From the very beginning, Shin Kang Hu quickly realized this guy was a tough customer. He quietly analyzed the situation, thinking that his nebula power level was relatively high, and his magic resistance was worlds apart compared to the average low-level enemies. Because of that, Shin Kang Hu figured that Steel Market wouldn't work. More importantly, what he was truly focused on right now was the sturdy armor on Cho Gu-bin's body. "I have to do something about that ice armor." In a flash, Shin Kang Hu closed in on him using his speed boost. Cho Gu-bin's eyes narrowed. There was a moment of hesitation, and then he wore a bright smile. After observing everything, he muttered, "A fake?" Just as Shin Kang Hu lunged forward with a confident aura, suddenly, a spike of frozen blood surged up. How about this? Taken by surprise, he could only curse. Damn, this guy can turn both his blood and his limbs into ice. Shin Kang Hu quickly activated a skill, dodging to the absolute limit. "I can't dodge this one." In the split second that the blood light countered, he immediately unleashed his defense shield. Suddenly, Shin Kang Hu's eyes flashed with terrifying surprise. Cho Gu-bin's shocked expression was enough to show that his reaction speed had exceeded expectations. Right then, Shin Kang Hu smiled slightly. He thought he would have been injured if he hadn't used this skill. Now, the system panel appeared. Extreme dodge, max skill proficiency. You can dodge in 4 directions up to 5 meters. Due to max proficiency, agility is applied, allowing you to dodge instantly. While dodging, the defensive shield effect is applied, increasing dodge rate. You have received the basic assassin dodge skill. Thanks to your nebula skill, dodge is upgraded to extreme dodge. Done, he thought, feeling satisfied. This is the first time I've used this skill since getting it. The accompanying effect is actually really useful. Seeing his attack barely miss, Cho Gu-bin frowned in annoyance. Damn it, that was so close. Immediately, the ice spear was gripped tightly by him. Cho Gu-bin radiated a chilling killing intent along with an imposing voice. "I was just a second away from finishing you off." Facing Shin Kang Hu, he felt that playing around with someone like him was no fun at all. "I'll destroy you and take all the items you brought." Contrary to that excitement, he still asked calmly, "I want to ask you one thing. Why didn't you even spare the innocent children?" Hearing these words, Cho Gu-bin was stunned. "What?" Then he suddenly shook his head in weariness and questioned, "I was suspicious. Who was the one who commissioned you?" Opposite him, Hu replied with a serious look, "You don't know?" Suddenly, his expression turned completely insane as he answered, because they were little. Now, excitement filled every word of Cho Gu-bin. Playing with them was so fun. They were both naive and stupid, and they didn't know anything. Those cruel words still echoed, making Shin Kang Hu's face turn dark. But do you know what's the most fun part? You pretend to be their friend first, then you trick them, and then you finish them. Young Do-hee, hiding in a corner following him, could feel every one of these savage sounds. When they were completely hopeless, their expressions made me so excited I couldn't stand it. People who don't trick others are just stupid, right? Each word was like dragging her back to a terrifying time when she had to live under the terrifying gaze of Che Guan-hung. Damn it. Back then, she had to grit her teeth to endure the humiliation and contempt. Playing with you is fun, too. Returning to reality, to the insane brutality of Cho Gu-bin, they were just toys for me to play with. In a blink of an eye, he created a thick, thorny layer of ice surrounding the area. Ice barrier. Cho Gu-bin's expression became incredibly joyful again. Right then, Shin Kang Hu spoke softly. I understand now. Seething with hatred for the victims, he was determined to make sure that I will let you know what it feels like to be toyed with by others. Immediately, dozens of Shin Kang Hu's clones appeared. Illusion magic. In an instant, those clones rushed in from all directions, circling Cho Gu-bin. Witnessing this, he frowned and cursed. Damn it, which one is the real one? Looking straight at the Shin Kang Hu in the middle, he guessed it was him. Then, observing the other clones, Cho Gu-bin thought in a new direction. No, he must still be hiding to find an opening. While he was still confused and searching, two Shin Kang Hus rushed up. Cho Gu-bin didn't back down, gathering his strength to prepare a lethal blow. His cold voice echoed as he closed in. Not a chance. Before Cho Gu-bin could react, several Shin Kang Hus had already slipped behind him. Now, he was completely surrounded, with no way out. Amidst the magical illusions, Cho Gu-bin dazedly asked himself, which one is the real one? Chapter 31. Right then, Shin Kang Hu swung his sword with an intense killing intent. Not just one, but all of his clones charged simultaneously. Surrounded, Cho Gu-bin shouted, only children choose. Saying that, ice needles crystallized on his fingertips, condensing into a cold ice blade. Ice system, violent burst. In a blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was sealed off. I will destroy everyone. The icebound clones that had just rushed forward were swallowed by the freezing air trapped between sharp ice blocks and turned into nothingness. Witnessing this, Cho Gu-bin showed a look of terror. All three were illusions. Then, where is the real body? Right then, Shin Kang Hu in front was rushing forward like a storm, his expression unchanged, staring solely at his opponent. With just a simple movement, Cho Gu-bin's freezing air turned into a killing move, a piercing strike. Speed exploded. Shin Kang Hu tore through the wind, heading straight for him with astonishment and a challenge. Let's see who strikes faster. The ice-fire fusion was perfect. Cold air mixed with burning heat covered his arm, signaling a powerful finishing blow. You're too slow. Using fire energy, Shin Kang Hu unleashed blood forest piercing wound. The ice-fire spear pierced straight through his body. Feel a bit of my pain. Now, Cho Gu-bin had taken the full force of the inner power. Pained to the point of vomiting blood, his eyes rolled back. He still didn't stop, continuously stabbing with the sword in his hand. How do you like it? The feeling of being tricked? How does it feel to be stabbed? Now, Cho Gu-bin had become incredibly miserable. He groaned. It hurts so much, I can't concentrate to cast magic. Cho Gu-bin was in agony. Shin Kang Hu quickly grabbed the sword stuck in his body. Then he spun around, creating after-images along with a curse. Die. The bastard teleported. Now, Cho Gu-bin's eyes showed clear terror. At this moment, crimson energy coalesced onto his blade, and a surging bloodlust erupted within Cha So-heen Shin Kang Hu. The system's voice chimed again, consuming 25% of his stamina and mana. The skill was activated, and in an instant, he moved with lightning speed, too fast to track. Before Cho Gu-bin could regain his senses, Shin Kang Hu raised his blood sword high, preparing to deliver the killing blow. There it was. Facing this situation, Cho Gu-bin was likely terrified to his core. The system appeared again. Watch your back. When you attack a target from behind, you deal 33% additional damage. Simultaneously, Cha So-heen Shin Kang Hu unleashed his finisher, and blood-red light exploded, crushing Cho Gu-bin, the Great Cleaver's defensive ice barrier, head-on. A chilling, icy aura filled the space, and Cho Gu-bin's ragged breathing became faint and wheezing. Shin Kang Hu suddenly pulled out his phone as the system board appeared again. Great Cleaver. A critical skill that consumes 25% of the user's stamina and mana. An opponent with a level less than 33% of the user's level will be killed in one hit. He mused to himself. It's a bit mana heavy, but this move is seriously powerful. It's quite fitting for the nebula of the music. Suddenly, Chogubin let out a pained groan and collapsed. The bone-deep agony caused Chogubin's eyes to roll back until only the whites remained, save for a dim, fading gaze. Stunned, Chogubin thought to himself, what is he doing? Over there, on the other end of Shin Kang Hu's phone, a voice rang out. Yes, it's me, he answered softly. Sir, his voice continued, thank you for waiting patiently. The revenge for your daughter begins right now. Under the sunset, cast over the building, an image of Shin Kang Hu was being broadcasted along with a mysterious voice. This is the footage from the Gasun residence's security camera. The voice continued. You can see the train speeding toward the north. At this, Cha So-hee murmured to herself. He must be heading to the starting point, she calmly replied. He'll do his personal business there and return to Gasun. Report everything that happens to me. The person on the other end complied immediately. Yes, sir. The phone call ended. Cha So-hee's fury flared up instantly. Cha So-hee Shin Kang Hu, that wretched piece of trash. She gritted her teeth and resolved, I'll make you regret looking down on me. From the other side, a trembling voice spoke up. I'm sorry. Chogubin's body was now soaked in blood, looking horrifyingly mangled as his desperate voice echoed. I'm sorry. With those words, he trembled in terror. I'm sorry, sir. I really am. On the other side of the screen, with a vacant look in his eyes, the man whispered, That's enough. His tone softened as if satisfied. That's enough. My daughter can finally rest in peace. He collapsed, weeping. Thank you so much, the voice said, sounding both desperate and grateful. You helped me do what both the law and the authorities forbid. Shin Kang Hu remained humble, replying, I'm just doing the job I was assigned. Suddenly, his words carried a hint of sympathy as he offered his condolences. May your daughter rest in peace. The man spoke to Shin Kang Hu. It's done, he roared in fury. I've done everything you told me to, you bastard. At that exact moment, Shin Kang Hu unleashed his technique. The blood sword swung down decisively. Chogubin took the critical hit, and blood stained the battlefield of blood burning, while Cha So-hee Shin Kang Hu's eyes were filled with hatred. Yeah, even his voice was overflowing with resentment. Now, you can die. The system appeared. You have eliminated the target and seized his contract with the Ice Witch. Information boards scrolled by continuously. Bloodthirsty murderer, space raider. A piece of space trash has been sent to us. The final information board read, Space raider, a piece of space trash has been sent to us. I think we need to teach him a proper lesson. Shin Kang Hu spoke up. Do whatever you want with him. With that, he walked away lightly. Shin Kang Hu casually gathered the items left on Chogubin's body. Selling all this should fetch $1 billion, right? Suddenly, his phone rang loudly. It was Leisha, in calling. Good work, she announced. The client is giving you an extra bonus. I'll transfer $2.5 billion to your account now. Shin Kang Hu immediately replied, Okay, I have one request. He quickly presented his request to recover a corpse and check his identity. Hearing this, Jaein smiled and agreed. No problem. Once finished, she said goodbye. See you later. Suddenly, Shin Kang Hu turned his head, his voice cold. I told you yesterday. A flash of anger shone in his eyes. Don't follow me anymore. Just then, a pair of footsteps slowly emerged. It was Young Do-hee, who had gathered the courage to step out in front of Shin Kang Hu. Her lips hesitated for a moment. Then Jung Do-hee spoke up. I know of a dungeon, but I can't conquer it because the boss is too strong. With her plea, she gently asked, Could you please help me? Jung Do-hee scratched her cheek, looking slightly embarrassed. There's a dungeon I can't pass because of a mid-level boss. If you're free, could you come with me? Afterward, the two stopped in front of an old, crumbling dungeon. Shin Kang Hu observed it carefully for a long time, thinking to himself, it looks like it could collapse at any moment. It's no wonder a dungeon like this appeared. That very thought made him even more curious. I already knew there were many hidden dungeons, so there are still plenty of things left undiscovered. Jung Do-hee, standing beside him, said slowly, I didn't expect you to actually come. She smiled happily and said, Thank you. Shin Kang Hu replied calmly, Well, this is good for me too. Every dungeon brings its own benefits. Young Do-hee was extremely excited. As she walked inside, she cheered. Finally, I can beat it. Shin Kang Hu followed, watching her and calculating. At the same time, I can observe Jung Do-hee's abilities in the dungeon. If she's good enough, she could become a strong asset against the Zhenghua Guild. The corner of Shin Kang Hu's mouth curved up with a hint of excitement. This is my first team match. She stood in front of the dungeon gate and pointed to a stone tablet. Look, there are strange characters carved on it that are hard to read. Young Do-hee turned to him for help. Can you read it? I can't translate it because the letters are missing. Shin Kang Hu took one look and knew immediately it was Latin. He began to translate line by line. It says, "Those who invade the deepest part with blood-stained feet shall be buried here forever." Shin Kang Hu stared at the passageway and said, "Should we head down and see what kind of extraordinary thing is waiting for us?" Finishing his sentence, he stepped down the stairs. The two moved together through the dark space. Suddenly, Cha So-heen Shin Kang Hu tilted his head in wonder. "By the way, what kind of monster is the mid-level boss you mentioned?" Jung Do-hee rolled her eyes, recalling it before explaining, "It's a monster that continuously unleashes powerful long-range attacks. I almost managed to get close to it. During the previous battle, she cast her magic with great resolve." Shin Kang Hu fought intensely, but the results were not what he expected. He went for the finishing blow the moment he had a chance, but it was blocked by a skill called self-defense, nullifying his first attack. After that, I didn't see any more openings. He listened, feeling deeply sympathetic. Must have been tough, right? Just then, the first monsters appeared, causing Shin Kang Hu to widen his eyes in alert. They let out terrifying roars. Then both monsters lunged forward simultaneously, with weapons in hand. He immediately summoned his dagger. "I'll go first." Shin Kang Hu, defending from behind, understood the plan. As one ferocious demon charged, he brought down a powerful blow, but Shin Kang Hu quickly dodged it. He teleported behind the monster, his blade glowing with sacred flames, ready to burn everything to ash. Shin Kang Hu decisively drove the sharp point into the monster's back. The system notification appeared. "Watch your back." When attacking an enemy from behind, you deal 33% extra damage. While Shin Kang Hu had finished off one, the other was preparing to ambush him. He launched his spear straight toward the girl. She raised her hand to channel her magic. A spatial portal opened, swallowing the spear whole. Then, it reappeared, right in front of the monster, sending him to the afterlife. Seeing that, he couldn't help but be amazed. Inwardly, Shin Kang Hu marveled at her. Her reaction speed and proficiency are truly impressive. Her level must be around 200. He complimented her candidly. "You did great." Young Do-hee blushed, shyly replying, "Thank you." The two continued deeper, cleanly dispatching the monsters blocking their path. She was incredibly excited about how smoothly the trip was going. Finally, we did it. As the two walked further along the dungeon path, something in a dark corner was silently following them. Two eyes blazed with killing intent, spotting the intruders. Jung Do-hee smiled and spoke in admiration. "I've never seen such powerful skills combined like this before." She recounted each of Shin Kang Hu's combat moves with absolute excitement. The binding skill that only monsters use, and that blood-burning technique. And those skills only mages possess. They aren't things an assassin class can usually have. Jung Do-hee looked like she wanted to jump for joy. "At this rate, we'll clear this dungeon in no time," he thought calmly. "She doesn't even think it's strange. Good thing she's simple-minded." Shin Kang Hu checked his system interface, feeling satisfied. "Thanks to this, I've leveled up quite a bit. I'm excited to reach level 50 soon, but also disappointed. Because from there until level 100, I won't be able to learn any more class skills." Suddenly, a cold chill ran down his spine, making him spin around. Sure enough, a sharp sword strike came crashing down from somewhere. Luckily, both dodged just in time. He looked up, staring at the wall that had been sliced in two. Realizing the immediate danger, Shin Kang Hu asked, "So, this is the mid-boss?" Young Do-hee frowned and answered, "Yes." In front of them was a terrifyingly large monster. Its sword was sharp and pointed at the ground, while nearby torches still burned, illuminating the space. The mid-boss, Kotula, spoke in an imposing voice. "Are you intruders here to attack me?" Shin Kang Hu analyzed it sternly in his head. It uses continuous attack skills and has high damage. It also has a self-defense skill. He devised a plan and suggested, "Can you get me on top of its head?" Young Do-hee was startled upon hearing this and asked worriedly, "Will you be all right?" Shin Kang Hu just coldly reminded her, "Just focus on using your skills accurately." She frowned and seriously accepted. "Okay, I'm surprised at myself. I trust him strangely." He lowered his center of gravity to gather momentum, then performed short jumps to dash forward. Kotula was fast, bringing its sharp sword down in a slash. At that very moment, Young Do-hee cast magic to open a spatial portal. Shin Kang Hu seized the opportunity to run straight into the portal, rendering the monster's attack meaningless. He reappeared on the other side to confuse the enemy, and Shin Kang Hu moved faster, dodging out of Kotula's sight. The monster angrily launched another strike, but he hid in the portal again. Cthulhu missed both attacks completely. Jung Do-hee concentrated intensely to open the portals as accurately as possible, because those continuous long-range attacks make it very hard to get close. Shin Kang Hu emerged from the other side again, startling the monster, but whenever Cthulhu moved, he vanished, making all of its attacks useless. Cthulhu was so furious that it roared violently. She immediately spotted an opening. Right then, the familiar dagger flew straight toward the back of its neck. It turned out that he had timed it perfectly to break the self-defense layer around Cthulhu. By the time the monster realized, it was already too late. His eyes were as sharp as blades, his hand gripping the weapon tightly. He had broken its defensive magic shield. Cthulhu, having lost its important protection, started panicking and attacking recklessly. Jung Do-hee remained calm to trigger her magic effectively. A portal opened right on the ground. Shin Kang Hu lunged up from below with his dagger gripped tight, exclaiming, "Your timing on that spell was perfect." He powerfully delivered a fatal strike to Cthulhu. Then, Shin Kang Hu quickly jumped back, his eyes glued to the monster, waiting for the result. Jung Do-hee smiled with total trust and said, "You attacked well, too." Chapter 33. Cthulhu was attacked unexpectedly and immediately turned. It used all its strength to swing a lethal sword strike. But the moment Cthulhu attacked, he vanished into a spatial portal. He was dropped right behind Jung Do-hee. This caught Shin Kang Hu by surprise. He observed the situation, thinking to himself, "I thought she would teleport me behind that guy." She began casting intense lightning bolts, surrounding Cthulhu. Jung Do-hee erupted with power, and, with a strong will, declared, "I want to too." She firmly announced that she would fight alongside him. As she finished speaking, she unleashed a paralyzing electric blast straight at the monster. Cthulhu took the full force of the attack and went completely rigid. A pained groan escaped it. The monster lost its ability to fight, collapsed to the ground, and was defeated. The system notification appeared. Having gained a skill from the target, Shin Kang Hu pondered for a long time, silently wondering what she was thinking. In the end, he didn't doubt her. Perhaps she just wanted to coordinate their fight. His lips curled into a satisfied smile as he praised her. Great job. Shortly after, the two moved to the center of the dungeon, where the figure of someone knelt with clasped hands. Shin Kang Hu remained lost in his own thoughts. She's progressing faster than I expected. If she keeps this up, she'll be a huge asset when we deal with the Chunghwa Guild later. I couldn't hide an appreciative smile as I looked at Du-hai. She suddenly froze and whispered, "Look over there." I immediately summoned my dagger and braced for combat. That pale-skinned man stood as silent as if he were praying. I carefully, inch by inch, crept forward. "Is that the boss?" I whispered to myself as I stepped onto the platform. "It looks human." Suddenly, dark red liquid began to seep from the corners of its eyes. Its entire body began to fracture, causing the space around us to tremble violently. A terrifying surge of magical energy erupted, shaking everything. Du-hai watched from the side, completely panicked and distraught. "What the hell is that?" I quickly threw my dagger forward, and in a split second, it sliced right through the creature's body. A system notification popped up. "Boss defeated." It began to fade away. But the next notification made my eyes widen in horror no skill acquired. The central chamber began to rumble violently. I realized the problem instantly. Damn it, this is a dungeon reset. I hurriedly turned to her, urging her to use every skill she had to get us out of here. Beads of sweat rolled down Du-hai's face as she nodded. She focused all her energy into casting a spell, and in an instant, she vanished through a spatial portal. I kept a stern expression as I monitored the situation. As the place began to rot away, I used short jump to escape. Time to get out of here, too. I sprinted forward, pushing my speed to the limit to clear the area. That's when I realized the enemy's devious trap. Damn it, that boss was just a lure to bait hunters and explorers. I summoned a divine potion, thinking, no choice, gotta use it, even if it's a rare item. Can't be stingy now. I gulped it down. If I don't get out, I'm definitely dead. The moment I swallowed it, I could feel raw energy surging through my entire body. Thanks to that, my speed increased significantly. I curled my lips in a satisfied smirk, silently marveling. Damn, using this item feels even better than I imagined. I executed a series of fluid short jumps. Not only did the pain vanish, but it felt like my whole body was boiling with power. A glimmer of hope sparked in my mind. I'm going to make it out. I'm getting out of this hellhole. The architecture was collapsing faster and faster. The ground was cracking, and massive boulders were crashing down from the ceiling. Du-hai struggled to escape, her body soaked in sweat, her breath coming in ragged, exhausted gasps. Oh no. Du Hai thought back to the fight earlier, feeling incredibly anxious. I wasted too much mana back there. As she ran, her feet tangled, and she collapsed to the ground in pain. Looking over, she saw me, Shin Kang Hu, sprinting past her. She reached out toward me, desperate for help. Wait! Memories of being abandoned flooded her mind, plunging her into deeper despair. Wait for me! She just closed her eyes, accepting the harsh reality. Suddenly, I turned back and reached out my hand to help. What the hell are you doing? Is your leg injured? Du Hai's eyes went wide with shock. Suddenly, a massive boulder fell directly toward my head. She screamed in panic, warning me to be careful, but the rock just bounced off the defensive barrier I had automatically deployed and flew away. Du Hai stared, completely dazed. How did you? I didn't explain. I just picked her up on my back. I stood up and braced myself. One final burst. I shouted for her to hold on tight, then sprinted forward with a flash of light. We both managed to escape the dungeon safely. I knelt on one knee, breathing a sigh of relief. We made it. I felt incredibly satisfied, thinking about the skill I got from that mid-tier boss. Pretty damn good. The system notification popped up. Automatic Defense Stage 1. Skill Mastery, Max. Passive Skill, Negate 1 Attack. Cooldown, 1 hour. I read through it, feeling great. Since the efficiency was maxed and the cooldown was short, it would be extremely useful in the future. The dungeon had completely collapsed by now, leaving nothing but ruins. A blue screen appeared. You have obtained the enhancement skill. I let out a sharp, amused laugh. This is the reward for betting my life. Not bad at all. Du Hai sat, curled up beside me and spoke softly. Thank you. She offered a faint smile and added, if I had been alone, I never would have made it out. She hung her head, unable to hide her distress. I couldn't move. And that situation just brought back memories of what happened before. I asked out of curiosity, in the past? Her expression turned somber as she admitted the truth. Yes, the past. You know? I used to be a scout for the Chunghua Guild. Chapter 34. Du Hai shrunk into herself, haunted by the past. I was a mercenary guide for other hunters. She carefully recounted that day, but one day, the officer from the Chunghua Guild came looking for me. Che Guanheng had approached her with a confident face and made an enticing offer. We always do our absolute best to ensure the safety of our Chunghua Guild members. Du Hai had been completely charmed by his sincere attitude. The Chunghua Guild was the best guild in our country, so I trusted him and joined his team. Everything was normal until one day, an incident occurred while I was on a mission. One time, I was severely injured during a dungeon raid. Du Hai's mood plummeted. After hearing that my injury was so severe that I wouldn't be able to enter a dungeon for a while, she could still clearly remember the cold, heartless look in Che Guanheng's eyes. Back then, he had abandoned her. Let's go. Che Guanheng turned and walked away, leaving her and everyone else in shock. No point in wasting time on useless trash. The moment she heard those cold words, she angrily confronted him. So, was it all just a lie? Didn't you say you would do your best to ensure the safety of your members? Che Guanheng spoke, crushing all of Du Hai's hope. That only applies as long as you're useful. He showed his true colors. Don't you feel like an idiot for believing that? Che Guanheng wore a look of utter contempt, and then dropped words that shattered the last shred of Du Hai's hope. It's a shame, though. You weren't a bad toy. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I frowned. Leaving an injured person behind in a dungeon that's basically attempted murder. Du Hai bowed her head, trying to force a smile full of resignation. That's right. The fact that I survived is a miracle. If I hadn't been able to sign a contract with a constellation that controls space, I probably wouldn't be here right now. She tried to act cheerful. I guess I was lucky to have signed that contract, right? But I saw right through that smile. I don't think it was just luck. Zheng Duhe looks surprised at his words. He gently explains. Constellations won't sign a contract with an adventurer who has no purpose in life. Shin Kang Hu's encouragement is like a light at the end of the tunnel, warming Zheng Duhe's heart. At that moment, your constellation must have seen your potential to achieve your life's goals. Tears of emotion well up in her eyes. Are you complimenting me? Seeing Zheng Duhe so moved, Shin Kang Hu thinks to himself, I was just stating the truth. After pouring her heart out to him, she feels much better. I feel a bit better now that I've said it out loud. Even though her trust has been exploited for sinister schemes, Zheng Duhe still harbors a strong determination. That's why I came to the starting point. The difficulties he faces here aren't caused by others. She sighs softly, feeling a sense of loneliness in this place as well. She turns to Shin Kang Hu with a look of deep, innate trust. I have always wanted to find someone I could truly rely on. Hearing this, he smiles slightly. Then Shin Kang Hu suddenly jumps. At some point, he had brushed against Du's hand, leaving both of them flustered. Shin Kang Hu suddenly puts a hand on Du's shoulder, making her jump, when his face turns pale, and he falls backward. Du is shocked. Are you all right? Shin Kang Hu pants, whispering, don't worry about me. It's just the aftermath of using Sayum too recklessly. I'll be fine after a little rest. Jung Do-hee wipes the sweat from his brow. She smiles brightly and gratefully. Thank you so much for today. Seeing that, Shin Kang Hu feels somewhat at ease. Once he feels better, Shin Kang Hu heads to the Incheon station alone. He reflects on their earlier conversation. If Jung Do-hee stays at the starting point, she will eventually grow stronger. And so, Shin Kang Hu says his goodbyes. I need to finish the job I was hired for. And I usually work alone. You can text me. Jung Do-hee pouts. You know I have more work to do here. We'll meet again. In his spare time, he pulls out his phone to check. I still have time until the train arrives to check if there's anything on Hunter Jam. It's a very popular app. Hunter Jam is a social network for hunters, commonly used for advertising or sharing information. He immediately searches for info on the Changhua Guild, the largest guild in the country. The key to clearing dungeons is safety and teamwork. Shin Kang Hu thinks to himself, this is all nonsense. But suddenly, he spots an interesting post. The first thought that crosses Shin Kang Hu's mind is, it seems like I've got the upper hand over Run Sang Mi now. He is secretly pleased. It seems they have settled the remaining issues properly. Just then, Run Sang Mi's words echo in his head. When things settle down, I'll let you know immediately. Shin Kang Hu thinks, I'll be meeting the guild leader of the A-Bit Guild soon. If Run Sang Mi keeps her promise suddenly, Shin Kang Hu receives a message. The Space Raider. This person starts the conversation with a compliment. Pretty impressive. He expresses regret. Though it's a shame we couldn't snatch that constellation. The Space Raider sends another message, probing him. Let me ask you one thing. What do you think is the purpose of signing a contract with a constellation? Shin Kang Hu replies immediately. It's a mutual relationship, isn't it? If I do my job well, you do your job well. The Space Raider is angered by the reply. You bold little brat, how interesting. You really aren't an ordinary hunter. Shall we change the subject? When you summoned me back when you were level 1, I knew something good was coming. The Space Raider leaves a firm declaration. Survive. I will test you. The Space Raider offers a deal that isn't bad at all. If you pass the test, our fates will become one, and you will even gain more abilities. Shin Kang Hu seems very interested in the offer. I would certainly welcome that. He wonders, by the way, don't the constellations have any complaints about these contracts? The Space Raider asks back. What do you mean? Shin Kang Hu ponders. This is a system connecting the constellations that control this world with the fates of ordinary people, right? Suddenly, he relates it back to the novel. In the novel he wrote, he had created that scenario to mock the subordinates of the heavenly constellations. The Space Raider answers honestly. For us, that's taken for granted. So we have no complaints. The battles of the contractors are the battles of us constellations as well. Shin Kang Hu can't believe what he just heard. What? Is that so? The Space Raider explains. The constellations are not the administrators of this world. They are simply its subordinates. Shin Kang Hu immediately retorts. Then, who is above you? The person remains completely silent, not uttering a single word. That? I cannot tell you. Shin Kang Hu can only laugh helplessly. This information exceeds the worldview of the novel. Inside, he has many questions that cannot be answered. Even though he is the author, he cannot know everything about this world. Perhaps these parts reflect my own subconscious? Suddenly, the Space Raider cuts off his chaotic thoughts. However, I can tell you this. I do not want to disappear like a common constellation. The person expresses their massive ambition without hesitation. Meeting you has only made me more greedy. Gradually, I've started thinking, if it's you, sharing my fate with you wouldn't be so bad. Shin Kang Hu confidently declares, don't worry. In the future, I will show you things beyond your wildest imagination. The Space Raider is filled with anticipation. I will wait. After the conversation, Shin Kang Hu suddenly receives a notification. Lija, in reports. There is a report that Cha So-hee is in Gunsan. Shin Kang Hu immediately changes his tactics. Faster than I thought. Time to change targets. He decides he will confront Cha. After clearing one more dungeon, he leaves the station and heads straight to the bus terminal. I should go to the Soon Express bus terminal instead of Soon Station. Shin Kang Hu wore a calculating smile as he headed to the suffocating tunnel near Gwangju Station. Chapter 35. A short while later, Shin Kang Hu appeared near the Gwangju bus terminal. Checking his phone, he thought to himself, the only reason I came here, and everything going according to my plan, is because this is where I can use the code I obtained from Hen Sa. I've already erased my hunter information, so they won't be able to track me. However, he still had to be prepared for the unexpected. If I get discovered here, I'll have to fight her right away. While Shin Kang Hu was lost in thought, suddenly, a shrill scream grabbed his attention. Not far away, a young woman was desperately calling for help as a group of thugs surrounded her, threatening her with weapons. "Someone, please help me," the bald guy sneered. "Who hit whom first, huh? Take this." The girl refused to give in. "Those bastards from the Hadong Guild." The name caught Shin Kang Hu's attention. The Hadong Guild. He immediately started connecting the dots. In the novel, this guild was the right-hand tool of Jang Si Gwan. They were incited by Jang Si Gwan and eventually wiped out by the military. Shin Kang Hu knew all too well about their dirty tactics. They had some power in this district, but they were absolute trash. Suddenly, he noticed something. While the girl was struggling, shouting, "Don't touch me," a faint glimmer caught his eye. System identified. Master of Deception. Neutral constellation. Shin Kang Hu was intrigued. He had a pretty useful constellation. The space robber provided helpful info, despite his crude name. It was a high-tier constellation. Who would have thought he'd team up with a scammer like that? Shin Kang Hu immediately seized the chance. There was no way he was sitting this one out. He couldn't hide his excitement. "Let's go. Let's see how that constellation works, shall we?" Shin Kang Hu stepped toward the aggressive thugs and immediately unleashed the Phantom Strike skill. Instantly, 3 identical copies of him appeared, leaving the thugs completely baffled. Shin Kang Hu challenged them confidently. "Try and guess which one is real." The thug was furious. "What? This crazy bastard." Before they could react, Shin Kang Hu lunged like a bullet. The thug panicked and fought back. "You jerk," the guy shouted. "Who the hell are you?" Shin Kang Hu dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Meanwhile, Cha So-hee had deployed forces waiting at Gwangju Station and frowned, complaining, "Too slow." Cha So-hee thought to herself, "Did he take a different route?" Suddenly, an order came from above. "Understood." The voice on the other end checked the situation. "Have you caught Shin Kang Hu yet?" Cha So-hee sounded irritated. "Not yet. I'm already annoyed." The person on the other end laughed. "I didn't expect even you to struggle this much. I really want to meet him." In the distance, someone was silently observing the situation. As Cha So-hee chatted, the person on the line gave orders. "Just keep him alive. Remember, bring him back alive." Though annoyed, Cha So-hee obeyed. "Understood. I will bring him back." Suddenly, there was a strange movement behind her. Cha So-hee grew vigilant. "Which bastard is it?" She threatened to end them. A man's silhouette flickered behind her. Cha So-hee moved with lightning speed, drawing her weapon as she lunged toward the suspect. Her eyes were filled with the hunger of a predator. The knife flew straight toward the suspect. At the same time, the thugs were still struggling with Shin Kang Hu, who perfectly predicted every move. Guessed it right. Seizing the moment, Shin Kang Hu delivered a finishing blow. "Here's your reward." With a single strike, he took down the leader. A constellation appeared immediately, and the system notified him. "You have eliminated the target and signed a contract with the constellation of the one you just defeated." Everyone watching was stunned. The girl was shocked by Shin Kang Hu's power. Seeing their leader down, the thugs were like a snake without a head. "Leader, you bastard! How dare you!" The thugs swarmed him. "You son of a bitch! I'll kill you!" But they had no idea how horrific the fate awaiting them was. With just a wave of his hand, Shin Kang Hu took them all out in seconds. He smirked. "You don't even have constellations. No need to waste my time." The system displayed. Master of Deception, Neutral Constellation. For every 100 levels, you will receive a rare item. Shin Kang Hu was very satisfied. "Can't wait to hit level 100. The girl approached him. "Thank you. I wouldn't have survived without you." She introduced herself shyly. "I'm Chin Hyodong." She shoved her phone into Shin Kang Hu's hand. "Can I get your number?" Chin Hyodong looked at him with sparkling eyes. "I want to repay you, even if it's just a little." Shin Kang Hu typed something into the phone. Chin Hyodong waved goodbye happily. "Thank you so much. See you later." Shin Kang Hu didn't reply, just watched her back as she walked away. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. A notification. "It is time. Please enter the dungeon. Gwangju Songjung Dungeon." Shin Kang Hu was delighted. The dungeon is open. At the same time, Cha So-hee finished off her stalker. A hired mercenary? Or just a civilian? Cha So-hee was disappointed. No intel at all. Did I kill the wrong person? In the distance, another man was secretly listening, and he hurried away. He panicked while texting someone. Cha So-hee noticed him, having discovered the stalker early. "Just as I thought, a rat." He didn't even have time to react. The stalker was completely incinerated. Suddenly, Cha So-hee received a new alert. "I've found Shin Kang Hu's location." She revealed a sinister smile. Cha So-hee was very satisfied to hear this. "He's in Gwangju." "Great. She found something on the stalker's body. I shouldn't have trusted that." Lee Ja-in. Finishing her words, Cha So-hee incinerated the mysterious item. She was angry. "Playing dirty, are you? Shin Kang Hu, don't run anymore." Chapter 36. Shin Kang Hu looked at his hands and thought decisively. Amidst the chaos of battle, he muttered, "If I sell this, I'll get about 800 million. His hands were exhausted, and Shin Kang Hu sighed. Looting is so tiring. He stared at his phone, whispering, "The current bank balance is." The screen showed 4.95 billion. Shin Kang Hu exclaimed, "Almost 5 billion, just as predicted." The Chogu Bin quest was 2.5 billion. He looked ecstatic, smirking to himself, thinking he could easily buy a Tier 3 weapon now. Suddenly, a message arrived, and Shin Kang Hu felt annoyed. "Cha So-hee Lee Ja-in, be careful. Cha So-hee has tracked me down and seems to be coming to Gwangju," he thought tensely. He mused, "Cha So-hee is level 250 and has an incredibly strong constellation. Her nickname, the Hound, isn't just for show." Shin Kang Hu thought further. "Compared to her, I'm only level 49. Shin Kang Hu, level 49 constellation? I need to double my current level before fighting her." He tucked his phone away decisively. "For now, let's just enter the dungeon." With a confident look and a sinister smile, Shin Kang Hu declared, "Let's go." The scene was a disaster. The battlefield near Gwangju Station was in ruins. A subordinate of Kang Dong-hun replied wearily, "Understood." Cha So-hee looked majestic with sharp eyes as a voice came through her earpiece. "We've cleared the entire Hadong Guild and the toll booth, even the bus station and the Gwangju Songjong Station investigators." The voice replied, "Good. We've occupied this place too." Cha So-hee gave a decisive order, "Just wait there." She muttered something terrifying. Shin Kang Hu spoke confidently and loudly, "I hope you like the trap I set." Suddenly, her eyes darted toward something sharp, a troublesome meeting. An ironic encounter between Cha So-hee and Shin Kang Hu had taken place. Shin Kang Hu spoke with a provocative tone, "Long time no see, Cha So-hee." Someone's hand gripped a sharp blade and stepped into the dark forest. A fierce confrontation erupted between Sagana and Shin Kang Hu, their true identities revealed. Facing Sagana, Shin Kang Hu pointed his blade straight ahead, thinking firmly that things were as annoying as predicted. He continued to think about the three phantoms he had created with his illusion magic. Sagana swung his sword in a powerful arc and slammed it into the ground. Everything shifted violently, creating a blinding whirlwind. The Fong Loi Vien Wind Thunder Circle flew away after just one strike. Shin Kang Hu broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that because he was standing quite far away, he couldn't use his seizing eye ability, and his concealed weapons would be useless at this range. Shin Kang Hu was worried. If he engaged in direct combat, his automatic defense would be triggered, and Sagana might be able to dodge his attacks. He raised his knife decisively. Shin Kang Hu imagined the chaos of his shadow steps and lunged powerfully toward Sagana. Sagana was momentarily startled, and a fierce, chaotic battle officially broke out. Sagana ran away as Shin Kang Hu watched. Shin Kang Hu reached out with all his might and shouted, "That is what I'm aiming for," he continued. "Capture, although your skill is quite a hassle." Shin Kang Hu spoke with a determined, steel-edged voice, "But it's meaningless when I'm outside its range." Blood Forest Piercing Spear. Sagana was wounded. Shin Kang Hu unleashed a powerful vortex that caused his opponent to collapse in critical condition. He shouted, "Swap." Sagana was injured but still tried to hold on. He tried to get back up to land a few more slashes. Sagana's eyes were full of anger as he looked at Shin Kang Hu. He used all his strength to run at maximum speed. Sagana was no longer afraid and kept trying to fight back. Shin Kang Hu raised his knife and said, "So, you think you'll be safe inside that circle?" He had witnessed everything. Shin Kang Hu gave a powerful order. "Fong Loi Vien," his eyes full of defiance. He provoked, "I will destroy you within that circle." A terrifying finishing move. Shin Kang Hu yelled out, "Blood burn!" He used his hands to protect himself. A screen appeared, and Shin Kang Hu read, "You have defeated the main boss. You have acquired one of the Fong Loi Vien's skills." The status board appeared again. "You have leveled up to 51. You have received the basic assassin skill, Stealth." The screen became clearer. Stealth. Skill proficiency, max level, consumes 0.1 mana per second, and can hide the user's body. If another skill is used while using Stealth, Stealth will be deactivated. Shin Kang Hu thought to himself, even an M ranker can't use other skills simultaneously. He muttered to himself, "Too bad." If it could be used at the same time, it would be too OP. The board continued to display, Spatial Robber. You are ready. I look forward to seeing your performance in the next battle. Shin Kang Hu headed deeper inside, walking and saying, I'll go to the shop before I go to meet her. His silhouette vanished. Shin Kang Hu hid underneath and smirked. Not bad. He added, long time no see, Cha So Hee. Cha So Hee sighed and replied, You're here? Surprising. I thought you would hide like a rat. Shin Kang Hu provoked back. I can't just let a hound tail me forever. He continued, What do you think? I've got a new weapon to catch that dog now. Cha So Hee replied confidently, Since you brought up the word dog, let me confirm again. Do you have no intention of becoming a hound for the heavenly eclipse? Shin Kang Hu looked straight at her and answered defiantly, Does confirming it mean anything? You already knew it. Cha So Hee's eyes flashed with something, and she said in a sharp tone, Thanks for rejecting the invitation. I've always wanted to kill you. Cha So Hee revealed her true form and laughed loudly. Stealth is useless. The ancient magic of Gardon, a constellation that allows the user to see the invisible. If the target is only using stealth, they will appear as a blurred image. She taunted him, calling him a coward. Chapter 37. Han So-yeon and Lee Ja-in arrived at the Gwangju toll booth. Han So-yeon was startled and deeply worried. Will Shin Kang Hu be okay? Lee Ja-in replied, Don't worry, he's finished even harder missions than this. She continued firmly, Trust me, I'm the one who hired him. So, Yeon looked at her and said a bit timidly, It seems you understand him better than I do. A voice suddenly rang out from somewhere, urging them to hurry. Many people had been injured while working. Sitting in the car, Han So-yeon always felt uneasy and anxious, thinking, Actually, I'm very worried. If I didn't ask for help beforehand, he wouldn't like being assisted. Lee Ja-in looked over and laughed confidently, responding, That sounds just like him. With a wicked smile, she thought to herself, But I can't help it. I want to keep this talented employee for a long time. So Yeon suddenly looked at Lee Ja-in, pleading, Lee Ja-in. The car sped through the streets. Han So-yeon suddenly panicked and cried out. Up ahead, Mr. Dong-hoon's henchmen were waiting with arrogant expressions. Lee Ja-in gripped the steering wheel tightly and headed forward, saying, Looks like we arrived just in time. She squeezed the steering wheel without fear. Lee Ja-in drove straight through the crowd, shouting, Who would have thought I'd be welcomed so warmly? The system board appeared, a constellation that allows the user to see what the naked eye cannot. If the target is hiding, they will be marked with blurred shadows. Cha So Hee laughed crazily. You little brat. Shin Kang Hu stared at her with a resolute attitude, sensing a troublesome constellation. Cha So Hee laughed mockingly and thought, It's not just seizing eye or illusion magic. Even the stealth skill I just acquired is useless. She reached her hand forward, glowing intensely with full power. She thought, Since fire is my specialty, thermal energy is also completely. Shin Kang Hu approached, looking at the burning debris, which suddenly erupted into a terrifying whirlwind. Shin Kang Hu felt panicked. Damn it, he thought. If I had been hit by that, I'd be done for. Even ice wouldn't have saved me. Blacksmith's heat resistance. Fire property increased by 500%. Cha So Hee bit her lip in anger, using all her might to spin a violent orange whirlwind, shouting, Die! A fierce battle broke out. Shin Kang Hu used his power to lunge forward, his protective armor shimmering. In his hand, he held a turquoise flower. Shin Kang Hu looked back and thought, This is going to be tough. He realized and felt lucky. Good thing I increased my shield skills earlier. Fire-resistant skill, max level. Due to the ultimate defense shield and upgrading to a new weapon, my health and stats have increased compared to before. Cha So Hee roared in terrifying anger, reached out with all her power to create a horrific whirlwind, and shouted, How long do you think you can run? A blue mist coiled around Shin Kang Hu's feet. Someone shouted that their opponent was a mage. Shin Kang Hu swung his arm with a fierce, bitter gaze. He was furious because he had buffed his shield and weapon to drain her health. Suddenly, he jolted in fear. Shin Kang Hu surged forward. He had to fight in close quarters. Cha So Hee was already surrounded. She didn't look afraid. Instead, she met him with a defiant stare. Shin Kang Hu threw a heavy punch and had already taken down several of them. Boss Dong-hoon's subordinates collapsed in agony. Chaos had erupted. She shouted in a panic, then turned to him and continued, I've handled the rest, but what about Shin Kang Hu? Is he still inside? Lee Ja-in just replied, I can't find him anywhere. She continued, Hurry up. I don't think she's here. Someone speculated it was probably at the train station. Cha So-hee, confident in her blazing power, waved her hand as an orange vortex engulfed the entire space. Among them, a fire dragon vortex appeared. Cha So-hee confidently raised her hand, manifesting it. Fire dragon, a swirling inferno erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. Cha So-hee unleashed all her power, causing devastating damage. She laughed loudly with a provocative tone. Do you get it now? No matter what you do, it's useless. She added, this is the end for you. Shin Kang Hu thought to himself, yeah, close quarters combat isn't working. He headed straight for Cha So-hee. It seemed like she stepped on something, and she cried out, are you slipping because you're scared? If I do this, you won't be able to take it back. Cha So-hee countered fiercely, shouting, this is how you take aim. Shin Kang Hu's face turned pale with a hint of fear. A blinding surge of power was generated by Cha So-hee to retaliate. It headed straight for Shin Kang Hu. Cha So-hee flared up in anger, thinking, what kind of trick is he trying to pull? A challenge screen appeared with the wind thunder element magic, shattering everything. A series of green and black lights flashed. Shin Kang Hu saw it all and said, I think I should be the one to do that. He smiled with satisfaction and continued, teaching you how to aim. Chapter 38. Hodong looked down from above and couldn't help but gasp. Her eyes were full of malice. This is getting interesting. Chin Hyodong remembered the previous attack and felt lucky, whispering to himself, good thing I didn't intervene back then. Who knew he could push Cha So-hee this far? She tilted her head in genuine curiosity. Previously, Chin Hyodong had followed Shin Kang Hu and seen how he dealt with monsters. He conquered the Sagana labyrinth and was now using the insect's very own skills to deal with the monsters. The controller on the other side said something through her earpiece. Chin Hyodong smiled softly and replied, yes. During the intense battle between Shin Kang Hu and Cha So-hee, she stood silently, unnoticed. I'm watching him right now. Amidst the swirling wind, Shin Kang Hu still stood firm, his expression serious. Meanwhile, Cha So-hee had been pushed back by this terrifying surge of power, unable to even open her eyes. Taking advantage of that, Shin Kang Hu enhanced his hand and rushed forward. He thrust his hand forward, and a massive hand of power flew out, grabbing Cha So-hee. Her pupils dilated in shock. Cha So-hee couldn't believe it. She looked up at Shin Kang Hu, who drew his knife and accelerated. The slashes came, instantly and continuously, making it impossible for Cha So-hee's body to endure. Blood forest strike. She hurriedly drew the knife hidden at her waist. Cha So-hee used it to counter Shin Kang Hu's slashes. She used her other hand to conjure fire, a cold smirk on her lips. Shin Kang Hu, do you think it's that easy to take me down? Cha So-hee spat fire toward him and yelled, don't get the wrong idea. But Shin Kang Hu had already managed to twist his body to dodge the attack, while simultaneously rushing behind Cha So-hee. He easily escaped the flames and, crouching down, replied, not a chance. The weapon in his hand suddenly vanished. He raised his finger and snapped it. I didn't do it. Cha So-hee didn't understand yet, and looked stunned. Huh? Right at that moment, the old wounds on her body began to bleed profusely. Blood burn. Shin Kang Hu picked up his knife and continued to rush forward. Above, Chin Hyodong was still observing everything. The controller asked, what's the situation? She laughed with interest. Teacher, don't be shocked. Cha So-hee is done for. Kang Dong-hun looked stunned for a long moment. Finally, he sneered, I see. Perhaps our Cha So-hee is no longer special to him. But at this moment, Cha So-hee was struggling, gritting her teeth, covered in injuries. Her pupils flickered. Am I going to lose? Before her eyes, Shin Kang Hu was rushing forward. Me? But she wouldn't accept it, her hand conjuring a different flame. In the past, Cha So-hee had also bullied others with this very same fire. You crazy brat, why are you doing this to me? Her eyes were cold and full of hatred. Shut your mouth. I have to make sure you never dare to play with fire again. That guy felt confused. Play with fire? Finally, he remembered playing with fire and burning down a house with his friends when he was young. I remember now, the man pointed in a panic. You're the girl from that house. He immediately became terrified. Hey, killing me won't bring your parents back. But Cha So-hee didn't let him finish. A flame consumed him. The man sank into the hot fire, screaming in agony. Just as Cha So-hee coldly turned away, a strange object flew toward her. She was quick to dodge the flying axe. A group of people carrying other weapons walked up calmly. You're pretty good at causing trouble, kid. A group of thugs with a reckless air laughed mockingly. Let us beat you up to set an example for those who dare mess with us. As soon as he finished speaking, the group rushed to grab her. Cha So-hee hurriedly cast a fire spell, and a large flame instantly incinerated them. Suddenly, Cha So-hee was attacked from behind. She looked down in panic at the knife stuck in her stomach. That guy laughed crazily and pulled the knife out, giving us attitude. Huh? He opened his mouth and cursed her for being stubborn. Strip her. Maybe there's some good loot. Cha So-hee gritted her teeth in anger. Am I losing? She couldn't bear the thought of losing to these scumbags. Suddenly, a man stepped forward. My territory is pretty noisy lately, isn't it? The thugs turned around, confused. What? Kang Dong-hun didn't let them speak before rushing forward and punching them. The group was immediately sent flying away. A terrifying surge of power blasted them out of the alley. Kang Dong-hun clicked his tongue in anger. This is the territory of Heaven's Eclipse. Cha So-hee stared in a daze at the scene of ruin before her. Only then did Kang Dong-hun notice her. He looked down at the pile of people lying on the ground and asked, Is this your handiwork? Cha So-hee replied in surprise. Yes. Kang Dong-hun chuckled. Worth teaching, I suppose, he said with interest. Follow me. Kang Dong-hun just smiled slightly, but that scene was etched deep in Cha So-hee's heart. Afterward came a series of days of training and fighting. The teacher gave her a place to belong, in exchange for her handling people as he requested. Cha So-hee seemed very happy living those days, but Kang Dong-hun had ordered her, Vigilance is not your strength. He exclaimed. He has the potential to compete with you. If he came to work for me, Kang Dong-hun's favoritism towards Shin Kang Hu made Cha So-hee furious. You bastard. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can just show up and steal everything of mine? The hatred flared up in her eyes again. Cha So-hee screamed, and the flames of anger erupted violently. Don't you dare mock me. The sudden incident startled Shin Kang Hu, causing him to step back. Cha So-hee smirked. Scared now? She reached out frantically. Come here. Her fire-stained hand touched Shin Kang Hu. Shin Kang Hu. Chapter 39. But thankfully, Shin Kang Hu had managed to conjure a barrier, defending himself automatically. Cha So-hee gritted her teeth in anger. Defensive skills, huh? She roared in frustration. Exactly how many skills do you have? Shin Kang Hu backed away and snapped his fingers again. Shin Kang Hu smiled craftily. That's a trade secret. For a moment, nothing happened. Cha So-hee looked around, confused, and Shin Kang Hu looked stunned as well. Oh, is that so? Cha So-hee chuckled, finally understanding. So, my prediction was right. That move of yours, it makes wounds explode, doesn't it? She held up her scarred hand. But don't bother. I've already cauterized all my wounds, so they won't bleed anymore. Cha So-hee summoned a massive vortex of fire. That trick of yours is useless now. Watching the flames rain down, Shin Kang Hu clicked his tongue. Damn it. He scrambled to dodge the shower of fire, known as fire rain. This is getting tough. There's just too much of it. A flame flew toward Shin Kang Hu. He used his ultimate evasion technique. Shin Kang Hu calmly deduced that Cha So-hee's specialty was fire manipulation. She was laughing manically as she watched him struggle to dodge. Shin Kang Hu looked down at the fire-covered ground. She must be planning to use the fire on the floor as a trap. He quickly activated his protective armor. If she keeps up this relentless assault, my defenses won't hold for long. Shin Kang Hu looked toward the warehouse exit. He needed to move the fight out there. As soon as he finished that thought, he spun around. Using his special move, short jump, Shin Kang Hu vaulted out of the circle of melted walls. But Cha So-hee caught him, flying right in front of his face and thrusting her blade forward. Shin Kang Hu couldn't counter in time. He could only watch it coming. Meanwhile, over there, Dong-hun's men were being knocked down one by one. Han So-yeon looked up. Jae-in stared over there. What was that? Jae-in looked up. Behind the crowd, the sky was stained a deep, burning red. Lee Jae-in said anxiously, We have to hurry. The subordinates shouted in a rage. Where do you think you're going? Stop them at all costs. Han So-yeon swung her fist, and the crowd surrounding them was sent flying. One of them was pinned down by sheer force. Jae-in said coldly, Sorry, but we're in a bit of a rush. Her tone was icy. If you want to live, get lost. Beneath the green circle, those standing nearby were instantly wounded, blood spraying everywhere. Jae-in pulled her hand back, and the energy surged toward the sky, the red glow growing more intense. Jae-in became visibly worried. Shin Kang Hu. Meanwhile, Shin Kang Hu was using his blade to hold off Cha So-hee. She chuckled, the pressure increasing with every second. Shin Kang Hu struggled to resist. His blade began to melt from the heat of her flames. Shin Kang Hu suddenly realized that this situation actually favored him. He abruptly stepped back and circled behind Cha So-hee. With this teleportation, I can aim for her blind spot. Cha So-hee suddenly chuckled and turned her head. I remember you blocking that attack quite quickly. The blade lunged forward and pierced straight into Shin Kang Hu. Blood poured out. He gritted his teeth and endured it. Cha So-hee's eyes were filled with malice, And finally, she laughed like a lunatic. Finally. Suddenly, something stopped Cha So-hee in her tracks. Shin Kang Hu seized the opening and thrust his knife forward. He swung his other hand, a great cleaving strike, instantly knocking the blade from Cha So-hee's hand. She was heavily wounded, her arm bleeding profusely. Chin Hyo-dong watched from afar and let out a small yawn. She looked bored. What? Is it already over? Suddenly, someone approached, catching Chin Hyo-dong off guard. Han So-yeon had caught up, not noticing the girl standing in the corner. Meanwhile, Shin Kang Hu leaped out of danger. He watched her carefully. She made correct decisions incredibly fast. Cha So-hee gritted her teeth in frustration, one arm already severed. She had chosen to sacrifice an arm to save her life, but that wouldn't stop her. Cha So-hee manifested a hand made of fire to replace it. The flames will erupt like an explosion. I will destroy you. Shin Kang Hu had to struggle to block the attack with his protective armor. This is driving me crazy. The solemn madness was wearing off. Cha So-hee used her remaining hand to strike back at Shin Kang Hu, hurling a fireball at him. I'll shatter that armor of yours after a few more hits. Suddenly, a surge of energy flew in and blocked it. Shin Kang Hu was momentarily stunned. Wind magic? Han So-yeon ran over, worried. Shin Kang Hu. Cha So-hee gritted her teeth in rage. You crazy dog! She looked at Han So-yeon, who was supporting Shin Kang Hu, and screamed furiously. How many more times do you plan on interfering? Cha So-hee looked up to where Jae-in was standing. I've never liked you, you bitch. Lee Jae-in just watched leisurely from above. Lee Jae-in immediately jumped down to join the battle. She stood in front of Cha So-hee. It seems you don't understand the situation, protecting Han So-yeon and Shin Kang Hu behind you. Cha So-hee? Cha So-hee chuckled, raising her flaming hand as she lunged forward. The fire flared up violently. If you like talking so much, keep on talking. Lee Jae-in reached out, anxiously creating a barrier to block the flames. Suddenly, she noticed the space in front of her was empty. She had vanished. Han So-yeon looked around cautiously. Where on earth did she go? Only then did Shin Kang Hu whisper, no need to be so on edge. Lee Jae-in turned to him, worried. What do you mean? Shin Kang Hu thought to himself. Throughout the battle, I was constantly worried about Cha So-hee's final nebula. Had he analyzed her strength then? The system window at the time clearly showed that the aspect that had been boosted twice was intelligence. The system classified Cha So-hee as the owner of worldly intelligence. Could a nebula burdened with worldly wisdom copy a less perfect version of an opponent's skills? This time, Shin Kang Hu watched her anxiously, wondering what she had stolen. He used a mana tracking spell, but as he followed the traces, he gradually realized she had secretly copied his own skill. She won't attack anymore. Shin Kang Hu panted and said, Cha So-hee ran away. Jae-in responded in a panic. Then we have to go after her right now. Suddenly, Shin Kang Hu's vision went dark, and he collapsed. Han So-yeon quickly lunged to catch him. Are you okay? Wake up, please. Jae-in reached out to touch Shin Kang Hu's neck and let out a sigh of relief. He's still breathing. Lee Jae-in commanded. Let's get to the hospital, fast. Elsewhere, Cha So-hee was fleeing. She gritted her teeth in anger. Lee Jae-in, that bitch, how dare she get in my way? Cha So-hee calmly recalled the fight. But Shin Kang Hu, what the hell is that guy? She couldn't believe what had just happened. The amount of skills he had was absurd, and he could even use the skills of dungeon boss monsters. Cha So-hee suddenly realized something unusual. Does he have the ability to copy monster skills? Meanwhile, Chin Hyo-dong had been hiding in a corner, seeing everything. She followed Cha So-hee. She absolutely had to report this to her master. Suddenly, Chin Hyo-dong lunged out to attack. Cha So-hee stopped in her tracks. Though she dodged the fatal blow, her neck began to bleed again. Cha So-hee stared blankly as Chin Hyo-dong turned around, laughing maniacally. What's the rush? Cha So-hee grabbed her neck, looking at him in disbelief. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Chin Hyo-dong didn't answer, just smiled as he stepped forward. Chin Hyo-dong, she said with a faint, mocking smile. What else would I be doing? I'm trying to make you realize how pathetic your situation is right now. At that moment, Chin Hyo-dong spoke through his earpiece to his master. What should I do with Cha So-hee? Kang Dong-hun crushed his cigarette. Get rid of her. He gave a dangerous smile. A hunting dog that can't hunt isn't worth keeping. Chin Hyo-dong recounted everything. His master had abandoned her. Cha So-hee froze, stunned. What? She couldn't even process it yet. As she spoke, Chin Hyo-dong lunged forward. Darkness fell over the hospital as Kang Hu finally opened his eyes. Bandaged from head to toe, he jerked upright to look around. A hospital? Beside him, Sun was still fast asleep, with traces of tears on her face. She whispered something very softly. Kang Hu just watched her in silence. Finally, everything was over. He put on his clothes and stepped outside. He tapped his earpiece, and Kang Hu started playing some music. The healing power of the melody made him feel a bit more at ease. He truly savored this moment. Suddenly, a notification cut him off, and he looked at his screen in confusion. Jung Do-hee? The photo Jung Do-hee sent showed a rose, along with a message, "I'm out." Kang Hu was surprised. Did she stumble upon this by accident? He chuckled. Talk about lucky. Jung Do-hee sent another message, "I've got your back." Kang Hu tucked his phone away, bewildered. What is she even talking about? He reached a turn in the hallway and accidentally ran into Lee Ja-in. Kang Hu thought to himself, damn it. Lee Ja-in just gave him a faint smile. So, my guess was right. I knew you'd do this, Shin Kang Hu. She asked with concern. Why not rest a little longer before you go? Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Kang Hu took off his earphones and asked abruptly, Is Lam Dong all right? Lee Ja-in asked, astonished. What? Kang Hu reminded her. Heavenly eclipse might target her because of what happened. Hearing that, Lee Ja-in laughed. Don't worry, she smiled confidently. Heavenly eclipse is big, sure, but Lam Dong is tough. Kang Hu nodded and smiled. That's good to hear then. He spoke up. Thanks for today. Please pass my thanks on to Han So-yeon as well. Lee Ja-in sighed softly and smiled. If she knew, she'd probably want to hear it directly from you. Kang Hu refused. No, it's better this way. He hesitated. It's better for Han So-yeon too. Kang Hu's eyes flashed with sadness. Han So-yeon was a supporting character for Shin Kang Hu. He remembered Han So-yeon's tragic end. If the two of us stay close, what happened in the novel will surely repeat itself. Kang Hu walked past Lee Ja-in. I'll be going now. Lee Ja-in spoke up at that moment. If you truly have a reason, I won't force you, she asked. But instead, can you give me some time? Lee Ja-in smiled faintly. I have something I need to tell you somewhere else. Jung Do-hee held her phone, staring at the messages in confusion. Why isn't he answering? Chapter 41. Kang Hu turned his head and said, Let's go. Lee Ja-in recalled the request from her subordinate. The culprit you asked me to look into earlier, she recounted. We've handled it. But it's hard to track someone's identity just from a hunter's license. It's likely they forged a new identity. Lee Ja-in tilted her head and asked, It will take time to track his true identity down. Is that okay? Kang Hu nodded and replied, Do whatever you feel comfortable with. Lee Ja-in added, And one more thing about Heavenly Eclipse. She remembered Cha So-hee's pathetic departure. Even though Cha So-hee's father ended up in that state, Heavenly Eclipse hasn't made a move yet. And when I drove Han So-yeon's car into those underlings, no matter how many of their forces we dealt with in this area, it's strange that they've stayed silent until now. Kang Hu bowed his head, deep in thought. They might be trying to cover this up. Lee Ja-in nodded in agreement. I think so too. She recounted, after mobilizing so many people to capture you, and even sending a member of the executive board, they still failed. Shin Kang Hu, if this news gets out, their reputation will be ruined. Kang Hu asked, What about Cha So-hee's father? Lee Ja-in waved her hand. There are no witnesses. She understood the cruelty and malice of Kang Dong-hun very well. She failed her mission, so she was likely disposed of. We are talking about Kang Dong-hun, Kang Hu thought quietly. Cha So-hee's father. That was when he realized he didn't need to be vigilant anymore. Cha So-hee had run away. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Shin Kang Hu collapsed, unconscious. Before he lost consciousness, Kang Hu saw something. A system window appeared, praising him. Space Raider. That match was quite impressive. You've proven your worth. It added, If you want to move to the next stage, call me. Kang Hu had to thank Cha So-hee. Talk about being backed into a corner. But thanks to her, I've got a chance. He stood up. I'm leaving now. Lee Ja-in warned him. There will be people following you, so be careful. Kang Hu replied. Don't worry. He smiled faintly. I'll be somewhere no one can find me. The officer was scrolling through the news. Chinhyo Dong Group in Gwangju attacked by an organization called Daechun. He tilted his head in surprise. They randomly clashed with Chinhyo Dong. Could it be that they aren't related at all? The officer frowned. That would be troublesome for me, wouldn't it? Does it have to be the place I'm keeping an eye on? He turned to look out the window, lamenting, so many unexpected things keep happening these past few days. It reminded the officer of unpleasant memories, similar to how Run Sang-mi got rid of Gong Tae-soo and took over Unsan. Even after mobilizing an entire team, he still found nothing, and in the end, I never found the one who took Gong Tae-soo's left arm. I didn't have enough information. The officer tapped his desk in thought. He called someone. Yes, Jang Si Gwan. He ordered, I need to find the reason behind Heavenly Eclipse's attack. Qin Hyodong. The officer turned around. Bring me the CCTV footage from the apartments in Gwangju, where Kang Hu stayed. He smiled at the empty air. Let's get started. A system window appeared. Space Raider. I need to confirm one thing. It warned, death in the Nebula trial means death in reality. Space Raider. Do you understand this? Kang Hu was silent for a moment. The next second, he smiled faintly. Of course, Kang Hu understood this world perfectly well. The Nebula trial's completion depended entirely on that nebula's decision. Players would have to fight in various programs, and the forms of the trials would differ. Depending on the nebula's setup, some people might even have to fight monsters instead of people. Players could even lose their lives, but the similarity was that no matter the level, the difficulty was always high. One strike from a monster through the heart, and a player could die on the spot. In fact, it was so dangerous that some nebulae only participated in the trials to eliminate their contractors, because if the contractors died, the contract would be nullified. Kang Hu thought. Most people participate in this trial only after increasing their abilities a bit first. He remembered the feeling of helplessness when fighting Cha So-hee, but he had realized during the fight that he needed to become stronger. Kang Hu thought, I don't have time to hesitate. He smiled slightly. Thanks for your concern, but I need to do this now. The system was silent for a moment. Space Raider, I was worried for nothing. Kang Hu's body immediately turned into pixels. I grant your wish. Before long, his whole body glowed with light and gradually disappeared. Kang Hu was teleported to a dark place. He looked around in amazement. Above the stands were countless other nebulae. In an instant, his whole body began to glow and fade away. Shin Kang Hu was teleported to a dark place. He looked around in astonishment. Above the gallery were countless other nebulas. Shin Kang Hu told himself, there are more spectators than I expected. Looks like this debut is going to be intense. The system always chimes in, the constellations are happy you're enjoying it. It began shouting, Constellations, welcome to my Incarnation's Nebula trial. Those in the stands focused their attention on the constellations. If the Incarnation passes the trial, the audience, including the Strategic Nebula, the Wilderness, the Battlefield Angels, and the Knowledge-Seeking System, he will share his fate with me and gain more power. However, if he fails, he will die at the end of the match. The constellations watching from above also included the Apocalypse of Darkness. The system demanded of the constellations, if you wish to respond to this match, please contribute some nebula power and express your intentions. A blue orb rose high into the air. If he fails, everyone's nebula power will be returned, the system added for the constellations. The opponent for this match was a hunter from another dimension, and the Incarnation had the right to choose. Shin Kang Hu thought to himself, it looks like I've been given a choice. He observed with a cold expression, but the goal of this trial was to gain recognition from the constellations. They would be dissatisfied if he chose a safe opponent. Shin Kang Hu took a deep breath, smiled, and said, I choose him. Everyone was astonished, and even the system was surprised. The Wilderness's fighting force? How interesting. He had chosen someone he could never defeat. Immediately, the system accepted the request. The Strategic Nebula of the Wilderness had contributed its nebula power, as did the Nebula of Justice. The blue orb above grew larger and larger, and a man appeared with a faint smirk. Quite a lot, huh? The officer smiled, clearly amused. How ridiculous. A match against a creature from another dimension? Shin Kang Hu looked at him, smiling back with a defiant glint. Chapter 42. Shin Kang Hu manifested a knife in his hand. Perfect. He smiled, holding a flower in his hand, thinking it was a good environment. The magic here was purer and more abundant than in reality. The officer looked him up and down, evaluating him. Are you some kind of patient or an addict? Shin Kang Hu bit into the flower, eating it. Don't worry, I'm neither. Instantly, Shin Kang Hu's entire body glowed with power. The officer asked about his level. Shin Kang Hu replied calmly, 47. The officer frowned, dissatisfied. A level 47 dare to face someone with a level over 800 like me? He scoffed. You're reckless. It seems you chose me to grab the constellation's attention, but you're just walking toward your own death. The officer looked toward the now thinned crowd in the stands. Constellations. Wouldn't it be sad if you left just after arriving? He smiled and held up 2 fingers. I'll take the loss. I'll only use 2 nebulas, where no one can see. Shin Kang Hu laughed to himself. Just as he predicted, there was no way the officer would pass up an opportunity to show off in front of the constellations. The officer was still lost in his own arrogance. Shin Kang Hu looked at the +30 data above the officer's head and calculated. Usually, High-level constellations would want to take the position of the main nebula, so they wouldn't want to form a contract after seeing that number. The constellations began to whisper among themselves. The man of wisdom, oh my. Only 2 nebulas? The mathematician has lost it. This is a good opportunity to see what he's capable of. Shin Kang Hu would use the officer himself during this battle, but in a place overflowing with nebulas like this, at least one would succumb to his skills. He smiled confidently. Things would not go as the officer planned. A while ago, the secretary had entered the office of the guildmaster. The officer, these are the documents you requested. The officer looked at the report and asked, "Is this about the solar eclipse incident?" The secretary bowed and replied, "It is about the abyss, sir." The officer's eyes were pensive. The report showed an image of the Abyssal Lord posing a question to the Chunghwa Guild. The truth would always be exposed. They are an organization that is very hard to understand. The officer angrily tore up the report. Why are they so obsessed with the truth? He coldly burned them to ashes. Regardless, the media will only believe what they want to believe anyway. The officer threw the report onto the table. His movements need to be monitored, right? The secretary replied, "Please rest assured." He has also agreed, the officer said. "Fine, then I will authorize the Blackbone Squad." The information displayed. Lee Hun-suk, leader of the Abyss team. Below him was another person, Baek Dong Cheol, Lee Hun-suk's only flesh and blood. The image sent back showed the 2 of them standing side by side, just as planned. Sang-mi called the team leader, Lee Hun-suk. The person on the other end asked about Sang-mi. She laughed and said, "Long time no see, team leader." Lee Hun-suk replied, "I've heard about you. It seems you've used some of its power." Sang-mi laughed loudly. "We only just handled a few small fries." She smiled, thinking of Shin Kang Hu. The one who handled the beast was someone else. "Do you have a moment?" Sang-mi's voice came from the other end. "I have something to tell you about that incident." Lee Hun-suk replied apologetically, "I'm sorry, not right now." He clutched his head in frustration. "I can't reach Baek Dong Cheol. I don't know if he went back into the dungeon or not." Run Song-mi laughed happily. "He's ignoring you again. He really is just the same as always." Lee Hun-suk laughed back. "Jue has gone to check. Everything will be resolved soon." He suddenly remembered. "That's right. Can you come here?" Lee Hun-suk generously invited her, saying since she had won, they should meet and calculate their next plans. Hearing that, Sang-mi laughed even more happily. "Sure, I agree." Elsewhere, Shin Kang Hu was fighting the constellations. The barrier he created soon cracked under the power of the explosion. Shin Kang Hu used his automatic defense technique, but it wouldn't last long. "My automatic defense is about to break," he thought. On the other side, the officer was still extremely calm. "Don't be afraid, that was just a warning shot." Shin Kang Hu laughed softly. "Damn it, his attack speed is just as fast as in the Novkul's." He pulled out his knife and crouched low. "This will be very dangerous if I only use my body." Shin Kang Hu manifested a protective shield. The officer, by contrast, found it ridiculous. "How long will that shield of yours last?" He kindly reminded him, "If you want to live, it would be better to run away right now." Meanwhile, the officer manifested a dark purple fireball. He smiled mockingly. As he dodged, the officer flicked his wrist, and spikes immediately rained down from the sky. Shin Kang Hu tenaciously kept running to dodge the attacks, while remembering the moves of those he had fought before. "I've seen these techniques before, but his are on another level," he told himself. "If I get hit by even one blow, I'll be in critical condition immediately." Shin Kang Hu's footsteps suddenly stopped. He used a high-speed dodge technique to avoid all the incoming obstacles. Shin Kang Hu turned around, thinking to himself, attacking with dark magic right at the start of the match. A system display appeared above Jang Si Gwan, revealing he was a seeker of the Black Star. He was stabilizing dark power to prevent the destruction of his body and soul. Shin Kang Hu thought to himself, so he chose that for his first nebula. Jang Si Gwan feigned a loud voice to address the nebulas in the stands. "Isn't it lucky, everyone?" He pretended to smile gently. "At least this little bug is fast." Jang Si Gwan reassured the watching nebulas. "Everyone, no need to worry. This fight won't end in a blink of an eye." A nebula couldn't help but exclaim, "The one provoking the corruption cleanup will be far more troublesome." Other nebulas chimed in as well. "A savage strategy. Is he planning to drag out the fight on purpose? The war god is truly brutal." The orb in midair glowed. Spatial seizure. Who knew the spatial seizure wasn't over yet? Shin Kang Hu suddenly used a speed boost and ran toward Jang Si Gwan. His hand had been reinforced a while ago. "Thanks for the chatter." Shin Kang Hu used a movement skill to close the distance to Jang Si Gwan before he could finish preparing. Only then did Jang Si Gwan realize something was off. But that didn't stop him. Jang Si Gwan easily used Vanish. Shin Kang Hu gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, he neutralized that attack with Vanish? Jang Si Gwan smiled and praised him. I didn't expect you to have that skill. Before he could finish, Shin Kang Hu leaped to attack. I'll have to readjust. In the middle of the space, Shin Kang Hu used illusory magic to surround Jang Si Gwan, while all the illusions drew their blades, pointing them at him. Jang Si Gwan chuckled with interest. He instantly shattered the illusions, using his spatial manipulation. This caused Shin Kang Hu, who was jumping in midair, to miss his strike, and his whole body plummeted. Unfortunately, Shin Kang Hu crashed into the arena wall. The blade pierced the wall, creating a shrill grinding sound. He turned his head in annoyance. So, that's it. Shin Kang Hu looked up above Jang Si Gwan's head. That was the second nebula he was using. A status window appeared. Spatial path, it acts as a gateway, allowing you to move to other dimensions. At that moment, his weapon was stuck deep in the wall, making it hard to pull out. Shin Kang Hu used it as leverage to leap back toward Jang Si Gwan. Short jump, he chuckled. How about this? Chapter 43. Shin Kang Hu's hand tightened around his blade, and he rushed forward again using Shadow Step, creating multiple illusions of Shin Kang Hu all charging at once. Jang Si Gwan watched him with total calm. You're struggling, but these are just clones. He could instantly identify the real body and attack Shin Kang Hu. I'll start with the main body first. Deathfire. But he had simultaneously used a different skill. Swap. Only then did Jang Si Gwan realize it. He hurriedly turned his head, but Shin Kang Hu was already rushing in with the knife. Jang Si Gwan quickly raised his hand to defend, manifesting a bolt of red lightning to block him. The knife immediately clashed with the lightning's spatial control. Jang Si Gwan manifested that lightning bolt again behind Shin Kang Hu for a surprise attack, but he managed to notice it in time and turned around. Elsewhere, someone gently placed a hand on Dong Che's shoulder. He turned around in a panic. Huh? This was Baek Dong Cheol, a relative of Lai Li Hun Sok. He looked over anxiously. Brother Mundu Sok? The person behind him was indeed Mundu Sok, deputy leader of the Abyss. Dong Che asked in surprise. Why are you suddenly? But Mundu Sok signaled him to be quiet. Shh. He leaned in and whispered with difficulty. Listen carefully. Mundu Sok warned Dong Che that there was information that the Purge Guild was targeting him. Dong Che was immediately flustered. Really? But they didn't know that someone was standing behind the wall, waiting to eavesdrop. Mundu Sok pulled Dong Che to run. No time to explain. Follow me. Dong Che coordinated and ran with him. Okay. Mundu Sok looked back anxiously as he ran. Lucky I have connections. The follower saw this and panicked, instantly turning around. Damn it. His accomplice next to him asked, What's wrong? He also quickly gave chase. The target is on the move. On the other side, Shin Kang Hu was being pushed back by a large shield. He hurriedly turned and leaped down to the arena. Just then, bizarre green toxic gas rose from the ground, and Jang Si Gwan's entire body radiated that strange light. Truly ignorant of your place. He is truly angry this time. You dare target my back? Shin Kang Hu, with his hand on the ground, used his remaining strength to spring up and escape, avoiding the spreading danger zone. Death Radiance. Shin Kang Hu used the swap skill to avoid the attack range instantly, but Jang Si Gwan remained incredibly relaxed. Useless. He gestured with his hand, creating a purple magnetic field, spatial control. Shin Kang Hu panicked. Damn it. He found it increasingly difficult to escape. Using spatial magic and dark magic simultaneously, Shin Kang Hu tried to avoid the glowing teleportation gates Jang Si Gwan had created. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt grazed Shin Kang Hu's face, but he managed to dodge to the side and accelerated, sprinting forward. More lightning bolts were firing from all four sides at once. Shin Kang Hu cursed under his breath. My eyes can't keep up. Jang Si Gwan smiled, happily playing this game of tag. A lightning bolt hit Shin Kang Hu without warning, and he immediately suffered heavy damage, coughing up blood. Right after that, Jang Si Gwan created a massive explosion that engulfed the entire arena. In the real world, Mundu Sok and Dong Che were still trying to shake off the bad guys. Mundu Sok shouted, Keep going, we just need to get out of here. His footsteps suddenly froze. Mundu Sok looked ahead in horror. They had called a gang of thugs to ambush them. He turned his head. There was a group behind them too. They had nowhere left to run. They were cornered. One thug held a blade to Dong Che's neck. Quiet. He ordered Mundu Sok, Stay still. You don't want the hostage to die, do you? Mundu Sok gritted his teeth in anger. You bastard. Another one took the opportunity to sneak up from behind. Dong Che screamed in a panic. Brother Mundu Sok. The thug dropped his club. Didn't expect it to be this easy. They told each other, ignoring Mundu Sok lying on the ground. Let's go inside quickly. He reached out his hand in pain. No! Mundu Sok collapsed and shouted, Dong Che. The two people tailing them from behind also heard that voice. They hurriedly followed the sound to the location. By then, someone was helping Mundu Sok up. Mundu Sok, are you okay? He lowered his head. I'm sorry. Mundu Sok's voice was full of self-reproach. Dong Che has been captured, the other two exclaimed in shock. Huh? Mundu Sok held his head in pain. Damn it. We should have been more careful. The two of them stood up and asked, We will keep looking. Which way did they go? Mundu Sok pointed. That way, probably turned left. The two rushed out. Leave it to us. Only Mundu Sok remained in the small alley. In a corner where no one could see, he smiled crazily and cunningly. I'm counting on you guys. Jang Si Gwan's battle had left the entire arena shrouded in thick dust. He broke into a gentle smile again. Now, Jang Si Gwan turned his attention toward the nebulas in the stands. Did everyone enjoy the performance? Though it was short, it was an honor to meet you all. Suddenly, the orb hanging above remained active. The officer froze for a moment, still providing support. He looked down at the chaotic scene before him. Impossible, how did Kang Hu emerge unscathed from that thick, toxic smoke? Thanks for that, officer. He smiled, holding up the phone with the recovery song pinned. Thanks to you blabbering on, I've fully recovered. Kang Hu thought to himself, I almost met my maker there. The officer's face could no longer maintain its composure. I didn't expect you to have the nerve to listen to music in front of me. Kang Hu calmly put the phone back in his pocket. Stop standing there like an idiot. He summoned his knife once again. Your attacks won't work on me anymore. Chapter 44. The officer clicked his tongue in anger. Nonsense. He manifested a massive stream of red light. Let's see how long you can keep talking tough. His hands poured endless power into the orb. Kang Hu watched them carefully, thinking, if I get hit by that, I'm dead for sure. He closed his eyes to regain his composure. If I can't overcome this, I'll never be able to stop the officer. The officer mistakenly took that attitude for fear of death or perhaps just arrogance, never imagining that he was actually closing his eyes to wait for the end. He happily fired a massive bolt of lightning. Black thunder. Just as the attack was about to hit him, Kang Hu remained calm with his eyes shut, allowing him to precisely sense the flow of power heading his way. In that split second, he used an extreme evasion skill to dodge the strike. Sure enough, Kang Hu managed to slip out of the way of the attack. The officer looked down in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. How? Kang Hu turned around and gave the officer a challenging smirk. On the other side, someone ran up to report. Baek Dong Chol has been kidnapped. Lee Hun-sok sat up, anxious. Is that true? This was Lee Hun-sok, the captain of the Abyss. Dusuk bowed his head deeply. I am truly sorry. It's my fault, Lee Hun-sok. Lee Hun-sok grabbed his forehead, trying to regain his composure. No need to apologize. It's not your fault. Dusuk pulled out a chair and sat down. All right, sit down and tell me everything. Lee Hun-sok's voice was chillingly cold. Who are they? Dusuk replied. They aren't elite hunters. He tried to speculate. Most likely, they are just targeting ransom money. They might try to contact us through Baek Dong Cheol's phone. Lee Hun-sok bowed his head in thought. He rubbed his chin, analyzing the situation. Is this a typical kidnapping, or a scheme set up by the Zhonghua Guild? It could be either. Dusuk was surprised. What? On the table was a newspaper article about the officer. They had been hunting them down relentlessly lately. Lee Hun-sok worried. If our information is leaked, it wouldn't be strange for them to target Baek Dong Cheol. He crossed his arms and cautiously suggested, We can't be sure yet, so we need to investigate. Summon everyone who knows about the relationship between me and Baek Dong Cheol, and make sure none of those guild lackeys follow us. Dusuk replied, I understand. I'm going right now. Lee Hun-sok nodded. Good, thank you. He suddenly called him back. By the way, Run Sang-mi will be arriving soon, so go with her. Dusuk froze for a moment, briefly thinking, Run Sang-mi, it would be great if I could just get rid of her. He turned his head and offered a knowing smile. Understood. On the other side, the officer scoffed with contempt. Doesn't matter. I don't care how you dodged it. He conjured countless fiery red orbs in the air. The officer smirked, brimming with self-confidence. He stared down at Kang Hu, who was still eyes closed and calculating. You're going to die regardless. Kang Hu thought to himself, I can't dodge this with just my eyes. Just then, the officer threw all the orbs at once. Instead, I have to feel the mana in his attack. After sealing his vision, Kang Hu calmly felt the space around him beginning to rotate. Normally, this would be impossible. He remembered when he first arrived here. He could feel it clearly, but the purity of the mana in this place was much denser, so here, it might just be possible. Right then, the orbs fell toward Kang Hu. He gently pivoted his feet. Even with his eyes closed, Kang Hu calmly dodged every single attack, and the spots where the mana orbs landed. The officer stared at him, unable to believe it. Kang Hu whispered with a faint smile, "I'm starting to be grateful for my heightened magical senses." The observers in the stands marveled. A wild strategist. How impressive. A guest remarked, "A wild strategist, a human worth watching. A chaotic agitator, I'm curious how this battle ends." The officer looked up at the blue orb hovering above and yelled furiously, "A lowly vermin like you dares to." At that moment, the officer unleashed a blast of power toward the arena floor, destroying my stage. The dust from the explosion cleared. There was no one on the ground. The officer stared at the cracked earth, unable to believe his eyes. He disappeared. The officer's eyes showed a flicker of confusion. Just then, Kang Hu appeared from behind to attack. He thrust his black fist forward, aiming straight for the officer. He hurriedly turned around, cursing, "Damn it!" The enchanted knife aimed straight for the officer's neck, the great decapitator. Elsewhere, Baek Dong Cheol was tied up, hand and foot, and thrown into a room. The man in black warned, "Sit there and be good." He tilted his head and said disgustingly, "If you try anything, I'll chop off your fingers." With that, the man in black slammed the door and left. Baek Dong Cheol looked at his bound hands in disbelief. "What is this? Why is this happening?" Dusuk said the Zhonghua Guild was hunting him, but these clearly weren't Zhonghua Guild people. Outside, a group of guards stood watch over the room where he was being held. The leader called someone. "I have successfully captured Baek Dong Cheol as ordered." A voice came from the other end of the line. "You are invited to come and inspect him." The man replied, "Easier than I thought." Dusuk maintained a calm face as he spoke on the phone. "I'll be there in 2 days." Back at the battlefield, Kang Hu's black knife was aimed straight at the officer's throat, but it stopped instantly, as chains from space appeared and bound his arms. Kang Hu mocked him gently. "Seems you've given up on the handicap?" The system board displayed, "Interference with natural progress. Completely block an opponent's attack with 13 of your level or lower." He whispered a reminder, "Since you've used the 3rd constellation." Kang Hu smiled confidently. "This is my victory." The officer's face darkened, looking extremely unpleasant. Chapter 45. The officer's hand tightened slightly. In the end, he had to admit the truth. He swatted Kang Hu's hand away, and he offered a mocking smile. "What's this? Are you going back on your word?" The constellations in the stands began to comment. "The fallen prophet, how impressive." He rubbed his chin in contemplation. The fallen prophet, he can still execute a skill that was previously blocked. Other constellations chimed in. "The king of medical arts. Wait, isn't that skill meant for monsters?" "The assassin's god of war." Even more surprising, he's using it with such mastery. "The assassin's god of war." I really want to see just how strong he's become. This public pressure makes Shin Kang Hu very satisfied. In contrast, Jang Si Gwan cannot hide his anger. "No way, I can't even track the movements of an assassin who isn't even level 50 yet." He gritted his teeth and asked, "You just used some kind of trick, didn't you?" Shin Kang Hu smiled and replied, "What trick?" "I just used stealth." Jang Si Gwan chuckled. "Don't kid with me. That skill is supposed to be exclusive to assassins over level 50. He had asked Shin Kang Hu before the fight, "What level are you?" And he replied, 47. Shin Kang Hu answered calmly, but he was wearing a mocking smile. "Did you really believe me?" The constellations were amazed again. Wildcard strategy. He's been hiding his true level since the start of the match. Who would have guessed? They couldn't stop praising Shin Kang Hu, the wildcard strategist who truly knows his enemy. During the match, he had gained a complete read on his opponent. The god of war, no one ever reveals their full hand to their opponent like that. Jang Si Gwan's hand tightened, and he suddenly soared upward. Shin Kang Hu looked up, confused. Jang Si Gwan conjured a massive, swirling vortex of red fire, his eyes cold as ice. "I get it now. I underestimated you." Jang Si Gwan threatened, "I'll show you just a taste of what I have left." Elsewhere, Sangmi was humming happily. She looked out the window, excited. It had been such a long time since she last saw the captain and the rest. She typed a message on her phone. She could finally fulfill that promise. Sangmi messaged Shin Kang Hu, "Do you still remember my promise to you?" Along with a cute sticker, she sent another message. "If nothing changes, I'll be in Hongchuan in 2 days to see you." Shin Kang Hu bowed his head and cursed under his breath. This lunatic, he stared at the rapidly growing red fireball. Was he really planning to use that attack here? The constellations in the stands couldn't stop exclaiming, The Lady of Light, she looks beautiful, and the Great Dictator. Even though he's a high level, I didn't expect him to have a skill like this, Jang Si Gwan said coldly. I should have used this from the very beginning, he laughed contemptuously. I'll send you to the dust. Jang Si Gwan threw the fireball straight down. The searing light from the fireball surged toward Shin Kang Hu. A massive explosion occurred, wiping out the entire stage. The great crimson fire engulfed everything, turning the arena into mere pixels. Jang Si Gwan clicked his tongue and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Yet, Shin Kang Hu stood there unharmed, smiling faintly. Doesn't this go against the rules? Jang Si Gwan raised his voice in indignation. Why is a constellation interfering while the trial is still in progress? A system window immediately appeared. The Space Raider couldn't believe a human dared to speak to him like that in his own space. It spoke up. Space Raider, my contractor has already passed the trial a long time ago. Jang Si Gwan was stunned. What? The system didn't explain further. Space Raider, you have finished your task. A massive space gate appeared behind Jang Si Gwan. The Space Raider vanished, forcibly dragged into the void. Jang Si Gwan screamed in disbelief. This is ridiculous. But very quickly, the gate slammed shut, silencing all sound. The system turned to remind him. Space Raider, I've wiped his memory and sent him back to his original dimension, so don't worry about him seeking revenge. Shin Kang Hu let out a sigh of relief. That was close, he thought with a smile. But truthfully, the man's appearance had already been part of his calculations. That blue light appearing out of nowhere? That was to be expected. Shin Kang Hu recalled the course of the battle during the Constellation's trial. Even though he always acted like he was struggling against everything, and despite that relaxed, smiling look on Jang Si Gwan's face, he had still received sponsorships. That blue light had witnessed everything from the very beginning. That meant he had passed the test without needing to continue. Shin Kang Hu smiled. So, can I receive my reward now? The system responded quickly. Space Raider. Granted. It looked toward the stands. Space Raider. Constellations. Space Raider. I understand you all want this boy. The blue orb lit up the stage. Space Raider, just look at the countless powerful constellations sitting here, and you'll know. The constellations nodded in agreement. The god of war that was truly a beautiful fight. A wildcard strategy. I think he is better suited to be my contractor. Space Raider. I'll kick your ass out of here if you keep saying that. Other constellations chimed in. Apocalypse and Darkness. I'm interested in this kid too. Apocalypse and Darkness. I will be watching you. Countless blessings surrounded Shin Kang Hu. Apocalypse and Darkness. I will remember you. He was quite intrigued by this. Thanks to this trial, he had caught the attention of many constellations. The system reminded him, Space Raider. Everyone is a bit too obsessed with my contractor now, Space Raider. But I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you all watch for a little while. At the same time, the system display showed that it was converting constellation power into experience points. The system said happily, Space Raider, congratulations on passing my contractor trial. The entire arena turned into pixels and vanished. Space Raider, when you return to your dimension, you will possess a new ability. Space Raider, the fruits of your achievements are waiting for you. In the blink of an eye, Shin Kang Hu was back in his old room. The system warned, you have leveled up repeatedly. You have reached level 101. Shin Kang Hu smiled. That's how it should be, right? My efforts didn't go to waste. Suddenly, 3 cards appeared before his eyes. All 3 contained a new skill waiting for Shin Kang Hu to unlock. Chapter 46. The System Board displays. You have acquired the basic skill of the Assassin class, Soul Imprint. Based on the constellation's power, your skill will be upgraded to Enhanced Soul Imprint. You can mark a total of 5 items. Those items can be freely recalled within a 100-meter radius. Shin Kang Hu remembered the fight with Cha So-hee and whispered, That's awesome. When I fought Cha So-hee, I had to keep track of my own weapons. It was such a hassle. He calculated with a smile that he should mark all his important weapons. Shin Kang Hu's hand moved across his own stat board. This new trait, it recorded, Space Raider, Neutral Constellation. A constellation with skills specialized in acquisition and mastery enhancement. 1. Skill Mastery will always remain at maximum. 2. Turn others' skills into your own. 3. When killing another hunter, you can usurp their contract with their constellation, he told himself. That looks useful, but I won't use it right away. Suddenly, a system window popped up, shocking Shin Kang Hu. 3 system cards appeared simultaneously. Since you've reached level 100, the Nebula Master of Deception has given you the chance to choose one of 3 precious cards. He finally remembered, that's right, there was this as well. Shin Kang Hu reminisced. He had accidentally mixed in a few items that didn't suit him, which made things a bit difficult. He felt so regretful. He pressed the button on the central system screen. Then, "I'll choose this card." That card immediately lit up. Shin Kang Hu looked up in surprise. This is it displayed. Nebula Master of Deception. Congratulations on selecting a good item. It explained one-time skill copy. You can choose and copy one of the skills from any hunter with 100% proficiency. Shin Kang Hu pondered quietly. Pretty great, huh? He imagined himself copying Jang Si Gwan's skill. That was the skill that conjured a giant vortex of fire, the Great Red Flame. Shin Kang Hu smiled with interest, but if possible, it would be best to copy an assassin-class skill, especially a specialized skill that not everyone can obtain. There was someone very suitable. He remembered a muscular, primitive man, but the problem was that his reputation wasn't very good, and he was currently in China. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Kang In on the other end chuckled. "It's lucky you picked up. How are you feeling?" Shin Kang Hu replied, "You don't need to worry, I'm fine." Li Jae-in looked at the report and said, "That's good, and it seems the heavenly eclipse we were worried about has calmed down." She smiled and asked, "If you have some time, could you take on a small mission?" Shin Kang Hu was surprised. "What kind of mission?" Li Jae-in replied, "It's a mining mission. A natural crystal mine was discovered near Hongchun." This event reminded Shin Kang Hu of the original plot. Natural crystals are similar to mana stones. When mining them, you need to use mana, and it's a type of crystal necessary to craft certain items. This type of crystal is quite rare because there is almost no ore to be found. He chuckled to himself. The reward will be generous. So, Shin Kang Hu immediately accepted. "I'll head out tomorrow." The next day, near the Hongchun Dungeon Liberation Area, the miners were all there working. Shin Kang Hu also appeared with a hammer in his hand, but he used his power to probe the geology of the place. Shin Kang Hu smiled with interest. "After mining this pile of crystals, I just need to go meet Run Sang Mi." He had already thought through his next steps. "I want to reach the abyss faster." Run Sang Mi had also messaged Shin Kang Hu beforehand. "Do you still remember the promise from before? I've found an opportunity. If you have free time, let's meet in 2 days in Hongchun." Shin Kang Hu, for some reason, needed to see Run Sang Mi, but their security system was too tight, so there had to be an intermediary to meet them. He placed his hand on the ground and released his power. The wave of power immediately spread to the surrounding areas. Only then did Shin Kang Hu start picking up his hammer to dig. Just as I guessed, it's in this direction. With one swing, he utilized the Blood Forest striking blade technique. After a period of struggle, Shin Kang Hu let out a sigh of relief, carrying a pile of ore. This should be enough. The people around were wide-eyed in astonishment. He mined all that in just 1 second? His mana sensitivity is terrifying. He's definitely a high-level hunter. Behind them, a dissatisfied growl suddenly rang out. A man clicked his tongue. "Are you bastards joking?" He kicked the miners down and stepped on one of them with contempt. "How can we hit the quota like this? Do you think the Gale Band is a joke?" The man looked at Shin Kang Hu's pile of ore and was surprised. "Who is that guy?" He criticized. "How dare you claim all these precious crystals for yourself?" The man greedily grabbed his sword and approached. "That guy," he ordered his lackeys. "Instead of digging yourself, there's a better way, right?" Shin Kang Hu was also extremely disgusted by these people. "Those bastards are always the same," he thought to himself, his hand silently conjuring a dagger. "Every time I think about them, I feel annoyed. So this is fine too." But suddenly, from a distance, there was the sound of gunfire aimed straight at the man. Shin Kang Hu looked up in surprise. "What is this?" Others fell to their knees, coughing violently. "What was that just now? Where did it come from?" Another person drew a bow, an arrow flying swiftly, aimed straight at the man. The guy angrily raised his sword and cursed. "Damn it," the man yelled at the two who had just attacked. "You crazy bastards, how dare you do that?" The person put on a mask and asked back. "Crazy?" He stood tall and threatened. "We should be the ones saying that." Shin Kang Hu was also surprised to recognize that demon mask. Chin Hyo-dong, standing nearby, began to raise his gun again. One shot sent the whole crowd running in panic. "Damn it! Scatter!" The man immediately ordered his lackeys to surround and take them down. The lackeys rushed toward Chin Hyo-dong. "You little bastard." One of them was suddenly hit by a flying dagger, stabbing straight into his throat. Chin Hyo-dong's pupils constricted in shock. It turned out Shin Kang Hu had thrown the dagger to stop him, and then the dagger flew back into Shin Kang Hu's hand. He used the short jump technique to rush in, wiping out the group surrounding Chin Hyo-dong. Han Chung-wook also turned his head to look in surprise. The ringleader walked over angrily. "You dog," he said, lunging forward with his sword. "I'll kill you." Chin Hyo-dong hurriedly shouted, "Watch out!" But Shin Kang Hu just smiled slightly. A system panel appeared. "You have reclaimed the marked item." He ducked low, causing the man to slide past his own blade. The guy trembled uncontrollably, while Shin Kang Hu just smiled lightly. "It sure is convenient." The others had all been wiped out. Soul mark. Chin Hyo-dong looked at Shin Kang Hu in astonishment, thinking, impressive. In such a short time, Han Chung-wook conjured flames to incinerate everything. He walked over gently. "Just like the rumors, you're very strong." Han Chung-wook took off his mask and smiled politely. "I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this, Shin Kang Hu." He repeated his real name. Shin Kang Hu. Chapter 47. The man approached and bowed his head. "Thank you for saving me." He looked up and asked with a smile. "You're the troll Han Chung-wook, right?" Han Chung-wook smiled and replied, "That's right, you can rest easy now." He was the team leader of the Troll Han Chung-wook group. Troll Han Chung-wook? Shin Kang Hu thought to himself. His goal was to free kidnapped hunters, and he was the type to wipe out the exploiters without listening to any excuses. Everyone in the cave was extremely grateful. "Thank you so much. Goodbye." Shin Kang Hu looked at the defeated group lying on the ground. That is why he had the nickname, the Silent Verdict. This was a team with the symbol of a moon and 3 swords piercing through it. Shin Kang Hu remembered the original plot. Although to highlight the heavenly eclipse, "I let him die at the hands of Kang Dong-hoon." He turned suspiciously and asked, "How do you know my name?" Shin Kang Hu realized it just then and replied, "Right. I haven't explained yet. Have I?" He continued, "I've heard about you, from a spy I planted inside Heaven's Will." Han Chung-wook chuckled with high praise. "I was surprised. I thought you had already punished them." Kang Hu thought to himself, "So, the rumors have already spread throughout Heaven's Will." He spoke in a low voice. "Don't call me by my real name. Call me Shin Kang Hu when you and Kang Hu ask. If possible, I'd like to exchange contact info with you too." Both of them were taken aback. Then Farron answered in unison, "That would be an honor for us." The girl stepped forward and introduced herself. "I'm Chin Hyo-dong." Kang Hu handed over his phone. Her support abilities were excellent, and he thought to himself that he had written her as a relative of Shin Kang Hu. Han Chung-wook took the phone to enter his contact information, and at the same time, he warned, "According to the spy, Heaven's Will hasn't given up on you yet." He handed the phone back. "Be careful." The next day, Kang Hu was waiting at the Hongcheon-gang province. He observed the online commissions for a long while and thought, "This contract is good. The pay is very reasonable for the time I've put in." Lee Ja-in was also quite happy upon receiving the meteorite. "I will send an extra 5 billion as a bonus. You really did a great job." Kang Hu muttered to himself, "Only one thing left." Run Sang-mi finally appeared. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" She walked over with a bright smile to greet him. "How have you been lately?" Kang Hu turned to look at her. The abyss of Kangdong. The two of them headed toward the Deongdi province, north of the safe zone near the abyss. Run Sang-mi stood guard outside. "Could you tell the captain that I've brought a guest?" Kang Hu looked at the guards and pondered. "Security is just as tight as what I wrote in the novel." Just then, Lee Hun-sok stepped out. Run Sang-mi smiled and approached. "Captain." Lee Hun-sok smiled back. "It's been a while." His gaze swept over Kang Hu, but then Lee Hun-sok's face turned cold as he assessed him. "Who is this?" Run Sang-mi introduced him. "A guest I brought with me." Kang Hu smiled and introduced himself. "I am Shin Kang Hu." Lee Hun-sok didn't smile. He replied coldly, "Nice to meet you. Please wait a moment." There were 2 guards standing outside the room. And inside, only Kang Hu sat alone. He quietly observed his surroundings. He was truly being detained. "For security reasons, isn't this a bit too much? I came to see Run Sang-mi, after all." But in the end, Kang Hu figured it out and chuckled softly. He thought of Baek Dong-cheol's pitiful situation in the novel. There was only one reason for Lee Hun-sok to be so cautious right now. "I came at the perfect time. I can gain Kang Dong-hun's trust through this and save the abyss." Run Sang-mi anxiously slammed the table and stood up. "Baek Dong-cheol was kidnapped?" Lee Hun-sok replied calmly, "Yes. I am very sorry that your guest is being treated this way. This is an emergency, so there was no other way to help." Run Sang-mi frustratedly sat back down. "I knew something was strange." She asked worriedly, "What about my guest's commission? He is the person who helped me buy back the Unsan I mentioned before, so I can assure you that he has real ability." Lee Hun-sok hesitated. "Even so, is it okay to entrust this to an outsider?" Run Sang-mi remembered Jae-in and smiled reassuringly. "There is a trustworthy intermediary for security, so don't worry. Would you like to speak with him?" she added. He wants to meet you. So, Lee Hun-suk went to see Kang Hu. He spoke first. I heard you came here to see me. Kang Hu replied in a cold tone. I'll get straight to the point. I want to receive support from the Abyss. Lee Hun-suk was extremely surprised by this proposal. He doesn't want to join, but wants our help? He placed the newspaper on the table. As you know, the public doesn't view the Abyss in a good light. We have also been in conflict with the Changhua Guild for a long time. This isn't the right place to get support. Kang Hu narrowed his eyes and said, The Abyss is certainly being controlled by Changhua, isn't it? He analyzed, but the fact that you all endure it means you are strong, right? Kang Hu opened the floor. That is why I came to the Abyss. This is a powerful place, and since others come here, I can receive better treatment here than at other major guilds. This had been carefully calculated by him beforehand. It was a logical reason, so he wouldn't be suspicious, possessing a large number of dungeons and assets, and above all, having a leader like Kang Dong-hoon, a high-ranking person with significant power. Kang Hu muttered to himself that obviously, the man would be suspicious if he asked to join, and it was more favorable for his safety to keep a proper distance. He pondered that this was the best scenario to create a business relationship with trust as the foundation. Kang Hu added, Of course, I don't plan on being a freeloader. He hinted, If you help me, I will help you back accordingly. Lee Hun-suk held Kang Hu in high regard. You are certainly someone not influenced by prejudice. I also like that you don't lie to please me. He considered it. But the Abyss is an organization with a common goal. As the captain, it's hard for me to trust you. Hearing that, Kang Hu remained silent. Elsewhere, Baek Dong Cheol was being surrounded by a group of people. They clicked their tongues in boredom. Who is this bastard that we have to watch over him like this? Another replied, It seems his uncle is a high-ranking official. The boss said he would increase the ransom later. The guards turned and gossiped. The price is already quite high. If he increases it again, will he even be able to pay? The man behind him laughed cunningly. Of course, he'll pay. He whispered into his accomplice's ear. I heard the Changhua Guild is the one who hired us. Those two had a chance to laugh loudly. If that's true, we've hit the jackpot. Since those bastards care about their image, threats will work. They escorted Baek Dong Cheol into a room. One of them shoved Baek Dong Cheol hard into the room and shouted loudly, Get in there. The bastard from behind let out a growl of a man. The two thugs turned their heads, terrified and scared to death. What's that? Did they send him here? He prepared to close the door and warned, If you want to live, stay in there, he said and slammed the door shut. From now on, a terrifying madman will be watching you. Outside, footsteps grew louder and louder. It was a bald, tall man who was as ferocious as a prehistoric human. Baek Dong Cheol sat alone in the dark room, pondering, where did the information leak from? That's why I always wanted to keep a distance from my uncle, because I didn't want something like this to happen. He silently blamed himself. Clearly, the Changhua Guild had kidnapped him to blackmail his uncle, and because of this, the Abyss could be in danger. Baek Dong Cheol looked miserably at his tightly bound hands. Why am I so weak? His hands suddenly glowed. I just need one person. The light of power shone into Baek Dong Cheol's eyes. Just one. If someone were by my side right now, Kang Hu drove toward the suburbs. Leisha In, on the other end of the phone, said, This is the commission, she explained. You need to find the kidnapped person and save him. You will receive a huge reward if you find him. I've sent you the target's information. Shin Kang Hu replied in a low voice, Thanks. I'll contact you once I finish the commission. He recalled the image of Baek Dong Cheol he had been shown earlier. Chin Hyo-dong had been very firm back then. As a team leader, it's hard to trust you. But Shin Kang Hu just chuckled, calculating silently. He refused as a team leader, but things would change if I saved his only family member, right? Chapter 48. Shin Kang Hu narrowed his cold eyes and looked straight ahead. He thought carefully, considering his position as team leader. Once I complete this mission, Lee Hun-suk will have to reconsider supporting me, and because of that, I might be able to stop the civil war in the Abyss. The sky turned a deeper shade of orange-red. Shin Kang Hu's vehicle arrived at the destination, the troll pin free zone. He spread his palm and summoned an item. Finally, I get to use this. In Shin Kang Hu's hand was a small, deep red sphere, the power he had obtained after the test. As night fell, the area outside the building was heavily guarded. The guards' voices echoed, It's time for the shift change. A guy with his head hunched down walked in to take over. Good luck, he muttered, as the glass door opened automatically. He squinted, looking for something, then approached the two other guards. Don't be careless, the collaborators are coming. Shin Kang Hu, hiding in a blind spot, had been watching the whole time. So they intend to move Baek Dong Cheol. He cautiously recalled the story told from the perspective of the saintess. That's why I wrote that I would teach Li Hunsuk a lesson for spreading false information about the Zhonghua Guild by kidnapping his relative. Regarding Baekdong Chol, Shin Kang Hu had carefully laid out a plan. He hadn't written out the kidnapping plot clearly, but he had left it to Tae-sok to secretly abduct him. Lost in thought, he suddenly saw a car speeding toward them. He's probably the one in charge of this. A low-level subordinate rushed over to greet him. Tae-sok stepped out of the driver's seat with a cocky attitude. The man bowed respectfully. "Leader, we've been waiting for you." Shin Kang Hu watched from inside as the two stood there. His mind made a quick decision. This is the perfect moment. Shin Kang Hu moved with agility, sprinting past the guards at the door. He slipped through easily, mostly because he was currently invisible. I have to be quick. A moment later, he was at the emergency stairwell. Shin Kang Hu stepped down lightly, even though a guard was standing on the landing, busy on his phone. Although invisible, he still moved cautiously. There were guards nearby. Assessing the situation, Shin Kang Hu walked more confidently down the hallway. Is he not here? I wanted to start from the lowest floor. With his keen instincts, he whipped his head around toward where a burly man was hiding. At the same time, in the office, Chun-ho let out a mocking laugh. What brings a dragon to a shrimp's house today? He acted overly hospitable. I'm honored to meet the leader of the Black Bone team. Chun-ho sat across from none other than Tae-sok. Honored to meet you too. Contrary to Tae-sok's cold exterior, the man acted more polished. Perhaps because the job is harder than usual, some additional costs have arisen. Tae-sok frowned in annoyance. Didn't I already send support? Shouldn't it be easy to kidnap him? Chun-ho kept a smile on his face, rubbing his thumb against his fingers, silently implying something. Big plans always require more money. You're the one running the Zhonghua Guild. The guild is always handling major missions, so I'm sure you understand. He was used to such thick-skinned behavior. How much do you want? Chun-ho laughed heartily. I knew you'd understand. He held up 2 fingers. How about double the original amount? Tae-sok's brows furrowed deeper. He thought coldly. He's crossing the line. He rubbed his chin, calculating the pros and cons at lightning speed. But if it ends this way, most of the abyss's wealth will fall into Zhonghua's pockets. After only a minute or two of thought, Tae-sok gave his answer. Fine, but I need to see the hostage first. Hearing the answer he wanted, the man jumped up excitedly. You don't need to worry. Chun-ho was brimming with confidence. Let's go check. Following behind him, Tae-sok commented. You guys seem quite confident about your security, huh? As if hitting the right note, Chun-ho bragged even more. This mission cost a lot of money. Even high-level hunters are involved. I consider myself a responsible person, so I have to ensure the hostage's safety. Chun-ho mentioned a name. Do you know about Bi-Chu-mi? Nearby, the very Bi-Chu-mi he mentioned was attacking Shin Kang Hu. Shin Kang Hu moved with agility, dodging every blow the man threw at him. Bi-Chu-mi's body was easily twice as big as Shin Kang Hu's. This bastard, he didn't take long to realize. He's a hunter weapon from Russia, enhanced with stimulants. Shin Kang Hu had partially grasped the current situation. He had lost his mind during the training process, and was now nothing more than a killing machine, who knew no one but his master. The reason there was no one else here was probably because of him. The man gnashed his teeth, growling as drool poured down incessantly. Shin Kang Hu calmly reassessed. He could feel that the creature was relying on his senses. I know his 5 senses have been heavily enhanced with drugs. The time for thinking was over. Bi-Chu-mi lunged at him again. His sense of smell is like a monster's. The man slammed his massive hands together. Shin Kang Hu continued to dodge the attacks with extreme evasion. Despite the situation, his brain kept analyzing the creature's position. No sooner said than done, Shin Kang Hu changed direction and lunged straight for the tightly closed door, meaning the target had to be inside. But Bi-Chu-mi wasn't stupid and saw through his intention. He lunged to block him. Shin Kang Hu pierced his weapon into the creature's wrist. Bi-Chu-mi hissed with a fierce glint in his eyes, and Shin Kang Hu asked coldly, So, I can't just walk in, huh? Back inside, where things were quieter, Chun-ho's words from earlier had piqued Tae-sok's interest. Bi-Chu-mi is very difficult to bring into the country. You guys must have had some trouble, right? But the man just shrugged. Even high-level hunters would take time to defeat a weapon like that. Chun-ho laughed confidently. And I even used magic to reinforce the door. The security here is perfect. But the two of them, he froze when he heard the sounds of fighting outside. The confidence he'd had just a second ago completely vanished. What the hell? Outside, despite his arm being drenched in blood, Mundusok still aggressively raised his fist. But just like every other time, he missed. With a short dash, Kang Hu glanced at the elevator indicator moving from the 3rd floor down. It was time for the Blackbone team to act. He stood at a critical crossroads. He had to finish this guy off. Glancing past Mundusok's arm, the door was still shut tight, or perhaps he should focus on the door. Every idea raced through Kang Hu's mind. Got it. He used his dash skill and vanished, leaving the guy stunned. Instantly shifting, Mundusok spun around, and seeing Kang Hu getting closer to the door, he frantically turned to chase after him. As he neared the spot, he curled his lip into a smirk. Kang Hu used a speed-boosting ability, successfully smashed through the door, and charged inside. Bi Chu-mi couldn't believe his eyes. Just then, the elevator doors opened. Chun Ho stepped out in a rush, only to freeze at the sight of the chaos before him. He saw Bi Chu-mi standing motionless in front of the broken door. What? Chun Ho ground the words out through clenched teeth. Who was here? He remembered how, just a few minutes ago, he had been frantic, trying to stop Tae-sok from coming along. I'll go in first and check the situation. Please, just wait a moment. Chun Ho stepped closer to Bi Chu-mi. Damn it, why now? He figured getting past this guy wouldn't be an issue. Elsewhere, Kang Hu was facing off against two of those Bi Chu-mi. Behind them, Dong Che was being held captive. His voice echoed. I made sure to have two more ready. Chapter 49. Dong Che was bewildered as he watched Kang Hu closing the distance. Who is he? He couldn't figure it out at all. An ally? Kang Hu remembered the phone call in the car earlier. I'll send you the target's info. I believe he's carrying a special item. He pulled a phone from his pocket displaying a barcode. Just show them the barcode I sent, and he'll confirm your identity. Dong Che's eyes quickly scanned the barcode, and the results appeared instantly. There was no doubt about it. This was the person he needed to reach. At the same moment, one of the Bi Chu-mi thugs lunged aggressively toward Kang Hu. With lightning-fast reflexes, he dodged the thug's axe. Kang Hu had to face both Bi Chu-mi thugs alone. The battle outside the door a moment ago had already drained a portion of his strength. I'm exhausted, not enough energy left. I have to use my skills efficiently. The thug swung his axe again, but Kang Hu chose not to engage the Bi Chu-mi directly. Extreme evasion. He cursed inwardly. There are two of them. How annoying. Dong Che, watching from a corner, was stunned to realize that all he had been doing this entire time was dodging. His goal isn't to defeat them, is he aiming for me? Kang Hu didn't want to waste any more time with them. Speed boost. Realizing this, Dong Che didn't hesitate to point both hands toward him. All right, now. Buffing skill. Kang Hu noticed it too. You're quick on your feet. Thanks to the boy's support, he successfully dodged the axe again and surged forward even faster. Speed boost. Finally, Kang Hu reached Dong Che's side. Well done. Seeing the thug turning to charge at them, he smirked. Ready. Both their bodies were enveloped in a red glow, and Kang Hu's face was filled with confidence. Just a second before the two axes came crashing down, Kang Hu and Dong Che completely vanished. Teleportation. By then, Chun Ho and the other Bi Chu-mi had finally sprinted over. He was gasping for air, staring at the ruins before him. Chun Ho's face was twisted in confusion and terror. What the hell just happened? He clutched his head and screamed, Where did the hostage go? Outside, where his vehicle was parked. It was a total success. Both of them had safely made their escape. Getting everything settled since the moment you were captured by the Blackbone squad was a good move. Dong Che breathed a sigh of relief, while Kang Hu looked down at him, calculating his next move. Uncle Dong Che is a talented healer. Having him around will make things much easier. He opened the system menu and thought, above all, I have my fourth skill, teleportation, so I can escape as long as I keep him within range. Constellation's Space Thief, a neutral skill, teleports you to the nearest point without distance limits, can be used once a day for up to 2 people. Dong Che finally gathered his wits. Thank you for saving me. He looked up at Kang Hu. Thanks to you, I survived, but he didn't accept the thanks right away. Wait, don't thank me yet. Dong Che was confused. Why? Kang Hu stated his other purpose. I have a task I need your help with. Inside the base, Tae-sok had also reached the battlefield. Am I seeing things? He asked coldly. I don't see the hostage anywhere. Chun Ho couldn't think of an excuse to explain it. Tae-sok said bluntly, if it's like this, I can't pay you. He gritted his teeth, trembling. That bastard, Chun Ho shouted. Are you crazy? Do you know how much effort we put into this transaction? He couldn't let that money slip away. Catch him, but he just calmly summoned a long blade. In a single swing, the charging Bi Chu-mi collapsed. Chun Ho stared in shock. He took down a Bi Chu-mi with one hit, he asked with a tremor. Have you lost your mind? But Tae-sok pressed the sharp edge of his blade against Chun Ho's neck. That's exactly what I should be asking you. He issued a cold command. If you want to live, shut your mouth and move your feet. Tae-sok was absolutely furious. Bring him back here at any cost. Gone was his arrogance. Chun Ho ran off frantically. I'll turn this whole country upside down to find him for you. As for him, Tae-sok began to question himself. How the hell did they know to sneak in here? He frowned deeply. I intentionally chose a group with no ties to the guild. I was worried about information leaks, so I even came here personally. Tae-sok suspiciously pulled out his phone. Am I being followed? Elsewhere, Do-sok was directing his subordinates. One reported, no leads here. He ordered, if you find anything, report it to me immediately. Then, Do-sok felt his phone vibrate. A new message. You may be under surveillance. When you see this message, turn off your phone. He continued reading. Because the plan has hit a snag, the location and time have been changed. Bring Hoon-sok to the marked point. Do-sok smiled mysteriously. There isn't much time left. At the abyss, in the special guard office, Hoon-sok was clutching his face in agony. He had hired outsiders and searched non-stop through Do-sok and Song-mi, but no one had contacted him. He kept blaming himself for failing to be a father to the boy, but at least he had protected him safely. Hoon-sok was in immense pain. Now, I can't even manage that. Suddenly, the phone on the desk vibrated, cutting through his chaotic thoughts. He hastily answered. Do-sok, the other end said. Do-sok replied, yes, it's me. He got straight to the point. I heard that an organization called the Black Bone Squad has captured Dong Che. Do-sok spoke according to the plan. They want a ransom, but the condition is that you come alone. Hoon-sok stood up abruptly. There's still a chance to save the boy, he agreed immediately. I'm coming right now. Where should I go? At a quiet place with no guards, he stepped forward calmly. What's this? I heard there was trouble. Do-sok walked toward where Dong Che was still kneeling. His hands were still tied, but everything seemed fine. Recognizing who had arrived, Dong Che's face was filled with fear. Do-sok, is that you? He smiled and patted Dong Che's shoulder. Sorry, Dong Che. Who told him you were his nephew anyway? The boy still couldn't believe it. Why, Do-sok? Hearing a noise, Do-sok turned toward Kang Hu, who was walking up. Caught him late at night. You did well. But he quickly realized. Wait, you're not the one I met before. He sneered. So, the Tae-sok guy didn't show up tonight? Chapter 50. Upstairs. Run Sang-mi appeared. Unfortunately, she said unhappily, I hope this is all just a misunderstanding. Mun Do-sok began to feel that something was wrong. What's going on? Surely. Seong-hung has behind him. Baek Dong-cheol had already stood up. The ropes binding his hands had only been loosely tied. If you mean the leader of the Junghwa Guild, he's probably scouring the entire building right now. After saying that, Baek Dong-cheol lunged toward where Kang Hu was standing. Only then did he realize with shock. Wait, the message I received. He pulled it out of his pocket, naturally pointing his phone screen toward the person they were sending it to. Kang Hu said calmly, I thought things would get messy, so I told you to turn off your phone. Good thing you listened. He gritted his teeth. What? Mun Do-sok roared. Baek Dong-cheol, you bastard. Are you doubting me? The one who has taken care of you all this time? But Baek Dong-cheol didn't care about him at all. He turned to ask him. The more I think about it, the weirder it gets. How many people knew about the relationship between me and my uncle? Baek Dong-cheol recounted everything. When you said there was a mole, that's when I felt the knot come undone. He reinforced his own suspicions. I thought of my uncle immediately. The kidnappers definitely weren't strong enough to take my uncle down in one hit. By then, Run Sang-mi had also jumped down next to the two of them. Everything had gone according to Kang Hu's calculations. If he handed Baek Dong-cheol over to Lee Hun-sok right now, he would lose the chance to catch Mun Do-sok. He shifted his gaze toward Mun Do-sok. As annoying as it was, this was the only way. Only then did Kang Hu speak up. Thanks to this, we know your true colors. He held up his phone. We have witnesses and recordings. So, Captain Lee Hun-sok won't let this slide. His face twisted with rage. You bastards. At the same time, in another location. Here is the information you need. Jang Si Gwan took the memory card. What information? The person replied, CCTV from the Gwangju station, sir. Almost all the CCTV here is broken. Only this one was left. He pondered, looking at the card in his hand, and immediately after, Jang Si Gwan smirked. I'll check it right away. Plugging the card into the computer, the battle from earlier quickly appeared on the screen. His eyes narrowed. One of them was from the Heavenly Food Guild. Suddenly, Jang Si Gwan noticed Kang Hu's image. This is he, rubbed his chin in thought. Strange, he looks too familiar. Back at the warehouse, Run Sang-mi asked, puzzled, why she couldn't understand he was already a vice captain of the Abyss, so why wasn't he satisfied yet? Mun Do-sok bit his lip and cursed. Damn it, The abyss is a complete waste. His ambitions were much larger. Even with good dungeons, weapons, and power, they wasted them on the stupid goal of opposing the Zhonghua Guild. Moon Du-sok lost his temper and shouted, "Who would take on such a meaningless mission?" From the outside, it looks no different from a criminal organization. Then he turned toward Baek Dong-cheol. "Do you understand what I'm saying, Baek Dong-cheol?" he stammered. But a voice interrupted him. "Enough." Run Sang-mi cut in. "Let's stop. I see that talking to him is useless." In his heart, Kang Hu agreed with her. Listening to him speak was pointless anyway. After all, he had betrayed the abyss for the Zhonghua Guild. As Moon Du-sok calmed down, "It's not too late yet." He aimed his toy pistol at the three of them. "I will finish you off and take care of everything." "Run." Sang-mi reached behind her to grab her sword hilt. "Are you serious?" Kang Hu had also summoned his dagger. He still refused to come to his senses. Moon Du-sok frantically fired lead bullets. "Die!" The shot rang out. Another figure flashed by. Immediately after, a shocking explosion occurred. All three of them remained in their positions, having not fought or been hit by any bullets yet. A long sword drenched in blood appeared. Lee Hun-sok had used his weapon to pierce through his body. Damn it. His eyes were left with nothing but coldness. Moon Du-sok was quickly taken down, and the warehouse returned to its usual silence. Lee Hun-sok looked coldly at the body on the ground, slowly sheathing his blade. Baek Dong-cheol called out to his uncle, and he walked over. "It's a good thing everyone is safe," Lee Hun-sok suggested. "Why don't we head back to headquarters for today?" He smiled in relief. "There's no other way." "I know, uncle." Kang Hu smiled to himself. Everything had become simpler. Run Sang-mi gave him a thumbs up. As expected of the captain, Lee Hun-sok turned to ask him, "If you're able to, you should come too." Lee Hun-sok smiled sincerely. "I want to thank you for saving Baek Dong-cheol." Actually, deep down, Kang Hu also wanted to go because he still had many things to discuss with Lee Hun-sok. He happily accepted. "Sure." Lee Hun-sok turned and walked ahead. Then, "I'll drive." Run Sang-mi enthusiastically followed behind, but she didn't forget to look back and advise, "I'll look around here for a bit. You worked hard today. Get some rest." When the two of them had left, Baek Dong-cheol let out a sigh. He asked sadly, "Kang Hu, am I a bad person?" Kang Hu asked back, "What are you talking about?" Baek Dong-cheol's expression was sad. "I keep thinking about what he said. I know what my uncle did wasn't right. He was conflicted with himself. But I don't think I can live like that. I also don't like this negative feeling." He interrupted. "Moon Du-sok." Kang Hu's answer was unexpected. "I'm the same." Baek Dong-cheol was stunned. "Huh?" He walked ahead leisurely. "I don't intend to risk my life to save the world." "You should live the way you want." Kang Hu offered sound advice. "Just that is enough for me." His eyes reddened when he heard the next part. "You don't need to reject what your family gives you." In another place, inside an office, Jang Si Gwan was on the phone. Baek Dong-cheol suddenly disappeared. "And Moon Du-sok, the guy we bribed, can't be reached either?" Tae-sok replied uncomfortably. "I don't know what to say." Jang Si Gwan coldly declared, "Choosing a client like that was a mistake from the start. I won't use him again. Consider it taking out the trash." At Chun-ho's hideout, Jang Si Gwan had sent his men to clean them up, with Tae-sok leading. "It's done. He's the only one left alive." Chun-ho crawled fearfully among the corpses. "Don't come near me." But he stepped toward him and stomped on him. Tae-sok raised the blade he often used, then, without mercy, brought it down, piercing through Chun-ho's body. His agonizing scream echoed throughout the entire basement. Once it was over, he ordered them to burn everything. Tae-sok shook her head, adding a reminder, "Don't forget to handle the press release nicely." In the office of the chief, "I wanted to destroy all of Vimtron, but we'll have other chances to strike." He glanced at the computer screen. "I want to focus on this now." The series of images of Kang Hu, captured by the security cameras, had unexpectedly provided an answer in such an unlikely place. An insidious plot was brewing again. The person sent was Cha So-hee, right? Investigate that first. Chapter 51. Many guards were out there as night fell in the north of the province, at the Abyss Guild's hideout. Baek Dong-cheol was lying on the bed, raising his hand with a smile. Now he could finally rest comfortably. Run Sang-mi sat at the table next to them and spoke up, making him turn to look. "Baek Dong-cheol, you've got quite the talent for acting, don't you? Just how long have you been planning all of this?" He closed his eyes and pointed a finger toward the sky. "It's all thanks to Sue. Remember when I was standing there texting with Shin Kang Hu? Since I knew Moon Du-sok's number, I had him draft a secret message so you wouldn't be able to trace it back to me." Baek Dong-cheol remained lying on the bed and turned to look. "Since I've returned safe and sound, I have a lot to talk about with my uncle tomorrow. It's been a while since we've properly caught up, after all." She placed her hand on her thigh and replied, "That's a good idea." Then she leaned on the table and stood up, deep in thought. So, this whole thing was all thanks to Sue? Only then did she speak up. "I'm going to get some sleep now, too." She waved her hand cheerfully. "Get some rest and recover." A while later, elsewhere, Shin Kang Hu was sitting across from Lee Hoon-suk. The man sat there, bowing his head. "Thank you so much for saving my nephew." Baek Dong-chol placed his hands on his knees, looked up, and replied, "I was just doing my job, as always." Remembering the time he and Mundu-sok were having a blast together. Mundu-sok, that bastard. Lee Hoon-suk bowed his head but still wore a bright smile. "I thought I could trust him because he was a long-time subordinate, but I never expected this. If it weren't for you, a major disaster would have happened." Then he looked up. "I know this is very embarrassing, but would it be possible to change your answer to the offer you made earlier?" He simply replied, "Of course." In his mind, he thought that things were going smoothly. The man continued, "However, there is one thing I want to confirm." He looked up, startled. "What is it?" The man's gaze flickered upward. "Did you really go to the Abyss Guild alone just for your own benefit?" This made Shin Kang Hu widen his eyes in concern. "What do you mean?" Lee Hoon-suk gestured to describe something. "The way you helped us hunt down the traitor seemed a bit illogical. It was as if you were willing to sacrifice yourself for the Abyss Guild." This made him break into a cold sweat, thinking he wouldn't get through this trial easily. Then he spoke. "I won't hide anything from you. I don't want the Abyss Guild to suffer any losses." He continued, speaking as a rival guild to the Chunghwa Guild. "That's all there is to it." This made the man frown in alarm. "What do you mean?" He glanced up. "But it's not that I want to sacrifice myself for you all. I just think it's best if we live and let live." Lee Hoon-suk looked down, sounding a bit saddened as he replied, "I understand now." After that, he took something out of his pocket. That was more than enough of an answer. "From now on, whenever you need any support, please just say the word." He presented a pre-configured phone and system. "You can use it whenever you want to meet with me." Shin Kang Hu took the phone and replied, "Thank you, sir." He put it in his pocket while the man let out a sigh of relief. "I feel much more at ease knowing you are also wary of the Chunghwa Guild." Images of Jang Si Gwan and Chae Guan Hung appeared in his mind as he spoke. Recently, Jang Si Gwan and Chae Guan Hung seemed to have just established a network of key figures. Lee Hoon-suk looked up with a serious expression. "Although I'm not sure what their true intentions are, their movements are very suspicious, so please keep as much distance as possible." He smiled slightly, thinking, so he already knew about the existence of the 13 stars? He really is a master at turning the tables. Immediately after, the man stood up. "It's getting late, so you should stay the night here." He also stood up and replied, "If you insist, I would be honored to stay for the night." Shin Kang Hu followed him. The man smiled, thinking, "So I've successfully resolved the greatest disaster that was about to befall the Abyss Guild." His eyes turned sharp as he thought of Jang Si Gwan. "I will slowly apply pressure on you." On the other side, at the house, Baek Dong-chol was getting annoyed. "What? You said it would be fine if I stayed in touch regularly." Lee Hoon-suk stood awkwardly behind him. "Since you're already in the Daeongdae province, why not just stay here?" Baek Dong-cheol crossed his arms, glanced at him, and sighed. "A neutral party with more connections is always better." Run Sang-mi stood next to Shin Kang Hu, watching them argue intensely, feeling awkward. I thought the dynamic between those two had changed. Shin Kang Hu just watched and thought, a leopard can't change its spots. Recalling how excited Baek Dong-cheol was when looking at the tablet earlier. Right. According to the novel, the original Baek Dong-cheol was very intrigued by Shin Kang Hu's skills, and when he was forced to kneel before Jang Si Gwan. But because of the Chunghwa Guild, the two had never worked together before. Just then, Baek Dong-chol turned around, rubbing his head shyly when he saw Shin Kang Hu. "Sorry that you had to see me like this again," he replied cheerfully. "You can talk to me more comfortably, you know." His following words made Baek Dong-chol look panicked. "From now on, we'll be seeing each other more often." He looked down, blushing. "Is that really okay?" Shin Kang Hu already had a plan in mind. Baek Dong-chol was an incredibly talented neutral party, and he had many other useful qualities. His eyes widened as he looked at him. Getting close to him was a great idea. Run Sang-mi stood behind them, full of questions, as Shin Kang Hu handed him the phone with a daunting look. "If you don't mind, let's exchange numbers." Baek Dong-chol hesitantly took the phone. "Okay." Then he turned to look at Lee Hoon-suk. "Well, I'll be going now." She turned to look at him, slightly annoyed. "You're leaving already? At least go have breakfast with us first." Meanwhile, the two men looked at each other intently as the older man pointed the way. "Feel free to visit us whenever you like." They shook hands. "I look forward to the day we meet again." Then he walked forward while the three stood behind watching. Suddenly, Shin Kang Hu started, looking down. He held the phone to his ear. "What is it?" Jaehyun's voice came through. "I called you, and you picked up right away." Such a relief. The image of the men he had already wiped out appeared in his mind. "I've found the identity of the body you asked about." A hand held the documents regarding Cha So-hee. The investigator said she had gone to catch a prisoner who had escaped from the Jungmyeong reformatory. Jang Si Gwan held the paper and glanced to the side. They mobilized that many forces just to catch one escaped prisoner? Then he looked down at the desk. "Where is that investigator now?" The secretary stood before his desk. "I am investigating it," he continued, making Jang Si Gwan look up, startled. "It seems an investigator named Chin Haidong has taken them off the case, sir." An image of Haidong standing with her squad appeared, along with her words. "It seems she is responsible for managing the Gwangju area, and is also pursuing Cha So-hee." Jang Si Gwan looked at Cha So-hee's paper again, thinking, did they abandon her because she couldn't complete the mission? Looking back at the fight between Pride and Kang Hu, Cha So-hee's father had chased after a target, and even engaged them in battle. She definitely knows a lot of information. He dropped the paper and looked up at her. "Go find her, but investigate her debt accounts first." "Is there no other information?" he replied hesitantly. That he continued. "There's a rumor that the head of Namdong supported that target at the time." He was stunned, eyes widening as he looked at Lee Jae-in. Thinking back to when Lee Jae-in was driving happily, was she close to that target? Meanwhile, the officer on the other side was also happily chatting on the phone. "It's true," she said. "She had a hunter she wanted to introduce to me." Now, Kang Hu's shadow made him wonder if it was the same person. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "I want to ask her, but I can't rule out the possibility that she won't talk." After all, she was very sensitive when it came to client confidentiality. Then he smiled to himself. It wasn't time to cut ties just yet. The officer looked up cheerfully. His public image was very good, and he would also be an excellent source of hunters. On this side, agents dressed in black appeared. They were standing at attention in the VIP market. Kang Hu led 2 agents when a female employee came out and bowed. "Cha So-hee Kang says she will be here as soon as the contract is finished. I hope you understand." He turned and thought, I never expected the guardian of that corpse to be Kang Bok-hwa. Then he looked at the hustle and bustle. Kang Bok-hwa was the owner of this VIP market and a tycoon who traded in billions of dollars like it was nothing. The image of Chae Gwan-hung standing there with power, while the officer stood behind with frozen hands, made him think. According to the novel, the VIP market was created for one purpose, to help the protagonist get stronger. So, Kang Bok-hwa was simply a background character that the novel mentioned. A woman appeared while he was still busy, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. I didn't expect everything behind the scenes to be so interconnected. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, making him jump and look over with wide eyes. I didn't expect to run into you in a place like this. Jung Do-hee leaned in, full of friendliness. What are you doing in Busan? Chapter 52. Kang Hu was thinking about having to confront Cha So-hee with his weak weapon. My weapon is broken. I have to go find a new one. 5 million was a total waste. Suddenly, a girl noticed him as he was deep in thought. When this is over, I should stop by the market again. Jung Do-hee immediately poked her head out, looking very happy. What brings you to Busan? The two sat on a bench as he turned to look at her. I didn't think I'd see you here. She gave him a cute, frustrated look. Why didn't you reply to anything? I was waiting for you. Recalling the message she sent about the grave and telling him she had a grandfather made his eyes go wide. He was surprised, thinking, she sent that message and was waiting for a reply? Suddenly, a withered rose appeared in her hand. But I'm so glad I could see you again. I wanted to give this to you. Kang Hu picked it up, making her happy. Cha So-hee was crazy. Leaves also suddenly materialized in Jung Do-hee's hands. And this too, my grandfather grew it. His eyes rounded at the thought. He grew solarium? He thought of a grandfather with flowers growing on every rock wall. There was only one person who grew solarium directly at home. The person he had bought solarium from since he arrived at Dr. Cha's. Now Kang Hu held it in his hand and glanced at her. So Dr. Cha is Jung Do-hee's grandfather. Then she continued, I wanted to be of some help to show my gratitude. They turned to look at each other as Jung Do-hee happily said, the fact that I could leave the starting point and become part of his family is all thanks to you. He was startled and asked, I didn't do anything. She looked down and replied, because of you, I can finally trust people again. Remembering the moment when Jung Do-hee was left behind and Dr. Cha was there. If I hadn't met you, I wouldn't have trusted him. The person who took me in and left. Her eyes looked up, full of vulnerability. Actually, he used to have a grandchild around my age. She smiled brightly and placed her hands on her lap. We have the same name. So he said it felt like his late grandchild had returned. Kang Hu thought to himself, so that's how she became his adopted granddaughter. He imagined the scene where Che Guan-hung used his power to harm Jung Do-hee. In the novel, the helpless Jung Do-hee spent the rest of her life seeking revenge on the Chung-Gwa Guild. A man in the back was still watching her, but Jung Do-hee's junior, who had become her motivation, had a family. This made Kang Hu smile and think, this is perhaps the result of my unconscious actions. Seeing this isn't bad at all. He kept a straight face and glanced over. What brings you to the market? Jung Do-hee turned to him, full of excitement. Oh, right, I'm visiting my grandmother. I heard they are separated, but she's still family, so I wanted to come say hello. He was startled and looked down. Wait, your grandmother is, she laughed gleefully. She's the owner of this market. This made him frown in astonishment, thinking, what on earth did I do unconsciously? Is this how everything connects? Suddenly, a voice from behind made them turn around. Thank you for coming all this way. Kang Ba-kwa appeared with a smile. I am Kang Ba-kwa. You are the one who contacted him. She placed her hand on Young Min Chun, who was resting in the coffin. Thank you for retrieving his body. The two stood there watching her kneel and place her hand on him. The boy has no family, so I will take care of the funeral. Kang Hu looked down, feeling sorry, so she wasn't his family. She frowned and smiled, replying, the boy was a worker I cared for. Remembering the moment they shared joy together, he dreamed of becoming a hunter. One day, he got accepted into the Chung-Gwa Guild, and he was so happy. Kang Bo-kwa hung her head, saddened as she remembered the moment he waved goodbye to everyone. I was a little sad because he had become independent, but I still congratulated him on going to the strongest guild in the world. I don't know how he managed on his own at a place like the starting point. Jung Do-hee stood by, showing her sadness, while he frowned, frustrated, thinking, the Chung-Gwa Guild again. They probably disposed of him to cover something up. From his hand, energy surged along with his thoughts. That must be why his identification data was locked. Kang Hu picked up a board and held it out. This is the memento of the deceased. She slowly stood up and looked. She tried to smile while holding a knife. This is the congratulations gift I gave the boy. Then Kang Ba-kwa turned and pointed. Could you bring this here, please? The female employee standing next to her bowed and replied. Wow. Jung Do-hee gasped behind him as the dagger in his hand began to glow with a purple light. She asked, do you like it? He stared at it, trying to remain calm, thinking, how could I not? The moment he gripped it, system notifications popped up. Relic-grade weapon, attack, 350, durability, 150, resistance, 100. Gluttony Awakening has the ability to absorb stats from broken weapons. With 5 charges remaining, he smiled to himself. Weapons with stats like these would cost at least 50 billion. Shin Kang Hu held it in his hand, staring at it. Did I really get this? The grandmother smiled and let out a sigh of relief. Consider it a reward for returning the child I love back to me. Her eyes looked down, showing clear sadness. Actually, it was a gift I intended to give to him when he returned. If you are the one using it, I'm sure he would be pleased. He held it, bowing his head. Thank you so much. Jung Do-hee looked at her with a pitiful expression. You must have been in so much pain. The grandmother turned to look at her. Your name is Jung Do-hee, isn't it? She recalled the moment when she was happy with my little family under the warm sun. You share the same name as my late granddaughter. Back when my husband and I were together, we had such a hard time because we missed her so much. That's why we ended up separating. The grandmother gestured with her hands. I've endured a lot, but I'm sure we must have gone through even harder times. She placed her hand over the girls. Now, I can finally feel a bit more at peace. Shin Kang Hu looked away while the grandmother watched Jung Do-hee with deep affection. If you ever feel up to it, please visit again. The girl breathed a happy sigh of relief. Yes, I will. Afterward, the two of them walked down the stairs together. Suddenly, he was startled when she spoke up. It's definitely the Chung-Gwa Guild behind this. Her face flushed red, clearly showing her anger. I truly hope that one day they will pay the price for their sins. Shin Kang Hu glanced over, slightly startled, his eyes widening. Even though the circumstances had changed, her hatred for the Chung-Gwa Guild remained the same. He glanced aside. I think we should go our separate ways. She bowed her head slightly and smiled. I suppose so. The image of Dr. Cha flashed through his mind. Dr. Cha might have some useful information about mana sensitivity. Jung Do-hee turned, startled, when she saw him putting his hand to his mouth, looking elsewhere. Actually, come to think of it, if it's all right, could I go with you? His eyes met hers, making her extremely shy. Then, she was overjoyed. Really? Elsewhere, at a house in the middle of a desolate forest, Cha So-hee was gnashing her teeth in frustration. Just how long do I have to endure this wound? She sat there, angrily bandaging her hand. It's all because that BTCH, Jung Do-hee, keeps chasing me. Her eyes glared with resentment. She remembered the moment Chin Hyo-dong teased her. Your boss has abandoned you. The silhouette of a man appeared in her mind right then. At first, I thought she was lying. But it's true that I haven't been able to contact the boss. Cha So-hee placed a hand over her chest, her power, erupting like flames as her body trembled and she gritted her teeth. This can't be happening. I only did what was best for the boss. Suddenly, something blue flickered in her black pupils, startling her. Her hand immediately grabbed her weapon, and she shouted, "Get the hell out of here, will you?" Then, she threw it hard toward the front. She braced herself to lunge forward in a rage. "How much longer do you intend to chase me?" Chin Hyo-dong stood right by the dagger embedded in the wall, power surging in her hands. What a persistent thorn in my side. Immediately after, red claws sprouted from her hands. Yeah, I was planning to send you off slowly and kindly. She lunged forward with those sharp claws, and a wave of fire immediately engulfed Cha So-hee. But since you don't want that, so be it. Elsewhere, Jung Do-hee and Shin Kang Hu were standing in front of a house. We're here. She turned to look at him, pointing to a spot. Isn't it interesting that a place like this exists at the starting point? He turned his head in the opposite direction and replied, So, this is where he grows the solemn. She looked at him, bored, while he looked away, a triumphant smile crossing his mind. Dr. Cha, the grandmother, and Jung Do-hee, I know this is the result of my own unconscious actions, but I really couldn't have predicted this. I'm truly excited to see how everything else will play out. Suddenly, a voice from behind made them both turn around. I've heard a lot about you from Jung Do-hee. His eyes widened as he turned around, thinking, he's actually here? Dr. Cha is standing right there. He also thought Dr. Cha was inviting them inside. Chapter 53. Shin Kang Hu's eyes widened as he thought, he's the one. Dr. Cha is standing right here. He also thought Dr. Cha was inviting them inside. A while later, they were sitting together in the living room. He looked at the man and smiled, thinking, thanks to Jung Do-hee, I managed to meet someone I could barely ever see. The man sat there happily and spoke up. First of all, I want to thank you. You helped not only Jung Do-hee but also my wife. The next words he said startled him. About the child you helped, I only just met him a short while ago. It seems he was involved in an accident. Shin Kang Hu sat there, calmer now. Did Jung Min Chun come here before? Dr. Cha lowered his head. Yes. He recalled when Jung Min Chun excitedly brought him a report their guild wanted to trade some herbs, so he stopped by. But it included types of herbs that I don't usually handle. So, I refused. This made him raise a hand to his chin, frowning in thought. She once said that Jung Min Chun was suddenly recruited into the Chonghua Guild. He thought about the villains who stood in his way. Was he used by them and then discarded? He reached out his hand. Could you tell me what kind of herbs they requested? The man turned his head to look at him. Before I tell you, I want to hear your reason for coming to see me. Shin Kang Hu held up his wrist. Because you research certain herbs, you have a wealth of knowledge in medicine. He looked down at the clenched hand held out with his explanation. Could I trouble you to take a look at my current condition? Dr. Cha sat there, taking his hand. Let me see. As soon as he checked it, he panicked, terrified. Meanwhile, at a building in a remote area, a massive explosion just occurred, throwing a woman out. It was Cha So-hee, just jumping out of the fire safely. Her eyes glared, gritting her teeth in pain. As soon as she sat on the ground, looking at the fire, she wondered, where is she? But just as she was unaware and looking forward, Chin Hyo-dong clapped her hands and lunged from behind. Ah, there's no way you'd die just from that. She lunged forward confidently, while Cha So-hee turned back, teeth gritted. She wore a bright smile as she held out her hand. Do you really want to struggle until the very end? She covered her face with her hand, channeling her firepower. As she reached out with her own source of power and screamed, it was truly pathetic. Cha So-hee roared back, channeling the flames of her own power. I'll drag you as far as you want to go. Kang Hu watched in surprise as fire dragons erupted from her. I'll drag you until I burn you to ashes. This left her completely shocked. She found herself caught in the flames, blown backward by the blasts. Her feet struggled to find purchase on the ground. She shielded her face in a panic. Kang Hu stood there, smiling arrogantly. Is that so? Your body transforms when it meets fire, yet your eyes are still full of desire. I think that might be a bit difficult. This made Cha So-hee grit her teeth and frown, standing there in frustration. Her injuries had weakened her firepower. Right now, I probably can't break through her defense. The two stood there, facing off. She stood with her arms spread, surrounded by flickering flames. Let's see what you plan to do next. Are you going to steal another skill and run away? How much longer do you think you can keep doing that? Doing that will make it hard for you to recover, you know. She waved her hand in a circle, taunting him to give it his all. Then, Kang Hu walked toward the side of the building with a loud laugh. If I could hunt you down this easily, it wouldn't be any fun. He left Cha So-hee sitting in a corner, panting and gritting her teeth in anger. Suddenly, the crazy woman was startled by something and turned to look. Back in the living room, Dr. Cha was carefully examining Kang Hu's hand. You've endured quite a lot during this time, haven't you? I didn't think that using a certain amount of mana would have the side effect of significantly reducing endurance. I've studied a case with a sensitive reaction to buff skills before, but I've never seen this specific condition. Kang Hu watched him massage his hand while the doctor closed his eyes and shook his head, implying it wouldn't be easy to cure immediately. The doctor thought to himself that this wouldn't be resolved easily. The scene shifted to him sitting quietly in a corner while the officer was busy demonstrating her power. The side effect of mana hypersensitivity is a limit created to prevent the protagonist from being overwhelmed by stress. Kang Hu lowered his head and asked, "In that case, could you sell me some crazy solanum instead?" Dr. Cha replied, "Sure." He sat there with a smile looking at him. "I don't usually sell them because of the risks they carry, so only use them in dangerous situations. It's a precious item. Because of that, it's rare and hard to find." Kang Hu stood before him, looking down, and thanked him. A moment later, Young-do-hee appeared in an apron, happily bringing out food. "Sit down and try it," she said cheerfully. Kang Hu looked down at the huge bowl of noodles in front of him, feeling shy and overthinking things. Her face was full of worry as he picked up his fork and took a bite. "It's delicious." This made Young-do-hee extremely happy. "I'm glad." The two of them turned to look at Dr. Cha as he spoke up. "I have a little bit of information that might be useful to you." He looked up cheerfully. "Try looking into the unlimited dungeon." Kang Hu turned, looking panicked and thoughtful. "That dungeon has already appeared?" She placed both hands on the table, looking at him happily. "Are you going to that dungeon? If so, can I?" The doctor lowered his head slightly and said, "Young-do-hee, I don't think that's possible." Thinking about the agents covered in black clothes in the unlimited mana dungeon we're talking about, located in a club run by a criminal organization called Heaven's Devourers, their hands glowing with blue energy, and they demand a huge amount of mana as an entrance fee. Dr. Cha turned to look at her, sighing and dropping his head. Her mind began to race. She only mentioned that place briefly in the novel, but she never expected it to actually exist. On top of that, it was in the hands of the Heaven's Devourers. But Kang Hu seemed more satisfied, thinking, "I don't want to miss out on this jackpot." He imagined a treasure chest being opened with shining items inside, making him think that dungeons with entry restrictions usually had worthwhile rewards. But the unlimited dungeons were special, with limits on the number of times you could raid them. Regardless of what it is, there's bound to be an overwhelming event coming from there. As he was eating, the doctor stood up. "I'll be going now." She was surprised as she turned to see him walking away, waving his hand. "I need to go check the stock of crazy solanum." Kang Hu immediately set his fork down on the table. Kang Hu spoke in a serious tone that startled her. "Young-do-hee?" He sat there, serious. As she had mentioned, it was highly likely. The content is the reason that caused the death of Young Min Chun. This surprised Young-do-hee. She frowned and looked up. "Is that true?" He placed his hands in front of the noodle bowl and looked up. "Because your grandfather has the key to decoding this incident." She looked up in surprise. "He does." Remembering the moment Dr. Cha was with Young Min Chun, he said that the association had used Young Min Chun to find a way to trade certain herbs. Once you see the process from the time he was recruited until the time he passed away, it will be clear. And the image of him before the bad guys, Kang Hu looked up, dead serious. "If I can find out what those herbs are, there's a possibility I can find the cause of Young Min Chun's death. You live here, so you'll have the chance to do that." Her eyes went wide as she listened. Young-do-hee lowered her head, becoming quiet as she thought of the image of him lying in a coffin. Kang Hu looked up and frowned. "I'm not forcing you." She furrowed her brow at his words. "But I need your help." Elsewhere, a hand reached out with a card. A hand was offering a card to the one-armed Cha So-hee, who was startled. "Are you Cha So-hee of the Heaven's Devourers?" The person smiled arrogantly, speaking in a frightening tone. "I've come to invite you to join the association." Chapter 54. Night fell on the house, which was brightly lit. Dr. Cha handed 2 pills to Kang Hu and introduced them. "This is medicine made from crazy solanum. The consequences will be very serious. So, please only use it when absolutely necessary." He told him, "I'm only giving it to you for free this time as a thank you." Kang Hu was extremely grateful and spoke up, "Thank you, sir." Then he said goodbye to Dr. Cha. "I'll be going now." Then Kang Hu walked away while waving. See you later. Jung Do-hee also waved back at him, smiling and saying, all right, travel safely. When it was just the two of them left, Dr. Cha asked, I'm going to check around the plantation before I go to bed. It's late, you should head back first. Jung Do-hee immediately listened. Yes, and then he stood there watching Jung Do-hee leave, yawning. Right then, Dr. Cha spoke up. So, what do you think of Sung-hoo? He appeared and answered, he looks promising, although he still has a long way to go. The doctor couldn't help but laugh. I think everyone looks like that to you, don't they? Dr. Cha stood there, rambling on. As an assassin admired more than anyone else, enough to earn the famous title, Master of 1,000 Skills. Dr. Ka kept standing there, rambling on and on about being an assassin more admired than anyone else, enough to earn a famous nickname, the Master of 1,000 Skills. He gritted his teeth in pure anger, as if it were something he wanted. He had never wanted that name. He instinctively thought of Kang Hu. He was quite interesting, after all. Then, he pointed out a problem. Given the boy's unique illness, and how he was trying to exploit his granddaughter right inside his own home, he couldn't help but chuckle. If he dared say that to my daughter, I'd finish him right on the spot. Dr. Cha explained without any trace of anger. But the boy had truly helped, so he would keep an eye on him. Dr. Cha's goal was to see if the boy was someone they could share information about the center association with. The next day at a loud club, Kang Hu glanced around, silently assessing the place Dr. Cha had mentioned. He didn't feel like there was anything special about it. This floor was just a normal club. Right then, Chin Hyo-dong spotted Kang Hu and let out a surprised cry. She walked over, brushing her hair back, and said, isn't this the person who helped me back in Wazar? We meet again? He glanced at Chin Hyo-dong and instinctively frowned. She kept on rambling endlessly. I'm a regular here. If you want to know anything, just ask me. Quickly, Kang Hu recalled the victims of the Hadong Association in Gwangju. He easily recognized from the amount of nebula energy that she was at least level 200. With that level, there was no way she could be a victim of the Hadong Association. Kang Hu stared at Chin Hyo-dong, calculating. I didn't interfere much because she seemed really suspicious. But now, she might actually be useful. So he spoke up. Let me ask you something. Is the rumor about a special dungeon here true? She listened and pondered. Good intel. This dungeon has never been successfully cleared, so the rumor hasn't spread much. Then, Chin Hyo-dong confirmed the information. That's right. You're quite well informed, aren't you? Well, let me be blunt. From what I've heard, the entrance to the dungeon is a parking garage guarded by soldiers, so internal hunters can't get close. There's even a barrier. Kang Hu received that information and thought with a headache. A barrier that's going to be a pain. Suddenly, Chin Hyo-dong took out her phone and said, I haven't repaid you for what happened back then. She smiled and offered, could I have your phone number? The one you gave me last time didn't exist. Maybe you typed it wrong. Right at that moment, he reached his hand out toward Chin Hyo-dong. I've already been repaid. Kang Hu proactively suggested, help me get to the parking garage. She immediately agreed to his request. Sure, I think I can help you with that. Seeing Chin Hyo-dong agree so easily, Kang Hu felt satisfied. He didn't know what she was planning, but if it was like this, he would use her first. He was silently assessing her because that nebula energy looked useful. The system updated the information. Release Master. Can release or allow you to bypass obstacles with mana. She hugged his arm and whispered, to move freely around the club. This is the best way. Chin Hyo-dong asked him curiously. Don't you think so? Kang Hu agreed with her and replied, you're not wrong. Suddenly, he spotted a suspicious young man nearby. Kang Hu felt really strange. It was weird. Suddenly, she pulled him in. Not that way. Chin Hyo-dong reached up, wrapped her arms around Kang Hu's neck, and whispered, it's this way. Then, she just pressed her lips against Kang Hu's, and he didn't reject Chin Hyo-dong's action. Having no other choice, Kang Hu calculated internally that he had to move first. Immediately after, she winked to signal the subordinates of Mr. Kang Dong-hun. He understood the hint, raised his hand to his ear, and gave a faint smile. As for Chin Hyo-dong, she was touching a door. Seeing her action, Kang Hu remarked, she's more passive than I thought. Chin Hyo-dong said nonchalantly, it's open. Then she waved at him. Good luck inside the dungeon. Kang Hu felt a bit strange. What exactly did she want? At that moment, Chin Hyo-dong sighed in relief, watching his back. Suddenly, Kang Dong-hun walked over and praised her. Well done. Seeing him appear, Chin Hyo-dong spoke up. Master. Currently, Kang Dong-hun was extremely excited. I finally met you, Kang Hu. Then, he and his team went down, saying, you were so focused on the barrier that you missed some important information. Kang Dong-hun felt quite satisfied. No hunter had been able to fill the necessary amount of mana until now. He spoke up, full of anticipation. This parking garage only links to the dungeon entrance and the floor above. Tricking Kang Hu, Kang Dong-hoon excitedly said. That means if he fails to enter, at that same moment, he was startled by a flash of light before him. Now, Kang Hu was being attacked unexpectedly. The man who ambushed him smiled in satisfaction. You'll be a rat trapped in a cage. In a dangerous situation, Kang Hu hurriedly moved to defend himself. Cha Kang Dong-hun, damn it, I still haven't poured in enough mana. He was worried, wondering if he should give up and turn back. Meanwhile, Kang Dong-hun was charging forward aggressively, as if it were nothing at all, right? Seeing the situation was critical, Kang Hu took out a pill. No, he's gathering power for a strike. Try blocking this. He immediately popped the pill into his mouth. He couldn't give up. The next second, Kang Hu tried to withstand the attack. The system also updated the latest info. The amount of mana poured in has exceeded the required amount. The dungeon is opening. A heaven-shaking explosion took place. Kang Dong-hun pulled back his hand and cautiously looked ahead. He was furious and cursed. Damn it! Seeing that he had escaped, Kang Dong-hun muttered, Bastard. As for Kang Hu, having escaped in the nick of time, he was panting, leaning his back against the wall, and breathing a sigh of relief. Finally, I'm in. I didn't think it would take this much mana. Just then, a series of monsters moved toward Kang Hu. They quickly accelerated as they crawled toward him, and the monsters' faces looked incredibly ferocious. Chapter 55. Outside, Chin Hyodong asked worriedly, What's going on? When she saw the current situation, she let out a surprised cry. Chin Hyodong approached and carefully asked Kang Dong-hun, What? I didn't think he would actually dare to enter the energy-refilling dungeon. He spoke up there, mana. She asked with extreme concern, How much should I bring? Kang Dong-hoon turned around and glared at everyone. Meanwhile, inside, Kang Hu was rushing to summon an ice cha so healed to destroy the monsters. In a blink of an eye, they were sliced into small pieces. He executed his martial arts while calmly thinking, I'm glad I captured the Ice Witch after defeating Cho-Cho Gu-bin. Kang Hu suddenly remembered what had happened. It was a type that enhanced and transmitted ice attribute power. Then he looked at the system screen. A weapon infused with elemental power can help you easily destroy slime demons because they are unaffected by physical attacks. Then Kang Hu looked ahead and smiled. You're the last one. The mid-level boss, the Slime King, roared in a fit of rage and charged with all its might, wanting to attack him. Kang Hu also immediately leaped off the ground. He quickly lunged straight at the mid-level boss, the Slime King, to attack. In the blink of an eye, the ice shield closed in on it. The intermediate-grade Slime King boss was wiped out by a single slash from Kang Hu. He immediately bent down to pick up the red crystal. The system updated with the latest info. You have collected a red crystal. Kang Hu smiled, very satisfied. A red crystal dropped by an intermediate boss was a much better reward than he had expected. It didn't stop there, as the system announced. You have acquired a skill from the target, Gui Ti. You can activate the skill by calling out Gui Ti. He couldn't help but laugh, saying, This skill actually seems useful. The system screen displayed the information. It was an intermediate-grade slime monster. It could neutralize physical attacks for 30 seconds. Kang Hu gave an honest assessment, though I really don't want to call out the skill name at all. It's so cringy. He continued his journey, heading straight ahead. Suddenly, Kang Hu discovered something. The beautiful scenery before his eyes left him stunned. This reminded Kang Hu of the time he spoke to Dr. Ka. You want me to check something at the Infinite Dungeon? Back then, he had relayed the information. If you finish the dungeon, check all the vegetation there. He looked at the information on the paper and evaluated the poison hemlock, the 100-year ginseng, and the soul root. They were all rare, medicinal herbs. Dr. Ka then diligently recounted how a few years ago, foreign hunters had discovered another infinite energy dungeon. He provided the relevant information. The energy required for that dungeon was very low, so they had successfully entered. Dr. Ka just kept rambling on. One of them was a botanist. He found rare medicinal herbs growing inside the dungeon. Kang Hu couldn't help but ask, So all the herbs are from that dungeon? He answered Kang Hu's question. His hypothesis was that they were the result of the special environment in the infinite energy dungeon. That's how rare plants were able to grow there. Dr. Ka carefully told Kang Hu. If you know about plant life forms, you can understand that. There is no guarantee that the environment of the dungeon you are about to enter will be like the last one. But I am just asking to be safe. Afterward, he looked at the info on the paper and pondered. There was no need to turn down an extra mission. Therefore, Kang Hu confirmed, Leave it to me. Returning to reality, he picked up a plant. Kang Hu looked at the item in his hand and smiled, saying, "So your hypothesis was correct, teacher. At this rate, the range is quite wide, but I wonder if I can find the other herbs you mentioned." Suddenly, a monster let out a soft roar. Kang Hu was startled. Was a monster guarding the medicinal herbs? A great shell turtle. The 100-year ginseng roared in anger. It didn't stop there, as there was a huge disturbance nearby. They were all there, great shell turtles, soul roots, poison hemlock, and udambara flowers. He realized the medicinal herbs were growing there. Kang Hu looked around, assessed the monsters, and immediately got excited as he drew his weapon. "I'm so glad you guys saved me some time." Meanwhile, in another place, someone was pouring tea. That person was none other than Dr. Ka. "I want to enter that dungeon alone." He provided the information. That dungeon had many types of precious medicinal herbs. "I can get the herbs I need to cure you." He then saw him sigh and put down the teacup. "There is no medicine that can cure this. I know my own body well." "At this moment," he said sternly, "and because the conditions for entering the dungeon are limited, only someone like that, who has a unique body free of disease, can enter." Dr. Ka pointed out a problem. Even so, giving up just after becoming his younger brother wouldn't be right. He tried to reassure him. "I'm fine. Just focus on yourself." He suddenly began to explain, "The reason I sent Shin Kang Hu to that dungeon isn't just for your health." He stated his own speculation. "Does it have to do with the plant life form?" Dr. Ka quickly confirmed the information. "Yes, that herb is the item the Junghwa Association wants to trade with me." Dudip, hiding behind the wall, heard everything. She was furious, thinking about the Junghwa Association. Meanwhile, Shin Kang Hu had wiped out all the monsters. He was marking his checklist. "I've collected almost everything on the list, but there are still a few things missing." Kang Hu didn't notice something rushing toward him and muttered, "Maybe they'll appear when I clear the dungeon." By the time it got close, he realized. Luckily, Kang Hu managed to dodge its attack. He jumped back in frustration. "Damn it, no time to rest." It saw that and sneered, "You dodge my attacks well, human." Its true identity was the supplement boss. Just then, Kang Hu discovered something. He looked at all the medicinal herbs on the supplement's back. They were all there. It roared in anger. "Not only did you trespass on my territory, but you also want to fight over my food supply." The supplement growled angrily. "I won't let you get away with this." The human, Kang Hu, wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he was excited. "Great, that will save me a lot of time." The system immediately announced, "You have just received an item." "Elsewhere?" the man asked. "I thought you rejected the deal with the Junghwa Association. Why are you trying to find the herbs if you turned them down?" "Doctor." Ka sat there and answered calmly, "Of course I don't want to continue negotiating with them, and it's not, because the plant life form can be found in that dungeon." He seemed very expectant, but if Shin Kang Hu could bring it back, Dr. Ka's ultimate goal was that he could investigate the true purpose of the Junghwa Association. Meanwhile, the supplement was launching an attack at Kang Hu. "Become nutrients for this land." He got serious, trying to dodge every attack. Kang Hu quickly accelerated and lunged toward it. In the blink of an eye, he was right up against the supplement. Kang Hu said without fear, "Hand it over." Chapter 56. The supplement gritted its teeth in anger as it looked at Kang Hu. Its strange behavior caught him off guard. Kang Hu unexpectedly stepped on the supplement's body to leap, appearing behind it in an instant. It was furious and unleashed another attack. "How dare you!" Kang Hu looked at the tentacles closing in without a hint of fear. He calmly executed an extreme dodge. The supplement narrowed its eyes at Kang Hu, saying, "Use all your strength to attack. You will never be able to break through my outer armor." He also realized a problem. The time limit for the frenzied solarium was approaching. The side effects would occur afterward. It launched its ultimate move, growling, "I will destroy you." Kang Hu didn't want to drag the battle out any longer. Meanwhile, Dr. Ka was telling the man, "But if Shin Kang Hu actually brings it, I can investigate what the Junghwa Association is trying to use those herbs for." He spoke frankly. "There will be others, not just us, confronting them." The man carefully asked a question. "But no one knows this information yet, right?" The doctor raised his hand to stroke his beard and replied, "That's because he hired people to pretend to make deals with them. And when they were no longer of any use, he eliminated them." The old man immediately confirmed it was definitely an important item. Kang Hu overheard the doctor and the old man talking, but said nothing. The old man noticed something unusual and continued speaking. "Jang Si Gwan Quan and Che Guan Hung are the masterminds behind the Chung Kwa Guild. When she learned the truth, she was furious. I knew those bastards were in on it together." Just then, the old man couldn't help but cough loudly. When he lowered his hand, his palm was covered in blood. The doctor watched with growing concern. Are you all right? The old man waved his hand to reassure him. It's fine. It seems my fever spiked because our conversation was just too interesting. Then, he took out an item. You traveled such a long way just to get treated. And yet, I've only tired you out with this conversation. The old man popped a pill into his mouth and said, even if that kid is as talented as I've heard, this won't be easy. The doctor laughed at that. I know. He pointed out a crucial problem. The issue here isn't just finding the life herb in the dungeon, but overcoming the heavenly eclipse's encirclement and escaping. Meanwhile, Dong Hun was touching the door, frowning in frustration, no signs of it opening. Hyo Dong asked anxiously, My lord, is this the last of the monastones? I carefully reminded Dong Hun. We've brought everything we had and everything they were selling nearby. Chin Hyo Dong hesitated for a moment before asking, Should we bring more? He quickly replied, No need. Then, he asked curiously, So, you're just going to give up on Shin Kang Hu? Dong Hun stood there and nonchalantly replied, No. Suddenly, he was filled with killing intent as he commanded, Change of plans, gather everyone here. Meanwhile, Shin Kang Hu was still fighting seriously. He lunged toward the monster, deploying his shadow steps. The creature, caught by the surprise attack, cursed, You bastard! Shin Kang Hu ran circles around the beast, swapping positions. It was filled with rage and growled, I will crush you. Then, the monster raised its leg, intending to stomp him into pieces. Its body rolled along the ground. As it deployed its crushing roll, he quickly realized the danger. If he let it touch him, he would die. Suddenly, the monster leaped off the ground and hovered in midair. It lunged straight at Shin Kang Hu. Die, human! He stood his ground, gripping his weapon tightly. Shin Kang Hu slammed his blade into the ground, breaking the creature's momentum. His actions caught the monster off guard. Shin Kang Hu unleashed his wind thunder circle, causing it to howl in pain. He didn't stop there. As he gathered strength to jump, Shin Kang Hu combined a short dash with a soul mark. He tightened his grip on his weapon, proceeding to unleash his great Sunder Strike. Shin Kang Hu's target was the monster. Right in front of him, his strike carried terrifying pressure. Finally, the beast collapsed, screaming in agony, and its body began to change. Its power was absorbed by Shin Kang Hu. The system updated, showing he had obtained a skill from the Savage Slaughter Stone Golem. He assessed the reward, thinking it was as generous as he had expected. It continued to display. Savage Slaughter Aura. Increases your endurance by 20%. Shin Kang Hu realized something. With this, I'll be able to withstand the side effects to a certain degree. He was very satisfied. As for the items of this level, the system updated the data. You have received the following items. Crimson Stone times 2. 1,000-year life ginseng. After surviving the danger, Shin Kang Hu remarked, An infinite magic dungeon, truly worth the risk. Just then, he sensed something unusual and looked up. Shin Kang Hu stared around, puzzled. The dungeon was disappearing because the boss had been defeated. He couldn't help but chuckle. I really want to see how you'll be waiting for me, Dong Hun. Outside, Dong Hun was holding a cigarette in his mouth, while snipers were aiming intently in one direction. The Heavenly Eclipse sniper squad had their guns pointed at the door. His plan was that once the dungeon disappeared, Shin Kang Hu would be teleported right there. Dong Hun gave the order, Everyone, get ready. As he appeared, the snipers replied in unison, Yes, sir. Chin Hyo Dong watched with satisfaction, thinking, just as expected from the guildmaster, he always catches his prey, no matter what methods he uses. A second later, the door swung open, emitting a blinding light. Shin Kang Hu stepped out calmly. He was targeted by countless sniper rifles but showed no fear. Dong Hun was ecstatic. I missed you, Shin Kang Hu. Then, he ordered the snipers to fire. Countless bullets were released, heading toward Shin Kang Hu, who only said calmly, Kite. Chapter 57. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred. Kite shielded Shin Kang Hu from all the bullets and let out a cry. Those bullets didn't hurt it at all. The system displayed information. When Kite shouts Kite, it activates the summon skill, a mid-range hybrid that can block enemy physical attacks for 30 seconds. He evaluated it internally. This will be useful in quite a few situations. As Kite shielded Shin Kang Hu, it let out a soft cry, shocking the snipers. A hybrid that loads mana bullets. The others understood his command and followed suit. Load mana bullets. The sight terrified Kite, who let out a cry. Suddenly, Dong Hun stepped out and ordered, Get out of the way, all of you. He was brimming with killing intent and gathered his strength. I'll handle this, myself. Then, Dong Hun swung his powerful fist. An attack with terrifying pressure was launched. The creature was terrified of this technique. Meanwhile, Shin Kang Hu remained very calm as he prepared to counter. His actions left the man completely stunned. What? Suddenly, a torrent of water rushed in from somewhere, causing a massive explosion. A while later, the chaotic scene finally settled. Shin Kang Hu had successfully escaped the area. Dong Hun witnessed everything and couldn't help but speak. Interesting. Finally, I understand. There was a reason Chow Hai tried to catch that guy. He really is an enticing piece of bait. Meanwhile, Hyo Dong asked anxiously, "What should we do now?" Dong Hun didn't answer. He suddenly broke into a twisted smile. "I'll grab that brat by the neck and turn him into a part of Bi Chu Mi." Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him, teleporting in, which shocked Trung Du Hai. The person who had just appeared was none other than Shin Kang Hu. She ran anxiously toward the staggering Shin Kang Hu. At that moment, he gritted his teeth and thought, the side effects are kicking in. If I hadn't increased my endurance, I might have died there. Trung Du Hai caught Shin Kang Hu and asked with concern, "Are you hurt anywhere?" He immediately raised his hand to reassure her, "I'm fine. I brought back the life herb your grandfather needs. Call him." Suddenly, she said solemnly, "Before that, I have something to tell you. Come to my room." Once they were in the room, he asked curiously, "Biolante?" Trung Du Hai immediately confirmed with Shin Kang Hu, "I heard you and that guest mentioning it." At that moment, Kang Hu focused on his analysis, convinced there was a reason the doctor specifically mentioned Biolante among all those herbs. Suddenly, Dr. Ka opened the door. "Since you catch on so quickly, I suppose I don't need to explain," the doctor said as he walked into the room, adding bluntly, "It started the moment you asked my granddaughter to go on that scouting mission." Kang Hu turned to look at Dr. Ka and asked, "You knew?" The doctor replied nonchalantly, "Why wouldn't I know what happens in my own home?" When Jung Do-hee saw the doctor smiling like that, she suddenly felt embarrassed. She stammered, "I'm sorry, sir." Kang Hu chimed in from beside her. "My apologies if we caused you any trouble," but the doctor just smiled, unfazed. It's fine, the doctor said, then brought up a point. "I just tested it, and it seems you've been hiding a few things about the Zhenghua Guild." Kang Hu was deeply curious. The doctor proceeded to share some good information with him. "You've passed the test," the doctor said, picking up the herbs. "You cleared the dungeon in just one day and brought back Biolante. What more could I ask for?" He then said gravely, "I will investigate what Dung intends to do with this herb." Kang Hu smiled at that. "Let me know if you find out anything." Before he left, Jung Do-hee spoke up. "I'm going to stay here with you for a while to help with the work," she said with determination. "I want to uncover Deng Hua's plans." Kang Hu stared at Jung Do-hee, lost in thought. He had thought that with her skills, she wouldn't be discovered. How did Dr. Ka know? He had been tracking Ma and calculating his moves. The visitor from earlier kept swirling in his mind. Could he be a spy planted among them? Still, Kang Hu hadn't noticed anything unusual. Jung Do-hee noticed him staring and asked, "Is there something on my face?" He waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing." Kang Hu started to get suspicious, wondering if he was being too sensitive. "I'll see you later. Go on in," he said, saying his goodbyes. Jung Do-hee waved back, saying with a smile, "If anything happens, make sure to call me and answer my messages." Soon after, Kang Hu drove away from the area. Meanwhile, at an undisclosed location, someone mused, "I thought he only had a little potential." He couldn't help but laugh. Who knew he'd be this quick? Then he felt a rush of excitement. Teaching that brat a lesson will be fun. Meanwhile, Kang Hu was wondering if more help was needed. Investigating the connection between the Zhenghua Guild and Biolante wouldn't take long. He was one step closer to the day he would destroy Jang Si Gwan. Kang Hu looked out the car window, satisfied. He took out his phone. Seeing what was next, Kang Hu realized something. The dungeon only allowed 100 people to enter, to form a team to raid the Judgment Dungeon, along with the Zhenghua Guild. Even you could become a hero. The Judgment Dungeon. He recalled the important information from the novel. Jang Si Gwan had gained an amazing opportunity for growth there. Kang Hu smiled unconsciously to himself. "No way. I'm going to take it." Scene shift to a room in a high-rise building. Jang Si Gwan greeted her with a smile. "Thank you for coming all this way." He revealed the identity of his guest, the former spy for the heavenly cult, Cha So-hee. Cha So-hee cut to the chase. No need for small talk. Get straight to the point. Jang Si Gwan smiled at her attitude. "I like how you work." He then pushed a tablet toward her. Tapping the screen, Jang Si Gwan said, "I heard you're tracking this guy. I want information on him." He made an offer. "Naturally, the reward will be very generous. We always deal fairly." Cha So-hee didn't show any respect. "I just want everything." Her face turned cold and malicious. Revenge? He narrowed his eyes instinctively. I approve. Chapter 58. Jang Si Gwan smiled. Welcome to the Zhenghua Guild, Cha So-hee. He showed her the tablet. Shall we continue talking about this man? She said seriously. At first, I thought he was just an average person. Cha So-hee pointed out the strange part. But the speed at which his strength grows is far beyond any prediction. What bothered her was that, even though he was an assassin class, he used skills that mages typically used. Does he have different skills from skill books? Jang Si Gwan looked at his phone. It's definitely not something that trivial. He was secretly guessing. Those must be skills that only boss monsters can use. No. If it's anything, it's even more powerful than that. Cha So-hee couldn't help but laugh. It's so hard to understand things like this. The corners of his mouth curled up. I understand. Jang Si Gwan then sent the information to someone. Che Guan-hung received the info and remained silent. He put his phone away. Lucky for you. If you were useless, I would have wiped you out. He turned back to his deal with Cha So-hee. I'll give you your first task as a leader of the Zhenghua Guild. Jang Si Gwan laid out the goals. Achieve good results while conquering the Judgment Dungeon. Check the list of outside hunters I've provided. Ah, she looked silently at the list sent to her. A second later, Cha So-hee gasped, her eyes widening. Her attention was locked on a photo of Kang Hu. Cha So-hee let out a twisted smile. I won't let you down. Scene shift to the outskirts of the Judgment Dungeon portal. He observed the surroundings and judged the situation. What a relief to have gotten here without any issues. Kang Hu could easily recognize that the Judgment Dungeon was a large-scale raid dungeon where the Zhenghua Guild was collaborating with outside hunters. One of the things he kept in mind was that in the novel, Jang Si Gwan accidentally discovered a hidden reward inside this dungeon. Kang Hu remembered everything that would happen. He knew Kang Hu would realize it and attack Jang Si Gwan, but Jang Si Gwan lost and only barely escaped. Now, he told himself, if I can snatch that, I can strip away Jang Si Gwan's greatest source of power. Just then, someone spoke up. Oh my, we meet again. That person was none other than Qin Hyodong. They say that meeting by chance is fate. This must surely be fate. Kang Hu remembered what happened before and said, thank you for the guidance back then. She replied calmly. I just wanted to repay you for saving me in Guangzhou. Then, Qin Hyodong acted weak and asked, will you protect me this time too? He watched her act, remaining silent for a moment. Soon, Kang Hu agreed. Sure, no problem. Qin Hyodong was thrilled to have his approval. Thank you. As she spoke, she calculated in her heart. I just need your body for the production of the homunculus. I'll find a suitable opportunity to eliminate you. Then, he urged her. Let's go. Qin Hyodong smiled, agreeing with a nod. Suddenly, Shin Kang Hu let her go. Let's move. I'll take the lead. As he walked forward, someone stepped out to block his path. Hey, the burly man grumbled irritably. It's obvious you're just going to lead the way to hog all the dungeon rewards. A girl nearby chimed in. If you're an assassin, don't stir up trouble, just help deal some damage, and that's enough. Shin Kang Hu sighed helplessly, not saying a word. Soon, everyone entered the dungeon together. He said quite confidently, according to information from the Zhenghua Guild, this dungeon isn't very dangerous. It's just an anthill, the girl added with a sneer. The Zhenghua Guild even arrived later than our vanguard team. The burly man couldn't help but laugh. That meant he just rushed straight ahead. Whoever gets the loot first keeps it. The female teammate also scrambled off quickly. Fall behind, and you lose out. Seeing their actions, Shin Kang Hu remarked, idiots. Where did those sharp blades suddenly come from? She turned around and realized something was wrong. A second later, a bloody scene unfolded. He and Qin Hyodong stood there sternly, saying nothing. Suddenly, a young man was burned alive by flames, another was impaled by countless swords, and one was crushed by a giant hammer. Many who couldn't defend in time fell into deep pits, and some were bitten by monsters. In short, the scene was chaotic. Eventually, only 4 people and 1 trembling young man remained. I can't believe everyone was wiped out in just 2 hours, he said, anxious and confused. What exactly are those traps? Thun Nian replied, this is completely different from the information they gave us. The Zhenghua Guild is trying to wipe us out. Meanwhile, Shin Kang Hu remained calm. It was all too obvious. That's why they sent the vanguard team. He heard a faint sound. Help me. Shin Kang Hu assessed the situation. There was no way to get through the dungeon traps without dying. The Zhenghua Guild had hired people to die in their place. He then marched forward heroically. This is why I wanted to lead. But even when they have a chance, they just keep rushing ahead and dying. Soon, Shin Kang Hu reached a door and opened it. Inside was a vast, open space. The young man standing outside said fearfully, "It's too dangerous. I can't go any further." The person next to him agreed, "Yeah, who knows what's behind there." Meanwhile, he wasn't afraid at all. After all, this was an opportunity that Jang Si Gwan should have seized. "This is a shortcut to the center." Shin Kang Hu then spoke up, "All right then, everyone." Unexpectedly, Chin Hyo Dong interjected, "The two of us will go this way." She stood there calmly, saying that the second team would arrive soon, so they should head to a safe spot and wait for reinforcements. He agreed to Chin Hyo Dong's proposal. "All right, let's do that." And so, the two young men quickly ran off in another direction. She turned to look at Shin Kang Hu. "Now it's just the two of us." He gave a short nod in agreement. As Chin Hyo Dong and Shin Kang Hu walked inside, they remarked on the truly brutal sight. He suddenly asked out of curiosity, "Are you okay not heading back with the others?" She smiled slightly. "You said you'd protect me, didn't you?" Then Chin Hyo Dong reached her hand out toward Shin Kang Hu. "But if I said I wasn't scared, I'd be lying. Stay by my side. I'll do anything you want." He asked her carefully. "Anything you say?" Chin Hyo Dong immediately confirmed it to Shin Kang Hu. She looked at him tenderly, reiterating anything. Right then, sharp claws appeared from Hyo Dong's hand, and immediately, red blood splattered on the floor. She was startled when she was countered by Shin Kang Hu. He drew his blade and said calmly, "In that case, please pass my regards to Kang Dong Honorable." Hyo Dong clutched her wound, questioning how he knew, only to hear Shin Kang Hu frankly criticize her. "Your strategy at the club was too crude." He recalled the past. "Who wouldn't be suspicious when you kissed me back then?" Through that, Shin Kang Hu could confirm that his suspicions were well-founded. "You could guess it when I got out of the infinite dungeon." Of course, Shin Kang Hu couldn't help but laugh. "Thinking your looks would work even though they don't. You're disqualified from the assassin role." Seeing her plan fail, she gnashed her teeth in anger. Chin Hyo Dong wasn't about to give up and lunged to attack. Shin Kang Hu performed a short dash as she quickly unleashed a strike. "Shut up!" Immediately, foul slime splattered across the floor. He watched Hyo Dong with extreme vigilance. At that moment, the system displayed information on the Heaven-tier monster. Evil aligned, capable of shapeshifting and secreting toxic acid. She was furious. "I was just playing with this pathetic bastard for a bit." And then Chin Hyo Dong rushed forward. "I'm going to rip your limbs off." Shin Kang Hu realized the problem. It was her nebula ability. He remained calm and snapped his fingers. "I'll take it." She smiled from the other side. Chin Hyo Dong was executing a short dash skillfully. Shin Kang Hu stood there, calmly setting up a defensive posture. "Ah," she taunted after her move. "What's wrong? I've figured you out." Hyo Dong continued to lash out with her claws. "I see through all your little tricks." He laughed at that. "You see through them?" Next, Shin Kang Hu unleashed a lethal move. In the blink of an eye, her claws were severed and fell to the ground. His blade was held right against Chin Hyo Dong's throat. Shin Kang Hu quickly gained the upper hand. "Probably haven't seen this one before, huh?" Only then did she realize the problem. The bastard is hiding so many skills, and his movements are different than before. Just what level has he reached? He spoke with nothing but contempt. "I expected more since you're an assassin from Heaven's Path, but it seems you aren't as good as Cha Su-hyo." Provoked, Chin Hyo Dong immediately unsheathed her claws and accelerated. Shin Kang Hu immediately performed an extreme dodge as she swung her hand, swearing, "Damn it." Then he was surprised, because in front of Shin Kang Hu, there was no one left. Hidden? Suddenly, there was a faint sound behind him. She tried to ambush him from the back. Chin Hyo Dong, furious, raised her claws. In her eyes, his image was reflected, but she only saw Shin Kang Hu calmly tracking her movements. "I see everything." He immediately swung his knife, slashing deeply into Chin Hyo Dong's shoulder. Taken by surprise, she hurriedly retreated. Hyo Dong couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. She couldn't believe it. She had used stealth to approach him. How did he know? Seeing Shin Kang Hu closing in, Chin Hyo Dong cursed. "Damn it, there's no other way." She had no choice but to leap away and flee. He, of course, couldn't let Chin Hyo Dong off that easily, so Shin Kang Hu began to move in for the capture, but she still managed to escape, forcing him to stop. "What a technique," he muttered. "That Constellation 1 is pretty slick." Then, Kang Hu bowed his head and grumbled, "Give it a rest. The opportunity for Jang Si Gwan is more urgent than this. You know this place well enough. The Hell of Judgment is a place that never stops testing the challengers through these trials." Kang Hu stood in silence, assessing the situation. A detail suddenly crossed his mind. In the novel, Jang Si Gwan discovered that there was only one person who could claim the reward in the Hell of Judgment. What struck Kang Hu the most was that after countless challenges, after everything, he had proven that only he was worthy. In the past, it was Jang Si Gwan who held that light, but now, he was the one taking his place. A satisfied smirk spread across Kang Hu's face. Of course, he didn't need to do it the hard way, because he was using a back door. Suddenly, ominous energy swirled around him. Kang Hu's eyes narrowed, scanning his surroundings with sharp vigilance. The ominous energy gradually dissipated, and the light returned. At the same time, the system notified him that the hidden skill, Black Faith, had been acquired. Total stats updated. The power of darkness had been activated. Kang Hu was immensely satisfied seeing this. Done. Let's stop there. When it displayed, Black Moon Faith unleashed the power of darkness, a stat that boosted power in proportion to the amount of mana infused. The power of darkness is a separate resource with high destructive potential, but continuous use will destabilize your mental state. It is replenished when you kill monsters or humans. He grasped one thing. Among the 77 hidden skills, Black Faith was exceptionally strong, based on its resonance with the power of darkness. When fully charged, its destructive power doubled. Flashes of memories flooded Kang Hu's mind, and Jang Si Gwan's as well, the one who overcame the side effects of the power of darkness in the novel and used Black Moon Faith as a skill. It was a skill that yielded great results if one could endure it. He looked at his palm with satisfaction. Now, it was his skill to command. This won't be the last disgrace you'll experience, Kang Hu declared, feeling pumped. After that, Jang Si Gwan used teleportation to head somewhere else. Kang Hu quickly stepped into a cold, dark area. The thing he had to face was the mid-boss, Judge Aloth. It suddenly emitted a blinding light, causing Kang Hu to frown. He reminded himself, this is an unavoidable mental attack. I have to push through it quickly and get out of here. Right then, someone grabbed Kang Hu's ankle. Feeling something was off, he looked down, only to see the spirit of a young man questioning him. Why did you survive alone? Other spirits slowly approached, growling. With that power, you could have saved us all. You abandoned us. Damn cowards. Kang Hu irritably pushed the ghosts away. This is more annoying than I thought. Kang Hu instinctively looked toward the mid-boss, Judge Aloth, in the distance. I can't use Black Faith yet. If I use it too hastily, my mental state will become unstable. Meanwhile, the boss was glaring at him, looking absolutely terrifying. One ghost kept clinging to Kang Hu, whispering, "It's your fault. The world collapsed because you were weak." He coldly shoved the ghost away. These are just memories from the novel. Kang Hu reminded himself, it's all an illusion. He had to face countless screams. You killed us. In his perilous situation, Kang Hu drew his blade. He swung his knife at the ghosts with lightning speed. Now, Kang Hu was perfectly calm. You are nothing. Suddenly, someone grabbed his shoulder. That's the truth. You two just say that to shirk responsibility. Kang Hu turned around and gasped in surprise. He immediately recognized the person as Young Min Chun. Kang Hu remembered that he had passed away not long ago. Young Min Chun was questioning him. You left me to die twice. He was still waiting for an answer. Tell me, am I nothing? What? Seeing this, Kang Hu couldn't help but curse under his breath. Chapter 60. Then, Jung Min Chun shoved Kang Hu's shoulder hard. Caught off guard, he tumbled to the ground. Young Min Chun was pointing an accusatory finger. You're just like those bastards, exactly like them. Countless other ghosts lunged at him, leaving Kang Hu stunned. Sika. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, he shouted, No, I. Meanwhile, they screamed, Die, you piece of trash, you hypocrite. Kang Hu roared in his desperate struggle. The scene shifted to another location where someone was typing on a keyboard. That was how the world was destroyed. The destroyed world. A different version of Kang Hu turned around. How pathetic. He sat there calmly, remarking, You sit in front of the desk like that and watch people die. What a hypocrite. Kang Hu stared at his other self in total shock. The other version of Kang Hu asserted, Realized it yet? I am the real you. He was speaking up to challenge him. You keep saying you're just stating the facts while publishing that trash of a story. In the end, you're just a failure who can't change a thing, forcing things onto people that nobody wants. The other version of Kang Hu continued to ramble, repeating that villain act. He pointed out an issue just to make everything worse. Then, the other version of Kang Hu stood up. No, even I regret creating such an ending. And he reached out a hand toward Kang Hu. The other version of Kang Hu reminded him. Accept reality. He emphasized the point. It's time for you to go back to being the real you. The other version of Kang Hu kept on blathering. You've been avoiding reality for long enough. Finally, he spoke up, refusing to dodge it anymore. Kang Hu raised his head, affirming, To me, This is reality, too. Next, he drew his weapon, declaring, "Until I rewrite the ending of this novel once more, nothing will be over." A bloodbath ensued in the room. Afterward, he returned to face the mid-boss, Judge Aloth. The system was updating information: gluttonous bloodlust constellation, neutral alignment. The more stamina you lose, the higher the chance of being infected by mental attacks. Kang Hu thought with satisfaction, "Finally, I can use the constellation I collected back then." He slowly stood up and muttered, "I'll end this all in one strike." Seeing Kang Hu prepare to attack, the boss glared in frustration, and then Judge Aloth emitted a blinding light. He immediately realized the problem. Its attack pattern has changed. Even so, this monster could only attack the mind. However, Kang Hu suddenly felt something strange, as he was being pulled into another dimension. Kang Hu instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon. "Are you in despair?" He had no other choice but to stab his own thigh to stay alert. Blood from Kang Hu's body spilled out across the surrounding space. Now, he was shocked to find the situation turning sour. Kang Hu gritted his teeth in frustration. How? Why didn't gluttonous bloodlust activate? In the blink of an eye, he was in a direct confrontation with the mid-boss, Judge Aloth. The system was warning Kang Hu, "Bloodthirsty gluttony. Without me, you wouldn't survive. Bloodthirsty gluttony. After the battle ends, you must free me from that space thief. Bloodthirsty gluttony. Otherwise, I won't lend you my power." Notifications kept popping up. "Bloodthirsty gluttony. I can't stand being under another nebula." Kang Hu saw this and wondered, is he trying to escape his status as a subordinate to that space thief? Countless messages appeared. "Space thief? Trash? To think you'd use the contractor's life as a hostage. Bloodthirsty gluttony. Have you forgotten, Nebula? We're fighting together. We aren't just hunters." He couldn't hold back his frustration and gritted his teeth. "Fine," Kang Hu finally agreed. "After the fight, I'll set you free." After saying that, he calculated inwardly, "There's no other way. I have to defeat Alos first." The system screen was displaying "Bloodthirsty gluttony, sentient, contractor." Then, Kang Hu turned back to the dark dungeon. He stared ahead, thinking all these consecutive experiences were just annoying. Then Kang Hu slowly stood up, preparing to fight. He was challenging the mid-boss. "Alos, you're struggling in vain. Are you done?" Kang Hu drew his weapon. "Then die." He quickly plunged his blade into its eye. On the computer screen, the request list for the Abyss Judgment was displayed. The subordinate was reporting to the officer. "This is the support request list from the Vanguard." Guan Hong curiously asked, "What should we do?" Then he saw the officer calmly reply, "What else? We honor their sacrifice, of course." The officer stared at the blood-soaked dungeon, then signaled the hounds, who were sniffing the scent of blood nearby. "A lot of hounds have been gathered to search for him." The officer's subordinate reported, "We've caught the scent of blood from here. There must be someone still alive over there." Guan Hong felt excited. "Let's go." Cha So-hee looked at her phone screen, thinking, Kang Hu and Chin Hyo-dong, huh? I have my own plans. I hope those two don't die before I get my hands on them for the Chung-Hua Guild. Then, Cha So-hee tapped a string of numbers on her phone screen and a wicked smile spread across her face. "I'll take you two out with my own hands." Inside the dungeon, Kang Hu had already destroyed the mid-boss, Alos. The system was updating information. "Death energy accumulated from the corpse has reached full capacity. Your dark power, 73,100. Seeing that, he assessed that since the boss was so strong, he had accumulated quite a bit of dark power. "I can use black letter with this, but I have to deal with the side effects first." As Kang Hu sighed softly, it updated. "The Nebula Strategy in Wilderness is amazed by your ability and sponsors you a buff, increasing stats by 0.2%. The Nebula Father of Music sends condolences regarding your unavoidable decision." Countless notifications appeared. "A skill from the target psychologist increases mental attack resistance by 50%. Suddenly, Kang Hu held a contract in his hand. At the same time, the system updated. "You have collected a twisted contract item." The screen showed the text again. "Bloodthirsty gluttony. Contractor, keep your promise." Many lines of text appeared. "The space thief doesn't need to agree with that nonsense. Contractor, ignore him. Bloodthirsty gluttony, don't interfere. A promise to a nebula is absolute." At that moment, the surrounding space suddenly shook. Kang Hu looked around, vigilant. "Has the main boss appeared? I have to hurry." The system screen immediately appeared. "Bloodthirsty gluttony. Don't you dare try to dodge." Contractor, he spoke up to reassure it. "I will keep my promise. Don't worry." Kang Hu opened the contract he had just received and immediately signed his name in the corner of the paper. Then, Kang Hu said, I only need to free you from that space thief. Chapter 61. The dungeon door was being subjected to force, slowly cracking. Finally, it couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered into pieces. The officer was the one who had broken down the door. He looked at the scene before him and guessed it must be the final round. Guan Hong quickly realized the issue, but there's nothing here. Are we really on the right track? At that moment, the hounds sensed something unusual. They kept howling, making everyone around feel uneasy. Why are these bastards acting so weird all of a sudden? The officer remained silent, staring ahead. The scene before him was quite chaotic. Seeing that, he grabbed his sword, vigilant. Conversely, the officer was excited. We've arrived at the right place. Before them was the main boss, Alos. He instructed his subordinates to prepare for battle. Suddenly, a red ribbon appeared on the officer's body. He floated in midair, giving orders. Guan Hong would take the lead. The officer reminded everyone, the rest of you, support us in the battle. They understood and replied in unison, yes, sir. He couldn't wait any longer and attacked. I'm so excited. Next, the officer summoned a fireball. He unleashed a great flame and laughed, how much stronger can you make me? At that moment, Guan Hong sensed something wrong and looked back, vigilant. Cha So-hee, meanwhile, Chin Hyo-dong is hiding in a cave, barely surviving. Ah, I remember what happened before. Good thing I protected my body before getting trapped underground. Chin Hyo-dong took a mirror out of her bag. She was trembling, looking at herself in the mirror. Chin Hyo-dong couldn't help but throw the mirror aside. She was furious, growling, damn it, Kang Hu, I will never forgive you. Chin Hyo-dong was determined, thinking, my master has to come catch him himself. I have to report the details of his fighting style to my master. Then she took out her phone. For now, just focus on surviving. Just then, light shone outside the cave entrance, startling Chin Hyo-dong. She thought it was an ally and spoke up, rescue team, I'm here, please, hurry. The next second, Chin Hyo-dong fell silent upon hearing the voice. Found you. The person who appeared was none other than Cha So-hee. A poisonous snake like you, having to hide in a cave like this? It's just too fitting. She saw Cha So-hee appear and shrank back in fear. At that moment, Cha So-hee, stepped inside, sneering. I'll burn you alive, Chin Hyo-dong. Outside, the officer's subordinates were still fighting hard. They were attacking the main boss, Alos, from all sides. It was being hit from every direction and was extremely angry. Therefore, the main boss, Alos, unleashed a very treacherous move. Guan Hong remained calm, facing everything. He leaped away to another spot, dodging its attack. Guan Hong's eyes never left the main boss, Alos. He immediately swung his sword, striking it multiple times. This caused multiple wounds to appear on the main boss's body. Seeing that, the officer knew his moment had come, so he launched an attack that made it scream in pain. Then, Jang Si Gwan suddenly turned around and questioned with confusion. Is this really all the firepower we have? Where is Cha So-hee? Guan Hong immediately reported that she had run off as soon as the battle started. Should I go drag her back? Jang Si Gwan stopped him immediately. No need. She won't get far. He then raised his hand to activate his technique. Let's wipe this thing out first. I'll make up for the lack of firepower with this. This attack from Jang Si Gwan carried immense pressure. Seeing this scene, he warned, everyone, get back. We might get caught in it. Jang Si Gwan's subordinates were terrified. He was condensing an incredible amount of dark energy into it. Someone else asked anxiously, is it really okay to do this? A young man cried out in fear, what about the side effects? Then, Guan Hong spoke up to reassure them. It's fine. Officer Jang Si Gwan Quan will be okay. He had such faith because he was a special person. At that same moment, the system notified him of the Seeker of Truth Nebula in the Evil Nebula, neutralizing side effects when using dark energy. Shin Kang Hu noticed the scene and realized he was really using a lot. Then, he wrote a message on the scroll for the bloodthirsty one. Shin Kang Hu smiled as he looked at the paper in his hand. Use as much as you want. It's updating the data. Forced contract distortion swaps one of your nebulae with your own. The nebula you swap will lose a portion of its abilities and take the exact position of the nebula being swapped. Range. Limited to targets within your field of vision. Use limit applies. The swapped nebula will lose a portion of its abilities and take the exact position of the nebula being swapped. Suddenly, the system screen displayed the words for the bloodthirsty one. You bastard, what are you doing? He simply replied calmly, I'm keeping my promise. Shin Kang Hu stated his true purpose. I said I would free you, but I didn't say it would be for free. Then, he secretly calculated in his heart that this was why he went as far as to hunt Aero, because he would drop an item that could suppress the influence of this nebula. Immediately after, Shin Kang Hu received countless notifications. Hysterical murderer, fool, master of deception, that was a gamble with a clear outcome. Ice Witch, I am very satisfied. That is why you shouldn't be so greedy. Space Raider, I knew your plan would end up like this from the start. Contractor, Space Raider, I knew there was no way you would just follow his threats. He clearly saw those words. Bloodthirsty, underhanded tactics. As the system continued to update, the nebulae have consumed nebula power to grant you a buff. Experience plus 5%. Again, countless screens appeared. Bloodthirsty, contractor. By then, I will lend you my power. Without me, you won't be able to block mental attacks. Bloodthirsty, don't just do things that weaken my abilities. Then Shin Kang Hu laughed. I don't need you. And then it displayed the information. Psychic has increased mental attack resistance by 50%. He wrote on the contract and said, I've got something better. Thanks to hunting Aro, the paper had the names Jang Si Gwan, Seeker of Truth, and Shin Kang Hu, Bloodthirsty. As the paper burned, the system announced, your contract with the Bloodthirsty Nebula has been dissolved. You damn bloodthirsty bastard. Just then, drops of blood fell to the ground. Jang Si Gwan was stunned and hurriedly covered his mouth. Again, countless notifications appeared. Your contract with the Seeker of Truth Nebula has been dissolved. The Bloodthirsty Nebula has been designated as your main nebula. You have formed a contract with the Seeker of Truth Nebula. When Shin Kang Hu activated his martial technique, it updated the information lock regarding his previous contract. Meanwhile, Jang Si Gwan saw the screen displaying Bloodthirsty Nebula, Neutral Nebula. When your stamina is at 10% or lower, your immunity to mental attacks will increase. Jang Si Gwan couldn't believe it. He had to face numerous notifications. Technique activation failed. Element conversion failed. Jang Si Gwan began to panic. No, I can't control my own dark energy anymore. The subordinates below spoke up. Something is wrong, Guan Heng shouted in worry. What's happening? Officer Jang Si Gwan. Right now, Jang Si Gwan couldn't control himself. He was in a very dangerous situation. The main boss, Aot, was slowly opening its mouth. It was trying to swallow Jang Si Gwan's body. He was incredibly shocked to face this situation. Currently, Jang Si Gwan was in a life-threatening spot. Chapter 62. Qin Hyodong, in danger, gritted her teeth. This damn monster. She then gathered her strength, wanting to leap off the ground. Qin Hyodong ran away and realized one thing. She was wearing the uniform of the Zhenghua Guild. Cha So-hee stood there, not stopping, and continued to attack. She turned around and saw that danger still hadn't let her go. The attack caused Qin Hyodong to scream in pain. She suddenly realized, damn, I have no mana left to block the hit. At this moment, Cha So-hee approached, filled with killing intent. That's good, keep running, she said excitedly. Let me enjoy the hunt. Afterwards, Qin Hyodong dragged her battered body outside. Her entire body was covered in wounds large and small. Qin Hyodong muttered in disbelief. Did I escape? She suddenly said, with determination. If I report what I saw here to the master, I'll get a huge reward. Then, Qin Hyodong noticed something unusual, because a fierce battle was happening right in front of her. Qin Hyodong cried out in fear. That was when Cha So-hee chased her out of the cave. She was rushing forward, wanting to ambush Qin Hyodong from behind. Very quickly, Cha So-hee gained the upper hand. A prey like you shouldn't let your guard down. Being attacked by surprise, she gritted her teeth. Cha So-hee. While Cha So-hee laughed, I'll send Kang Dong-hoon to you soon, so go on ahead and wait on the other side. Next, she used a martial technique to burn Qin Hyodong alive. Her body was burning into ash. When only ashes remained of Qin Hyodong, Cha So-hee stood there without saying a word. Her hands were still covered in Qin Hyodong's ashes. Then, Cha So-hee coldly flicked the ashes away. Meanwhile, Shin Kang Hu witnessed it all and assessed the beautiful scene. Before him were countless system screens displaying information. The signed nebulae are expressing surprise at your bold strategy. The nebulae have consumed nebula power to grant you a buff. Experience plus 5%. Currently, he silently judged the novel Life of a Villain-Turned Savior, which was basically a literary work with a protagonist who possessed. Shin Kang Hu remembered a detail. In the novel, Jang Si Gwan becomes powerful thanks to sacrifices, not through his own real efforts. The system updated the latest data. The Seeker of Truth Nebula wants to meet you. He couldn't help but laugh. Even though everything was very clear, the feeling of losing something to someone else was a different experience. Now, Shin Kang Hu secretly guessed. He must be shocked. All thanks to the sacrifices made, not through actual effort. It updated with the latest data. The nebula, the seeker of truth, wanted to meet him. He couldn't help but chuckle. Although everything was quite clear, the feeling of losing something to someone else was a different experience entirely. Now, Kang Hu silently speculated. He must be shocked. Then Che Guanheng walked over and called out to him, Jang Si Gwan Quan. He asked with confusion, "What is it?" Jang Si Gwan replied with irritation, "I lost the real seeker inside." Che Guanheng couldn't believe it and questioned, "You lost the nebula? How is that possible?" He frowned and recounted everything. "The looter left me with a worthless nebula." The system screen displayed information about a bloodthirsty, extreme type of violence. "A contractor, huh?" he muttered. "I don't know how, but that bitch definitely caused it. I felt something was off the moment she fled the battle." Meanwhile, Jang Si Gwan slowly stood up. His primary goal beforehand was to secure the rewards first. Jang Si Gwan reminded Che Guanheng behind him to put the losses aside. Focus on the loot first. Around Shin Kang Hu, system screens displayed information. A space looter, how shameful. A space looter. If you had defeated him, you could have monopolized the rewards. Seeing that, he smiled. I don't need them. He noticed something unusual, and his eyes widened as the system screen displayed information for him to see. You have leveled up. Shin Kang Hu saw this and spoke up. Just experience points? The information is being updated constantly. Space looter, you know quite a lot. Contractor, you've made your decision and seen what needed to be seen. Let's return to the dungeon entrance. Afterward, the news was filled with disaster reports. Regarding the Judgment Hell, the Chunghua Guild suffered heavy losses. 120 people entered, and only 20 came out. We will take full responsibility and provide maximum compensation. The Chunghua Guild held a memorial service, mourning continuously for those who were lost in the Judgment Hell. Was that the right decision? An announcement from the Chunghua Guildmaster stated that Jang Si Gwan Quan would hold an emergency press conference this afternoon. During the briefing, Jang Si Gwan announced that the Judgment Hell was truly hell on earth. He recounted the events that transpired, noting that, because there were traps everywhere, it was difficult to advance even a single step. But because the hunters were there, Jang Si Gwan did not leave out a single detail. We almost didn't make it to the main boss, he said, clenching his hands into fists. However, Jang Si Gwan spoke with determination. The defensive artifact used a self-destruct move during the battle, with enough power to wipe out the entire dungeon. He sounded deeply remorseful, saying, Both Che Guanheng and I wanted to save everyone, but we failed. Che Guanheng, standing nearby, suddenly chimed in, If not for Jang Si Gwan Quan, everyone would have died in that dungeon. It is a miracle that a few of us survived. The public watching the broadcast began to discuss it. He saved dozens of people even while his own life was in danger. Jang Si Gwan Quan is a true hero. Shin Kang Hu saw this and scoffed. What a silver tongue. In reality, he was the one who had wiped them all out. Jang Si Gwan was still rambling, speaking of the fallen, with the pride of hunters who had challenged the Judgment Hell to earn honor. He declared loudly, Because I do not want their will to be meaningless, I would like to make this announcement right here. Next, Jang Si Gwan looked toward the people who had just appeared. The staff in charge were stunned. Those people were the representatives of the first guild in the U.S. that had signed an agreement previously. The Fortuna Guild Master. The two who had just appeared were from Cil du Trung Qua. The crowd around them was screaming. Accompanying them was the Vice Guild Master of China's most powerful guild, the Chuntu Guild. Jang Si Gwan remained very calm as he spoke. The Chinese guilds will cooperate with international guilds to challenge the Judgment Hell and share the rewards with the fallen. No, with all the citizens of Sun. He laid out his plan, and this alliance will continue so that we can target high-difficulty global dungeons. Shin Kang Hu stopped listening and turned away. It seemed the members of the 13 Stars had finished their recruitment. They intended to take advantage of this opportunity. As he was defending, he dared not underestimate his opponent, Jang Si Gwan. Jang Si Gwan Quan was truly not an easy opponent to deal with. Meanwhile, Dong Hun silently watched the press conference. Suddenly, someone called from outside the door, Master. Hearing that, he immediately spoke up. Come in. Dong Hun's subordinate brought something in. I brought this. Luckily, the Chunghua Guild saved a few people. Dong Hun rushed out and asked, You didn't forget anything, right? The man immediately reported, Bribing to get this was quite difficult, and Dong Hun's subordinate opened the bag. If not for the brooch, I wouldn't have recognized her. He immediately reached out to take the brooch. The man asked curiously, Should we send it to the Trung Mong Detention Center? No. Dong Hun examined the object in his hand and replied, No need. He raised his hand to give instructions. It's too badly burned. Throw it in the incinerator. Dong-hun's subordinate understood and replied, "Yes, master." At this moment, Dong-hun plugged the brooch into a connection cord. A streak of light immediately appeared on the screen. Let's see if Go Duong fulfilled her duties before she died. The screen displayed images of Shin Kang Hu, and a voice said, "Of course, that's not a problem, thanks." The voice continued to ring out. "Using your beauty won't work. You aren't qualified to be an assassin." Suddenly, someone's voice rang out, "Shut up." Dong-hun was extremely surprised to see the chaotic scene that had just been reported on the screen, and he had clearly seen the image of Jang Si Gwan in it. Dong-hun witnessed everything, including his reaction that day. Just then, the data ended, and the television screen went dark. He couldn't help but laugh. Just think about it. The main boss didn't cause the massacre. It was Jang Si Gwan Quan. Dong-hun felt nothing but excitement. This thing is going to earn me a fortune. Chapter 63. The person on the other end of the line said to Jang Si Gwan, "Send to Jang Si Gwan Quan, leader of the Chunghua Guild. You will transfer 10 billion into this account every month." The person was still speaking into the phone. "If you do not comply, this video will be released to the media immediately." He heard this and calmly replied, "Respectfully to the Vice Guild, Master of Nothuk, Kang Dong-hun." Jang Si Gwan spoke without a shred of fear. 10 billion per month, isn't that very expensive for hush money? The true Master of Nothuk. The mysterious person suddenly shouted, "No, Jang Si Gwan Quan, I did not give that order." He was still trying to manipulate the situation. "As you know, Nothuk was created to mine monastones in South Korea, and I have absolutely nothing to do with the management." The person on the other end suggested, "Give me some time, I will talk to that guy." He immediately replied, "No." Jang Si Gwan coldly cut him off. "If a dog bites its master, it deserves to be sent to the slaughterhouse, not shown mercy." He carefully reminded him, "Anyway, I understand you weren't involved in this. Withdraw from the business and leave Nothuk." The person immediately obeyed the order. After the conversation, he pressed the off button. Jang Si Gwan leaned back and pondered. Too many terrible things are happening at once, he reminded himself. He had lost the pure black truth seeker. The system screen displayed the information. "Blood Eater, I decline your request to terminate this contract. Blood Eater, according to system law, I cannot disclose information about my previous host." The officer could guess that this situation surely stemmed from Cha So-hee's outburst. After that incident, Kang Dong-hun had blackmailed him, as if he had been waiting for this very moment. He knew we would approach her, so he planted her as a spy. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. They had been targeting the pure black truth seeker from the very beginning. Just then, Che Guan-hung entered the room and asked, "How is your body?" The officer asked straight to the point. "Did you bring what I asked for?" He quickly confirmed. Here, Che Guan-hung introduced it to him as Biolante medicine. "It will temporarily stabilize the side effects of your dark power." He spoke up, unsatisfied. "Why so little? I'm sure this stuff was produced a long time ago, since it's what you intended to use." Che Guan-hung explained to the officer that the raw materials were very rare and hard to find. Then he recounted the situation. The old master wasn't there, and he also said he wouldn't sell that type of herb, refusing the transaction. "We just wasted our time because of that useless bastard who clearly knows him." Che Guan-hung carefully reminded him. "So, what about sealing the dark power now? The medicine isn't fully refined, so you'll build up a tolerance to it quickly." But the officer remained stubborn. "The moment I show a weakness, I'll die." He spoke with determination. "Besides, the world revolves around me anyway. I can quickly overcome these side effects." And then the officer placed the vial on the table. "Tell them I will join the dungeon raid in cooperation with Shin-tu tomorrow. In times like these, I must emphasize that I am in good health." Then, he changed the subject. "How is the situation with the eclipse?" Che Guan-hung immediately reported back. "The eclipse is hunting for them. He will bring her back in a few days." He was beyond annoyed and continued. "Right now I'm on my way to Kang Dong-hun to eliminate him." The officer didn't think that was a good idea. "No, if we act on our own, we'll only attract everyone's attention." He already had his own plan. Leave the eclipse to those of the same rank. Cut to the scene with Dun. At this moment, Lee Jae-in smiled and said that after the Hung Hoa Guild's press conference, the situation for the national hunters had changed rapidly. She could guess that the eclipse must have been provoked because they started securing the abandoned areas. Lee Jae-in kept rambling on. The first ones they decided to clean up were the third in command of the Jaechun branch of the eclipse, a place notorious for human trafficking and slave labor, Kang Dong-hun. She curiously asked Shin Kang Hu if he was keeping up, only to see him respond sternly. Based on what she said, they must have nearly cornered the eclipse. But Shin Kang Hu asked Lee Jae-in directly, You didn't just ask me. You asked the whole troll team here. Han Sheng-hook. What's going on? She immediately stated the reason. As you said, the eclipse has authorized a number of forces, those who basically defeated the eclipse in Dun, but after Kang Dong-hoon began to fortify himself at the Yongmyung Detention Center, his final base, Li Jia-in, pointed out something unusual. The situation has changed. It didn't stop there as she continued. The Jungmyung Detention Center is more of an impenetrable fortress than they thought. The Black Masters, the first group to act, lost their forces and retreated. After all that, Li Jia-in, are we the ones attacking next? Along with the experts who were supposed to help us concentrate here? She suddenly leaned close to Shin Kang Hu, smiling. So what? If you're interested, I'd be very happy to invite you to join us. He heard this and thought carefully. Was it finally time to deal with Kang Dong-hoon? Shin Kang Hu remembered one thing. In the novel, although the Eclipse was still in a hostile relationship with the Trung-Kwa Guild, they fell into the hands of Jang Si Gwan alone. At this moment, he calculated silently in his heart. Now I should focus on Kang Dong-hoon and ask Judo Hun about Hensa's situation later. Shin Kang Hu pondered for a moment and then spoke up. If the blue eyes distract them, he stated his plan. I will infiltrate the detention center and assassinate Kang Dong-hoon. Li Jia-in couldn't help but praise him. I like how you get straight to the point. Just then, Han Zheng-huk took off his mask and said, no. He stated his own point of view. Infiltrating that place is impossible. She felt it was quite hard to understand why Shin Kang Hu had lived there and was the only one who had escaped. Then Xi Dong pointed out the problem. Security has been tightened several times since Jun Qiyu escaped. She recounted the current situation. Behind the center is the Yungmi-ung Mountain, which has rugged terrain and countless traps that are impossible to breach. Xi Dong continued to provide more information. Moreover, in front, there are all the remnants of the eclipse. Leave Kang Dong-hoon's side out of it. Zi-hook suddenly looked toward Shin Kang Hu and said, Shin Kang Hu, you are like a symbol to us, the victims of the eclipse. He stated his own wish. Or was it everyone's wish? We cannot let someone who risked their life to escape go back into that hornet's nest. Shin Kang Hu heard this, but remained silent. Then he calmly replied, so you're afraid. Shin Kang Hu spoke solemnly. If you hesitate even when the opportunity is right before your eyes, you will never defeat Kang Dong-hoon. He unconsciously recalled the past. The reason I returned to that detention center is to cut off the past that I have ignored until now, and to take revenge on Kang Dong-hoon. Shin Kang Hu turned to look at Zidong. Even if you don't go, I will still go. He affirmed it once again. Only those who want to come should follow. I have made my decision. She heard this and fell silent. After a long while, Zidong finally spoke up. It's not that there isn't a way to enter the detention center. Han Sheng-hook immediately reminded her. Zidong. He doesn't want to do that. It's too risky. We can't fully trust him yet. Zidong was unsatisfied and retorted. This might be our last chance. Don't keep holding it back forever. She firmly said, if you don't do it, I will. I also have the right to take revenge on Kang Dong-hoon. Zi-hook saw that Zidong was so determined and gave in. All right, let's go together. Li Jia-in couldn't help but ask, what exactly is your method? He smiled and replied, it's an entrance that can only be used once. I intended to keep that to myself until victory was near. Han Zheng-hook said his plan seriously. We have planted a mole inside the Jungmi-ung Detention Center. Then he sighed, waving his hand. But at this rate, the problem will be after we infiltrate. Han Zheng-hook mentioned an important problem. With one assassin and 2 snipers, we won't be able to get close to Kang Dong-hoon. Even if we manage to get inside, Kang Hu realizes that we need someone to provide support from the rear. A mage who can deal area of effect damage, and a warrior who can go anywhere? Li Jia-in suddenly offers. I'll take the mage role, and for the other positions, my people can handle it. Before she could finish, Kang Hu cut her off. You won't be able to do it. You need to command us from the outside. He then took out his phone. I know a few people perfectly suited for this job. I'll gather them. At that same moment, Lee Hun-sok's phone started ringing. He immediately picked it up. Long time no see, Sun Ki-woo. Are you doing well? Kang Hu didn't beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. I want to borrow Baekdong Cheol for a bit. Lee Hun-sok asked seriously. Borrowing Baekdong Cheol for what? He spoke frankly. I have a personal vendetta against a certain place, and I need his strength. He glanced at the others unconsciously. But if we take action, everything will escalate. He knew if he was worried about Baekdong Cheol, he could send people to follow and protect him. He weighed the information. It sounded quite dangerous. Kang Hu affirmed from the other end. I guarantee Baekdong Cheol's safety. Only then did Lee Hun-sok feel partially reassured and smiled slightly. He then took the initiative and said, "To protect him, I'll send someone who will be very useful to you." Finally, Lee Hun-sok said, "I wish you a fun revenge." Kang Hu politely replied, "Thank you." Seeing this, Baek Dong-chul curiously asked, "Uncle, was that Sun Ki-woo? Is something wrong?" He smiled and replied, "If Run Sang-mi is outside, tell her to come in." Lee Hun-sok continued, "I think you two need to go somewhere. Somewhere else, where Jung Do-hee was. Hey, it's been a while since we talked. Are you doing well?" I don't know what Kang Hu said, but it caught her off guard. "You're contacting me because of the Biolante research, right? I'll hand the phone to my grandfather." Unexpectedly, he stopped her. "No, there's no need for that." And Kang Hu insisted, "I'm calling because I have a favor to ask of you, Jung Do-hee." Jung Do-hee was incredibly excited after hearing that. Me? Chapter 64. Meanwhile, Kang Dong-hoon kept tapping his fingers on the table. He was making calls, but the other party wouldn't answer. After a long while, the person finally picked up. "What is it, Kang? Kang Dong-hun?" Kang Dong-hun was furious and shouted, "Are you finally answering? How long were you planning on just sitting there and watching?" He was extremely angry. "All you had to do was step up. At this rate, we're going to die." The other person still didn't say anything. After a long pause, he finally replied, "Then, let's just die." Kang Dong-hun couldn't believe it, and gasped. He screamed in frustration, "Do you intend to abandon the entire organization?" That person looked out the window and said, "You should have known who you were provoking." Kang Dong-hun seemed to realize something. Was he planning to cling to Jang Si Gwan and survive this incident alone? Suddenly, the man laughed. "It's the other way around. The Eclipse Prison and Jung Mi-eung." That man was none other than Jang Si Gwan. He only exists because of Jang Si Gwan. He spoke calmly. "I'm withdrawing from this. Try to fulfill your responsibilities and leave peacefully." The leader of Eclipse, Kang Dong-hun. Kang Dong-hun subconsciously gripped his chair. "What Jang Si Gwan did to you? What does that have to do with me?" His face darkened. "I don't even know who you are, but if I'm still alive." At this point, Kang Dong-hoon was beyond furious. "I will definitely find you and destroy you." As for the man, he hung up and started laughing. He is the master of Eclipse, the chairman of Fortuna, the most powerful guild in the United States. Meanwhile, he was so angry that he crushed his phone. Kang Dong-hun was still very confident as he said, "You want to destroy me? Get ready to lose your life first. I'll take your life before you do." Jang Si Gwan. Meanwhile, he gritted his teeth and asked, "You're asking me to help just to wipe out those criminals?" He then stood up. "I'll go take care of the affairs there and talk to that kid while I'm at it." Dr. Ka saw this and tried to stop him. "You should keep resting. Jung Do-hee is only following orders, so let the girl make the decision." He then looked at Jung Do-hee and asked, "Jung Do-hee, what do you think? It's very dangerous." She turned around awkwardly and answered, I will go." Then, Jung Do-hee remembered the past. Sun Ki-woo helped her see the world again when she was hiding and surviving in the land of the dead. She spoke with deep sincerity. "If I hadn't met Kang Hu, I would never have met you." Jung Do-hee clenched her hands into fists with determination. "So, I want to help him." Dr. K saw her reaction and smiled slightly, his hand tightening around his teacup. "If that is your wish, then I will be the support system that backs you up with everything I have." Suddenly, Dr. Ka suggested, "Jung Do-hee, I have something I want to show you." Following him, Jung Do-hee immediately went to a certain place. She gasped. "Grandfather," "This is Dr. Ka," said calmly. "You saved my granddaughter and helped me meet her." He showed Jung Do-hee the medicine vault and told her that all of this was nothing. Meanwhile, Kang Hu had just finished his call with her. He smiled with satisfaction. "Take whatever you need." Jung Do-hee, with Baek Dong-cheol and Duong Run Sang-mi, who was with him. Kang Hu put his phone away and said, "Truly a perfect combination." Han Jung-hook confirmed with him, "I've prepared all the items we need." Se-dong, seeing this, curiously asked, "Do you mean you just contacted Lee Hun-seok of AB directly?" He suddenly realized, isn't he the best pharmacist in the entire country? And then, Se-hook remembered what had happened. Even now, he could still feel his heart aching. He had lost the comrades who had fought side by side with him. Han Jung-hook smiled excitedly at Kang Hu. "We might not be able to reach Kang Dong-hun ourselves, but maybe, just maybe, we can defeat Kang Dong-hun." At this moment, Lee Ja-in spoke up. "I think we have everything we need now. How about we plan how to wipe out the eclipse once and for all?" He agreed and turned to smile at her. Meanwhile, on the computer screen, information was being displayed. The truth behind Jang Si Gwan of the Chinese Guild. The reason the Hell's Judgment raid failed was that there was someone who caused the massacre, the chairman of the Chinese guild himself. People saw this and discussed. Is this for real? That clearly looks photoshopped. This is clearly fake news from Abai. Is anyone embarrassed for being fooled? The video is edited. Thanks for the scam. Kang Dong-hun was furious, wondering how he had spread this across all media platforms and social networks, yet no one reacted. Finally, all he received was, "Your content has violated community guidelines. Your content has been deleted." Kang Dong-hun couldn't believe it. Is he manipulating the media? He helplessly put his hand to his forehead. Is Jang Si Gwan's influence really that formidable? Kang Dong-hun was enraged, thinking it couldn't be like this. Then he let out a devilish smile. The arrow has left the bow. Now I have to follow through. Suddenly, Kang Dong-hun's subordinates rushed in. Kang Dong-hun was furious, thinking it couldn't be like that. Then he wore a twisted smile. Once the arrow was fired, he had to see it through. Suddenly, Kang Dong-hun's subordinates rushed in. "Master," he reported, trembling with fear. "We're in trouble." Dong-hun's subordinates mentioned a name, the Blue Eye Society. One of the most critical things was that they had already reached the front of the detention center. Li Jia-in spoke up, clearly excited. "Let's launch a spectacular raid. My goal is to draw their attention." Li Jia-in's teammate immediately replied, "Yes, boss." Then Dong-hun signaled all his subordinates to gather. He warned them carefully. "It's time to clean house." Dong-hun suddenly raised his voice. "After defeating that bunch of fools in the Black Division, we finally have the chance to wipe out these Blue Eye Society insects." He then shouted clearly, "We'll only keep the leadership and a minimal number of people inside. As for the rest at the main gate, kill as many as you like and enjoy yourselves." Dong-hun offered a generous reward. "Whoever brings me Li Jia-in's head will be promoted to the leadership." Everyone was incredibly excited. "I'll be the one to get promoted," they roared. "Li Jia-in is mine." "No, she's mine." Meanwhile, Kang headed in the opposite direction from the crowd. He quickly moved toward the large wooden crates and pushed one aside. Then he called out, "I've disabled all the nearby security cameras. Everyone, come on out." Immediately, a group of people emerged from the crates. It turned out to be Kang Hu's group. Sang-mi went over to help Dong-chi up, saying, "I've got you." Being helped, he quickly replied, "Thanks." Kang Hu looked around with a sense of satisfaction. Nearby, there was a billboard that read, "Transforming ordinary humans into extraordinary workers," he muttered. "This place hasn't changed at all." Meanwhile, a loud noise erupted inside one of the rooms. Dong-hun paced around, deep in thought. No matter how many hunters we have, facing the Blue Eye Society's special forces is only a matter of time. He walked toward a room with a sign on the door. "Restricted area. Authorized personnel only. I need to prepare quickly." Dong-hun then rapidly entered the password on the control panel. Currently, Cha So-hee was standing guard near the entrance. She suddenly flared with anger and growled, "Kang Dong-hun, Kang Hu is leading the charge inside. Catch him." Chapter 65. Countless agonizing screams rang out. "Wipe them out. Block them. If you don't, they'll swarm in." Both sides clashed fiercely. In the end, the white-haired man was sent to meet his ancestors by the enemy. His body collapsed to the ground. A young man with brown hair shouted, "These blue-eye bastards are nothing, and there are way more of them than us." The dark-haired young man next to him replied, "Get to Li Jia-in before someone else reaches her first." Suddenly, a fog hunter appeared near him out of nowhere. The young man stared at it in complete shock. Then, many mysterious circles appeared in the area. The fog hunter moved around quite rapidly. The dark-haired young man was still dazed, staring at the circles of light in front of him. A second later, a barrage of attacks unleashed from those rings of light, striking them all. The young man, still struggling, wheezed. "Where did that stuff come from?" The dark-haired young man muttered in frustration. "There's no way anyone left has enough mana to pull this off." Just then, someone appeared. "Do you think you can win just because you have the numbers?" That person then began to cast a martial art. "I don't care how many of you can make it out of here." That person was none other than Li Jia-in. "I have enough mana in reserve." The man panicked and screamed in terror at her attack. Seeing this from afar, Kang Hu thought to himself, "Is that really Li Jia-in?" He couldn't help but chuckle and pull his cap down. Kang Hu said to his teammate, "We should get moving too." Inside the building, there's a sign that says, "Transforming useless people into useful workers." Sang-mi subconsciously frowned as she looked around, while Jung Do-hee couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, a man who wouldn't listen was just beaten to death. The others are cleaning up the bodies." Do-hee felt incredibly sorrowful. "They're covered in wounds. Maybe some herbs could heal them." Kang Hu immediately reminded him, "Don't try to help them. This is normal around here. Dongqi couldn't help but say, but Shin Kang Hu, are we really capable of ignoring them? Kang Hu replied calmly. Look straight ahead, he told them nonchalantly. The moment we do something, we'll have to face all the guards here, and we'll lose precious time. Then Kang Hu laid out his plan. We can save them, as long as we take down Kang Dong-hun as soon as possible. Don't let this chance slip away just because of a moment of empathy. Du-hee understood his intention and nodded softly. All right. Kang Hu suddenly cast his gaze toward Kang. He thought to himself that he hadn't expected the mole to be an insider at the detention center. Back then, he had coldly asked if they could trust him. At the time, he said, he's a traitor, but he'll do anything as long as he gets paid. She added, if it looks like he's going to betray us, we can take him out immediately. Back in reality, as Kang Hu warily looked up, he could sense two other people in a nearby building. Seo Dong had proactively offered, leave that to us. Meanwhile, someone blocked Kang Hu's path. The prison warden was extremely displeased. Where were you hiding until now that you're just showing up? He complained in frustration. Did you not hear that we're supposed to gather this trash at the front gate first? Kang Hu replied calmly. I was bringing in the people who were left behind while they were working. As he finished speaking, he thought to himself, so they still call the prisoners trash. The warden let out a frustrated shout. Dongqi, standing behind, stared at him in silence. The warden sneered. This kid's eyes still have the spirit to fight. He needs to be taught a lesson. Kang Hu was startled and panicked when he heard that. Damn it. Meanwhile, the warden was still yelling, what kind of village produces a piece of trash like? You who doesn't know fear and looks at a warden with eyes like that? He immediately closed his eyes, expecting a punch. The next second, Dongqi looked on, stunned, as she suddenly lunged forward. Sang Mi didn't hold back at all. What are you doing to a kid? The warden, provoked, swung his baton. A piece of trash dares to raise its voice at someone like me? Suddenly, someone stopped him. That's enough, he warned carefully. Send them away. After this is over, you can deal with them later. The warden turned around. I understand. He then noticed Sangmi's shirt number. The warden muttered in extreme frustration. 2024. I'll remember your number. He glared at Sangmi. Just you wait. I'll show you how weak you are while you're here. She didn't say a word, just glared back at the warden. Finally, he ordered, now get lost, you piece of trash. Kang Hu breathed a sigh of relief. That was dangerous. Suddenly, the blonde warden walked toward Sangmi and called out. And then, he suddenly grabbed her by the collar. The blonde warden hoisted her up and said, I remember now. 2024, right? He furrowed his brows at this point. Can you explain who is the one wearing it? Following that, the blonde warden questioned. The clothes from the pile of trash I took care of yesterday? Warden Hang. Hang nervously cried out, me? He stumbled back, completely flustered. About that. To be honest, the next second, a bullet pierced straight through Hang's head. Sangmi seized the opportunity to kick the blonde warden hard. Seo Dong immediately reported back, look, the situation is getting out of control, requesting backup. Next to him, Seo Hyuk replied, orders received. Seeing the situation, he cursed under his breath, damn it. Sangmi and Jung Do-hee teamed up, launching a joint attack, unleashing a lethal move together. Kang Hu suddenly removed his mask. No one is coming to help you. He stood there calmly and said, we'll be cleaning a few things up before we move on. Inside, someone was walking down the stairs. The person descending was none other than Cha So-hee. She scanned her surroundings vigilantly. Who would have thought the prison cell would look like this? Very quickly, Cha So-hee caught the scent of medicine and blood. Then, she walked up to a room. Kang Dong-hun was planning something there. Cha So-hee couldn't help but laugh. I wonder what kind of look you'll have once you lose this place. After that, Kang Dong-hun suddenly lunged out to attack her. Cha So-hee was caught off guard by his strike and was sent flying backward. Kang Dong-hun stood there leisurely and said, did you think I didn't know you were following me? Standing from above, he said, huh? Cha So-hee. Cha So-hee gritted her teeth, staring at Kang Dong-hun. Kang Dong-hun. Chapter 66. Cha So-hee, driven by rage, charged at him, screaming in fury as she fought. Why did you abandon me? I dedicated my entire life to you. Why, damn it? However, Kang Dong-hun was quick to counterattack. I already told you, it's because you don't look useful at all. He shoved Cha So-hee to the ground and lunged straight at her. I threw you away simply because you became useless. Kang Dong-hun stomped hard on her ankle. Seeing Cha So-hee lying defeated on the ground, he couldn't help but flash a triumphant smile. Did you come all this way just to hear that? As soon as he finished, Kang Dong-hun grabbed her neck with his rough hand. A look of helplessness and tear-filled eyes shone on Cha So-hee's face. It's over. Suddenly, a blazing red flame erupted, engulfing Kang Dong-hun and causing him to scream in pain. Not long after, her originally sharp face was scorched black by the flames. Cha So-hee sat up, using her hand to pin Kang Dong-hun down. After confirming he was no longer breathing, Cha So-hee finally let out a soft breath. If that was the first place you checked during an emergency, it means there's something important hidden there. I will burn this whole place down with you on this final stretch. Just as she was about to act, a sharp streak of light appeared. Cha So-hee was immediately startled, her eyes wide with horror. She slowly backed away and shouted, "Kang Dong-hun, what the hell did you do here?" Elsewhere, the men were trying their best to resist and fire back from a distance. Kang Hu spotted the perfect opening and charged in. Seeing him rush forward, Seo Cheol summoned his support powers. With that extra help, Kang Hu grew even more confident as he burst forward. Immediately after, he took them all down in the blink of an eye. His feet moved nimbly, weaving through them, and he swung his sword to finish each one off. One of them, enraged, grabbed a hammer and charged at him. "Damn it, catch him and smash him to death." A spatial portal. Noticing the chaotic situation, Kang Hu immediately activated a spatial portal and vanished, leaving the guy stunned. What? Where did he disappear to? The very next second, taking advantage of their lack of vigilance, Kang Hu reappeared. He swung his sword, taking them out one by one. Seeing his plan going smoothly, he looked down and flashed a smug smile. "Young-doo-hee, as expected, you're getting better every day." She also smiled proudly at Kang Hu. At the same time, So-haek and So-dong fought hard to wipe them out completely. Arrows pierced straight into the bodies of the villains. Sang-mi also decisively grabbed her weapon and bravely charged ahead. With one sword strike, she stopped them, took another step forward, and then landed back at the rally point. Kang Hu smiled with satisfaction seeing everyone had returned, but his joy was short-lived when a thug appeared. Damn it. That bastard Cha So-heen Kang Hu. They all raised their weapons and kept charging. He could wipe out a whole bunch of people in one go, all in the blink of an eye, and he barely took a few slashes. They stared straight at him and the others, determined to keep applying pressure. Young-doo-hee saw this, and just turned to look at Kang Hu with a smile. "Is it like the last time we saw it?" He snapped his fingers and smirked triumphantly. "It's going to be even flashier." The blood fire technique erupted, taking them out second by second. The atmosphere was filled with nothing but shrill, painful screams. One by one, they all met their end. Young-doo-hee and Seo Cheol saw this and smiled, secretly relieved. My God, looking at him, he's like a sorcerer, not an assassin. Just then, Shin Kang Hu returned and spoke up. "You really made a mess of things." He slowly took off his mask and walked right past the blood-stained ground. "The moment I provided covering fire for you, you wiped them all out." Kang Hu didn't joke around and asked seriously, "How is the situation outside?" Shin Kang Hu shook his head solemnly. "It's not good at all. The Eclipse hunters at the main gate are being pushed back by the mercenary group, and they're making their way here. Guards from other areas are also coming to secure this place." Hearing this, his expression darkened, his eyes full of thought. "And yet, we still haven't found where Kang Dong-hun is." Just then, the ground beneath his feet trembled strangely. Kang Hu observed carefully, tracking it. Then, a flame suddenly emerged from the ground. Kang Hu nimbly pulled Young-doo-hee into his arms and shouted, "Everyone, get back." The ground beneath them continued to shake and crack open. A flow of mana surged up from underground, rising in the shape of a ferocious dragon. Flames glowed at the edge of the pit from earlier. Kang Hu held Young-doo-hee tight, backing away, and carefully watched what was below. He breathed a sigh of relief. If I hadn't checked it by tracking the mana, everyone might have been killed. Young-doo-hee hugged him and smiled. "Thank you." Someone cleared their throat. Hearing that, So-dong suddenly shouted anxiously, You protected her. And now you," Kang Hu heard it and couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it." Young-doo-hee rushed over, breathless. "Are you okay?" Se-huk tried to suppress his pain, explaining that those were Cha So-hee's fire dragons and Kang Dong-hun's wind fist. They were definitely below them. Hearing that, Kang Hu looked at the deep hole in front of him and thought to himself, so there was actually an area underground not recorded on the Jeonmyeong prison map. It must be another consequence of unconscious interference. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision and told them to stay here, hold off the Eclipse Guild, and join the mercenary group. As he spoke, his face turned dark and hardened. "I will chase after Kang Dong-hun alone." Hearing that decision, Baek Dong-chol felt extremely worried. "But Senior Cha So-heen Kang Hu, it would be safer if we went together." He shook his head in firm refusal and instructed, "Right now, the Eclipse Guild is surrounding us outside. Run Sang-mi." Take good care of him. Chin Hyo-dong and Jung-do, keep an eye on the troll Shin Kang Hu. Kang Dong-hun is not an easy opponent to handle while you're injured. Please focus on wiping out the Eclipse Guild and freeing the captives first. Hearing that, Sehok still suppressed his pain and tried to speak. Even so, going alone is just too dangerous. I'm fine, so at least let Se-dong go with you. Before he could finish his sentence, Young-do-hee stood up. Got it. You trust that we can handle things here, right? She took something and placed it in his hand. Take this. This is the super powerful Solaju pill that I got from my grandfather's stock. She put it in his hand and looked at him with absolute trust. Use it in an emergency. Cha So Heen Kang Hu. Kang Hu could only laugh after hearing that. You heard the warden call me that? He recalled a few things from before and recounted them. I used an alias to avoid being hunted by the Eclipse Guild. It's time to settle that miserable debt with them. Hearing that story, Jung-do-hee's eyes suddenly welled up. You've been living out there in the world, yet you were hiding just like me. Then she smiled and urged him on, go, and remember to come back. Next time we meet, it won't be as Young-sun Q anymore. Take this talisman with you, and remember to tell me the story of Cha So Heen Kang Hu later. Kang Hu took the pill and smiled as he left. Without hesitation, he jumped down into that deep, dark pit. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he finally arrived. He cast his eyes around to observe his surroundings. It's so hot, I can't see anything. At that moment, a dim light appeared amidst the pitch-black, sweltering air. Kang Hu drew his weapon, braced for defense, and moved forward. Are you there, Cha So-hee? Chapter 67. As if she had known it beforehand, Cha So-hee lunged at him with her rough hands. She gripped his lapel tightly, as if trying to restrain Cha So-heen Kang Hu. The two locked eyes, one side filled with utter rage, the other with confused astonishment. Cha So-hee's injured hand kept clutching his shirt, and after a moment, she slumped her head against Kang Hu's chest. However, he firmly pushed her away. Seeing Cha So-hee's frozen expression, Kang Hu only asked slowly, "Is she dead?" It seems there was an internal conflict. Since the space thieves are all dead, stealing their power will be troublesome. Host. After analyzing for a while, Kang Hu smirked confidently. No matter. He slowly stepped forward a few paces, his eyes staring fixedly ahead. There is still one left. His gaze was locked forward, and thoughts began to stir in his mind. Kang Dong-hun, a level 500 warrior who had contracted with a total of 4-star systems. The system began to display some information. Invincible War God, neutral star system. Power increases as the battle drags on. Pain Addict, neutral star system. Reduces pain perception by 50%. Kang Dong-hun's rough hands clenched tightly. All of them were combat-oriented star systems. Desperate Knight, evil star system. Increases movement speed by 25%. Battlefield Hound, evil star system. Power increases by 1% for every 1% of health lost. Just then, a strange object appeared. Kang Dong-hun curled his lips in a smug smile. I thought only those bastards in the prison would attack, but who knew I'd meet a familiar face? Kang Hu saw the thing in front of him and felt an involuntary surge of horror. Seeing that expression on his face, Kang Dong-hun couldn't help but feel smug. You mean this? This is Bechu Misha. Kang Dong-hun remembered something that happened a long time ago. After the Judgment Day, I realized only one thing. This world only operates by the law of power. Only those who overcome weakness and seize power survive like real human beings. Those who settle for less will eventually be discarded. But even if they are garbage, if you know how to use them, they still have value. He proudly patted the glass cage beside him. The first step to surviving is to abandon your humanity. You did disgusting things to the hunters you kidnapped, turning useless trash into helpful laborers. Hearing this, Kang Hu raised his guard even higher, his teeth grinding together. Based on his star systems, he probably doesn't have high magic resistance. Without further delay, he launched his attack. The first technique Kang Hu used was Vision Thief. As he lunged forward, he thought to himself, I have to stop him before he activates Bechumiche. Darkness engulfed them, yet Kang Dong-hun wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he laughed mockingly. A vision-reducing skill? So he had this trick up his sleeve, something Chin Hyo-dong didn't mention. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck at Kang Hu. He braced himself, clutching his weapon to defend, while Kang Dong-hun charged in with a grotesque smile. I've caught dozens of brats like you. Then, taking advantage of his distraction, he suddenly appeared from behind and mocked him again. Getting caught from behind for the first time? Shin Kang Hu sensed that something was off and moved instantly. Luckily, he dodged the attack with quick reflexes. Shin Kang Hu immediately used his stealth technique. In a flash, he vanished into thin air, leaving only the sleeping creatures behind. Dong-hoon glanced around cautiously. Running away from me again? Shin Kang Hu paused for a moment, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, as if he had figured out the old man's trick. He grabbed the weapon with his bare hands. Dong-hoon looked at him and smirked, planning a sneak attack from behind. Shin Kang Hu remained as calm as possible. Dong-hoon just kept mocking him. Still preaching? If you really wanted to escape, you would have vanished like last time, instead of using stealth. As soon as he finished, Dong-hoon activated his defensive armor. Shin Kang Hu, you are a valuable commodity. With just that technique, Dong-hoon slammed Shin Kang Hu to the ground. Seeing the miserable look on the boy's face, he grew even more excited. You have overcome your own uselessness and proven your worth. I will use the Beichu Micha, created from you, to resurrect the solar eclipse. He stepped forward and loudly emphasized, we will tear apart those who dared to look down on us, and then we will rule this nation together. Shin Kang Hu sat up, a smirk playing on his lips. Shin Kang Hu immediately summoned his beast to counterattack. Dong-hoon was caught off guard by the surprise attack. Shin Kang Hu's sharp blade was now pressed against his throat. He sneered, keep dreaming. Just die and save everyone the trouble. Decapitate. With just one strike, Shin Kang Hu left Dong-hoon severely wounded, his body beginning to falter. Before long, he collapsed to the ground and perished. Shin Kang Hu let out a sigh of relief. He scanned the glass containers nearby. Good thing I dealt with them before they woke up. Just then, a system notification popped up. Space Raider. Not yet, host. It's a space raider. We can't let it conquer this galaxy. Just as he was about to act, he felt something rushing at him from behind. The space raider wasn't dead. A terrifying impact occurred. The force of it shattered the glass containers. Elsewhere, the last of the solar eclipse creatures were finally being wiped out. Huck stood silently among a pile of unconscious bodies, his joy clearly visible. So, the eclipse is cleared. Those heading to the detention area were dealt with by the mercenary group in time, and all the captives were rescued. Thinking of this, Han Sung-hook wiped a drop of sweat from his face and breathed a sigh of relief. That was truly a long battle. Now, as long as we help Shin Kang Hu take down Kang Dong-hoon, everything will finally be over. Shin Kang Hu, having been beaten to a pulp, gritted his teeth in anger and called out Kang Dong-hoon's name. The old man stood across from him, quietly stroking his beard with a triumphant smile. Seeing that expression, Shin Kang Hu couldn't help but wonder, what did you do to your own body? The old man laughed smugly. Didn't you say the first step to survival is to give up being human? Soon, you'll be just like this, too. Shin Kang Hu's eyes narrowed instantly. Did he turn himself into a Bechu? But Bechu don't have the ability to regenerate. Shin Kang Hu then stated bluntly, I have no interest in being your pet. Dong-hoon turned his head back and raised his voice. Then I suppose I should give someone else the chance first. Behind him, a Beichu Micha stumbled forward, step by step. Seeing this, Shin Kang Hu's eyes widened in horror. Dong-hoon smiled maliciously and ordered, there are valuable people up there, too. Over on Hook's side, they were stunned to see the Beichu Micha appear. Dong-hoon didn't hesitate to order them to go up there and wipe them all out. Chapter 68. The Killing Machine, Beichu Micha. Their power comes from superior physique, heightened senses, and absolute loyalty to their master. They are so tough that even high-level hunters struggle to take them down, and they were created to showcase the power of Jang Si Gwan. Realizing everything, Hu finally understood. That's why when I went to save Bok Dong-rae, I avoided fighting them and just slipped past. Dong-hoon lunged, but luckily, he was still quick enough to dodge. Shin Kang Hu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anxiety. The old man continued his onslaught, but Shin Kang Hu managed to dodge. Realizing the current situation, his mind began to race. Even if I use teleportation or stealth, it's completely useless from the start. It has become a Beichu Micha and can track my scent. Dong-hoon observed him, puzzled. He's choosing himself instead of saving his comrades? Shin Kang Hu drew his weapon and steeled himself. I'll take you down and then go back. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Kang Hu acted immediately, launching a barrage of attacks. Dong-hoon couldn't react in time and roared, "You bastard!" Moments later, the old man's body stiffened. Shin Kang Hu seized the opportunity to rush in, using every ounce of his strength to attack continuously. He stabbed his sharp weapon deep into the old man's body. However, Dong-hoon stood up as if nothing happened, leaving Shin Kang Hu stunned. What was that sound? Dong-hoon grabbed his shoulder and delivered a powerful punch to Shin Kang Hu. A single punch made him lose his balance and fly several meters away. His hands seemed to go numb, and his weapon slipped from his grasp. Shin Kang Hu lay on the ground in pain for a long time. Ahead, Dong Hun watched with eyes as sharp as knives. His body began to react. A surge of blood-red energy erupted from him. Seeing this, Shin Kang Hu screamed in disbelief. He slowly retrieved his weapon and wondered why he still retained his sanity after becoming a Bechu Miche. Dong Hun stepped out slowly and gently explained, Bechu Miche are a byproduct of experiments in Russia to create enhanced hunters. Did you know? I wanted to use stolen Russian technology to create something better, using unlimited resources for my experiments. He chuckled wickedly and declared, I have transcended the boundaries of humanity. Shin Kang Hu knelt on the ground, grit his teeth, and proposed, If I offer my body, can I also become someone like you? Dong Hun laughed arrogantly. Now you understand. Both sides can benefit together. I will turn you into my greatest masterpiece. Shin Kang Hu, seeing that smug look, smirked with disdain. But first, Dong Hun slowly walked over to pick up the knife. Seeing his chance, Shin Kang Hu raised his own blade. Shin Kang Hu struck hard and mocked, Look around you first. At the same moment, the Bechu Miche were attacking frantically, leaving Sang Mi and the others struggling. Everyone around them trembled in fear. It's a monster. Run. Realizing the situation was dire, Dong Che rushed in. Damn it. Sister Sang Mi used all her might, attempting a spectacular counterattack. With just one strike, the first Bechu Miche was defeated by Sang Mi. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned deathly silent. Sang Mi turned her head and kept praising, Well done, Dong Rei. He wears a worried expression again. Mercenaries are currently rescuing the prisoners. At this very moment, everyone is fleeing in a state of panicked urgency. All the surviving prisoners are being evacuated. We have to buy them more time. Baek Dong Chul rushes forward to fight side by side with Run Sung Mi. Bechu Miche, I never expected to run into him here. She trembles, constantly backing away. Could Shin Kang Hu have already been taken down by them? Just then, a sudden surge of power appears, forcing both of them to turn around in terror. Jung Do-hee appears and firmly asserts that Shin Kang Hu will return. Run Sung Mi, shaken, whispers, Jung Do-hee. Jung Do-hee remains resolute, placing her full trust in him, insisting that he promised to come back. Perhaps he is still down there, fighting all alone. If so, we just need to believe in Shin Kang Hu. As soon as she finishes speaking, a sudden attack lashes out at Bechu Miche. Chin Hyo Dong appears and reminds her, Focus on the fight. Jung Do-hee looks back at Chin Hyo Dong with teary eyes. Chin Hyo Dong raises her gun and continues to fight, her tone cold and firm. I'm fine. Both Hang Seop and I decided from the very beginning that we would sacrifice ourselves. Seeing the current situation, she becomes even more serious. Just like that, Bechu Miche is attacked. Chin Hyo Dong cries while desperately trying to keep fighting. Beyond destroying them, I don't want to think about anything else. Her strike lands squarely, causing Bechu Miche intense pain. Before long, he is easily taken down by Chin Hyo Dong. Witnessing this, Jung Do-hee concludes that Chin Hyo Dong was right. The most important thing now is whether they can survive until dawn tomorrow. Kang Dong-hun's massive foot stomps down, shattering the sword. He keeps his eyes locked on Shin Kang Hu. He intends to use the move he once used on Cha So-hee, the Joy of the Heavens. He thinks of that technique and asserts, It's a good thing I saved this finishing move. But even that is not enough. Shin Kang Hu painfully crawls toward him. Deep inside, Kang Dong-hun begins to think, such recovery speed is impossible. There must be some secret behind it. Observing the changes in Kang Dong-hun's body, he guesses, is that mana? Is he some kind of monster in human skin? He must have implanted a mana stone into his heart to survive after being crushed. That's why his sword strikes are so abnormal. That is why Cha So-hee grabbed his collar earlier. She was trying to tell him how to destroy Kang Dong-hun. Realizing this, Shin Kang Hu regains his spirit and springs back up. Just aim for that. Right then, a strange, painful sensation strikes around Shin Kang Hu's head. The sudden pain makes him collapse instantly. Shin Kang Hu lies weakly on the ground, trembling as he tries to reach for his weapon. His mind clears, realizing, damn it, the side effects of the pill. Kang Dong-hun sees this and kicks his sword away, his hand clenching into a fist with a mocking smile. Out of mana? No weapon. No mana now, you can't even fight back. Kang Dong-hun smiles and lets out a loud, mocking laugh. It's over, Shin Kang Hu. He tries his best to struggle to his feet. If I'm out of mana, I'll just use something else. Seeing Shin Kang Hu still capable of standing up to fight, Kang Dong-hun is quite shaken. He summons power from his palm and gives a disdainful laugh. This will be enough. Seeing that technique, Kang Dong-hun is shocked, his jaw dropping. Armor reinforcement technique. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunges to attack him. A fierce confrontation between him and Kang Dong-hun ensues. Chapter 69. A massive slash now appears on the wall. The system notifies, Dark Magic Charge at 52,100. It doesn't stop there, as it displays that it has stolen the power of the constellation of the Unyielding Warrior. The longer the battle lasts, the greater the power grows. With the power of the Insane Assassin constellation, his level has increased from 111 to 154. Shin Kang Hu can't help but exclaim, because the level gap is so large, the experience gained is massive. Immediately after, numerous screens display, Space Thief. You keep getting stronger, don't you? The Contractor. I thought you would die here. Chaotic Gladiator. Finally, you used the skill you obtained back then. Master of Disguise. Keeping your strongest skill until the very last minute, you had a plan, didn't you? A wealth of information is conveyed to him. Shadow Hunter. That was an intense battle. The Contractor. Shadow Hunter, that contract was a bit unexpected, but your observation skills aren't bad at all. Shin Kang Hu notices a notification. Shadow Hunter. Your ferocious fighting style is truly impressive. He had seen the Shadow Hunter before. Stabilizing shadow energy helps prevent hysteria, both physically and mentally. Up to this point, Shin Kang Hu is satisfied. Shadow Hunter. From the very first time we met during the Constellation trials, the system screen displays information. Space Thief. But hey, Contractor. Why did you save that skill until the very last minute to use it, instead of unleashing it from the very beginning? So he speaks up. I only had one chance. Now, Shin Kang Hu seriously considers, my total dark magic stat is still very low, so to make it strong enough, I had to use all the mana I had gathered. He focuses on analyzing. If I used it recklessly without realizing the existence of the magic stone, the only one lying on the ground wouldn't be him, it would be me. Immediately following that are countless notifications. Shadow Hunter. You waited until you were certain before striking. I like that patience. Space Thief. That is the greatest advantage of the person who signed a contract with me. Then, Shin Kang Hu places his hand on the floor and cries out in alarm. He suddenly realizes something. Beichu Micha is hiding deep underground in the Trollmyeong psychiatric facility. That is the problem. Shin Kang Hu trembles, putting on his headset. I need to go up there and help them. In this state, he can't even hold Beichu Micha back, let alone defeat him. Very quickly, he detects something, and Shin Kang Hu can't help but laugh. That's it. Run Sang-mi is charging forward aggressively with her sword, fighting. She quickly slashes at the bald guy's body, but his body is too hard, causing her sword to bounce off. Run Sang-mi is frustrated, muttering, damn it, he's too hard. Bak Dong Cheol sees this and anxiously calls out, Sister Run Sang-mi. She proceeds to cast a physical enhancement. Baek Dong Cheol. Nice. And so, Run Sang-mi proceeds to raid the bald guy. She moves for a while and then suddenly stops. Two bald guys are approaching to grab Run Sang-mi, but she disappears from them in a flash. Young Do-hee claps in praise upon seeing Run Sang-mi pull that off. Next, she shouts, there's only one left, everyone, just endure a little longer. Jung Do-hee suddenly realizes the problem. The magical mana is a weakness, but I've used too much energy. She starts to feel anxious. If it runs out, everyone will. At this moment, the bald guy has knocked Run Sang-mi far away. Chin Hyo-dong screams in extreme anxiety. Sister Run Sang-mi. Jung Do-hee also shouts, Jung Run Sang-mi. Meanwhile, the bald guy is stomping hard on the floor. Run Sang-mi is terrified to the core as she sees him approaching. She realizes the problem, it's too late to dodge the attack. Run Sang-mi unleashed her martial art, determined to drag that thing down with her even if it cost her life. Just then, Dong-hoon's corpse materialized right in front of the bald man's fist. He was completely blindsided by the poison strike, his eyes widening in shock before his body collapsed to the ground. The bald man was absolutely stunned by what he had just witnessed. Run Sang-mi couldn't wrap her head around it either. Then, out of nowhere, Shin Kang Hu appeared and shouted at everyone to get down. At that very moment, the system signaled that the dark magic had dropped to 0. He unleashed his Black Moon Slash. In the end, the bald man crumpled to the floor. Only then did Shin Kang Hu finally let out a sigh of relief. He smiled to himself, thinking that if their master suddenly showed up as a corpse like that, they would definitely panic. Baek Dong Chol was ecstatic, calling out, Shin Kang Hu. Seeing this, Shin Kang Hu replied, everyone's safe now. Then, as he had promised, he began to collapse. Dong-hoon, he muttered. I took him down. Jane rushed forward to catch Shin Kang Hu. Shin Kang Hu, she said, her voice filled with tenderness. Get some rest now. He realized his body couldn't take any more. Immediately after, Yuja ran over and hugged Shin Kang Hu tightly. Shin Kang Hu, she said, looking at him with pure joy. You made it back safely. He stared at Yuju and replied, I almost collapsed in front of you again. Finally, they all reminded each other, let's head home. Time just keeps slipping away. After the eclipse fell, the Jungan faction grabbed the attention of the Black Division and rose to become the #1 power in Dun. After it was all over, So Dong decided to stay with Li Jia-in to help the victims and investigate other crimes committed by the eclipse. News outlets updated the public, reporting that the eclipse had been wiped out. Through a joint operation between the Security Bureau and smaller factions, those who did evil had to pay the price. The horrific scene at the mental hospital was cleaned up by volunteers from the Security Bureau. Time flowed like water. Park Dong-chae and Yoon Sung-mi immediately returned to the abyss. Hun Sok patted Kang Hu on the shoulder in praise. You've got a sharp eye. Dong-chae, standing nearby, replied softly, Yes, sir. After everything that's happened, this real-world combat experience will be very beneficial for Park Dong-chae's growth. The scene shifts near the headquarters of the mercenary group in Jungan, as Jujudi calls out to him before he leaves. Take this, offering him some information. This is recent research data on Biolante, Ruji carefully explained. Biolante's primary effect is supposedly the temporary suppression of the dark energy's side effects. He looked at the file before him, thinking that since the internal affairs officer had a shadow hunter, this item was likely aimed at Che Guan Hung. Kang Hu realized a problem, but since he had already lost the shadow hunter, the internal affairs officer would likely stop trying to capture Che Guan Hung to share the Biolante. He couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't intend for that to happen. But he was surprised not only by the internal affairs officer, but also by Che Guan Hung's power. Before leaving, Juju D spoke up. Anyway, I'm heading out. If you have time, come visit the Tamjin district. She suddenly blushed and said, Soon. For our next outing, we should go together. No, I mean, it would be great if we could go down into the abyss together. Kang Hu stood there calmly and said, Travel safely. He didn't stop there and added, Pass on my regards to your grandfather. The scene shifts to a room where someone speaks. Han Sok and So Dong stare at a photo and mumble. He always loved standing up to protect the weak. She sat there, recounting, My fiancé was just as foolish as him. Because of that, the three of us traveled everywhere, trying to fight against the injustices in this world. Then, tears from So Dong fell onto the photo, and her whole body was trembling. We were always prepared to die. Kang Hu saw this and pondered. Leaving Han Sok alive outside was to avoid him dying at the hands of Kang Dong-hun, as in the original story. He also felt heartbroken. Even though the world he created changed, was their fate truly unavoidable? Afterward, Kang Hu sincerely said, I truly offer my condolences for the death of Cho So-hoon. Seo Dong wiped her tears and replied, I'm sorry, Kang Hu. I wanted to meet with you, yet I brought up such heavy things. Then she calmed down. I'll call you again. Because while investigating the movements of the redacted, I discovered something suspicious. He was a bit curious. Did this involve internal conflict with Kang Dong-hun? Seo Dong stated her hypothesis. It's quite possible, but the important thing is this, and she brought up an issue. Even before we attacked the mental hospital, the Troll Myong Purge Association had already been tracking Cha So-hee for a long time. Only then did Kang Hu realize there was a conflict between the Eclipse and the Purge Association. Chapter 70. Kang Hu took out something from his pocket. So, the Security Bureau didn't plan to protect this area. They were just targeting the Master's enemies. Seo Dong sighed. They were originally henchmen belonging to the Purge Association. Dien, standing nearby, complained. It's so frustrating to realize we were just pawns in their scheme. He looked at his phone and said, But Kang Dong-hun was also someone who had to be eliminated at all costs. She agreed, exactly. At this moment, Kang Hu looked at his phone screen, thinking he needed accurate information and should listen to what was happening with the Security Bureau. If he could grasp the conflict with the Eclipse, he would surely dig up something valuable. Meanwhile, the officer smiled, looking at his lapel pin. He asked curiously, Who is the hunter that discovered this? The Security Bureau should at least send a thank you. Then Che Guan Hung quickly replied, I already sent Shin Tae-suk. The officer recalled the past. After all, they had let the prey escape, but this time it must have been cleaned up thoroughly. Following that, the officer looked at the system screen. Now only the star system remained. He couldn't keep clutching this piece of trash as his main power. Before him were the lines of text. Star system. Devourer's bloody neutrality. When below 10% health, resistance to mental attacks increases significantly. Che Guan Hung was still reporting the situation. Cha So-hee and Kang Dong-hoon are both dead. Now there's no way to know how they captured the Abyss Scout. The officer was still very relaxed. Perhaps they're still away. He suddenly mentioned something from overseas. Che Gwan Hung was startled and gasped. Don't tell me. Just then, someone outside opened the door. The officer saw the group enter and spoke. Right on time. He reminded Che Gwan Hung. From now on, they will be accompanying us, our new friends. Then the officer carefully introduced their identities. Elizabeth. He turned to her. And didn't stop there as he continued. And Vincent Me from the Netherlands. The officer smiled slightly and welcomed them. I hope your journey wasn't too exhausting. She immediately replied, Thanks to the thoughtful arrangements by you gentlemen, it was fine. He exclaimed, I never expected to be escorted by the security bureau one day. Kaji recounted that immediately after the recent press conference, they took the initiative to contact us first. It seems they also want to cooperate with us. Che Gwan Hung heard this and remarked, What a bizarre pair. He was secretly judging. A saintess who travels around helping the poor Che Gwan Hung remembered the reputation of Vincent, the most famous assassin in Europe, appearing together. He couldn't help but laugh loudly. I only collected hidden skills, but I got labeled as a murderer? That sounds ridiculous, he continued, as Vincent spoke up. Besides, if you count the number of people eliminated here, no one can compare to you. Elizabeth acted innocent. I don't understand what you are talking about. Vincent, she spoke quite innocently, I have never eliminated a person. I just disposed of some useless things. Vincent wasn't surprised at all. I knew you would say that. After that, Elizabeth slammed her hand on the table. Forget the titles of saint or murderer. She leaned in close to the officer and said, I want to know the true purpose of this meeting.